In the fifth year of the apocalypse, she struggled to survive with a family of inept individuals, only to be betrayed at a critical moment by her beloved kin for a few packets of instant noodles. She became a mere experimental tool, devoid of dignity, within the glass confines of a perverse doctor's underground laboratory. Thus began her darkest hour. Stripped of her name, she was reduced to the designation 13047, a vessel for various potions. In that desolate place, an individual would teach her to suppress her body's reactions to these substances and conceal her true capabilities until she unexpectedly manifested an extraordinarily rare tri-elemental ability. They believed that their burgeoning strength heralded a new dawn, yet he perished before her very eyes. In her anguish, endowed with a rare psychic ability, she shattered her own existence and obliterated the entire laboratory. Upon awakening, she found herself inexplicably returned to the time before it all transpired. This time, her singular desire was to locate him, to dismantle all conspiracies together and survive. However, during their initial encounter, he witnessed her slay 6 elite mercenaries. Chapter 1. Back before the apocalypse. In a luxurious bedroom of a premier apartment situated in the heart of the West City CBD, a slender silhouette draped in deep blue lay upon an oversized bed, slightly rising and falling. The girl's flawless, pale face was adorned with damp strands of hair, reminiscent of shattered porcelain, evoking an irresistible urge to draw near. Suddenly, from her slumber, she clutched her own body tightly, contorting in agony into a cocoon-like shape, her seaweed-like chestnut hair beginning to emit a faint, eerie green glow, fanning out behind her in a peculiar display. "Do not, Sinia," as her expression twisted in increasing pain. Low moans and cries echoed through the expansive chamber. Her delicate, alabaster form began to tremble uncontrollably, ensnared in a nightmare from which she could not escape. The opulent white crystal chandelier overhead swayed violently before shattering, scattering shards across the room, followed by the glass from the nightstand and the nearby vase. Culminating in the tempered glass of the windowed, that sanctum, all objects exploded outward under an unknown force. The cacophony of cracking and shattering filled the air until a sharp fragment of glass sliced through the girl's pale arm, leaving a wound deep enough to reveal bone. It was only when the pain of the injury jolted her awake that she disregarded her bloodied arm and instinctively looked down at her empty embrace. Sinia, Nanmu ran mused, lost in the emptiness of her arms. Where was he? Why was he nowhere to be found? She vividly recalled his emaciated frame, bloodied and lifeless in her arms, and her despair. She had chosen to self-destruct, annihilating the underground laboratory that had confined them for far too long. But what was this situation before her now? She lifted her gaze, and the once endless expanse of white was gone, replaced by a reality devoid of the blinding fluorescent lights and the incessant beeping of machinery. Most importantly, she was not naked and ensnared within an indestructible glass vessel, nor was she addressed as 13047, that dehumanizing code akin to an experimental object. Nanmu Ran gazed in disbelief at her surroundings. Despite the room being in utter disarray, it was unmistakably her penthouse apartment in the CBD, prior to the end of the world. The sight of her black silk pajamas sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Wait. Once she regained her composure, she instinctively searched beneath her pillow. Upon retrieving her phone, elation surged through her. The screen boldly displayed May 13th, 20XX, at 8:30 a.m., a mere 3 months before the onset of the apocalypse. She had returned to the precipice of tragedy. Nanmu Ran could not contain her tears of joy. She was back. But where was Sinia? Could he also return? Suddenly, a gentle warmth brushed against her hand. Looking down, she beheld a willow branch glowing with a faint green light, delicately touching her grievous wound, which began to heal at an astonishing rate, returning to its former state. "Little willow, you've returned too," Nanmu Ran exclaimed, reaching for the branch. In her previous life, during the second year of the apocalypse, she had awakened her wood-based ability. By chance, she encountered the naive little willow in the mountains, who, unbeknownst to the ranks of plant-based ability users, willingly became her contracted plant. The struggle for survival during the apocalypse. With her assistance, Little Willow had ultimately evolved into a 7th-level mutated willow tree. For 5 arduous years, Little Willow had remained by her side, unwavering even as she resorted to self-destruction in the end. The branch nodded in understanding, coiling around her wrist, its tips extending into an exquisite dark green tattoo, reminiscent of their past bond. As Nanmu Ran gently caressed the tattoo on her wrist, her consciousness shifted, and she found herself enveloped in a profound black space. This was the spatial ability she had awakened after countless injections of experimental drugs in the underground laboratory. What set this space apart was its layout. It resembled a commercial building rather than a void of white. In her previous calculations, the entire space spanned approximately 250,000 square feet, akin to a mid-sized community's total residential area. Remarkably, it matched the dimensions of a shopping center renowned as the largest in the Northwest. Regrettably, she had only activated her spatial ability during the 4th year of the apocalypse, confined within the small realm of the perverse doctor's laboratory, leaving no opportunity to amass resources. Thus, her space remained desolate. With a smile, Nanmu Ran remarked, "Xuanwu, you've returned as well." Xuanwu was the name Xinya had given to her space. Although she knew it would not respond, she felt immense joy that it still existed. Upon exiting the space, the chaotic and dilapidated scene before her caused Nanmu Ran to furrow her brows as she stepped barefoot out of the nearly destroyed bedroom. From the state of disarray within, it was evident that her psychic abilities had spiraled out of control. Upon reaching the living room, Nanmu Ran immediately concentrated her mental energy, summoning the water from the beverage cabinet towards her. After popping the cap and taking a generous sip, she was met with an overwhelming sweetness. After a series of experiments, Nanmu Ran came to understand the state of her abilities. Her psychic and wood-based powers had plummeted from level 8 to the initial stage of level 2. The spatial ability, however, had awakened without any changes. Most astonishing was Little Willow, who retained its strength as a 7th-level mutated plant. While everything felt utterly bizarre, it was undeniably a stroke of good fortune. In the first 2 years of the apocalypse, a 7th-level mutation was an indomitable force, which was indeed cause for celebration. With 3 months remaining before the apocalypse, she possessed the strength she had not achieved even after 2 years of survival, a clear sign of divine favor. 3 months was ample time. To ensure her survival in this life, she needed to devise a meticulous plan. Today was May 13th. By August 15th, the first rain of the apocalypse would fall. That seemingly ordinary rain, once it commenced, would persist for 2 full months, intensifying until the entire city was submerged. Following that would be the second rain, the acid rain that would trigger mutations in humans, plants, and animals alike. Anyone who came into contact with the acid rain would, after developing a fever, transform into a zombie. A newly established national-level central city, Shishir, a province renowned for its tourism, is witnessing a population flux of nearly 20 million. After enduring the corrosive effects of acid rain and the subsequent metamorphosis, stepping outside one's abode is met with relentless waves of the undead, rendering survival in the city center an arduous endeavor. In a previous existence, many managed to evade the mutations wrought by the acid rain, yet they could not escape the ensuing onslaught of the relentless hordes of the undead. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted Nan Murian's reverie. Setting her water aside, she answered the call. "Rian, it's Grandma. Today is Saturday. Remember to return home for dinner on time. Your aunt has prepared your favorite sweet and sour ribs, and Sister Tingting has made you some soup. Little Chi is also at home today," came the feigned, gentle, and amiable voice from the other end of the line. Listening to the familiar voice, Nan Murian was reminded of the self-righteous troublemaking matriarch from the apocalypse. Her thoughts then drifted to the 5 members of that family, who ultimately sold her severely injured self to an underground laboratory for a mere bowl of instant noodles. Igniting a surge of murderous intent within her, thoughts of vengeance began to fester uncontrollably. After a perfunctory acknowledgement, she swiftly hung up the phone. Despite her seething resentment, Nan Murian was acutely aware that she could not afford to act impulsively and take a life at this juncture. Otherwise, before the apocalypse even began, she would find herself in detention, jeopardizing her efforts to hoard supplies. However, she still had to return for that meal, as they possessed a substantial chain supermarket that could facilitate her safe accumulation of resources. In her previous life, while dining with them, Nan Murian, under the guise of their various lamentations, unwittingly exchanged her shares in the Nan Xiao Group, valued at $1.5 billion, for a decrepit diamond mine nearing exhaustion owned by the Nan family. She had been foolish enough to believe she had gained the upper hand. In the early days of the apocalypse, the 5 members of that family enjoyed a carefree existence, wielding the resources from their 7 large chain supermarkets under the Shenghui Group. Had circumstances not taken a drastic turn, with their villa district being submerged and their supplies seized by a gathering force, it would have been inconceivable for them to seek her out at the apartment. Chapter 2. Taking Action. In retrospect, as she reflects upon her past life experiences, Nan Morong considers her naivety to be somewhat foolish. How could she have ever believed that her family, 2 months into the apocalypse, sought out a penthouse solely out of concern for her? If they had truly cared, they would not have waited until their resources were completely depleted to come looking for her. She cannot help but mock herself. The tragic fate that befell her, ultimately calculated to lead to her demise, was well-deserved. Over the years, the elderly matriarch and her uncle's family meticulously staged their act, presenting two faces to the world, all in pursuit of the Nan Xiao group, a legacy left by her parents. With the golden goose of Nan Xiao in their possession, they believed they could preserve their opulence, wealth that would take their family a lifetime of toil to even approach. Meanwhile, her cousin Nan Yuding greeted her with a smile each day, all in hopes of securing her engagement to the Qi family. It was only she, the great fool, who abandoned everything, striving for a semblance of familial affection, a truly laughable endeavor. As these troubling thoughts flooded her mind, Nan Morong felt her breath constrict. If only these people had revealed their ambitions sooner, yet they exhibited remarkable patience, playing their roles for a full decade, deceiving her sensitive and aloof self. Given the chance to start anew, she vowed not to be blinded again, nor to repeat her past mistakes. Moreover, she intended to exact revenge for the old grievances of her previous life. The first order of business was to swiftly gain actual control of Shenghui, thereby seizing their greatest advantage at the onset of the apocalypse. With time before her visit to the Nan family villa still at hand, she needed to focus on two crucial matters. The first was to select a suitable location to establish her own sanctuary before the impending doom arrived. This safe haven must be situated far from the core of Shishir City, to avoid the onslaught of the zombie tide that would erupt following the acid rain. An image surfaced in her mind of the ancient European-style villa near the underground laboratory that Xi had once mentioned in her past life. It was indeed an ideal choice, also conveniently located for when he appeared. However, finding it now would require some time, and today was certainly not feasible. Thus, she turned her attention to the second matter, amassing a sufficient stockpile of survival supplies. Accumulating supplies was inextricably linked to finances. Nan Morong opened several bank accounts to assess her available funds, discovering that she had just under 10 million at her disposal. While this sum seemed considerable, it was insufficient to construct a satisfactory safe house. She dialed Guofei's number. "Feiga, it's me, Ran. Upon hearing her voice, he visibly brightened. Especially at the sound of her long-missed nickname, he felt a surge of warmth in his eyes. "Ran, is something the matter?" "Yes. I need your assistance in organizing all the assets under my name." Nan Morong was straightforward. Guofei was her grandfather's most esteemed student, hailing from an impoverished mountainous region and a beneficiary of the Nan Xiao Hope Project. He was a person who valued gratitude and was trustworthy, both in this life and the last. After her parents' passing, her elderly grandfather, near death, had entrusted all their assets to him for management. Guofei paused, concern evident in his voice. "Ran, is there something wrong?" "I've made up my mind to liquidate all my assets except for the apartment I currently reside in." "Feiga, I need your help." "Ran, where are you?" Guofei had previously suggested that Nan Morong sell her shares in Nan Xiao due to the upper management's rampant disregard for the law, which was leading the company toward disaster. To prevent her from being implicated in their misdeeds, he had broached the subject of liquidation multiple times. However, due to opposition from the Nan family, she had always hesitated to agree. But now, not only did she intend to sell her shares, but she also sought to liquidate other assets, which was highly irregular. "Feiga, I'm at home. You needn't worry about me. I understand your earlier concerns about Nan Xiao going awry. Regarding the other assets, rather than letting that family of 5 deceive me gradually, it would be better to convert them into cash. At least I can safeguard that." Hearing this, Guofei felt a sense of relief. He had long suspected that family was up to no good, but had refrained from saying anything respecting her feelings. It was good that she had come to this conclusion, though it would require some time. "Feiga, everything must be settled within a month, even if it means selling at a loss." Nan Morong's tone was resolute. After a moment of silence, Guifei replied, "All right." After hanging up, Nan Morong hurried to the refrigerator, her mouth watering at the sight of the abundant food. She took a pile of it to her desk and sat down to continue her work. Considering the extensive variety of supplies she needed to stockpile, it was easy to overlook something. She opened her computer, eating while compiling a list of necessary items. Although she craved food greatly, she refrained from overeating out of fear of triggering a nervous reaction in her stomach. At the top of her list was the 7 large chain supermarkets under her uncle's name, the Shenghui Group. With the 7 supermarkets at her disposal, along with their comprehensive inventory, warehouses, and suppliers, she could stockpile the essential resources for the apocalypse at the most favorable prices and in the safest manner. Once she acquired the 7 supermarkets, she would simply need to multiply her stockpile of fruits, vegetables, meats, daily necessities, and some convenience foods, while the lesser-used items could be adequately stored in the warehouses. Transferring the supermarket goods into her space would resolve at least 70% of her supply needs, providing a thorough assortment. However, she still needed to separately stockpile comfortable and suitable clothing. Nan Morong identified several outdoor, sports, and leisure brands warehouses, intending to acquire a complete range of appropriate sizes. She had to consider clothing for all seasons, including special thermal gear for extreme cold and heat, as well as jackets, padded coats, and footwear. Next, she turned her attention to pharmaceuticals. This would not be difficult. The Chiao family had previously owned a pharmacy, and the connections remained intact, providing both traditional and Western medicines. Common medications such as cold remedies, cough syrups, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, alcohol, iodine, and gauze would be sufficient. She could even secure some items through special channels. Additionally, she required some basic surgical instruments and equipment. After pharmaceuticals, she contemplated electronics, televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, dishwashers, dryers, ovens, air fryers, air conditioners, heaters, fans, induction cookers, diesel generators, solar batteries, gasoline generators, flashlights, and batteries, not to mention the essential candles and lamp oil. Furthermore, she needed various seeds for vegetables and fruits, along with saplings, particularly willow saplings. Everything conceivable must be stockpiled. Of course, coal, gas canisters, and timber were also necessary. The second year of the apocalypse would bring 6 months of extreme cold, with temperatures plummeting to minus 60 degrees Celsius, necessitating a substantial supply of coal for heating, especially when electricity was scarce. Cooking without the ability to use electricity would require gas canisters. Though she did not possess cooking skills, it was better to be prepared. After listing these essentials, she still needed various tents, portable tables and chairs, moisture-proof mats, sleeping bags, storage boxes, camp lights, power banks, gas stoves, gas canisters, large backpacks, and other items conducive to outdoor survival. Lastly, she added jet skis, kayaks, powered boats, and small snowboards, various means of transportation essential for specific environments in the apocalypse. Most importantly, she needed to acquire weapons for survival, which would be impossible to procure domestically, so she planned to seek solutions abroad, specifically from the Russians. Given their modus operandi over the years, as long as their finances are in order, they should be able to procure a considerable array of valuable items. After all, they possess ample storage space, alleviating any concerns about transporting goods back. Regarding recreational vehicles, off-roaders, and various large modes of transportation, including diesel and gasoline, Nan Muron plans to accumulate a modest stockpile before ceasing further efforts. When the apocalypse arrives, she envisions being able to acquire these essentials at no cost. In the initial phase of the end times, survival supplies hold paramount importance, and these items are unlikely to be immediately plundered. Once she has compiled her list, Nan Muron is resolute in her actions. She first places an order for 5,000 supermarket shelves, facilitating the organization of her supplies within her space. Next, she addresses her food requirements. While having a supermarket stocked with all necessary ingredients offers her security, it does not resolve her immediate need for meals. After 5 grueling years during the previous apocalypse, she has learned that her culinary skills leave much to be desired. Thus, she must amass a substantial reserve of prepared foods. Fortunately, The time within her mystical realm remains suspended, providing a means of preservation, eliminating concerns about spoilage due to excessive stockpiling. At the age of 22, she calculates her provisions based on the hope of living to 100. She aspires to accumulate sustenance for 78 years, which entails preparing 3 meals a day along with midnight snacks, totaling a staggering 113,880 meals. Estimating her daily meal cost at a basic rate of 200. Her total expenditure amounts to approximately 5.64 million. Nan Neuron mentally multiplies this figure several times, as a single meal at a top-tier restaurant can cost as much as the daily budget for an extended period. However, her available cash is limited, and should she pursue this course of action, her funds would dwindle within a mere 3 to 5 days. Consequently, it is imperative to generate more income promptly. Once she resolves this, she immediately opens her phone and begins contacting her preferred restaurants via a food ordering platform. She starts with a diverse array of cuisines and gourmet hotel banquets, followed by Sichuan, Cantonese, Hunan, Northeastern, Shaanxi, Shanghai, Hong Kong-style dim sum, barbecue, hot pot, spicy skewers. The Sanqin set meal: buns, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, spicy soup, noodles, rice noodles, various types of vermicelli, marinated meats, Colonel Sanders, McDonald's, Korean fried chicken, pastries, milk tea, and an assortment of specialty snacks. She spares no effort to cover every conceivable option. Even items she is less fond of are included in small quantities, for who knows how her palate might evolve over time. Moreover, she does not intend to dine alone. On the other end of the line, the merchants are taken aback when they hear her order a complete menu for 50 servings, requiring a full 20-day advance notice, and they perceive her as a deranged individual. Preferring not to elaborate, Nan Neuron proceeds to establish contact with the vendors, transferring half of the total payment as a deposit. This gesture naturally garners their attention, as no one in the business would turn down incoming funds. For over 6 hours, she remains on the phone, feeling increasingly fatigued and parched. After reaching out to over 30 various hotels, restaurants, and eateries, despite the staggering deposit surpassing 2 million, her prompt payment ensures a smooth transaction. Exhausted, she collapses onto the sofa in her living room, reflecting that indeed, spending money can sometimes be a strenuous endeavor. Chapter 3. Hearing the truth. By the time she completes her tasks, nearly an hour has elapsed since her usual departure for the Nan family villa. Nan Neuron remains unfazed, confident that the family of 5 will be patient in awaiting her arrival for their important undertaking. Before stepping out, she calls a cleaning company to tidy her bedroom. Upon descending the stairs, she realizes that dusk has already fallen. While driving back to the Nan family villa, it suddenly strikes her that the villa currently occupied by her relatives is still under her name. The impeccably polite security guard graciously opens the gate for her, allowing her vehicle to enter the gated community. Not far from the Nan family villa, her pet Xiaolu, who has been resting on her wrist, abruptly raises its head and gently nudges her hand. This 7th-level mutated Xiaolu possesses human-like intelligence and the ability to communicate with flora and fauna within a 15-mile radius. It is also familiar with the Nan family. Consequently, Nan Neuron immediately comprehends that something is amiss at the Nan family villa. She parks alongside the road, glances around, and stealthily follows a nearby pedestrian path to the rear of the villa. Focusing her mental energy, she deftly opens the back door. Just moments after a hearty meal, Tank, her purebred German shepherd, instinctively moves to alert the occupants upon noticing a figure entering, yet he hears a familiar command: "Tank, stay." Recognizing the voice, Tank visibly brightens, promptly sitting obediently. It has been over 4 years since Nan Neuron last saw Tank, and she rushes forward to embrace him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Tank, it's been so long. I've missed you." In her past life, during the first year of the apocalypse, Tank perished while defending her from a mutated beast. To make matters worse, the Nan family had the audacity to dig up his remains and share them among themselves. It was only when she was ultimately cast aside due to her lack of utility that she learned of this betrayal from Nan Mouting, and the hatred she felt was so intense it nearly made her vomit blood. Yet, she had been powerless to avenge Tank. Sensing her sorrow, Tank begins to whimper softly in her embrace. Nan Muron cradles his head, lowering her voice. You recognize my car, don't you? At her words, Tank tilts his head adorably. Blinking his eyes, this fierce canine suddenly displays a hint of naivete. Yet, Nan Muron knows he understands her. When I release the leash, don't make a sound. Follow the path, open the car door yourself, and wait patiently for me inside, all right? She intends to keep her actions secret from the Nan family to avoid unnecessary chatter. Residing in a high-rise apartment within a restricted zone, she had been unable to obtain a dog license, so she had left Tank in the villa area for his freedom. In her naivety, she had once believed that her family would treat Tank kindly, but now she understands their duplicitous nature, if they would deceive her. How could they treat her beloved dog with any decency? Upon comprehending her intent, Tank's eyes gleam with excitement. His owner is rescuing him from these nefarious individuals. Once freed from his constraints, he realizes the gravity of the situation, licks her hand, and dashes toward the path without looking back. Once satisfied that Tank is headed in the right direction, Nan Muron approaches the rear door of the villa. Suddenly, she hears a muffled feminine gasp followed by a man's heavy breathing, causing her to stop in her tracks, astonished. After discerning the source of the noise, she deduces it emanates from the first floor, specifically her bedroom. Moving a few steps closer, the sounds become clearer. I can't do this, brother. I might end up screaming. She hears Nan Mouting's voice, laced with a mix of protest and seduction. Then feel free to scream. Your voice is the most delightful. Responds a male voice that Nan Muron recognizes all too well, her fiancé, Chili. The living room is filled with my family. They know about us. There's no need for subterfuge, Nan Mouting complains, her tone tinged with a hint of discontent. Just keep quiet, and don't bring her up right now. Chili replies with a sharp tone, accompanied by a resounding slap. Nan Muron stands frozen outside, taken aback by the realization that these two have become entangled so soon. While she remained blissfully unaware. Why had the Nan family never mentioned the Chi family in her previous life? Was there a hidden agenda? Just then, the sound of tearing fabric fills the air, and Nan Mouting's suppressed gasps punctuate the atmosphere, tinged with a hint of accusation. You are Chiron's fiancé. Why not seek her out instead of tormenting me like this? Shut up. Don't mention her at this moment. Chili's response is laced with malice. And Nan Muron is shocked to discover that her seemingly refined fiancé possesses such a depraved side. Following a woman's delicate cry and the heavy sound of a body landing on the bed, a cacophony of amorous noises began to rise and fall like waves. Had it been the untried Nan Muron from the world before the apocalypse, discovering the betrayal of someone she held dear would have undoubtedly left her in tears, engulfed in unbearable anguish. Yet, the current Nan Muron felt nothing but revulsion, her heart devoid of any emotional turmoil. However, the fact that these two were engaging in such activities within her own room was enough to make her feel uncomfortable. A wave of distaste washed over her. She couldn't help but think that this villa was no longer worth keeping. It must be sold at once. Positioned near the back door, she could distinctly hear the sounds emanating from the living room. Why hadn't that wretched girl returned yet? Did she truly believe herself to be a pampered princess, making the entire family wait for her? A sharp, piercing voice rang out from the living room, and without needing to look, Nan Muron could imagine the venomous expression on her face. It was the voice of her aunt, and a sardonic smile crept onto Nan Muron's lips. Had it not been for Xiao Lu's prior warning, she would have been oblivious to this side of her. Recalling her aunt's biting sarcasm during the apocalypse, and the way they had cast her into the beds of others for mere sustenance, exploiting her to the fullest, Nan Muron felt her mental fortitude surge uncontrollably, only to find the villa enveloped in silence. Perhaps the distance was too great, her spiritual energy insufficient. Her cousin, Nan Mufeng, who was engrossed in his phone, interjected, "Mother, do refrain from such loud complaints. It would be unfortunate if outsiders heard." In their own home, who could possibly be considered an outsider? Although her aunt expressed dissatisfaction, she lowered her voice somewhat. Let us not forget, that girl is about to graduate from university. According to the will of the second uncle and his wife, she is entitled to inherit 30% of the shares in the Nan Qiao group held by them. The speaker was Nan Muron's uncle, Nan Ping, who, while merely stating facts, sounded irate. Her aunt raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. We have never treated her poorly. What does she want? Mother, The issue is that Nan Muron has grown up and is now eligible to inherit the shares of Nan Xiao. The board will surely want that fool to replace my father in power. Only if Nan Muron refrains from joining Nan Xiao can my father maintain his current position. Acquiring her shares would be ideal, Nan Mufing expressed with impatience. Father absolutely cannot step down. It is not merely about Nan Muron shares. Over the years, their father and son duo has wielded substantial power within the Nan Xiao group, reaping benefits that exceed $1 billion annually. This wealth sustains their lavish lifestyle, allowing them to shine in high society. If expelled from Nan Xiao, relying solely on the 5% year-end dividend and the mere 300 million market value of Shanghui Group would render them a laughingstock among the upper crust. They cannot possibly return to those days after enjoying such prosperity for so long. Just go over and sweet-talk that wretched girl. She will surely comply. Her aunt finally grasped the crux of the matter, though she remained unfazed. Outside, Nan Muron's gaze was as cold as ice. Uncle Nanping felt no qualms about his wife's words, turning to his aging mother. At 50, you're still like a child, mother. Nan Muron listens to you. Our family's future wealth and glory depend on you. Mother, we will have to rely on you soon, her aunt flattered, casting a deliberate smile at the matriarch of the Nan family. The elderly lady elegantly set aside her book, speaking with an air of confidence and pride. Rest assured. Leave it to me. I will ensure she does not enter Nanxiao. Chapter 4. The prospect of working at Nanxiao. Listening to her family's unmasked intentions and observing their habitual confidence in manipulating her, Nan Muron couldn't help but feel a tinge of self-mockery. They truly believed her to be a fool. With a cold smile, she exited the villa and returned to her car. As soon as she settled in, Tank, her dog, bounded over, its damp tongue eagerly licking her face. Taken aback by this sudden display of affection, Nan Muron exclaimed, No, Tank, not the face. Yet, Tank paid her no mind, continuing to shower her with wet kisses. Ultimately, she had no choice but to command Tank sit. Only upon hearing her stern order did the little creature reluctantly comply. As she stroked its head, her thoughts drifted. It would not be difficult to eliminate that family of 5, but death might be too swift a release for them. Life should hold some experiences to be truly captivating. Surviving the apocalypse had its own merits. Resolving to keep them alive until the end of times, to extinguish all hope and torment them sufficiently before dealing with them, Nan Muron began to ponder other matters. If Uncle Nanping was scheming to hold on to his position within Nanxiao by manipulating her shares, then the affairs concerning Xinghui's 7-chain supermarkets would become considerably easier to manage. The total market value of the 7 supermarkets wouldn't exceed 300 million. And they likely had hidden resources. Acquiring half would be satisfactory, using 150 million to secure a chance to remain in Nanxiao. This should be quite a lucrative deal for them. Opening the sunroof, Nan Muron turned to Tank, gently instructing it to remain in the car and wait for her. Watching it settle down, she then exited toward the villa's front yard. Inside the Nan family villa, the doorbell rang. Just emerging from her bedroom, Nan Muting smoothed her clothes and exchanged a knowing glance with her parents, ensuring everything was in order before smilingly opening the door. Wan, you're back. The meal is ready. We've been waiting for you. Hearing this veiled complaint about her tardiness, Nan Muron chose to ignore it. As she caught sight of Nan Muting, all affection as she wrapped her arm around her, a wave of revulsion washed over her. It seemed those two had moved rather quickly. They likely hadn't even had time to wash up. With this thought, she discreetly withdrew her arm from Nan Muting's grasp, even taking a step back to distance herself further. Observing Nan Muron's overt disdain, Nan Muting nearly faltered in her smile, fuming internally. Did she possess some sort of poison? What was that ghastly expression? Wan is back. Come, dinner is served. The elderly matriarch of the Nan family was as warm and gentle as ever, reaching out to pull Nan Muron along to the dining table. Once seated, Chili looked at her with a gentle, indulgent gaze, presenting a beautifully wrapped gift box. Wan, a graduation gift for you. Disgusted by the filth, Nan Muron could barely manage to take the gift box with 2 fingers, suppressing her revulsion as she thanked him. Thank you, but I still have a month until graduation. Brotherly just returned from an international medical conference and came straight here to see you. Don't be ungrateful, Nan Muting added with a sharp edge to her tone. Nan Muron couldn't be bothered to respond, but her thoughts drifted. Considering how eager he was to indulge in merriment at the Nan family home right after disembarking from a plane, she subtly shifted closer to the matriarch, seeking refuge from the unsavory atmosphere surrounding her. At the dining table, Nan Muron ate with great focus. After 5 years in the apocalypse, it was rare to enjoy such delectable food. Yet, despite her hunger, she maintained an elegant demeanor, consuming only modest portions. "Wan, your favorite sweet and sour ribs," Chili said, placing a piece into her bowl. Even the sweet and sour ribs lost their allure, and Nan Muron withdrew her hand that had been poised to take another piece. To the side, Nan Muting observed Chili's affectionate smile and Nan Muron's porcelain-like, fair face, standing at a height of 1.7 meters with a perfectly proportioned figure. It was undeniable that the two looked splendid together, which only fueled her frustration. In Nan Muting's eyes, it was precisely because of Nan Muron's beauty that Chili had been entangled with her for 2 years without ever uttering a word about marriage. The entire Chi family is abuzz with talk of the engagement between Chi and Nan Morong, but at its core, it is merely a matter of their interest in the Nan Xiao group. A vicious thought suddenly surged in Nan Muting's mind. What if Nan Morong were to fall into a quagmire, sullied and disgraced? Would the Chi family still desire her? "Big brother, how has work been treating you lately?" The matriarch of the Nan family, seated at the head of the table, casually inquired. As Nan Morong delicately placed a piece of abalone into her mouth, she sensed the imminent arrival of a tirade. True to her anticipation, Uncle Nan soon launched into a poignant lamentation about the struggles he faced at the Nan Xiao group, all while keenly observing Nan Morong's expression. To his dismay, she appeared completely indifferent, engrossed in her meal. Uncle Nan, having performed his one-man show for far too long, felt a growing embarrassment as Nan Morong's silence rendered his efforts futile. The matriarch cast a disapproving glance at the preoccupied Nan Morong, her voice losing some warmth. "Ranyan, your uncle is speaking." Only then did Nan Morong slowly set down her chopsticks, feigning confusion. "Uncle is talking about work matters, which I fail to comprehend. My cousin is already employed. Surely he could lend a hand?" "Your shares in the Nan Xiao group mean that only you can assist your father," Nan Muting interjected sharply. Hearing this, a cold smile crept across Nan Morong's face. Her cousin was losing composure far too quickly, pulling the topic toward shares. "Once I start working at Nan Xiao next month, Uncle will surely find things easier." "You intend to join Nan Xiao?" Aunt Chi was the first to break the silence, clearly alarmed. If Nan Morong were to join Nan Xiao, the board's adversaries would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to oust her husband. Leaving behind the golden goose of Nan Xiao would yield no benefits at all. Nan Morong turned her head towards Aunt Chi, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her tone as calm as ever. "Father mentioned that I could directly join Nan Xiao after graduating from university. Since graduation is approaching and I find myself with idle time, it seems logical. But, Ranyan, didn't you express a desire to study abroad to pursue painting? How could you possibly manage a company?" As Nan Muting perceived that Nan Morong was serious, she too began to feel the pressure. With a bittersweet expression, Nan Morong replied, "My mentor has indicated that my artistic endeavors lack momentum. Further effort would be futile. Thus, I have decided against studying abroad." Nan Muting felt a surge of delight, having assumed Nan Morong was some sort of prodigy, only to discover she was, in fact, quite the opposite. Chili softly reassured her, mentors can sometimes misjudge talent. "I personally believe Ranyan's art is remarkable." "Thank you." Nan Morong thought of lashing out at him, but managed a smile, albeit one tinged with bitterness. Suppressing her murderous thoughts, she focused on the more pressing matter of gathering supplies, as she would soon need ample provisions and a good excuse to justify her actions. The 5 members of the Nan family exchanged glances, each resolutely thinking that they must not allow Nan Morong to join the Nan Xiao group. "Ranyan has only just graduated. Why should she rush into work? Look at me, beauty treatments, shopping, self-improvement, and even the opportunity to explore the world. What a wonderful life." Nan Muting presented herself as the epitome of happiness. Nan Morong nodded thoughtfully, her tone flat. "It's indeed delightful, but it does seem rather unproductive." "What do you mean by that?" Nan Muting, no fool, picked up on the implication that Nan Morong was calling herself worthless. With an innocent expression, Nan Morong replied, "Qingjia said it, did she not? The Qingjia she referred to as Qi Qing, Qi Li's elder sister, known for her strong character and disdain for the idle lifestyle of the second generation, making it plausible for her to utter such words. Nan Muting was left speechless, while Nan Morong regarded her with curiosity, eager to see how much backbone she would display in front of Qi Li. Alas, her expectations were dashed, despite her fury. Nan Muting could not bring herself to speak ill of Qi Qing. Ran Yan could return home to spend time with Grandma. The matriarch began to play the familial card. Nan Morong met her gaze, unyielding. Rest assured, Grandma, even if I start working, I will return regularly to keep you company. After all, you are my dearest. You should just go out and find a job, Nan Mufeng, who had remained silent until now, interjected with irritation. Nan Morong regarded him, her tone unwavering. Cousin Fei Go and Uncle Chin would never consent to that. This was no deceit. The board preferred Nan Morong, the naive little girl, to return, as she could be easily manipulated. However, Guofei would not permit Nan Morong to work for anyone else. Ranyan, the Nan Xiao group is vast. Managing it may prove quite challenging for you. Perhaps you should consider starting with a smaller enterprise, Uncle Nan Ping suggested, attempting a change in strategy upon witnessing Nan Morong's resolute demeanor. But I only have Nan Xiao, Nan Morong mused, slightly furrowing her brow. What do you think of Shengwei? Uncle Nan interjected eagerly. It's a relatively straightforward enterprise, perfect for honing your skills and expanding your network. Nan Morong felt a flicker of joy but concealed it well, shaking her head in refusal. Shengwei is your enterprise. How could it possibly be handed over to me? Handed to you? That's rather idealistic. You could at least go to Shengwei to learn about company management, Uncle Nan insisted. That's not necessary. If I fail to manage it well, my conscience would be troubled. Moreover, Uncle Chin has assured me that he will personally guide me at Nan Xiao, so you needn't worry. Her tone remained gentle as she declined. Nan Xiao is worth 5 billion. You want to practice on it? Do you think that Chendong is a good person? Are you out of your mind? Nan Mufeng, known for his impatience, raised his voice. Feigning distress, Nan Morong replied, Cousin, if you are unwilling to have me back, then perhaps you should refrain from inviting me for dinner in the future. She began to gather her belongings. The family was left stunned. When had Nan Morong developed such a temper? Yet, the crux of the matter was not their astonishment, but rather the urgency to avoid a confrontation with her and prevent her from leaving. Phoner, do you not know how to speak? Uncle Nan Ping admonished his son. The matriarch quickly reached out to pull Nan Morong back. Phoner apologized to Ran Yan. Not one to be outdone, Nan Mufeng begrudgingly complied. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Nan Morong fixed her gaze on him, unblinking. Nan Morong, that's enough. Nan Mufeng, known for his fiery temper and pride, found it hard to bear her scrutiny. With a cold smirk, Nan Morong retorted, I am merely practicing with my own resources, even if it goes awry. I shall take responsibility. Is it necessary for you to be so agitated? You might think I am using your family's assets. Phonger, sit down and eat. Ranyan is no longer upset. Let us enjoy our meal. The matriarch's tone grew colder, reflecting her displeasure at Nan Mufeng's behavior. Brother has yet to apologize to me. Nan Morong continued her relentless pursuit. Apologize, Uncle Nan Ping uttered through gritted teeth, brimming with frustration. Nan Mufeng, realizing he had no choice, begrudgingly said, I'm sorry. Nan Morong returned to her seat, but her first words were like thunder. I plan to try working at Nan Xiao. If it proves unmanageable, I will sell my shares. Sell? The family was left dumbfounded. Selling Nan Xiao, a prized asset, was a sign of madness. The Nan Xiao group boasted hundreds of top-tier patents across various industries. A veritable treasure trove, and she intended to part with it? Was she not of sound mind? Ranan, such talk is reckless. The matriarch endeavored to temper her tone. Feigning confusion, Nan Morong replied, even if I were to sell Nan Xiao, Uncle could still work there, right? Moreover, it was left to me by my parents. Having nearly graduated, why should I not have the authority to make my own decisions? Besides, I intend to give management a try first. If it does not work out, only then will I consider selling. Ran, you mustn't jest about Nan Xiao in such a manner. Nan Muting is nearly beside herself with anger yet dares not speak harshly. She can't help but curse inwardly, wondering what ails Nan Mujan today, making her so troublesome. Observing Nan Muting's displeased frown, Nan Muzhan evidently disagrees with her sentiments, but refrains from vocal dissent. She remains composed, yet the members of the Nan family are clearly restless. Ultimately, the elder of the Nan family lets out a long sigh and makes a final decision. Ran, why not practice with Shenghui? No, that wouldn't be appropriate. Shenghui belongs to you, uncle. Nan Muzhan responds with a hint of panic, yet her refusal is resolute. If uncle gives Shenghui to you, then it becomes yours. The elder's words are laced with frustration. However, he internally convinces himself that Shenghui was indeed a gift from the second son. So returning it is not a significant issue. Just as the elder's wife prepares to voice her objection, exclaiming that Shenghui is worth at least 300 million, she is silenced by a single glare from the matriarch of the Nan family, who begins to ponder her son's words. Nan Muzhan gazes at Nan Ping in astonishment. Uncle wishes to give me Shenghui? Yes, tomorrow we shall find a lawyer to finalize the paperwork. What do you say? The elder declares with determination. But that seems inappropriate. Perhaps I should first try my hand with Nan Qiao after graduation. Nan Muzhan tactfully retreats, dancing around the nerves of those present. No need for that. We shall proceed tomorrow, the matriarch interjects. The 7 supermarkets are barely valued at 300 million, and granting Shenghui to Nan Muzhan allows ample room for maneuvering within the family, with at most only half of its value at stake. For a dilapidated Shenghui worth less than 1.5 billion, securing Nan Muzhan is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Her beautiful eyes sparkle as she exclaims, "Grandma, uncle, you are too kind to me. I am so moved I could cry." Witnessing them hastily deliver their greatest reliance for survival amidst the apocalypse, Nan Muzhan's gratitude is truly heartfelt. Foolish child, we are family. It is only natural for us to treat you well. Why cry? Though the matriarch feels a pang in her heart, her face beams with warmth. Nan Muzhan nods, her tone brimming with confidence. As long as I can manage Shenghui smoothly for 6 months, I can rest assured and not sell Nan Qiao. Instantly, the matriarch and the elder suffer a heart-stopping revelation. To operate smoothly for 6 months implies they must tread carefully, even if they wish to intervene. After dinner, the Nan family, as usual, urges Nan Muzhan to stay overnight, but she declines, stating, "I accidentally made a mess in my apartment today and must return to tidy up. I shall come back tomorrow morning." Though she does not intend to stay, Nan Muzhan tosses the graduation gift from Chili into a room on the first floor, simultaneously retrieving the hidden safe from beneath the bed into her space. After bidding farewell to the Nan family, Chili follows Nan Muzhan out of the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, Chili suddenly inquires, Ran, why do you want those 7 chain supermarkets? Nan Muzhan's heart skips a beat, though she is not surprised. Chili has always been astute and cunning, so it is only natural for him to see through her intentions. Taking a deep breath, she turns to face him. Her tone calm yet resolute. "Everything belonging to the Nan family is mine. Is it wrong for me to reclaim what is rightfully mine?" Ran. You need not be on guard with me. Whatever you desire, I shall assist you, Chili replies, his gaze soft as water, admiring the radiant beauty of Nan Muzhan. She looks into his narrow eyes, feeling as if a cold, venomous serpent is fixating on her, sending chills down her spine. Suppressing the urge to slap him, she responds, "Fine, now I know. We shall be family from now on. Helping you is only natural." Chili smiles gently, unable to bear the situation any longer. Nan Muzhan thinks to herself, what a ridiculous idea of family. I am not a garbage collector. Drive safely on your way back. Chili continues to speak softly. Nan Muzhan turns and drives away, while Chili watches the departing car, a smirk creeping onto his lips. When did this little rabbit turn into a cunning little fox? How intriguing. As he prepares to get into his car, he stumbles and falls, his face hitting the ground. Blood sprays from his nose, and his glasses fly off. After cursing under his breath, he clumsily rises, only to find that his car has broken down. Gazing at the chaotic, snow-filled screen of his car system, Chili's expression darkens considerably. Today has truly been a day of misfortune. Meanwhile, Nan Muzhan is elated after having taken a small act of revenge using her psychic abilities. The tank in the back seat is equally excited, curiously peering out the rear window to admire the neon lights flanking the city streets. After finishing dinner at the Nan Villa, It is precisely 8:30 in the evening as they successfully exit the villa area and enter the city's main road, where heavy traffic ensues, especially in the core district where she resides. Nan Mujan's heart races as she grows increasingly agitated. While waiting for a traffic light, she notices a green storefront across the street, a well-known real estate agency. After crossing the street, she turns right and enters the adjacent parking lot. "Hello, ma'am. Welcome to our agency," greets a handsome young agent in professional attire, his demeanor warm and courteous, instantly making one feel at ease. Upon noticing Nan Mujan's striking beauty, he is momentarily taken aback. "I would like to sell a property and also purchase two others, one of which I need your assistance in finding." A transaction involving selling one while buying two is undoubtedly a lucrative deal for the agent. The property she intends to sell is the Nan family villa, located in an area where, despite not being in the city's prime location, the affluent residents have made it a hub for high society, resulting in a perennial scarcity of available properties. "What is the market value of this house?" Nan Mujan hands over the villa's deed, retrieved from the safe. The agent is visibly surprised. It is a standalone villa in Dingcheng Garden. Although not in the best location, it remains highly sought after. And as he gazes at the stunning Nan Mujan, he finds it difficult to quote a lower price, eventually stating that it could sell for up to 70 million. "I will list it for 65 million, but with two conditions. Firstly, the full payment must be received within a month. Secondly, the buyer cannot take possession of the property until August 10th. Nan Mujan deliberately sets the handover date just 5 days before the end of the world. On one hand, she is genuinely curious how the Nan family, having been ousted from their villa with no time to find shelter and lacking resources, will manage to survive in such dire circumstances. On the other hand, by setting this timeline, she anticipates that the new owner will likely be unable to move in on time. While it is acceptable to take their money, putting their lives at risk is a different matter entirely." The agent pauses, a spark of excitement coursing through him. But professionalism compels him to inquire whether there are any disputes concerning the property. Indeed, there is. Nan Mujan does not conceal the truth, explaining the current occupants of the house. The agent frowns upon hearing this. Those who can afford to buy there are generally unperturbed by such issues. However, he warns her to be prepared for potential buyers to negotiate the price down due to this circumstance. "It's all right. Once we find a buyer, we can adjust the price accordingly, but it shouldn't be too drastic. Just keep that in mind," Nan Mujan responds, careful not to make any absolute statements that might allow others to exploit the situation for a lower price. Then she presents a sketch she hastily drew that morning. "Additionally, I am interested in purchasing a standalone villa in Nanshan Garden." The drawing is based on someone else's description, so it may not be entirely accurate. "All I know is that the house is located on a southern mountain, but I cannot specify which one." Although Nanshan Garden is primarily marketed as luxury real estate, it is situated halfway up a mountain, far from the city, and has not sold particularly well, resulting in many available units and relatively low prices. The intermediary, well acquainted with the circumstances, merely needed to align suitable properties with Nan Mujan's specifications. However, the drawing presented a certain unfamiliarity. The intermediary took the sketch from Nan Mujan's hand and examined it intently. Although it was merely a pencil sketch, the artist's skill rendered every detail vividly clear. The drawing depicted a solitary villa nestled halfway up the mountainside, one side embracing the mountains while the other teetered precariously close to a steep cliff. The entire structure rose 3 stories high, with a protruding small tower that, judging by its windows and doors, exuded an antiquated European castle charm, beautiful yet undeniably dilapidated. "I'm afraid, Ms. Nan, I have no recollection of this villa. I shall consult my colleagues at the office for assistance," the intermediary stated apologetically. Nan Mujan nodded in agreement, requesting that he notify her promptly upon discovering any information. After signing all necessary documents for the sale, Nan Mujan exited the agency, casually inquiring if there were any car rental services nearby. A mere 100 meters to the left led her to the largest chain car rental service in the Western market, where the intermediary continued to offer his cheerful assistance. After securing the necessary van at the rental service, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. The streets remained bustling with traffic but were not congested. Driving her tank into the apartment's underground garage, Nan Mujan felt a surge of anxiety during the journey home. Only upon successfully entering her abode did she exhale a long-held breath, relieved. She was grateful to have avoided any encounters. However, she would have to impose some restrictions on the tank for a while, as it would be unable to venture outside for fear of complaints. The tank, unbothered by its owner's words, reveled in the surroundings infused with her essence, eagerly exploring the various nooks and crannies of the apartment. Seeing its evident satisfaction, Nan Muron felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, this apartment spanned over 200 square meters, providing ample space for the tank to roam. Otherwise, it would surely feel stifled. Upon entering her bedroom, she found everything restored, with even the furniture and window glass replaced. One could not deny that although the housekeeping service charged exorbitant fees, their efficiency was commendable. Pouring herself a glass of her favorite wine, Nan Muron felt a haze of disorientation envelop her. Even a day later, it still felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Yet, to have been reborn and to live as a person, even if only for a day, was already a tremendous blessing. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, she gazed down at the bustling streets below, illuminated by serpentine neon lights, and felt a profound sense of desolation. Such vibrant scenes could not endure for long. Since the onset of the apocalypse, order had crumbled, humanity had deteriorated, and chaos reigned supreme, burning, killing, and looting rampant everywhere. In despair, people could transform into the most terrifying of creatures. To survive, one must possess substantial strength. A slick sensation at her fingertips disrupted her melancholic reverie. Looking at the tank, she said, "Let us choose something for you together." It seemed that only through shopping could she find some semblance of comfort. As she settled back onto the sofa, beckoning the tank to join her, she noticed it remained stagnant on the balcony, unmoving. Observing its noticeably stiff posture, her nose tinged with sadness. Clearly, its instinctual fear stemmed from the Nan family. "There's no need to be afraid. Come sit here," she reassured, patting the space beside her. When the tank remained still, she rose and made her way to the balcony, seating herself beside it on the floor. Wrapping her arms around its head, she opened a shopping app on her phone, inviting her sister to browse together, pledging to purchase anything she fancied. With her embrace, the tank visibly relaxed. Resting its head on her lap while focusing intently on the screen, she ordered 50,000 pounds of dog food, ensuring a variety of brands and flavors to prevent the tank from growing weary of its meals. Freeze-dried treats, specialized milk, a plethora of peculiar snacks, main course and treat cans, dental chews, as well as a range of veterinary health products such as lactoferrin, vitamins, and digestive aids, were all procured in quantities sufficient for 30 years. Additionally, she left no detail overlooked, acquiring dog beds of various sizes and colors, clothing, leashes, little shoes, toys, and even common medications. By the end of her shopping spree, she had spent nearly 4 million. The tank, once brimming with excitement, had succumbed to drowsiness, dozing off in her arms. Nan Muron held it close, leaning back against the soft cushion behind her, soon finding her own breathing steadied, indicating she had drifted off to sleep. It wasn't that she was unwilling to return to her bed, rather, she understood that the overly soft sensation beneath her would prevent her from finding rest. In the depths of slumber, her surroundings morphed into an expanse of blinding white light, her naked body ensnared by various probing devices and tubes, accompanied by the chilling sounds of emotionless voices. "Subject 12089 has perished?" A woman's voice intoned coldly. "Yes. It has been sent for feeding the vines. This is subject 13,047. It has undergone 31 rounds of injections, and its vital signs remain stable." The speaker was a man. And for some inexplicable reason, Nan Muron felt an uncanny familiarity with his voice. Where had she heard it before? There's another that has received 100 injections and remains stable. If it doesn't awaken its abilities, it's merely a waste of resources. What use is it? The woman's tone dripped with evident scorn. The man chuckled softly, remaining silent. 15,000 lab rats over 5 years, and only 10 had survived, each one invaluable. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The secret of her ability to transfer vitality between flora and fauna had been uncovered by the laboratory staff, leading countless researchers excitedly rushing to her location. She could only flee in fear alongside her companion, Xiao Lu, until a critical moment arrived when, unbeknownst to her, Siyu had triggered a blackout in the entire underground facility. Ran, don't be afraid. I will take you away. Siyu's deep, raspy voice resonated, even amidst the darkness, offering her solace. Only Nan Muron knew that after enduring 100 rounds of injections and countless life and death trials, Siyu had awakened extraordinarily rare elemental powers. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth all had awakened, interdependent yet conflicting. If wielded correctly, his powers would never wane, rendering him an invincible presence in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, she, deemed a failure in their eyes, had awakened a rare tri-elemental ability. Chapter 7. The beginning of gathering resources. Thanks to Siyu's profound familiarity with the underground laboratory, she needed only to follow his designated route, employing her mental abilities to detect the presence of personnel, evading pursuers. He could deftly unlock the specially crafted doors with his metal abilities, making their escape surprisingly smooth. It was only when they reached the threshold of the laboratory's exit to the outside world that an overwhelming surge of life force abruptly emerged, rendering their abilities null and void, leaving them powerless to act. They could only watch as researchers and camouflaged individuals brandishing firearms closed in on them. Without hesitation, Siyu pushed Nan Muron towards the exit, urging her to run while he faced the oncoming threat with a short blade in hand. For the first time, Nan Muron realized that Siyu was no ordinary individual. His every movement was calm, precise, and lethal. Regrettably, his body had been ravaged by the laboratory, and in that sterile white space, she found no life force to save him, helplessly witnessing his fall. She remembered his smile, his emaciated body fiercely shielding her behind him. Without a second thought, she dashed back, enveloping him in a tight embrace. In that instant, her seaweed-like hair billowed, swirling with green and white light. As the potent force surged forth, pushing against her while pain began to tear through her body. She could never forget that moment. The eyes of the researchers in white coats fixed upon her, filled with fear, elation, and disbelief. Until she completely shattered, everything in the laboratory was annihilated. Sigh, leaning against the window, found Nan Muron drenched in cold sweat, her expression one of anguish and unrest, until she abruptly awakened. The underground laboratory of yore. The vines they spoke of, and those cold-blooded, ruthless researchers, what truly transpired, Nan Muron would never comprehend, even unto her death. However, she was not in a hurry. In this life, she possessed ample time to unravel the mysteries. As she regained her composure, Nan Muron distinctly sensed abnormalities in both her mind and body. Those who survived the apocalypse invariably bore some scars, and over the 5 years of desolation, she had witnessed many succumb to despair and take their own lives. Yet her situation was markedly different. In addition to inexplicable neurotic responses, she felt an acute sensitivity, a volatile temper, an overwhelming desire for violence, and even a faint, sinister inclination towards destruction. This was indicative of post-traumatic stress disorder. The tank beside her had risen as she struggled in her nightmares. Now, observing her well-being, it nudged its nose forward and gently prodded her arm before resuming its nap in her embrace. Nan Muron was not surprised by her condition. She glanced at her phone to check the time, 3 in the morning. She had barely slept for 2 hours. There was nothing peculiar about this. After spending over a year in the underground laboratory, being able to sleep for an uninterrupted hour was already a luxury. After placing the dog's head on a soft pillow, she rose and entered the bathroom. Standing beneath the warm shower, the water cascaded over every inch of her skin, soothing her entire being. In the mirror opposite her stood a figure of exquisite proportions, skin as flawless as jade, with cascading waves of hair adorning her shoulders, a vision of beauty. Nan Muron stepped closer to the mirror, gazing intently at the unfamiliar body and face before her, realizing this was her appearance. It was not the pallid visage of the apocalypse, nor the sun-kissed skin marred by scars, nor a body riddled with the remnants of suffering. It was only when a gentle nudge from the small Lu on her wrist brought her back to reality that she snapped out of her reverie. Upon returning to the living room, sleep eluded her. She immediately began to accumulate the most time-consuming form of mental sustenance. Her phone, tablet, and computer were all engaged in a frenzied downloading spree. She could hardly be bothered to select. She simply followed the platform's list in order. As dawn broke, the rental company delivered the van she had reserved the previous day. Among the various food items she had ordered were numerous breakfast dishes. So the collection time was set for the morning. Nan Murian first visited the bun shop, where the owner, being attentive to such a valued customer, personally delivered 10 steaming baskets of buns to her vehicle. After securing the buns into her space, she turned to collect youtiao, soy milk, noodle soup, rice noodles, hot rice skin, spicy soup, tofu pudding, scallion pancakes, beef pastries, sauce pancakes, congee, and Hong Kong-style dim sum, among others. A glance at the corner of her 8-layered space revealed an overwhelming array of packaging, which was intolerable for someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Yet the shelves for her recent orders would not arrive for another 5 days, leaving her with no choice but to endure. After 2 hours of running around, Nan Murian returned home in her nearly empty van. At the entrance of the apartment, she spotted Guofei, dressed impeccably in a suit, exuding a calm and serious demeanor. About to press the doorbell. "Fei, why are you out so early?" Guofei expressed surprise at her unusual morning activity, as she typically slept in. Nan Murian smiled as she opened the door, explaining that it was a rare occasion for her to rise early. After they settled at the dining table, Guofei handed her a thick stack of documents, stating, "You do not hold shares in the Nan Qiao Group. After liquidating your other assets, you should have approximately 2.5 billion. However, if you are in a hurry to sell, you may not realize that amount. I will expedite the liquidation of all properties, vehicles, stocks, funds, gold bars, fixed deposits, collectibles, and jewelry. The remaining companies, industries, and your father's patents will require some time. Goodbye, Guofei." Nan Murian felt a pang in her heart. "Fei, thank you." Guofei was momentarily taken aback, thinking her gratitude stemmed from his failure to dissuade her this time. "These are all rightfully yours. You have the authority to decide how to manage them. However, once the money is in hand, be sure to guard it well. Never trust anyone blindly." Nan Murian did not elaborate, lowering her head to sift through the documents for a series of authorization letters requiring her signature, ready to sign without hesitation. A large hand pressed down firmly, halting her movement. "Nan Murian, what's wrong?" she queried, perplexed. "Little fool, you're signing so many documents without even glancing at them?" Guofei sighed, exasperated. Nan Murian chuckled. "Do I need to review the documents you provided? It's unnecessary. If you had ill intentions, I would have been sold off long ago." She harbored no doubts about Guofei. In her previous life, had he not astutely liquidated assets at the last moment, she would never have endured the early days of the apocalypse. Yet, back then, valuables like jewelry, collectibles, and real estate were akin to refuse, and she, despite possessing billions, lived in desolation. Hearing her words, Guofei smiled knowingly, recalling how, as a child, she had trailed behind the professor, calling him brother. "You know, I was wrong back then. I allowed myself to be provoked, spoke many unwise words, and committed numerous foolish acts. Fei, I'm sorry." Reminiscing about her past actions filled Nan Murian with genuine shame, making her apology sincere. Guofei was unconcerned. "You were just a child. Now you understand. Besides, would I hold a grudge against you?" After Nan Murian signed all the documents, she informed Guofei about the Nan family's intentions regarding the inheritance from Shenghui. Guofei was skeptical about the goodwill of the Nan family. For safety's sake, he made a few calls to arrange matters at his firm. "I'll accompany you," he finally declared. Good, Nan Murian thought, with him around, many matters would be simplified. As they drove, the two discussed their approach to dealing with the Nan family. It was straightforward. Guo, the lawyer, would take the lead, while Nan Murian would meekly play the role of the quail. Simultaneously, an accounting firm that had long collaborated with Guo's law firm was heading to the Shenghui Group's finance department. Given the nature of that family of 5, it would be unusual for them not to set a trap for Nan Murian. Guofei could tolerate minor snares, but he would not stand for major pitfalls. Upon arriving at the villa, both felt an unsettling atmosphere within. Nan Murian frowned, concerned that something unexpected might unfold at this critical juncture. Chapter 8. The villa had been located. It wasn't until she saw her aunt approaching with a beaming smile that Nan Murian felt slightly reassured. It seemed the issue lay elsewhere. She discreetly tapped her wrist where the small Lu rested, signaling it to seek out companions for intelligence gathering. Nan S here, please. Have a seat. Her Aunt S tone was gentle, but upon noticing Guofei behind Nan Murian, her expression shifted. If there was anyone the Nan family despised most, it was Guofei. Had he not been incessantly hovering around Nan Murian like a watchdog, they would not have had to endure years of placating her. Moreover, Guofei had tightly controlled the assets belonging to the second branch and the Qiao family, rendering their attempts at coercion and persuasion futile over the years. Guofei was well aware of his unpopularity among the Nan family. However, given the multitude of those who disliked him, they were not significant enough to matter. Furthermore, he was here to fulfill a purpose. If emotions held no utilitarian value, there was no need to care about others' likes or dislikes. Observing the meticulously prepared documents from the Nan family's lawyer, Nan Murian raised an eyebrow, realizing they had been ready to set a trap overnight. Before she could voice her thoughts, Guofei took the documents, skimmed through them, and stated with gravity, "We need to wait." The Nan family's lawyer was no stranger to Guofei. In fact, no one in the legal community of Shishir was unaware of Guofei, professional, composed, sharp, and highly capable. He was acutely aware that, in front of Guofei, the underhanded tactics employed by the Nan family were utterly trivial. The matriarch of the Nan family and their eldest uncle were momentarily taken aback. The documents were all prepared, and all that was needed was for Ran to affix her signature. Before assuming control of Shenghui, it was imperative to conduct a financial audit, whether it was a loss or a profit, whether assets existed or not. A clear explanation was fundamental. Even if Shenghui had diminished in value and could not reach last year's 300 million, it could not be in a state of utter disrepair. Guofei's words were exceedingly candid, sharp, and devoid of any semblance of compassion, which was characteristic of his demeanor. The representative lawyer for the Nan family remained silent. Upon hearing Guofei's remarks, the matriarch and eldest uncle of the Nan family visibly changed their expressions. Indeed, Guofei proved to be a formidable adversary, which explained why the second son and that old man from the Qiao family entrusted all matters to him. However, they had also retained a lawyer. "Are you mute? Not a word to say?" The eldest uncle of the Nan family directed a questioning gaze at the lawyer. Feeling aggrieved, the lawyer retorted bluntly, "What Guo said is entirely accurate." The eldest uncle's hand trembled as he pointed at the lawyer. Ran, this is a family matter. Why have you brought him here?" On the side, Nan Muting redirected her dissatisfaction towards Nan Muron. Embarrassed, Nan Muron weakly replied, "Cousin, you know all my funds are with Brother Fei. I cannot disregard his counsel." Just then, a phone call came in for Guofei. After discerning the investigation results on the other end, his expression turned noticeably colder. As a large chain supermarket, Shenghui's daily revenue hovered around 5 million. Not only was there not a single cent on the books, but they also owed suppliers over 70 million in payments. How had they not gone bankrupt? It seemed these individuals had a lack of foresight, their actions superficial, requiring no effort to probe deeper. Nan Muron feigned ignorance. "Uncle, is Shenghui going bankrupt?" Ran, Shenghui is nothing but a mess. Do not involve yourself. If you wish to work, after graduation, simply intern at Nanqiao. Guofei began to organize his documents, displaying an intention to depart. His words frequently alluded to the Nanqiao group, teasing the taut nerves of the 5 members of the Nan family across the table. Nan Muron appeared somewhat disheartened, her gaze darting between her family and Guofei, embodying a sense of indecision. "Brother Fei, Ran, let us not clean up this mess." Though Guofei's tone was one of reassurance, it was undeniably forceful. The faces of the Nan family shifted dramatically. It was evident that Nan Muron could not overpower Guofei in this matter, a certainty that the Nan family held. The matriarch of the Nan family cast a discreet glare at her eldest daughter-in-law, her meaning unmistakable. "Look at the brilliant idea you've proposed." The eldest aunt of the Nan family silently grumbled, knowing that the matriarch was adept at playing the benevolent role, as if they hadn't entertained such thoughts themselves. Ultimately, the Nan family was compelled to agree to settle the outstanding 70 million owed to the suppliers, after which Guofei reluctantly consented to allow Nan Muron to sign. Watching her sign, the entire Nan family collectively exhaled in relief. In the vehicle leaving the villa district, Guofei reminded Nan Muron with concern regarding the property rights of the 7 supermarkets owned by Shenghui, all of which were under the matriarch's control. And the contract terms had been manipulated to last only until the end of the year, signifying that the lifeblood of Shenghui was still firmly in their grasp. It's fine, I never intended to acquire those properties. Nan Muron was more interested in the goods within the supermarkets and the supply warehouses. In the impending apocalypse, everything else would become obsolete, especially the reinforced concrete that the matriarch guarded so zealously. Guofei smiled but remained silent, sensing that Nan Muron had matured. I liquidated all my overseas shares last night, generating 900 million. I will transfer it to you shortly. Are you truly resolved to sell your shares in Nan Qiao? Yes, I am certain. Nan Muron affirmed with unwavering determination, although Nan Qiao represented her parents' years of hard work in the face of impending doom. Clinging to such assets held no significance. Guofei could not help but exclaim in surprise, anticipating the reactions of the Nan family upon learning this news. Nan Muron was unfazed, her thoughts solely on the 900 million. She was finally wealthy again. At that moment, the sound of the funds arriving was music to her ears. After Guofei's departure, Xiao Lu informed Nan Muron that Nan Muting had secretly opened the graduation gift sent by Qi Li the previous night, which led to a fierce argument between the two, alarming the Qi family at their ancestral home. Upon hearing this, Nan Muron felt a flicker of curiosity about what could provoke Nan Muting to such an extent. However, her curiosity was limited. She would never have any ties with the Qi family in this lifetime, and thus had no desire for anything from them. In comparison, driving her own little van down the path of stockpiling was far more gratifying. As mealtime approached, Nan Muron continued to follow her list, collecting her apocalyptic provisions from one vendor after another. Being a super client, each business owner welcomed her warmly, sending staff to deliver her small van-s supplies, sparing her any labor. After some contemplation, Nan Muron communicated directly with a few suppliers for bulk deliveries, providing them with the address of an empty shop under her name. Once she had procured her food for the day, Nan Muron visited a chain electronics store, purchasing over 100 devices including tablets, computers, and smartphones, as well as 200 supersized hard drives. After all, during the apocalypse, whether in extreme cold or heat, or during endless nights, boredom could be overwhelming. Thus, such mental sustenance was essential. Encountering a bookstore en route, she ventured inside and immediately initiated a sweeping acquisition of books, mindful that during the apocalypse, rain would first wreak havoc on these treasures. This operation astonished the store clerks. It was their first time witnessing such a purchasing spree. Shortly after stepping through her front door, she received a call from the real estate agent, confirming that the ancient European-style villa had been located. Nan Muron could not help but muse that professional matters should indeed be left to professionals. Had she sought it herself, she would likely have exhausted herself in the mountains. As Chapter 9 unfolded, the villa's paperwork was finalized. Upon arriving at the agency, the agent hesitated, eyeing Nan Muron with an unspoken concern. That villa has some issues, he finally divulged. Nan Muron's pupils widened in anticipation of his elaboration. The villa is nestled halfway up Nanhua Mountain. While it appears better than your drawing suggests, locals from the nearby village have labeled it a haunted house. The agent was forthright. I may forego the business, but I will never deceive a client, especially not someone as charming as you. Nan Muron was not taken aback by this revelation, as according to CE, there were indeed still occupants residing in the villa's basement. Have you managed to contact the owner of the villa? The agent appeared momentarily stunned. You still wish to pursue that villa? Of course, but do you have any pictures? I need to confirm that it's the right one. The agent nodded, deeming the request reasonable. However, upon accessing their internal system to view the images, he too was taken aback by the dim lighting, steep cliffs, towering wild grass, and thick dust that indeed gave the impression of a haunted dwelling. Given the scarcity of European-style villas surrounding Shishir, Nan Muron instantly recognized that she had not made a mistake. It was the very one C had mentioned. She turned to the agent, inquire about the price. If it's agreeable, I will pay immediately. The agent contemplated advising her against it, but seeing her unwavering determination, he dismissed the thought and turned to negotiate with the villa's owner. During the call, Upon hearing the quoted price, the agent did not immediately relay it to Nan Muron. Instead, he unhesitatingly initiated a counteroffer. He meticulously analyzed the market situation for the other party, presenting facts and reasoning regarding that dilapidated villa, passionately expounding for half an hour until the other party was on the verge of losing their temper. Nan Muron watched the earnest efforts of the young agent with a knowing smile, reaffirming her belief that there are still many good people in the world. The minimum price was set at $1,500,000, with no room for negotiation. The seller insisted that any lower offer would not be entertained. The agent, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at Nan Muron, acknowledging that from his professional perspective, the property was not worth that price. However, Nan Muron was quite pleased and declared that she was ready to sign the contract and proceed with the paperwork. "All right. I will arrange for the property owner to come over," the agent responded, clearly surprised. The owner of the villa, a woman in her 40s, was equally astonished to learn that this property, which had been on the market for 5 years without any inquiries, had finally found a buyer. With this sale, her son's future marital home was secured, and she felt that her ancestors had done a good deed. Both parties were satisfied, and thus the basic procedures were completed that very day. Once the transfer was finalized, the villa would belong to Nan Muron. The agent mentioned that the transfer process would take 5 to 7 days, to which Nan Muron expressed her understanding. "Now, please show me the standalone villa at Nanshan that you mentioned." After the signing woman departed, Nan Muron turned to the agent with a smile. Upon hearing her words, the young agent appeared momentarily stunned, before whispers began to circulate among the staff in the back of the office, all believing that this agent had struck gold. "Let's go. I have a tight schedule," Nan Muron urged. Hearing this, the agent quickly nodded, and since he had driven over, Nan Muron left her car behind. It was undeniable that this young agent was quite professional, accurately grasping the needs of his clients. Almost at first glance, Nan Muron knew that this villa was precisely what she desired. The villa was located at the far end of the Nanshan community, nestled against the foothills, boasting a high elevation and splendid views. It featured courtyards both front and back, spanning approximately 300 square meters over 2 floors, with an additional 2 levels underground. The lower level housing a 200 square meter basement, which, despite its dimness, was ideal for stockpiling supplies. Furthermore, the developer had provided soft furnishings, making it ready for immediate occupancy, a tremendous convenience. The asking price for this villa was set at a minimum of $12 million. After the sales personnel presented the price, Nan Muron did not respond immediately but instead turned to the silent young agent beside her. The agent quickly grasped her intent and remarked to the saleswoman, "That building over there was also purchased by my client, and I recall offering a 2% discount at the time." The beautiful saleswoman was momentarily speechless, taken aback by this unexpected negotiation tactic. Yet, Nan Muron simply smiled and stated, "Let us proceed with that price, and if possible, I will pay in full today." The saleswoman, recovering her composure in less than a second, nodded decisively. Nan Muron promptly followed her to process the payment. Observing Nan Muron effortlessly swipe over $10 million without batting an eye, the young agent discreetly calculated his commission for the following month, feeling a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Consequently, on the way back, he could hardly suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Are you this happy?" Nan Muron, rarely inclined to engage in conversation, asked. The agent shyly scratched his head and replied, "I'm quite happy. With the commission from these 2 properties, I'll be able to send money back home for my parents to build a new house." Coming from a rural background, he lacked resources and connections, making life in Shishir quite burdensome. Additionally, his job was not one with guaranteed income, which constantly left him feeling uneasy. However, having dealt with numerous clients, the young agent had developed a keen eye. He could tell that Nan Muron was straightforward and reasonable, unlikely to entertain any thoughts of undermining his commission, which encouraged him to be candid. "You must work hard. Once you sell the standalone villa at Dingchenjiwan, your commission will increase even more," Nan Muron said with a warm and polite smile. The services provided were clearly priced, and she felt entirely satisfied with the service she received, believing there was no issue with the money spent. The agent nodded, his eyes brightening even further. Just imagining the excitement of a commission of 65 million was enough to spur him on. After purchasing the properties, Nan Muron went directly to the headquarters of Shanghui Group. Wang Yu, the general manager, had been with the Nan family for many years. He was somewhat aware of the complex matters surrounding the Nan family, so he had no particular thoughts about the sudden change in ownership. Please call over the head of the procurement department, she instructed. Wang Yu, momentarily taken aback, initially thought that Nan Muron had discovered some wrongdoing in the procurement department. However, after listening to her intentions, his brows furrowed tightly. The procurement of staple goods such as rice, flour, oil, beverages, and non-perishables could be doubled, which he could reluctantly accept. However, increasing the orders for perishables like fruits, vegetables, eggs, meat, milk, yogurt, and frozen foods, particularly those that would be consumed the same day, to double the usual quantity would result in spoilage. Little boss, even combined. Our 7 stores can't consume this much, he protested. Nan Muron nodded, but did not offer an explanation. Simply proceed as I have instructed. Wang Yu persisted. This procurement quantity would suffice for a month. It would spoil. Rest assured, Uncle Wang, I know what I am doing, Nan Muron replied with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this address, Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. She had called him that during her father's time, and hearing it now felt surreal. Observing her determined demeanor, he found it hard to voice a refusal, only sighing, very well, little boss, I will arrange it as soon as possible. The following morning, trucks began arriving at Xinghui's storage facility on the outskirts of the city. Nan Muron drove over from her apartment, waiting in one of the empty warehouses. As the incoming goods were moved in, she would promptly collect them into her space. Once all the delivery trucks had departed, the 3 enormous warehouses remained empty. Nan Muron stretched, realizing she would need to return again early the next morning. On the 7th day after receiving all the goods, she received notification from the young agent that the property certificate for the villa in the mountains had been successfully transferred. Another piece of good news was that a buyer had been found for the Nan family's villa at Dingchenjiwan. Chapter 10. A Helping Hand. After obtaining the property certificate for the hillside villa that day, she planned to visit it. The young agent accompanied her to the villa, and standing in front of what she had envisioned as a vintage European-style villa of blue bricks, Nan Muron felt a profound sense of reassurance. She knew that as long as she waited here in this life, she would surely see Ci again. Upon opening the grand entrance, a musty odor assaulted her nostrils. After traversing the approximately 15-square-meter entrance garden and circumventing the foyer, they entered a vast horizontal hall, an expansive space exceeding 100 square meters, eerily empty. The glaring sunlight filtered through the dust-covered south-facing windows, casting a dim and oppressive atmosphere over the entire room. Above the fireplace, an ancient portrait hung, draped in cobwebs, swaying ominously in the air. For some unknown reason, the temperature inside the villa was notably low, with occasional chilly drafts causing involuntary shivers. As she stepped onto the living room floor, her feet left distinct imprints in the thick dust. The young agent, who had entered alongside her, changed expressions several times. Realizing that for 1,500,000, this purchase was indeed a significant loss. Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from the corner as the wooden door of the kitchen's maid quarters swung open abruptly, crashing against the wall before bouncing back, continuing to sway ominously. The unexpected disturbance startled the young agent, causing him to instinctively rub his arms where goosebumps had formed, his face paling in response. As Nan Muron observed his evident fear, she gently suggested, "You should wait for me in the car outside. I wish to remain here alone for a while." Despite his overwhelming trepidation, the young agent felt reluctant to abandon her, leaving a solitary girl in the villa. "It's all right, I am not afraid," Nan Muron reassured him with a soothing tone. Once left alone in the grand yet eerie villa, she slowly walked to the center of the living room, her gaze lifting towards the precariously hanging, enormous brass chandelier. Suddenly, an unsettling sound echoed from an unknown corner of the villa, accompanied by a chilling draft that sent shivers down her spine. Yet, Nan Muron remained steadfast. Showing no sign of fear, she even turned to face the window, attempting to absorb the warmth of the sunlight. "I have purchased this villa. The renovation crew will arrive tomorrow. I will not be intimidated by your little antics, and I can even pinpoint your location. Earlier, Xiao Lu had warned her of signs of habitation in the attic and basement. Coupled with the tales recounted by Siyi in her previous life, Nan Muron could surmise the identity of the presence. Her gentle voice reverberated through the empty room, causing the previously unsettling noises to abruptly cease, as if contemplating her words. The person you wish to save can only be saved by me, Nan Muron continued, and you have but one opportunity. After a moment, a man's silhouette appeared at the kitchen doorway. You claim you can save her? He inquired. Nan Muron turned slowly, revealing a man approximately 175 meters tall, with a robust physique, dressed in a somewhat tattered, faded olive green uniform. His hair was uneven, with the right side obscured by bangs, and a grotesque scar marred the left side of his face, stretching from his brow to his jaw like a crimson centipede. In such a dim and strange setting, a normal person would be frightened to the core upon a fleeting glance. Yes, I can save her, Nan Muron affirmed, locking her gaze with his. To save her, I would offer my life. The man's voice was low and cold. He found this extraordinarily beautiful girl unsettling, yet could not disregard her words. If she could indeed save his wife, he was willing to pay any price. What Nan Muron saw was precisely this affirmation. Deal. The man was named Jia Wu, formerly a member of a top-tier international mercenary group. After being targeted by enemies who annihilated his family, he returned just in time to rescue his dying wife. Although he later avenged his family by decimating the rival gang, it could not restore the lives lost. Following his vengeance, to evade a lifetime of pursuit, he brought his wife to this territory of mercenaries and assassins, but without legal status, they could not lead a normal life. Thus, they had hidden in this villa for years. Nan Muron was aware of these events from her previous life, where Jiawu had assisted Siyi and the others to escape the basement for the first time. Unfortunately, they ultimately fell victim to the abilities of the supernatural beings nurtured in the underground laboratory. This time around, Nan Muron was willing to extend a helping hand because Siyi had spoken highly of Jiawu as a true man. Furthermore, she needed a trustworthy mentor to instruct her in combat, weaponry, and the art of killing, and Jiawu, with his background as an elite mercenary, was the optimal choice. Carry her to the grass in the backyard, Nan Muron instructed calmly. Jiawu's expression shifted, his dark eyes filled with skepticism. This girl seemed remarkably familiar with the villa. Nan Muron smiled at him. I have many tasks to accomplish today. Please be swift. The backyard was scarcely 50 square meters, overrun with weeds that towered above a person. One misstep could lead to a bottomless precipice. Nan Muron took the mat from Jiawu's hands and laid it on the grass in the center of the yard. He gently placed the woman down. Perhaps due to her prolonged confinement to bed sustained by nutrient solutions, she appeared frail, her beautiful visage devoid of color, as if she might shatter at any moment. Her condition was dire. Today, she could only be roused, and the area below her neck would need more time. Nan Muron grasped the woman's delicate hand, closed her eyes to concentrate all her energy, and the small lu on her wrist began to emit a faint green glow. Jiawu felt a resounding clang in his mind as the phrase "wake her up" echoed repeatedly. The white threads entwined with the ethereal green vitality became faintly visible under the sunlight. All the weeds in the backyard began to grow at a visibly accelerated rate, centering around Nan Muron and the woman, before withering away in an instant, as if they had lived through their entire life cycle. Jiawu thought he was losing his mind. What was he witnessing? Celestial magic? Or witchcraft? It was impossible. Such phenomena were forbidden since the establishment of the nation. Only when nearly all the flora in the backyard had wilted, threatening to spill over the cliff, did Nan Muron slowly open her eyes. She had exhausted all her abilities, collapsing onto the ground from sheer fatigue. Take her to a shaded area. The sunlight here is too intense and may harm her eyes. Hearing her words, Jiawu, still entranced by the preceding spectacle, finally reacted. He hurriedly lifted his wife and carried her into a small, inconspicuous room in the furthest corner of the villa. Once he laid her on the bed, after a few minutes, the woman's long eyelashes fluttered gently before she gradually opened her eyes. By May, you're awake. Jiawu exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at his wife. Nan Muron let out a sigh of relief. She has awakened, but speaking and vision will require some time to recover. After 2 years of coma, it is natural that she cannot return to normalcy instantly. Jiawu turned, kneeling before Nan Muron without hesitation. And in a moment of dazed gratitude, he bowed his head 3 times. Thank you, truly thank you. Chapter 11. A Price Beyond Reach. Nan Muron hurriedly assisted him to his feet. There is no need for such grand gestures of gratitude. Your saving my wife is akin to saving our entire family. Jiawu replied, his voice thick with emotion. Nan Muron nodded. I will provide you with an opportunity to repay this debt. Uncertain of Jiawu's sentiments regarding his past, she refrained from immediately disclosing her plans. By the way, a renovation company will arrive at the villa tomorrow. How do you intend to arrange things? There is a cave with hot springs on the mountain behind the villa. We can stay there, Jiawu suggested promptly. That will suffice. Due to her connection with Siyi, Nan Muron was willing to place her trust in Jiawu to the extent possible, while simultaneously unafraid of potential betrayal. For his wife's desire to survive depended on him. Additionally, she had Xiao Lu. Should he harbor any ill intentions, Xiao Lu could swiftly handle the situation. Upon exiting the villa, she noticed the young agent standing anxiously at the entrance, his face etched with concern. Let us head back together, she smiled at him. The agent, relieved to see Nan Muron emerge safely, sighed in relief. All right. During their journey, the agent briefly mentioned the individual interested in purchasing the villa in Dingcheng Garden South. He was a wealthy newcomer who had made his fortune through lending platforms over the past 2 years, somewhat ruthless, and had quoted a direct price of 60 million. Nan Muron nodded. Individuals of such stature were often unscrupulous, their hands stained in one way or another, making them quite suitable for dealings with the Nan family. Tell him 64 million, not a cent less. If he agrees, we can proceed with the paperwork. If not, we will wait for the next buyer. The more such individuals craved recognition from high society, the more likely they were to accept this price, and Nan Muron was betting on the fact that he would comply. No problem. Upon hearing the price quoted by Nan Muron, the intermediary was filled with confidence about sealing the deal. As anticipated, the other party readily agreed after considering her offer, and the 2 parties promptly scheduled a time to finalize the paperwork. The following day, when Nan Muron arrived at the agency and laid eyes on the burly buyer clad in a black suit, bald with a golden chain, and exuding a distinctly streetwise demeanor, her satisfaction deepened. Such a figure was precisely what was needed to rein in the ungrateful and cowardly elements of the Nan family. After completing the formalities, Nan Muron proceeded to the 22nd floor of a core commercial building in the West City high-tech zone, where a security company named Tiandun was located. The head of the company could not suppress a chuckle upon hearing her requirements. Your demands exceed even those for constructing a doomsday bunker. Not to mention the absolute security measures within and outside the premises, the self-service utilities, and the 6 harmony system, the fact that the entire exterior, including the roof, foundation, and basement, would be reinforced with ultra-thick steel plates was already quite extreme. Furthermore, she insisted on using the world's top-tier bulletproof and explosion-proof glass for the windows, employing first-rate thermal insulation materials for both the exterior and interior, and incorporating an elevator along with numerous concealed mechanisms. Essentially, she envisioned transforming the residence into a comfortable yet lethal steel box. Not only would it withstand small arms and light weaponry, but even a main battle tank would be forced to concede defeat. Given the nature of your request, I can only assume your company has dealt with such projects frequently in the past, Nan Muron stated calmly. After all, regardless of the wealth one possesses, the greatest fear remains the loss of life while still holding on to riches. Thus, over recent years, many affluent individuals around the world, including domestically, have sought to create doomsday shelters, though few have been exposed by the media. The head of the company nodded with a smile. Acknowledging the cleverness of the wealthy clientele, we will gladly accept your order and ensure your satisfaction. After transferring a prepayment of 15 million, they would commence work the next day, with a completion timeline of precisely 1 month. Upon leaving the Tiandun Group, Nan Muron made her way to the most upscale home design firm in the West City. She had already meticulously sketched out the interior design and layout for the villa, requiring only that the firm follow her plans. However, despite her efforts to simplify the process, the final expense still amounted to a staggering 5 million. With these arrangements in place, she began stockpiling supplies in her spatial vault, only notifying Wang Yu to restore Xinghui's procurement levels once the supermarket within the dimensional space was filled to capacity, encompassing a full 4 layers and a total of 100,000 cubic meters. This peculiar series of actions persisted for a fortnight, leaving Wang Yu feeling as though his hair had turned white from stress. Of course, he later recognized the oddities within the situation. As the actual manager of Shenghui Group, he was acutely aware that the goods Nan Muron had ordered had not entered the supermarket's circulation. He remained uncertain as to their actual destination, but he was confident that no one else would detect any discrepancies, as Xinghui's warehouses were sufficiently spacious, with suppliers frequently coming and going. Wang Yu was a man of discretion and did not pry further, even taking the time to remind the warehouse personnel to maintain vigilance. In his view, as long as Xinghui Group continued to operate normally, his own livelihood was secure. After resolving the supermarket's inventory, as Nan Muron began to accumulate other items from her list, she felt immensely grateful to have secured Xinghui. The suppliers below the supermarket were indeed invaluable assets during such critical times. Who could have imagined that a rice seller could also procure gas supplies, or that a fruit vendor would pivot to selling saplings? The meat seller managed to find a clothing supplier, while the vendors of daily necessities and outdoor gear turned out to be the same entity. Even those dealing in jet skis, boats, coal, and oil could be unearthed by them. Observing the nearly completed list within less than half a month, Nan Muron had to concede that the world was an expansive network of connections. Acquiring bulk supplies through acquaintances meant that a simple phone call could deliver goods right to her doorstep, often at significantly discounted prices. The ease and comfort of her procurement left her astounded, yet after this frenzied accumulation, she found herself with just over $1 billion remaining. At this opportune moment, Nan Qiao's stocks were sold, netting a total of $18 billion. It was evident that Guolu played a significant role in this figure. Initially, Nan Muron intended to transfer the surplus directly to Guofei, but upon contemplating the impending apocalypse, she realized that giving him money would be of little use, thus abandoning that thought. With everything prepared on her end, Nan Muron began to contemplate her upcoming international journey. Linguistically, she was proficient, however. As she was seeking to purchase hazardous items, it wouldn't do to shout her intentions on the streets. Moreover, many of the items she desired were subject to purchasing restrictions abroad. Therefore, having a well-connected acquaintance was essential. After much deliberation, she suddenly thought of Guofei, who had encountered contacts during previous cross-border merger projects. Regardless of the location, the connections of top-tier lawyers typically span both legitimate and illicit realms, making them quite useful. Want to visit there? Excellent. I just happen to have a friend who speaks Mandarin fluently. This will make things much easier for you, Guofei replied without hesitation, fully trusting Nan Muron's intentions, especially since she often traveled abroad for inspiration in her artwork. After arranging for the tank to be secured with Guofei, Nan Muron felt reassured and booked her flight. While on the airplane, she suddenly remembered that her graduation ceremony was just a few days away. The thought brought a bittersweet smile to her face. With the impending apocalypse, what good would a diploma do? It seemed far less practical than a simple pack of instant noodles. Upon arrival, she was greeted outside the airport by a tall, muscular man with striking blue eyes, blonde hair, and a prominent nose, named Ivan. He was a classmate Guofei had met during an exchange program in China, and they shared over a year of camaraderie. Upon seeing Nan Muron, Ivan's surprise was palpable. She was stunningly beautiful. You must be Guo's sister? Yes, I'll be relying on you for the next few days, Nan Muron replied, delighted to hear his impeccable Mandarin. However, when Ivan learned of her mission, he looked taken aback. Does your country really need these items? It's utterly unnecessary. Nan Muron had to fabricate a story about needing them for self-defense during a planned trip to Africa, and she insisted he keep it a secret from Guofei, even mentioning specific weapon models that were prohibited for private transactions. Although Ivan's mind raced with refusals, the beauty of her eyes rendered him speechless, and he found himself unable to utter a single word of denial. Thus, Nan Muron successfully connected with the largest arms dealer in the area. The bearded man eagerly showcased what it meant to operate in a world where if one had the money, he would risk his life to deliver the goods. Not only firearms and artillery, but even main battle tanks and the latest fighter jets were available for purchase. As Nan Muron contemplated the idea of acquiring a fighter jet, the dealer casually demonstrated the capabilities of an aircraft hovering overhead, conducting a long-range fire coverage exercise. All right, perhaps that is a bit tempting, she mused. But her wild aspirations were dashed the moment she heard the price. How much? What are you asking? Nan Muron's voice had never been so resonant, filled with astonishment. 500 million, he replied, extending 5 fingers to emphasize the figure. Instantly, her spirits deflated. As much as she admired the allure of the equipment, the reality of her financial limitations struck hard. Her incredulity grew. It turned out that this charming piece of machinery came with a staggering price tag. She could only imagine how many millions that last salvo must have cost. Truly, the dealer was a formidable figure in his own right. Chapter 12. A desire to learn the art of killing. In the end, Nan Muron expended 150 million to furnish her space with a plethora of various weapons on the second floor. The bearded elder brother, finding her irresistibly adorable, generously gifted her an entire carriage of ammunition, which delighted her immensely. She repeatedly bowed in gratitude, clearly displaying that this gesture brought him even greater joy than it did her. Subsequently, she casually swept through the area, gathering an assortment of provisions, barbecue, cake, pancakes, pastries, pierogi, beef strips, ham, chocolate, wafers, milk, and the like, each totaling 500 portions. The primary reason for such abundance was her inability to consume much, deeming excess as wasteful. Naturally, she did not overlook alcohol, particularly vodka, for which she procured 2,000 bottles. In total, after her various exploits, she ended up buying 5,000 bottles of liquor. Ivan, observing her steadfastly swiping her card, could not help but shake his head in disbelief. This little fairy was extraordinarily extravagant. Due to time constraints, Nan Muron only lingered for 5 days before departing. However, she did not head directly back to the West City, but instead journeyed consecutively to the Eastern Province, the capital city, the coastal city, and the island city, even making a detour to the island nation and the pickled vegetable country. Her intent was clear, to spend a few days in each locale, indulging in an unabashed shopping spree for deli meats, various ingredients, and local specialties without omission. Especially in the island nation and the pickled vegetable country, aside from hoarding local delicacies without restraint, she nearly emptied their essential supplies, spending a staggering 12 billion in those 2 places alone. Of course, she contemplated the possibility of a zero-cost acquisition, but with the current robust legal framework, formidable security systems, and the omnipresent surveillance, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. To claim that her spending lacked any ulterior motive towards ensuring the survival of those left behind in the apocalypse would be a statement she herself could not believe. This deeply ingrained national animosity was inescapable. After all, she was indeed the beloved daughter of her homeland, and one could understand her sentiments upon reflection. By the time she returned home to West City, it had already been 20 days. After settling her remaining balance with the Tian, she found herself with just over 3 million left in her pocket. Once she dropped off her luggage, she first visited the villa at Nanshan Yuan. Since the only renovations required were the doors, windows, basement, and some security installations, which were relatively straightforward, the Tian team had already completed their work early. Upon gazing at the concealed entrance to the basement, Nan Muron took it upon herself to create a small mechanical lock, embellishing the mechanism with a picturesque landscape relief. A jade-white waterfall cascaded gracefully from above, flanked by steep cliffs and lush greenery. After admiring the artwork on the wall, she turned and entered the hidden basement. She proceeded to set up the shelves in the space, methodically arranging her provisions. Anything that could be stored long-term was placed neatly along the shelves. She even reserved a long section for children's toys, a full rack of infant formula and medications specifically for children. Ultimately, the last 3 rows of shelves were filled with large barrels of water, and she covered an entire wall with water supplies. The 200-square-meter basement was teeming with resources, leaving only a narrow passage for a person to navigate between the shelves. After completing this task, she checked the kitchen in the villa, where 3 brand-new refrigerators were already operational. However, she refrained from placing items inside, as the apocalypse was still over a month away. and premature storage could lead to spoilage. Once her duties were finished, she returned to her apartment with the tank, but alas, it was hardly 2 days of peace before unwelcome visitors arrived. After stowing the tank in her bedroom, Nan Muron opened the door for Nan Muting. Ranfan, what have you been busy with lately? Grandma called you home, yet you haven't gone, often going off the grid. Nan Muting took a seat on the sofa and began to survey the apartment, her jealousy boiling beneath the surface. This apartment was among the finest in West City, one she had coveted for a long time but had never been able to acquire. Do you need something? Nan Muron asked, her patience waning. Nan Muting frowned slightly. Feigning surprise, Ranfan, have you forgotten what tomorrow is? Tomorrow? July 15th. What day is that? Nan Muron replied, utterly oblivious. It's Li Ji's birthday banquet. Didn't he send you an invitation? Upon considering this possibility, Nan Muting felt a surge of delight. Before Nan Muron could respond, her phone rang. It was Chili calling. Without hesitation, she answered and put it on speaker. Ranfan, for my birthday banquet tomorrow, I'll come to the apartment to pick you up at 3 in the afternoon. Chili's tone was gentle, yet the implication was unmistakable. Nan Muting, overhearing, nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Nan Muron suppressed the urge to laugh and outright declined. No need, I have something to attend to during the day. I'll come over in the evening. Chili appeared momentarily taken aback in his memory. Nan Muron would typically shy away from intimate gestures between them, but would never so directly reject his kindness. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Without granting him another opportunity to speak, Nan Muron hung up the phone. Nan Muting stared at her in astonishment. Ranfan, why did you hang up on Li Go? And so? Nan Muron retorted coolly. The chief family and Li Go, they're quite significant. You ought to be more courteous. Nan Muting attempted to assert that the chief family was the foremost family in West City and should be catered to, but upon meeting Nan Muron's calm gaze, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. If they are dissatisfied, they can certainly express it directly. Why should I demean myself and sacrifice my dignity for their convenience? What say you, cousin? Listening to the veiled implications in Nan Muron's words, Nan Muting awkwardly laughed, unable to muster a rebuttal. Since I understand what you wish to convey, I shan't keep you for dinner. By the way, I plan to go to the villa to pick up the tank in a few days. Please inform Grandma. Nan Muron unhesitatingly issued her dismissal, her tone cold and devoid of warmth. To deter Nan Muting from lingering, she deliberately mentioned the tank. Infuriated by Nan Muron's attitude, Nan Muting could only leave with a scowl, thinking of the tank, a scrappy dog that had long since disappeared. And Nan Muron, just you wait. With tomorrow's banquet, I will drag you into the mire and ruin your reputation, turning you into the laughingstock of the upper echelons of West City. Her eyes glinted with malice, and Nan Muron could see clearly that Nan Muting was intent on seeking her ruin. Well then, she mused, while she couldn't directly take her life, a little interest in return would suffice. The next morning, Nan Muron first made her way to the hillside villa. The quality of Tion Dun's work was indeed exceptional. Merely observing the walls over a meter thick instilled a profound sense of security. It will take 3 more days to complete the project leader informed her. The villa's interior decoration was also being carried out simultaneously, featuring the new Chinese style that Nan Muron desired, primarily in walnut tones. Disliking white, she opted for darker hues throughout the villa. Additionally, due to the installation of reinforced steel plates and insulation on the interior walls, the living room, dining area, and various rooms appeared slightly smaller, yet exuded a cozy ambience. Ascending to the second floor, which was her private domain, she noted that a separate staircase had been constructed as per her specifications. The original corridor railing had been transformed into a wall, leaving only 2 glass windows, thus enclosing the space within the renovated living area. Standing by the window, she could overlook the entire first floor of the villa. On one side of the living room lies a study, a shared bathroom, and a private gym. On the other side is Nan Muron's master bedroom, accompanied by an expansive walk-in closet, complete with an ensuite bathroom and a 10-square-meter bathing pool. After scrutinizing the details, Nan Muron expressed her satisfaction. Upon leaving the villa, she headed straight to the cave where Jiawu resided. As soon as she entered, she was taken aback. Today, Jiawu donned a brand new military green leisure outfit, his uneven hair neatly shorn. Despite the gruesome scars on his face, he appeared significantly more refreshed, no longer frightening at first glance. Perhaps it was merely an adjustment to his new appearance that left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Jiawu seemed a bit shy. "This looks splendid," Nan Muran remarked with a smile. On one side, Bai Mei, seated in a wheelchair, was visibly stunned. The girl who had rescued her was remarkably young and beautiful. As she gazed at Nan Muran, her eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. "Miss Nan, thank you." It was then that Nan Muran noticed her. Indeed, Bai Mei was strikingly beautiful, her eyes captivating. "You have recovered remarkably well." "It is thanks to his care," Bai Mei replied, glancing at Jia Wu, her eyes glistening. Jia Wu hastily lowered his head to wipe her tears. Observing the affectionate exchange between the couple, Nan Muran couldn't help but smile. "Indeed, you are our couple's great benefactor. If it weren't for you." Tears streamed down Bai Mei's face as she recalled their past struggles and the harrowing 2 years her husband had endured, barely clinging to life. "You need not be overly polite. Speaking of which, I have matters for you to assist with," Nan Muran stated. "Please do tell," the couple responded eagerly. Nan Muran regarded them thoughtfully. "I have a rough idea of your past circumstances and am aware of Jia Wu's identity. Therefore, I wish to learn the skills he possesses." Both were momentarily taken aback. The skills of Jia Wu? Was she referring to the ability to kill? This Miss Nan, resembling a celestial being, how could she desire to acquire such capabilities? "Precisely what you are thinking. I wish to learn to wield a gun to fight. And even to kill," Nan Muran articulated deliberately. In her previous life, during the apocalypse, she had initially survived through sheer ferocity. Later, she was fortunate to awaken plant-based abilities and began to fight using her powers, yet she had never undergone physical training. Thus, when her abilities were restrained in the underground laboratory, she found herself utterly powerless. Given a second chance, she must alter this reality, even devoid of all assistance. She needed to possess a formidable self capable of battling until the end. Chapter 13, Commencing the Downfall of Scoundrels. Bai Mei cast a worried glance at Jia Wu. However, Jia Wu did not hesitate. As a man of honor, he would naturally keep his word. "Very well, I shall teach you." "Thank you, rest assured." "I pursue this knowledge solely for self-defense," Nan Muran clarified, aware of the discomfort of discussing the impending apocalypse, but wanting to ease their unease. Bai Mei, however, held fewer reservations and gently advised, "Miss Nan, such a life, fraught with bloodshed and peril, is wholly unsuitable for you." Nan Muran smiled at Bai Mei. Yet her heart ached with bitterness, knowing that in due time, all who survived would inevitably face such a fate. After confirming Jia Wu's willingness to instruct her, Nan Muran was eager to begin, yet considering the evening's banquet at the Qi family, she had to postpone her training until the following morning. That afternoon, she casually donned a dark green gown and drove directly to the Qi family estate. She had a premonition that Nan Muting would cause a scene at Qi Li's birthday banquet. Reflecting on her childhood visits to the Qi family home, she lamented that after her parents' tragic plane accident when she was 12, the Qi family had seldom invited her over. The engagement with Qi Li remained, primarily to secure the patent rights of Nan Xiao. Upon entering the main banquet hall, her striking appearance, tall and graceful, drew the attention of everyone present. Even in her simple attire and understated makeup, Qi Qing and Qi Li rushed to greet her as soon as she arrived. "Our Ran Ran is the most beautiful," Qi Qing exclaimed, clad in a resplendent red gown, her smile radiant. Nan Muran held a favorable impression of Qi Qing and did not shy away from her compliment. "Sister Qing is also quite lovely." "Of course, as an elder sister, one must be beautiful," Qi Qing responded, leading Nan Muran toward the gathering of the Qi family. Her demeanor was protective and nurturing, treating Nan Muran as one of her own. Those in the banquet hall, familiar with the engagement between the Nan and Qi families, found nothing unusual in their camaraderie. In a corner, Nan Muting glowered at the enchanting figure of Nan Muran, who appeared to belong to a different realm, her hand gripping a glass of juice trembling. "Mind your demeanor," reminded Nan Mufeng, his tone indifferent. "Why harbor jealousy for that fool? Do not forget, you are the one holding the cards. Brother, are you prepared?" Nan Muting's eyes glinted with malice. "Today, She intended not only to leverage her pregnancy to compel the Qi family to acknowledge her, but also to ruin Nan Muran's reputation. Nan Mufeng raised an eyebrow. Smugly confident. When have I failed to handle your affairs? He instructed the media to be ready, disregarding all consequences, set up the cameras, and double the payment. Nan Muting's venomous gaze remained fixed on Nan Muran. Upon receiving her brother's affirmative response, she adjusted her smile and approached Nan Muran with 2 glasses of fruit wine. Ran, let us share a toast. Qi Qing scoffed dismissively, unhesitatingly mocking. Who are you to play hostess here? Nan Muran gently tugged at Qi Qing's arm. With a subtle shift of her mental energy, the contents of the 2 glasses in Nan Muting's hands exchanged in a remarkably delicate manner. Once assured that the glasses were switched, Nan Muran extended her hand to accept. Very well. Nan Muting internally rejoiced as they clinked glasses and both drank heartily. Sister Qing, my grandmother is over there. Ran has been quite busy lately and hasn't had the chance to visit. She misses her, Nan Muting said, utilizing the matriarch of the Nan family to shield her ulterior motives. Understanding her intentions, Nan Muran complied, and they made their way to a secluded corner at the back of the banquet hall. Were we not meant to visit grandmother? She inquired, feigning confusion. Nan Muting seemed to realize, aren't you the one who cherishes peace? I deliberately sought an excuse to bring you here. Suddenly, Nan Muting felt a wave of dizziness wash over her head heavy and her body growing weak until she collapsed. Feeling fatigued? Perfect time to rest here before your scheduled performance, Nan Muran said, slowly rising to return to the banquet hall. She surveyed the room. The Nan family matriarch and the Nanping couple were present, yet Nan Mufeng was conspicuously absent, suggesting his involvement in the unfolding scheme. Shortly after Nan Muran left, a man approached, lifting the unconscious Nan Muting and carrying her towards the guest rooms at the back of the Qi estate. As all gathered at the heart of the banquet, preparing to cut the cake, the media present suddenly received an alarming notification. There was scandalous news regarding the young lady of the Nan family from the guest rooms. The journalists exchanged glances, fully aware that they were in the Qi family's estate, and even substantial news would depend on the host family's stance. Yet, some unscrupulous reporters, motivated by money, swiftly set up cameras, intent on broadcasting live from the guest room. Before anyone could react, screams erupted from the vicinity of the guest rooms. Miss Nan Muting, made a scandalous appearance alongside the notorious playboy of Shishir, completely unclothed, on a live broadcast. The audience, quick to react, recorded the incident as it unfolded. In an instant, the host family, the Qi family, the involved Nan family, and the Zhuang family became the talk of the town in Shishir. Following the incident, Nan Muting's exquisite, fair form was plastered across various tabloids. Given that the event transpired at the Qi residence, the Qi family was inevitably obliged to provide an explanation. The banquet was abruptly halted, and aside from the 3 implicated families, all other guests tactfully exited. The Qi family is currently led by the matriarch, a woman of noble descent, known for her formidable and haughty demeanor. The commotion in the Qi ancestral home would certainly not pass without her scrutiny. It was not long before the events were thoroughly unraveled within half an hour. The blunt Qi Qing, upon failing to find the instigator Nan Mufeng, in a fit of rage, directly slapped the involved party, Nan Muting, exclaiming, "You wretched creature! How could you stoop so low as to engage in such disgraceful behavior in my ancestral home? Was it you, Nan Muran? Was it you?" Nan Muting, disregarding the sting on her face, fixed her gaze intently on the quietly observing Nan Muran. Nan Muran, with an air of indifference, responded, "What exactly have I done? Did I arrange a rendezvous with young Master Zhuang, or perhaps pay the media to broadcast live, or slip something into your drink? Was it not you who brought this upon yourself?" Nan Muting screamed in fury, convinced that the entire debacle was linked to Nan Muran. The stark contrast between Nan Muran's graceful demeanor and her frenzied outburst was striking. With a sigh of disappointment, Nan Muran remarked, "This outcome only reflects your own self-inflicted misfortune." "You little harlot, what are you implying?" Nan family's matriarch surged forward, intent on striking Nan Muran. Qili, witnessing the situation, swiftly pulled Nan Muran behind him, shielding her protectively. Chapter 14. Full force ahead. On the side, Chi-Ching, reacting to the chaos, swiftly slapped the Nan family matriarch. Do you think we, the Chi family, are to be trifled with? You dare to act so brazenly for the sins you've committed? The Nan family matriarch, stunned by the blow, lost her composure. Her voice sharp and cutting. Chi Li, I am your future mother-in-law. How dare you treat me this way? Have you lost your mind? Even if Aunt Xiao is passed, it is not your place to act so shamelessly. Chi-Ching retorted vehemently. Chi Li's gaze toward the Nan family matriarch grew increasingly frigid, his expression reflecting a barely concealed desire for violence. Let me make this clear. Muting is carrying Chi Li's child, the heir of the Chi family. The Nan family's matriarch's voice escalated, shocking the Zhuang family members present. Young Master Zhuang cast a contemptuous glance at Chi Li, his disdain unmistakable. This affair was far more scandalous than the blatant transactions he was accustomed to. A single revelation sent shockwaves through the room. The entire Chi family was taken aback, with only Chi-Ching appearing bewildered. You're spouting nonsense, Chi Li. Chinger, be silent. The voice that intervened came from the usually reticent matriarch of the Chi family. Chi Li promptly turned to gauge Nan Muron's reaction. Nan Muron surveyed the assembly with a mocking smile. It seems that aside from myself and Chinger, everyone else is in the know. Since you all are aware, let us clarify matters today. From this moment forth, my ties with Chi Li are severed, and we shall pursue our respective paths in marriage. Without awaiting their response, she turned to leave. Young Master Zhuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This young woman displayed remarkable resolve. Muron, do not leave. The matriarch of the Chi family called out. Muron, Chi Li also positioned himself in her path. Nan Muron, with an air of resignation, turned to face the matriarch of the Chi family, the one with the most authority in the hall, intending to converse solely with her. Muron, you are still young, and thus may not comprehend. Men are prone to confusion, but they know where their hearts lie. The ordinarily haughty matriarch of the Chi family spoke with surprising gentleness. Nan Muron suppressed a mocking smile, maintaining her composure. So you propose that our family's engagement remains intact? Whatever conditions you have, feel free to voice them. The Chi family will not refuse. Noticing that Nan Muron's tone had softened, Chi matriarch continued, raising her opinion of the young woman, recognizing her as shrewd. Nan Muron nodded in acknowledgement. Then I must ask that Nan Muting goes to terminate the pregnancy first thing tomorrow morning. You vile creature, how can you be so malicious? The Nan family matriarch lost control once more. That child is Muting's only hope of marrying into the Chi family. It must not be terminated. Muron, enough. The Nan family matriarch commanded with authority. The Chi family matriarch also displayed her disapproval, as did Chi Li's parents, who began to frown, believing Nan Muron to be excessively ruthless. Nan Muron gazed at the Nan family, realizing it was time to unveil their true faces. It must have been exhausting for you all to put on such a facade for so many years. This truly reflects your genuine intentions. Why spend so long flattering me when you could have been forthright? You little girl, the winds are strong. Do not let your tongue slip. One must be cautious not to break under pressure, the Chi matriarch retorted, her tone growing colder as she observed Nan Muron mock the Nan family. Nan Muron looked at her coolly. Then one must not emulate you, matriarch. Clinging to a worthless man since youth, only to endure a lifetime of humiliation. Muron. Even Chi-Ching, who had been protective of her, could no longer contain herself. The elder of the Chi family had been notorious for his promiscuity, fathering several illegitimate children, and even now, well into his 70s, he remained unchanged. This was a painful chapter in the Chi matriarch's life, one that no one dared to mention in her presence. Yet, Nan Muron spoke candidly and mercilessly. The Chi matriarch trembled with indignation, struggling for words. Since you cannot articulate a response, perhaps it would be best to remain silent. I am not your subordinate. There is no need for you to maintain a facade of superiority before me, Nan Muron stated blandly. After that, she turned to Chi Li with disdain. I have never accepted anything tainted. You should be well aware of that. So, Chi Li, what makes you believe this tainted object would be an exception? Chi Li recalled how, throughout her life, Nan Muron had unhesitatingly discarded anything she deemed unclean, whether childhood toys, clothing, or even jewelry and luxury items as she matured. She would never compromise, regardless of her affection. Muron, Chi-Ching remarked, surprised at the usually gentle girl's sudden assertiveness and sharp tone. After offering a smile to Chi-Ching, Nan Muron addressed the Nan family. The last time I dined at the Nan family villa, I not only stumbled upon Chi-Li and Nan muting in my room, but I also overheard a few elders conversing. In a fit of rage, I decided to sell my shares in Nan Xiao. My apologies to you all. The assets you coveted from the Nan family are no longer in your grasp. What did you say, Nan Muron? The Nan family matriarch's fury erupted, while the elder Nan collapsed in shock. That is indeed the case. Nan Xiao has been sold. And Xingwei is now mine. Everything that rightfully belonged to my parents has been returned. Nan Muron observed the family's uproar with quiet satisfaction. This time, no one attempted to strike Nan Muron, not even the furious Nan family elder. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly gentle Nan Muron retreated a step and resolutely delivered a slap to her opponent. Her strength propelled the elder, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, directly to the ground. Everyone stood frozen, astonished. Was this truly the same soft-spoken Nan Muron? She exhibited a ferocity they had never witnessed before. The young master of the gambling house gazed at Nan Muron with starry eyes, utterly enamored. She was undeniably his idol. Over the years, I have endured your plundering of Nan Xiao, allowing you to forget who the true master is. Nan Ping. If you wish to avoid spending your twilight years in prison alongside your father, I suggest you conduct yourself with more decorum. Nan Muron bent down, her gaze towards Nan Ping akin to that one would reserve for refuse. Rising, she casually seized a disposable wet towel from the table, wiped her reddened right hand, and discarded it with finality. Very well, this concludes today's gathering. Farewell, everyone. Observing her graceful nod and the resolute turn as she departed, the onlookers were left in a daze for quite some time. Despite the chief family's efforts to suppress the news, numerous media outlets swiftly caught wind of the unfolding events. The unscrupulous media that Nan Muting had engaged, eager to extort a sum, promptly disseminated the news online. At Guofei's residence, his wife Lin Jiajia stumbled upon a post while nursing their son in the dead of night, which detailed the very incident. Guofei, wake up. Murong is in trouble, she exclaimed, urgently nudging her husband. Guofei, who had just drifted into slumber and was still somewhat groggy, was jolted awake by the news of Nan Murong's predicament. Look at this post, Lin Jiajia said, handing him her phone. Guofei scanned the content with fervor, his anger surging as he realized the chief family was not what he had believed. They were as despicable as the Nan family. Surely, Murong will not come to harm? Lin Jiajia echoed his concern, fully aware of her husband's protective sentiments towards Nan Murong, given his past experiences. Without hesitation, Guofei picked up his phone to call Nan Murong. Feiga, what's wrong? The rare tranquility of Nan Murong's sleep was shattered by the ringing phone, leaving her somewhat dazed as she answered. Are you sleeping? Never mind, just rest. Call me back as soon as you awaken. Hearing that she was still in slumber, Guofei felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, Nan Murong, plagued by nightmares and barely asleep, promptly hung up the call. Chapter 15. The Inadequate Nan Murong. Meanwhile, Guofei found himself unable to sleep, his anger fueled by the post. He meticulously analyzed the details and sought out additional sources, growing increasingly furious with each revelation. As dawn broke, he made his way to Nan Murong's apartment without delay. This? Nan Murong scrutinized the post on her phone, unable to suppress her frown. The melodramatic narrative was far from objective. She had been the one to initiate the divorce, and she certainly wasn't heartbroken. While she had indeed retaliated, she was hardly deranged. You're not upset? Guofei had been attentive to her demeanor since entering, and upon noting her apparent composure, he relaxed somewhat. Nan Murong recounted her recent encounter at the Nan residence, wrinkling her nose in disdain as she concluded, filth like that should be discarded. Guofei chuckled, realizing why she seemed to have matured in an instant. Indeed, our Murong is far too exquisite to be associated with that trash. Chi-Li, Feiga understands, she replied. By the way, how are Jiajia and Dudu? Nan Murong seamlessly shifted the topic. As Guofei spoke of his wife and child, warmth spread across his features. After a leisurely chat, he prepared to head to work. Nan Murong, too, set out with Tank, heading straight for the hillside villa. Upon encountering Tank, Jia Wu was visibly thrilled. You look like a military dog. My father had someone procure it. It's a descendant of military dogs. Discarded by the army due to its frail health in childhood, Nan Morong divulged candidly. After stroking Tank's head, Jia Wu settled it beside Bai Mei. And they commenced their first lesson. Uncertain of Nan Morong's physical condition and abilities, Jia Wu instructed her to attack directly. Observing her swift and ruthless strikes, albeit riddled with flaws, Jia Wu wasted no time in sending her sprawling to the ground. In an instant, Tank lunged protectively in front of her, barking fiercely at Jia Wu. Tank, stay. A wave of warmth surged within Nan Morong as she soothed the dog, taking a moment to explain herself before Tank finally calmed. A good dog, Jia Wu praised. Resuming their session, this time Tank, despite its eagerness, refrained from pouncing. Yet, as Nan Morong continued to attack, Jia Wu sensed something peculiar. This beautiful young woman appeared to be as seasoned as one who had engaged in countless battles, striking with unyielding ferocity and reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Nan Morong felt as though her bones were shattering, the most disheartening realization being that in the presence of true experts, her skills barely held any weight. It seemed that during her previous life in the apocalypse, she had been fortunate, or perhaps true masters were simply rare in this world. Bai Mei, witnessing Jia Wu's rigorous training, was taken aback by Nan Morong's pained expression, unable to contain a gasp. Miss Nan. Undeterred by her physical agony, Nan Morong swiftly regained her footing, locking eyes with Jia Wu. Again, Jia Wu nodded, bracing himself for the continuation. Throughout the morning, Nan Morong oscillated between fierce determination akin to a child before an adult and being effortlessly tossed to the ground. Even with mats laid beneath her, her fair skin was marred by an array of bruises, causing onlookers to wince in sympathy. Observing her relentless resolve to rise time and again, her gaze growing increasingly steadfast, Jia Wu began to feel a sense of satisfaction. He mused that this sheer tenacity alone made her a promising candidate. Your greatest flaw is a lack of structure. Lethal strikes require not only brute strength but also finesse. Over lunch, Jia Wu offered an objective critique of her performance, while Bai Mei shot him a disapproving glance. Concerned he was being too harsh. It's all right, Sister Mei. I truly am lacking, Nan Morong replied, vigorously gnawing on a rib as she mentally bolstered her spirits. Fear not. As long as I persist, I will surely grow stronger. Miss Nan, there's some chili oil over there. Remember to apply it later. Or you won't be able to sleep due to the pain, Bai Mei observed sympathetically, noting the extensive bruising on her arms. Sister Mei, please just call me Morong. The formalities feel rather distant. Perhaps due to her exertion, Nan Morong devoured 3 large bowls of rice before pausing. Bai Mei regarded her tenderly. Very well, from now on, I shall call you Morong. The villa will be completely finished by tomorrow, constructed with eco-friendly materials, allowing for immediate occupancy. The first floor room is reserved for you. Sister Mei uses a wheelchair, making it convenient for her to come and go. I still need to run errands, so I'll leave Tank here. Please help me look after it when I'm not around, Nan Morong continued. That's not appropriate. We are perfectly content living here, Bai Mei quickly protested, clearly earning Jia Wu's agreement. Nan Morong regarded them with a smile in her eyes, including the 2 underground levels. That villa spans nearly 700 square meters. I cannot possibly occupy it alone. The 2nd floor can be mine. I have other plans for the guest room on the 3rd floor. So you both shall reside on the 1st floor. Morong, Bai Mei was about to refuse. It's not as if it's free. You'll still need to take the time to teach me, she interjected. The lesson fees for Jia Wu should be quite substantial. Thank you, Morong. I know your intentions are good, but our circumstances are unique and could cause you trouble, Bai Mei explained, aware that both she and Jia Wu were in the country illegally, and any association with Nan Morong could spell disaster if discovered. Rest assured, I am well aware of the implications. There will be no issues, Nan Morong replied nonchalantly. With the impending apocalypse, who's still worried about such matters? Before Bai Mei could respond further, Jia Wu interjected, Very well, we shall move in. From now on, should you require anything from us, do not hesitate to ask. Excellent. Nan Morong acknowledged, fully aware of the gravity of Jia Wu's commitment. Afterward, aside from frequenting Xinghui, Nan Morong indulged in exquisite culinary experiences at various upscale restaurants and 5-star hotels. The remainder of her time was spent in the basement of the hillside villa, enduring rigorous training. As a result, her once delicate physique grew increasingly lean, yet her overall demeanor radiated vitality. Naturally, her finances were dwindling, but upon entering her space, the abundance of supplies provided her with a sense of reassurance. During the nearly 20 days of training, Jiawu noticed something amiss with Nan Muron. He was all too familiar with the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, a condition that he, as a mercenary, had encountered numerous times. Fortunately, her situation was not overly severe. A course of medication would suffice, and as for psychological counseling, Jiawu believed that a few more falls would do the trick. He had no fondness for students who were both inept and troublesome, even if they were indebted to him. Thankfully, Nan Muron proved to be a commendable pupil. The hillside villa had been meticulously designed to include a training facility on the basement level, complete with an armory and all necessary fitness equipment. Initially, Jiawu found himself momentarily taken aback upon seeing the armory, yet he refrained from asking further questions. During these days, Bai Mei and Tank accompanied the two, observing as they trained vigorously. On several occasions, seeing Nan Muron endure excessive punishment, Tank would unhesitatingly leap to protect her, growling at Jiawu, a loyal companion. He understood the importance of guarding her. Jiawu was not at all angered by Tank's ferocity. Rather, he appreciated the little creature's spirited response. Nan Muron embraced the dog's head with joy. Undoubtedly, her greatest exhilaration came from the fact that, after countless bouts of rigorous training, she could finally execute moves under Jiawu's guidance. Although she could not yet surpass 10 techniques, she had made progress. 5 days before the first reign of the apocalypse, while enjoying lunch at the villa, Nan Muron received an unexpected phone call from her family. It was curious, considering they had been unusually subdued lately. Nan Muron, have you lost your mind? You actually sold our villa. Nan Muting's voice reflected utter despair. Following the debacle at the banquet, both the Qi and Nan families had lost face, and she had become the target of scorn. The incident had been filmed, and the video circulated widely, rendering her a laughingstock in her social circle, unable to evade the lecherous gazes of men wherever she went, with some audaciously inquiring about her price. Each day was a struggle for Nan Muting. The only solace was that her unborn child remained intact, and the Qi family was still willing to keep the child. Chapter 16. Do you believe in the apocalypse? It was then that Nan Muron comprehended the situation. Have you forgotten? That was my house. You've squatted there for years, thinking it was yours. Besides, I found that house filthy. What's wrong with selling it? You little wretch. Have you no conscience? The elder aunt's furious voice erupted from the other end of the line. Bai Mei frowned at the foul language emanating from the phone. How can someone be so vile? Nan Muron smiled reassuringly. Sister Mei, don't be upset. It's just a rabid dog. One day, I shall tear that wretched mouth of hers apart. Who are you calling a rabid dog? Nan Muting exclaimed. Nan Muron, I tell you, you heartless wretch, how could you deceive us out of Shenghui? You shall meet a dreadful end. The elder aunt's rage reached a peak, her voice escalating further. Watching the scene, the brother adorned with gold chains was momentarily taken aback. Was this the same cowardly figure from earlier, now exuding such presence? On the other end of the line, Nan Muron maintained her composure. To call you a mad dog would be an insult to dogs. It's truly peculiar. Your entire family is homeless. Yet you still find time to engage in verbal sparring with me. The voice of the Nan family matriarch came through the phone, sounding as gentle and amiable as if nothing had transpired. Ran, it's Grandma. Come back quickly and tell these people that we are no longer selling the house, all right? Grandma, have you been pretending to be kind for so long that you can't take off the mask? Or did you simply peel off the skin from your left cheek and stick it on the right? Nan Muron replied firmly, there is no need to demean yourself. For my decision will not waver. Nan Muting was the first to grasp the implication of Nan Muron's words. Grandma just insulted you for being shameless. The gold chain-clad brother and his band of followers nearly erupted in laughter, realizing this girl had quite the fiery temperament. Nan Muron, I am your grandmother. Your ingratitude will bring down the wrath of heaven upon you. The matriarch trembled with fury. Nan Muron set down her chopsticks and replied languidly, if heaven has eyes, let a lightning bolt strike and see who suffers first. After hanging up, Nan Muron resumed her meal, fully aware that her family would obediently vacate the villa. as they had always been bullies who feared the strong and preyed upon the weak. The buyer selected by the real estate agent had met her expectations. By May, observing Nan Muron, felt a pang of discomfort. To her, family was the most reliable support, yet it was evident that Ran's family was not. Ran, it's all right. By May reassured her. I know, Nan Muron responded nonchalantly. The typically taciturn and frigid Jiawu, who had been stern with Nan Muron, placed a piece of beautifully braised sweet and sour ribs into her bowl, saying, eat more. Though his method of comfort was somewhat clumsy, it still warmed Nan Muron's heart. Finally, 5 days later, on a stormy night, as punctual as in her previous life, the first rain of the apocalypse arrived. Nan Muron stood at the window of her small living room on the second floor, gazing intently at the rain lightly drumming upon the foliage in the mountains. The rain on the first day of the apocalypse was not particularly heavy. For most, it was merely an inconvenient day. Naturally, no one could foresee the impending danger. However, by the third day, the water would rise to knee level, and after 5 days, it would surge dramatically, inundating the lower floors, and by the 7th day, it would reach the second floor. The city's drainage system would collapse entirely, and the ensuing changes would occur so rapidly that humanity would be caught unprepared. As the rain ravaged, the water levels continued to rise, and government rescue efforts were repeatedly delayed, prompting the populace to gradually awaken to the reality. Unfortunately, by that time, the rain had already breached the 3rd floor of the high-rise apartments, eventually reaching the 10th. All supplies within the shopping malls were submerged. There was no food to sustain them, no clean water, and no life-saving medications, plunging humanity into despair. This was merely the inception of the apocalypse. After 2 months of incessant rain, acid rain would soon follow. The mutation of flora and fauna, the outbreak of corpses, and then came the extreme cold, extreme heat, eternal night, and fog. Simply surviving became a task more arduous than scaling the heavens. After observing for a while, Nan Muron descended the stairs. Sister May, Brother Mu, I must venture down the mountain for a few days. Now? It's raining outside. By May expressed concern. It's fine, the rain isn't heavy. I'll stay at the penthouse and return in a few days, Nan Muron replied with a smile. Please be careful, By May cautioned. Before departing, Nan Muron planted 7 willow saplings around the hillside villa and scattered some vine plant seeds between them. After descending the mountain, she first visited Nan Shan Yun garden. This time, she filled the 3 adjacent refrigerators in the kitchen to the brim with vegetables, fruits, fresh meat, milk, yogurt, and convenient cooking ingredients, leaving no space unfilled. She also stocked the nearby cupboard with instant food products and various snacks. Once everything was prepared, she returned to the penthouse. The rain had begun to pour, and she had numerous supplies listed on her checklist, all requiring precise timing for acquisition. After all, acting too early might raise suspicion and invite trouble, while delaying could render the supplies useless. Only residing in the heart of the city affords greater convenience. Nestled on the sofa, as she opened the long-ignored apartment owners group, Nan Muran discovered a familiar avatar introducing itself. It was none other than Nan Muting, the owner of the 12th floor apartment. It dawned on Nan Muran that the Chi siblings each owned an apartment in this vicinity. The one on the 12th floor was likely under Chi Li's name. The apartments here are characterized by a one-lift, one-residence design, with each unit occupying an entire floor, providing ample space to accommodate a large family. Contemplating the potential annoyance from that family in the future, Nan Muran promptly deleted all previously authorized elevator codes, retaining only her own fingerprint. Consequently, no one would be able to access her door via the elevator. As for the fire escape, simply locking it from the inside would suffice. Given this situation, it seemed Chi Li still harbored some affection for Nan Muting. Otherwise, considering her current reputation, he would not have lent her the property. With floodwaters expected to rise beyond knee-deep by the early hours of the 3rd day, rendering vehicular movement particularly troublesome, Nan Muran, after lunch on the 2nd day of rain, called Wang Yu, instructing him to open the warehouse and distribute essential supplies such as rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, and snacks to all employees. She also informed everyone that Sheng Hui would be on paid leave starting the next day until the rain ceased and work could resume. Although Wang Yu found his young boss's spontaneous nature perplexing, he refrained from arguing, promptly relaying the message. The employees of Xinghui erupted in collective cheers, celebrating their young boss. Observing Guofei's clocking out time, Nan Muran called him. Feiga, do you trust me? On the other end, Guofei, who was embroiled in a case, was momentarily taken aback. Of course I trust you. Is something wrong? Do as I say. Gather your belongings along with Jia and do immediately, and head to the address I sent you tonight. The password for the villa's gate is your birthday. Once inside, there's a mechanical lock, Nan Muran instructed as she provided Guofei with the villa address in Nanshan Yunyuan. Ran, what is going on? Guofei sensed the unusual tone in her voice. No questions. Once you enter the villa, activate the internal and external security systems. This rain will persist for 2 months. After the first rain ceases, regardless of what transpires, you are not to leave the villa unless I come to find you, Nan Muran continued. Guofei, unsettled by her serious tone, inquired, Ran, what is happening? Feiga, do you believe in the apocalypse? Nan Muran suddenly asked. On the other end, Guofei hesitated to dismiss the notion, yet his instincts indicated that Nan Muran was not jesting. Feiga, don't doubt, just follow my instructions. The villa's kitchen refrigerator, cabinets, and basement are stocked with ample supplies. It won't be long before the internet is cut off and we will lose contact for a while. Take good care of yourself, Jia, and do after conveying her message, Nan Muran hung up. Guofei, staring at his black-screened phone, pondered for a long time before ultimately choosing to trust Nan Muran. He swiftly gathered his belongings and drove home. Chapter 17. The world is under rain. Lin Jia epitomized the devoted wife and mother. When her husband decided on a course of action, even amidst her doubts, she would unwaveringly support him. The couple began to act independently, packing their belongings along with those of their child, filling several suitcases. They braved the rain and drove to the villa in Nanshan Yunyuan that night. Upon entering, Guofei followed Nan Muran's instructions to securely close the door and settled their sleeping son. As they pressed the welcoming pine tree relief in the upper corner, a faint rumbling sound revealed a passageway to the basement. Upon discovering the basement brimming with supplies, the couple was astounded. How had Ran managed to move all these items? There must be at least a dozen tons of supplies here. Look over there. Lin Jia exclaimed, startled by the sight of 2 handguns on a shelf. Guofei was equally taken aback. Beside the firearms were several fully stocked magazines. Clearly, this was all part of Nan Muran's prior preparations. Reflecting on her mention of the apocalypse, Guofei began to ponder deeply. As a lawyer, he possessed a greater understanding of humanity's darker aspects than the average person. He recognized that if an apocalypse were to truly occur, merely surviving various disasters would be the first hurdle. The ensuing human suffering would be far more terrifying. Meanwhile, Nan Muran was also on the move under the moonlight, targeting the 7 supermarkets under Shenghui's name for inclusion in her space. The other items on her list could not be moved today, after all. Tomorrow the floodwaters would only rise to knee level, not incapacitating the city, and people would continue their daily routines. If items were to mysteriously vanish, it would likely prompt police involvement. This was also the reason she had granted all Xinghui employees a leave of absence. Upon entering the supermarket, she only retrieved items that could not withstand water or be stored long-term. Ran, why haven't you returned? The rain is getting heavier. It's too unsafe outside. Bai Mei's anxious voice came through the phone. Nan Muran smiled warmly. Don't worry, Mei Jia. I'm at the apartment and will need about 5 days to handle some matters. Once I'm done, I'll be back. Please stay safe and take good care of yourself. Bai Mei, still concerned, offered her reminders. After reassuring Bai Mei and hanging up, a faint sound from the corner caught her attention. Cautiously, she turned to listen, identifying it as the noise of a small animal. She switched on her flashlight and followed the sound. In the corner of the alley behind the supermarket, a small, gray-furred kitten, no bigger than a palm, huddled shivering in a pile of garbage. Nan Muran crouched down to inspect the tiny creature, estimating it to be just over a month old. If she were to abandon it today, by tomorrow morning, there would be a tiny lifeless body here. After contemplating, Nan Muran gently scooped the little one into her arms. It squirmed slightly, its small size barely filling her hands. Don't be afraid, little one. I'll take you home. Noticing its unease, she gently stroked its tiny head to soothe it. Watching the mewling creature, her heart melted completely. All right. Encountering you before the apocalypse must be fate. I shall take you in. Perhaps sensing her warmth, the little one settled down considerably. Once in the car, Nan Muran retrieved a fluffy deep blue dog bed from her space and took out a towel to dry the kitten, preventing it from catching a cold. After all, a small kitten could succumb to illness from a simple cold. Gazing at the kitten nestled in the dog bed, Nan Muran began to contemplate stocking up on cat food and litter from the manufacturer before travel became impossible. Upon returning to her apartment, she prepared some milk and food for the little one. Watching it devour its meal ravenously, she could not help but poke its gradually round belly. Such adorableness was simply irresistible. After satisfying its hunger and thirst, the cozy little creature promptly dozed off in the dog bed. As there was no cat litter at home, Nan Muran laid down several pet training pads in the dog bed. On the third day of rainfall, the floodwaters began to rise. Concerned, Wang Yu called Nan Muran, stating he would arrange for someone to check the supermarket, but she promptly forbade it. After hanging up, Nan Muran contacted the supplier from whom she had previously purchased dog food, requesting cat litter, cat food, and some toys and treats for the kitten. The esteemed client, having invested several million in stockpiling pet supplies, certainly left an impression. Consequently, even as the rain poured over knee-deep, they readily accepted the order. 5,000 pounds of cat food, 20,000 pounds of cat litter, along with a plethora of snacks and toys, were agreed to be delivered to the Shenghui warehouse that very afternoon. After transferring 300,000 to the client, Nan Muran found her account dwindled to less than 10,000. Though her funds had been entirely depleted, a sense of relief washed over her. Awakened from her midday slumber on the sofa by the soft, furry sensation against her face, Nan Muran pondered whether it was due to her recent rigorous training that her nightmares had diminished significantly, allowing her to enjoy a peaceful rest. As she gazed at the tiny kitten curled up beside her, its warmth elicited a tender smile. How remarkable it was that this little creature had traversed such a distance from the balcony to find her. Her finger playfully prodded its adorably round belly. A delightful sight indeed. Casting her eyes towards the rainwater that had risen past her knees and the figures navigating through it, Nan Muran opened her social media, eager to see the public's discourse. As she anticipated, discussions had already begun regarding the unusual rainfall. Given the vast expanse of the country, weather forecasts typically catered to specific regions. Even in her own locale, Shishir, discrepancies often arose between the southern and northern Dragon Kings, with one area experiencing torrential downpours while another basked in sunlight. Yet, this deluge was unprecedented, sweeping across the nation simultaneously. Following the blogger's inquiries, replies began to flood in from compatriots studying abroad, noting that even the land of the rising sun was experiencing rain, with its intensity increasing. This single reply spurred a growing crowd of responses. Far across the ocean in Kangaroo Country, thunder and lightning echoed, while in Kimchi Country, the rainfall had reached waist-deep. The island nation fared even worse, with coastal cities grappling with rising tides. Ultimately, it became evident that rain was plaguing the globe, and after accounting for time zone differences, the onset of this rain appeared nearly synchronized. Amidst the chaos of replies, speculation arose regarding the impending apocalypse. Naturally, dissenting voices emerged, suggesting that perhaps it was merely a series of coincidences. However, the prevailing sentiment leaned towards the notion that something was amiss, prompting many to consider preparedness. The ensuing discourse beneath the blogger's post became a cacophony of opinions. After much contemplation, Nan Muran contributed her thoughts, regardless of whether the apocalypse was nigh. Such a torrential downpour warranted stockpiling provisions. After all, should the rain persist and worsen, venturing outdoors would become increasingly inconvenient. Upon sending her comment, she began to gather her belongings, intending to retrieve the items she had purchased for the kitten earlier that morning. However, a call from the supplier interrupted her plans. The owner, filled with apologies, informed her, "I'm terribly sorry, Miss Nan. The rain is far too heavy, and our truck driver is stuck by the roadside and won't be able to deliver on time. Where is your factory?" She inquired urgently, unwilling to remain idle. The other party provided an address in the northern suburbs of Shishir. "That's quite all right. Please arrange for the items to be placed in a designated warehouse and inform me of the location. I shall retrieve them myself," Nan Muran insisted. fully aware that after tonight, the rain would intensify and the water levels would rise, potentially damaging the supplies. The supplier hesitated. Is that truly appropriate? No worries. I need them urgently. Just provide me with the address, she reassured him. Grabbing her car keys, she descended the stairs. Feeling immensely grateful for having been captivated by science fiction films, which led her to wait 6 months for a technologically advanced Calman King. Without it, navigating through knee-deep water would have been nearly impossible. Chapter 18. A rainy night's zero-cost shopping. After acquiring the address, Nan Murian drove to the supplier's warehouse, which was somewhat remote but, fortunately, not situated in a low-lying area, allowing her to arrive without incident. Upon her arrival, she discovered that aside from the employees residing in the dormitory, only an elderly gatekeeper remained on site. Under the pretense of checking on her goods, she was pleasantly surprised to find that additional items had been included. The old gentleman explained that the owner felt apologetic and had sent extra provisions. Seizing the moment when the gatekeeper was distracted, Nan Murian swiftly stored all the items in her space. After completing her task, she had no intention of lingering outside and promptly returned to her apartment. Yet, as she drove into the underground garage, she was confronted by a figure blocking her path. Nan Mouting. Nan Murian, lend me your car, demanded Nan Mouting, having seen the trending post online and wanting to procure supplies. However, her own sports car, with its low chassis, had stalled after barely making it a few steps. Remembering the Calman King, she sought out her sister, only to find that the elevator access codes Nan Murian had previously provided had all been deleted, necessitating a trek up the stairs to the 36th floor. Nan Mouting climbed the stairs alone, hoping to find her sister and persuade her to come down to the garage. Upon reaching the basement and discovering the car was absent, she deduced that Nan Murian had already left and decided to wait by the garage entrance. Nan Murian was taken aback by her sister's audacity. You think just because you want to borrow it, I must comply? How presumptuous. I need to go out to buy supplies. Your family, so why shouldn't he lend it to me? Stunned into silence by her sister's audacity, Nan Murian felt no inclination to entertain her demands. No, if you wish to avoid peril, I suggest you step aside, she warned. Nan Mouting, refusing to back down, retorted, if you don't lend it to me, I'll just stand here and when you move. If you have the guts, run me over. She planted herself defiantly in front of the car. With a smile, Nan Murian replied, by all means, remain there. She then reversed a short distance before decisively pressing the accelerator. At that moment, Nan Mouting paled, hastily sidestepping, her breath quickening in fear as her hands instinctively clutched her abdomen. She realized that Nan Murian was indeed willing to run her over. From inside the car, Nan Murian scoffed, coward. Knowing her sister valued her life, she had deliberately reversed to test her resolve, and as expected, Nan Mouting was terrified. However, her sister's words sparked a realization. In a city inundated with water, where ordinary vehicles struggled to navigate, her own car was undeniably conspicuous. To avert any unnecessary complications, Nan Murian focused her mental energy and disabled several surveillance cameras in the garage. Before ascending, she effortlessly stored her car in her space. Upon entering her apartment, she spotted a small, grayish figure eagerly waiting on the carpet by the door, its bright green eyes captivating. As soon as it saw her return, the little creature meowed excitedly. Why don't you find a cozy spot to relax? Nan Murian scooped it up, placing it gently on a soft cushion on the sofa. The little one, with its gray and white fur, looked disheveled like a stray, yet it was incredibly affectionate. Noticing that Nan Murian had settled on the sofa, it cautiously crawled into her embrace, seeking a comfortable nook. You certainly know how to find the best spots, she remarked, scratching its head, eliciting a contented purr from the little creature. Just then, her phone rang. It was Bai Mei's voice. Ran, are you coming home today? Not just yet, why? Nan Murian replied, somewhat surprised. Where are you? I can send Wu Ge to find you. Bai Mei's tone was noticeably off. Nan Murian paused. What's going on? Listen. We just came across a post online claiming the apocalypse is upon us. Wu Ge has been reaching out to some friends for information. The majority of what is stated in the post is indeed true. Recently, numerous high-ranking officials and affluent individuals have been preparing to establish safe havens. Bai Mei recalled a post regarding the apocalypse, which instilled a sense of dread within her. I understand. There is no need for Brother Wu to seek me out. I will return at the earliest opportunity once I have resolved matters here. I have already secured supplies from the supermarket, but I still require fuel, a vehicle, and several other essentials. Jiao Wu, anxious and urgent, seized the phone from Bai Mei's grasp, his tone somber. This is your established safe haven. The outside world is fraught with peril. Brother Wu, I am aware of what is to come and how to mitigate the risks. Nan Muran discerned his thoughts from Jiao Wu's words. He had indeed surmised her intentions. One must admit that those who have served in the military and grappled with life and death possess an extraordinary acuity. Stay safe. And do not hesitate to call me if you need anything, Jiao Wu finally stated after a long silence. After hanging up, she received a call from Guofei, who too was concerned for her well-being after reading the post. Rest assured, Brother Fei, I am in no danger. The population density at Nanshan Yunyan is low, and thus the risks are significantly reduced. Moreover, a military base will soon be established there, so you may wait for them in peace. After some contemplation, Nan Muran felt compelled to remind Guofei. Her choice of Nanshan Yunyan was predicated on the fact that shortly after the onset of the zombie tide, the military established a secure base in that vicinity. Uncertain of what the future held, she considered the fact that Guofei and Lin Jiejia had a newborn, Dudu. Every decision she made was akin to playing with fire. The best course of action was to ensure their safety at the premier secure base in Huagua. Guofei remained silent for a considerable time, refraining from inquiring how Nan Muran had acquired this knowledge, instead gently admonishing her, Ran. You must take good care of yourself. If it becomes unbearable, return home. We are all here for you. Understood. On the night of the 4th day of the apocalypse, the rain outside intensified, reaching waist-deep levels by 1 o'clock in the morning, as the city's drainage system had completely collapsed. By the dawn of the 5th day, the water would overflow the 1st floor of the apartment, with lower-lying areas submerged as high as the 3rd floor. The entire city descended into stagnation, and its inhabitants began to struggle for survival. Nan Muran realized that the opportunity for her zero-cost procurement had finally arrived. Under the cover of night, she stealthily departed from the apartment building, for many residential complexes had already been inundated, and numerous ground-floor residents were hastily illuminating their lights. In the pitch-black rain-soaked night, the howling winds and torrential rain were accompanied by shouts of dismay. Navigating through the waterlogged streets, Nan Muran arrived at a concealed location where she retrieved a jet ski from her spatial storage. Though the sound of the jet ski was quite loud, it was drowned out by the tempestuous rain, alleviating her concerns of being overheard. Her first destination was the ongoing Asian Auto Show. The business vehicles on the 1st floor of the exhibition had all been submerged. Acquiring waterlogged vehicles could be fatal. So Nan Muran ascended to the 2nd floor in search of the exhibition's piece de resistance, dubbed the most unstoppable vehicle, the Ravager, which she had long coveted in magazines. After securing the Ravager, she also spotted a Hummer H1 Black Panther nearby, which she likewise did not overlook. She selected 3 conventional off-road vehicles to add to her collection. Gazing at the countless vehicles before her, she felt a pang of regret but knew there was no alternative. After expressing her lament, she ventured to the 3rd floor RV section, where she deemed it imperative to acquire top-tier models such as the Mercedes Arox and the Earth Wanderer, along with 2 smaller RVs. Violently breaching the safe that contained the keys for the vehicles she had selected, she exited the exhibition hall. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone to navigate to the nearest gas station as previously noted. Upon arrival at the gas station, she skillfully located the underground oil tanks buried beneath the soil. Expanding her form, she forcefully ruptured the layers of soil and cement above, allowing her to directly access the storage tanks and retrieve their contents into her spatial storage. She visited 6 nearby gas stations in total, given the central location. The gas stations had ample reserves, culminating in a total of nearly 450,000 liters of fuel. The first layer of her spatial storage was filled to the brim, enough for her own use, allowing her to traverse the globe with ease. The 10-meter-high oil tanks fit seamlessly into her space, granting Nan Muran a renewed understanding of its enigmatic nature, revealing that it possessed an uncharted height beyond her initial assumptions of 5 or 6 meters. This newfound knowledge assured her that she could continue to accumulate supplies in the future. After securing the essentials, Nan Muran proceeded to the nearby upscale shopping mall. While she had little interest in other items, acquiring high-end skincare products was of utmost necessity. She meticulously collected items from each floor, including lingerie, sleepwear, and casual wear from her preferred brands. As for fashion garments, handbags, and accessories, they held little value. However, upon reaching the watch counter, she had no reservations and collected ordinary mechanical watches. Particularly, she sought military watches such as the Marathon, La Mer Stone, 511, Songtua, and IWC, going so far as to consult a map to locate a dedicated counter. Along the way, she chanced upon a military supplies store, where she swiftly cleared out the entire establishment, including the back warehouse. With the impending flood expected by dawn, she could not afford to waste anything. Thus, she tirelessly worked throughout the night, filling the last 2 layers of her spatial storage to capacity. Before the first light of dawn, she successfully returned to her apartment, utterly exhausted and unwilling to take another step. First, she fed the anxious cat waiting at the door. Subsequently, she retrieved her favorite dishes, pumpkin buns, soup dumplings, xiaomai, and a few home-cooked meals to satiate her hunger. Afterward, she and the cat nestled into bed, drifting into slumber. While she rested, the online platforms erupted in chaos, with the populace in a state of panic. Outside, the winds howled, and lightning repeatedly rent the darkened sky. Not far away, the once glimmering lights along the city's streets extinguished abruptly, plunging everything into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 19. The Onset of Panic. On the 12th floor of the apartment, the Nan family gazed anxiously at the torrential rain outside, their hearts filled with trepidation. After being expelled from their villa by a group of brutish men, the family had initially intended to seek refuge in their former home. However, accustomed to a life of comfort, they found it impossible to return. After a mere 2 days, they began to complain about the cramped quarters and the subpar quality of the furnishings, lamenting the poor sound insulation. Ultimately, it was South Muting who, unable to endure any longer, sought the assistance of Chili and the Chi family. Leveraging her pregnancy, she caused quite the uproar to secure a place in this luxurious apartment, but before they could settle in, they were met with this deluge. In the initial days, the family's spirits were low, relying solely on takeout for sustenance, only to discover that since morning, they had been unable to summon any delivery drivers through the food platforms. With no time to prepare food, the house contained only a few loaves of bread and instant meals left behind by Chili. Upon seeing the apocalyptic posts, they grew restless and decided to venture out to procure supplies, only to find that the water outside had already reached their calves. Business vehicles and even ordinary off-road vehicles were prone to stalling in the deluge, leaving the streets littered with stranded cars. It's all Nan Muran's fault for not lending us her car. Just look at how quickly the water has risen outside. South Muting lamented, clutching her empty stomach in frustration. We are completely unprepared. What are we supposed to eat? You did say that Nan Muran had gone out driving. She must have food with her. Moreover, she still holds a bounty of provisions in her hands, remarked Nan Mufeng suddenly. Nan Muting shot a displeased glance at her elder brother, exclaiming, if she is unwilling to lend us her vehicle, what makes you think she would offer you any food? Dream on. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Ping suggested, why not inquire within the apartment owner S group to see if anyone has surplus food to share? Indeed, agreed the matriarch of the Nan family, who found this notion quite commendable. Soon, responses began to flood in, as one individual, a renowned culinary influencer, disclosed that due to her work commitments, she often received an abundance of samples from various brands, thus accumulating an entire room filled with provisions. The revelation sent ripples of excitement through the owner S group. Since the residents of this upscale apartment complex were generally affluent, they were quite generous in their offers. The influencer, seizing the opportunity to profit, marked up her items significantly, with some priced as much as 7 or 8 times their original worth. Are you out of your mind? You're selling synthetic steaks at the price of premium Wagyu? Protested one member regarding her exorbitant pricing. However, it did not require the influencer to defend herself, for soon a buyer emerged, stating, she isn't forcing anyone to purchase. It's entirely your choice. Another chimed in, do we truly lack funds? What we are in desperate need of is food. Surely, there are supermarkets still open. We should take advantage of the opportunity to buy some supplies. Supermarkets are deemed essential services, and the government would ensure they remained operational to prevent public panic during such extraordinary circumstances. At this juncture, going out still offered the chance to procure a fair amount of goods. Regrettably, this most valuable piece of information was met with scornful ridicule from the group. Someone is trying to help us with supplies, yet you complain about the prices? What gives you the right to reside in this apartment with such an attitude? Nan Muting joined the chorus of mockery, her sense of superiority palpable. The influencer, adept at social climbing, not only lavished praise upon Nan Muting for her beauty and kindness, but also generously provided the Nan family with a variety of her goods. Meanwhile, Nan Muran, who had indulged in a long slumber until noon, emerged from her space with an array of Hong Kong-style dim sum. As she savored her meal, she scrolled through her phone, her brow furrowing upon discovering the group's conversation. The influencer's actions could potentially sow the seeds of her downfall in her previous life. Nan Muran had also engaged in the sale of supplies. Many residents had become privy to her family's circumstances during their shopping endeavors. As time passed and food became scarce, she, a solitary figure with a stockpile of goods, became a prime target during the initial wave of looting. That incident not only cost her supplies, but also subjected her to humiliation at the hands of the security personnel. Nonetheless, Nan Muran had no intention of alerting the influencer, for in her past life, the woman had allied herself with the looters, causing no end of trouble for the other residents. As for the well-meaning suggestion from the group to seek out supplies, it came from a self-made entrepreneur who had braved the storm to gather provisions, ultimately enduring until the military established a rescue base. In her previous life, she had also been among the first to venture out for supplies, enabling her to survive for an extended period during the apocalypse. Nature's calamities were not the greatest threat. The true danger for the residents of these 5 apartment buildings lay within the security team. Hailing from the most prestigious apartment complex in the West City, the residents were either wealthy or elite, and the property management had employed a professional security firm to ensure optimal safety. The security team consisted of 21 robust individuals, capable of deterring outsiders and maintaining order within the complex. Yet, in the face of the apocalypse, they would transform into the most perilous threat to the residents. Nan Muran, with her ample supplies sufficient for countless lifetimes, remained unfazed by the collective anxiety. After breakfast, she swiftly retreated into her space to organize her provisions. Having recently acquired a multitude of supplies, the task of locating items had become increasingly daunting, necessitating time to restore order. She endeavored to retain the original layout from the supermarket in the items collected from Shangwi's supermarket, aiming to evoke the familiar ambience of browsing the store before the apocalypse. The remaining items required categorization and organization. Even though her space allowed for mental arrangement, Nan Muran found herself utterly exhausted. It was only when her little companion, Defu, mewed incessantly from hunger that she realized the hours had slipped away and her own stomach began to grumble. She retrieved a previously ordered Michelin-starred dish of drunken crab, flaky char siu, golden ribbonfish, loofah, and sea urchin, adorning the dining table, and opened a bottle of red wine. Savoring the delectable cuisine, sipping her favorite wine while gazing out at the torrential rain, she mused that if not for the apocalypse, such an afternoon would have been quite splendid. Alas, this was not the outcome. With the onset of the rain, the apocalypse had already descended upon them. Little one, let us bestow upon you a name. I found you amidst the rain, and surviving such a calamity is a blessing. Henceforth, you shall be called Defu. The tiny creature, responding to her repeated calls of Defu, mewed in acknowledgement, and Nan Muran took it as a sign of its acceptance of the name. Initially intent on returning to the mountain villa, Nan Muran reconsidered due to her exhaustion from consecutive nights spent gathering supplies. Recalling the landslide incidents from her previous life, she decided to wait until the area stabilized before returning, taking the opportunity to recuperate in the meantime. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, the floodwaters outside had risen to the top of the ground floor of the apartment, inciting panic among the residents. Many frantically dialed for rescue, only to be met with engaged tones, rendering their efforts futile. Those with quicker wits began to sense something amiss. Nan Muran peered out the window. People were already venturing into the streets with makeshift flotation devices in search of food. Yet, this atmosphere of panic did not seem to affect many of the entitled residents. By the seventh day, the floodwaters had inundated the second floor. Meanwhile, numerous nearby communities with lower elevations had already succumbed to flooding up to the fifth floor. Residents on the fifth floor of the apartment began to feel the stirrings of anxiety. For once the entry halls on the first two floors and the gym on the third and fourth were submerged, it would inevitably be their turn. By the 10th day, the floodwaters completely engulfed the fifth floor residents. The promised government aid remained conspicuously absent, and many households had depleted their supplies entirely, plunging the entire apartment complex into a state of panic. Chapter 20. Return to intensive training. At this juncture, Nan Muting initiated a campaign within the Owner-S group, insinuating that her cousin resided on the top floor and that her family owned a supermarket, thus possessing ample supplies. 36th floor, do you have any provisions? I am willing to purchase them, was the first inquiry from a resident on the 15th floor. Soon after, another from the 11th floor chimed in. Supermarkets typically have a wide range of goods. Could you share some with us? An increasing number of individuals began to call upon Nan Mu Ran in the group. How selfish can the 36th floor resident be, watching us suffer? A young girl lamented. Why is she so malicious and selfish? 36th floor, open the fire safety door. I wish to speak with you. After perusing the messages in the group, Nan Mu Ran promptly shared several articles concerning Nan Mu Ting, retorting. Can we trust the words of someone with such warped values and features? My family does own a few supermarkets, but that does not mean I can just transfer the entire inventory to my home. I can provide you with the addresses of the supermarkets so that you can go and see if there are any usable supplies left. Initially reveling in the collective condemnation of Nan Mu Ran, Nan Mu Ting's expression soured as she reviewed the articles and the full video that Nan Mu Ran had shared. Her anger palpable. The resident on the 12th floor has quite the physique. Would you be interested in a rendezvous? The residents on the 19th floor were the first to take action. I couldn't help but react. How could she be so brazen? She lived on the 12th floor after all. Running a business, perhaps? Strong and capable, yet she was putting in such effort. Others from a different building began to join in. Nan Muran, I will kill you. Nan Muting shouted in a fit of rage as she observed the disgusting taunts and insults from the men in the group. I decided to confront her. Aunt Nan watched her daughter's distress, unable to find peace. Sit down and be quiet. Do you still want to bring more shame upon us? The elder Nan remarked icily. Nan Muran was quite pleased with the reactions in the chat group. That night, the water levels outside rose again, prompting the apartment security team to begin their rounds under the pretense of finding accommodations for residents on the 5th floor. They dispatched several small teams into each building, entering every level via the fire escape and knocking on each door. Uncertain of what was said, some residents in the group started expressing gratitude, even chanting that unity is strength and that together they could overcome this hardship. Yet, Nan Muran understood all too well that the security team was using this seemingly legitimate reason to investigate the conditions of each apartment. Once this initial phase was completed, they would undoubtedly target the weaker residents when the need arose. Many were wary, refusing to open their doors regardless of the property management's insistence, including the CEO of an information company. Since Nan Muran had secured the fire escape door with a chain lock and the security personnel had no authority to ascend, they were left only to knock on the safety door. Engrossed in playing with Defu, Nan Muran ignored the persistent knocking from outside. After a prolonged silence from within, the security team leader, unable to force entry at that moment, felt increasingly frustrated by the situation. Captain, I know what the situation is on the top floor, said a junior officer, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. What is it? The owner of the penthouse is Miss Nan from the Nan Xiao Group, Nan Muran. She is extraordinarily beautiful and immensely wealthy, occupying over 200 square meters all by herself. The junior officer was well aware of Nan Muran's situation. Having watched her through the elevator's surveillance cameras during his shifts, he had become quite familiar with her. Inside, with Xiao Lu's assistance, Nan Muran was fully aware of the conversation but remained indifferent. The security team sought to trouble her, and she was equally intent on using these individuals to establish her dominance, until the antagonistic figures from her past life were entirely eradicated. She had no intention of vacating the apartment. After a thorough assessment, the residents on the 5th floor were eventually relocated to an unoccupied apartment on the 21st floor. where the property management had keys, and it was somewhat livable due to its furnished state. As she sat on the sofa, Nan Muron pondered the 21 robust men of the security team, falling into a contemplative silence. She did not wish to expose Xiao Lu at that moment. However, relying solely on her own abilities to fend off 1 or 2 men was feasible, but should they band together, she would be utterly outmatched. Glancing at the firearm she kept in her space, she felt a surge of frustration. At such a critical juncture, her weapon was not functioning optimally. Being a pragmatic individual, she recognized that if she lacked the necessary skills, she must acquire them. After all, every household still had some supplies, and as long as hope for government assistance persisted, they would not resort to unlawful means. Moreover, the security team would not dare to instigate chaos before the social order collapsed. Yet, this reprieve would not last long. Within 20 days, marking a month since the onset of the apocalypse, the first death from starvation would occur in the building. This death would shatter the last flicker of hope, plunging the entire community into madness. The frail and beautiful women would be the first to suffer indignities, while others might resort to selling their bodies for food. Men would fight fiercely over resources, even to the point of murder. Those with strength would rise to power, their inner savagery magnified, transforming the place into a veritable hell on earth. In her previous life, she had narrowly avoided assault while scavenging for supplies, saved only by a kind-hearted security guard who intervened at a critical moment. That experience left her too fearful to venture outside again, opting instead to endure 2 months of hardship, surviving on rainwater and meager rations. Even when starvation loomed, it had been the best outcome she could hope for. She resolved to utilize the next few days for intensive training, determined to strengthen herself sufficiently to eliminate the scoundrels. However, she realized that she could not achieve this alone and would need to seek out Jiao Wu. With her supplies gathered and her fatigue nearly alleviated, it was time to return. She packed Defu into her backpack, donned her raincoat, and took additional precautions before venturing out into the night. She felt no concern for the safety of the apartment. During its renovation, her obsession with crime dramas had led her to believe danger lurked everywhere. Thus, she had replaced all doors and windows with the highest security standards and installed a top-tier security system. Without the keys, even a locksmith would struggle to open the apartment as entrance. As for the surrounding walls, the building had been marketed as a century-long residence. The sales representative had assured her that the walls were robust enough to withstand minor explosions, boasting an exceptional safety rating. Moreover, it was produced by a state-owned enterprise. Surely not a deceptive endeavor. How else could they justify the exorbitant price of 13,000 per square meter, 7 or 8 times the average market rate? In her previous life, the quality of the apartment's entrance and security system had played a significant role in her ability to remain undetected. Upon reaching the ground floor, she noted that the water had risen halfway up the 6th floor. Fortunately, the 6th floor appeared unoccupied, avoiding unwanted scrutiny. Nan Muron climbed out through the window of the 6th floor stairwell, her body drenched as the icy rain sent shivers down her spine. Extracting a jet ski from her space, she sped towards Nan Mountain. The base of the mountain had transformed into an expansive ocean, and the water levels would rise further. However, she had chosen the Nan Mountain Cloud Garden and the nearby villas based on her experiences from the previous life, so she anticipated no significant issues. The roads on the mountain had suffered severe landslides, still experiencing minor collapses. Thankfully, she had not been caught in the larger landslide of days prior, which could have buried her. In this scenario, she had to abandon her vehicle and proceed on foot, which proved arduous. Navigating through the pitch-black forest, Nan Muron unleashed her plant-based abilities, sensing the vibrant life force around her without a hint of fear. Upon entering the villa, she changed out of her soaked shoes in the living room, only to discover Jia Wu donning a raincoat and preparing to head out. Bai Mei stood beside him, her complexion pale and eyes red from recent tears. As soon as they saw her enter, both exhaled in relief. Ran, why didn't you answer your phone? Bai Mei inquired, her tone fraught with urgency as she regarded Nan Muron, who appeared unscathed. Jia Wu, typically stoic, displayed concern on his face. Hastily, Nan Muron retrieved her phone from her backpack, finally noticing the missed calls. I'm sorry to have worried you. The rain was so loud on my way back that I didn't hear it. You are well, and since you have returned, it is best not to venture out again. Over the past few days, Bai Mei has been perusing online news, her heart increasingly unsettled with each passing moment. A girl as stunning as Nan Muran is undeniably at risk in the outside world. Observing her current disheveled state only heightens Bai Mei's concerns. Nan Muran offers a faint smile but refrains from affirming her words. Jia Wu, standing nearby, comprehends Nan Muran's intentions. She may desire to go out. Yet it is imperative she trains to a level I deem acceptable. Otherwise, she should not leave the villa lightly. He can discern that Nan Muran harbors numerous aspirations. Since he cannot dissuade her, the only recourse is to enhance her abilities, empowering her to confront the dangers that lie beyond. Nan Muran nods in agreement, for this aligns with her purpose for returning to the villa. Chapter 21. The Journey to Strength. Witnessing Bai Mei's eyes glistening with worry and Jia Wu's evident concern, Nan Muran feels a slight flutter in her heart. Having endured the treachery of the apocalyptic world, she understands Jia Wu's sentiments with clarity. Perhaps, after all these years and aside from Guofei, it is the first time someone has genuinely shed tears for her, stirring her heartstrings. Retrieving Defu from her backpack, she notices Tank's sulky demeanor, clearly jealous. Realizing this, Nan Muran kneels, drenched, to explain her encounter with Defu. Bai Mei, watching her animatedly soothe Tank, breathes a sigh of relief. Why not prepare something to eat for her? Jia Wu suggests suddenly. Over the time they have known each other, he has come to understand that Nan Muran, having been raised in comfort, is quite particular and lacks culinary skills. Given her week-long escapade outside, it is evident she has not eaten well. Bai Mei glances at her husband in surprise. You actually care for Ran Ran. I thought you were made of stone. Ran Ran, you're soaked. Stop fussing over it. Go upstairs, take a bath, and don't catch a cold. Afterward, come down for dinner, Bai Mei advises. Jia Wu smiles, but remains silent, in his heart. Nan Muran is not merely their savior, but also more than just a student. She feels akin to a child to him, although they had not lost their daughter. And Nan Muran is not of the same age. They find themselves inexplicably bestowing all their exceptions upon her. When the second floor was being renovated, they specifically installed a temperature-controlled bath. Though the space is only about 10 square meters, it is well equipped. Adding essential oils and lighting incense, Nan Muran sinks into the warm water, which envelopes her, easing every ounce of fatigue. Setting an alarm, she comfortably closes her eyes, drifting into a light slumber. The villa maintains a constant temperature, so Nan Muran changes into lighter loungewear. The dining table is laden with an array of dishes, making her mouth water. Sweet and sour ribs, beer duck, longjing shrimp, garlic abalone, crab roe eggs, cucumber salad, scallion tofu, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, all homely dishes that she relishes. Quick, taste my cooking, Bai Mei urges, placing abalone into Nan Muran's bowl. Sister Mei, when did you start cooking? And how did we end up with so many leafy greens? I don't recall stocking the fridge with these. Once my hand healed, I began cooking. I enjoy it. While you were away, your brother was quite idle. He took materials from the basement and created a hydroponic box in the cave using the hot springs, and the greens grew remarkably well, Bai Mei replies with a smile. As the meal consists solely of her favorite dishes and tastes divine, Nan Muran enjoys it thoroughly. After dinner, she returns to her large bed on the second floor and quickly falls asleep. On the sofa in the small living room, Tank glances disdainfully at the palm-sized Defu. Yet this does not dampen Defu's enthusiasm, as it meows and inches closer. Eventually, Tank concedes, and the two, one large and one small, nestle together on the sofa, drifting off to sleep. Downstairs, Jia Wu cleans the dishes in the dishwasher while engaging in casual conversation with his wife. Dear, I can't shake the feeling that Ran Ran has something on her mind, Bai Mei remarks, her brow slightly furrowed. Jia Wu nods in agreement. She is a calculative person. You need not worry excessively. How can I not worry? If it weren't for Ran Ran, I would still be bedridden, waiting to perish, and you would be living in a ghastly state. It is because of her that we can enjoy this comfort. Yet now she is troubled, and we are powerless to assist, left only with our anxieties. Look how perilous the outside world is. It is bound to become even more dangerous. Until she possesses adequate self-defense capabilities, I will not permit her to leave the villa, Jia Wu asserts, his tone resolute. He is indeed a man of his word. Upon returning to the underground training facility, Nan Mu-ran quickly realizes that Jia Wu's expectations have intensified. His strikes are sharper and more decisive. Every technique taught appears geared towards lethal intent. Each day, from the moment she awakens, Nan Mu-ran is taken to the training grounds, where strength, endurance, speed, and reflexes are drilled with unwavering rigor. After a full day of training, by nightfall, she feels as though her body is on the brink of collapse. Bai Mei initially watched, but eventually couldn't bear to see, her heart aching for Nan Mu-ran. For a full 20 days, regardless of how much Nan Mu-ran eats, her body, due to the overwhelming training regimen, becomes increasingly lean. Until one day, after exchanging over 50 moves with Jia Wu, she seizes the opportunity when he falters and manages to throw him off balance for the first time. Did I just do that? Nan Mu-ran gazes incredulously at the fallen Jia Wu. Quite impressive, Jia Wu, usually stoic, offers rare praise. Though elated, Nan Mu-ran remains diligent. Lying in bed that night, she watches the relentless rain outside, her heart surprisingly calm. According to the timeline, water has already flooded the 10th floor of the apartment. During the apocalyptic days, just 5 days after her departure, the security team had begun notifying homeowners of their intention to control resources. They had invaded several residences, and it was rumored that the food blogger had become the security captain's mistress, not only surrendering supplies but also herself. Some berated her as a harlot, while others expressed understanding. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, there were whispers that a male resident on the 5th floor, living with the security team on the 21st, had perished, leaving the woman utterly deranged. In truth, no one is oblivious. They can surmise what transpired without much thought. Yet, everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, leaving little energy to seek justice. That was the last news regarding the apartment. Gazing at the empty signal bars on her phone, Nan Mu-ran sighs. It seems she must pass the assessment promptly and descend. The following day, as Jia Wu leads Nan Mu-ran into the training facility, they come upon a row of firearms of various sizes and models, along with their corresponding magazines. He does not inquire about their origins, but instead picks up a Ruger 4 Malawian Quachas pistol, stating, "Given your current abilities, it is indeed necessary to learn these as auxiliaries. If wielded proficiently, your combat effectiveness could increase tenfold." Have you handled firearms before? Jia Wu asks. Nan Mu-ran replies honestly, I have, at a civilian shooting range. Of course, I also fired weapons when procuring them from the Russians, but I cannot disclose that. To master a firearm, you must first understand it, feel it, and even grow to love it. Jia Wu begins to explain the composition, characteristics, performance, and usage details of each weapon. Until Nan Mu-ran had sufficiently acquainted herself with firearms, Jia Wu commenced her target practice. Chapter 22. Taking a Life. After elucidating the essentials of shooting, Jia Wu permitted her to shoot freely. Remarkably, she hit the target with all 10 bullets, achieving an impressive score of 93 rings. Having endured the apocalypse, Nan Mu-ran felt no exhilaration. She understood that such a score at the shooting range bore little relevance to her actual combat prowess. Conversely, Jia Wu was astonished. This level of proficiency was cultivated at a civilian shooting range, suggesting that she had spent considerable time there honing her skills. In the shooting house, Nan Mu-ran consistently performed admirably, prompting Jia Wu to take her out of the villa that very afternoon. Due to inclement weather, during the first round of shooting from a distance of 25 meters, she missed all 10 shots. If you can't hit from such a short distance, how will you fare against a skilled opponent? Jia Wu's tone was stern. Continue, focus, and concentrate. Nan Mu-ran attempted again, but her performance remained dismal. Jia Wu remained unperturbed, repeatedly instructing her on the proper techniques, teaching her to assess wind speed and humidity's effects on the firearm and bullets, until she could strike the target even in the rain. In the days that followed, Nan Mu-ran practiced shooting in the mornings and began learning to wield a dagger for close-quarters combat in the afternoons. This method of fighting with a short blade demanded exceptional reflexes, speed, and skill, and it served as a true test of one's psychological fortitude. For a full 35 days, Nan Mu-ran was utterly disconnected from the outside world, undergoing a rigorous transformation of both body and spirit in her secluded realm. At last, Jiawu nodded in agreement to her departure from the villa. Elated, Nan Miran cheered, while Bai Mei, nearby, could not suppress her worries. She was now capable of handling 5 or 6 burly men with ease. With a dagger and a gun, she could at least turn the tide. Jiawu whispered to his wife, "Take Tank with you. I have trained him extensively during these days, and he will be of assistance when necessary." Nan Miran paused, bewildered. "You've trained Tank? In these 30 days, from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, you were busy training. When did you find the time for Tank?" "Muga. Have you not been sleeping well lately?" Nan Miran felt a pang of sadness. It was no wonder he had stumbled when distracted by her. It wasn't he that she was strong, he was simply exhausted. During this time, Tank had also worked hard, now meeting standards akin to an exceptional military dog and even surpassing them. "Take him with you, and we shall feel more at ease," Jiawu continued. Observing the two, Nan Miran found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. However, she had to descend the mountain to deal with all her enemies. Before leaving, she filled all the refrigerators in the kitchen and stocked some additional supplies in the basement. Finally, she hastened the growth of the willow trees and vines she had previously cultivated. The 7 willow trees surrounding the villa and the various vines in between began to grow at an astonishing rate, soon surpassing the height of the villa. The willow branches and vines intertwined spontaneously, enveloping the entire villa without leaving a trace. From a distance, the villa appeared to meld seamlessly with the mountain behind it, making it nearly impossible to find any flaws upon closer inspection. Even though they had witnessed Nan Miran using the life force of wild grasses to save Bai Mei, they were still taken aback by such a sight. "I am a wood elemental ability user. In the apocalypse, various abilities will awaken. You simply have yet to encounter them," Nan Miran remarked with a smile. "Too many individuals have come into contact with our villa during its construction and decoration. Once the city becomes utterly devoid of life, they may seek us out." Jiawu nodded, understanding the baseness of human nature. "I comprehend your meaning. I will return promptly. Take care of yourselves." The network had been down for a while, making it difficult to contact each other once separated. Upon entering the city, Nan Miran discovered that despite the relentless downpour, small groups were still floating on the water's surface, utilizing various tools to gather survival supplies. Unfortunately, the rain had completely destroyed resources like rice and flour, and despite everyone's efforts, they could only scrounge up a few packaged instant foods. At this moment, instant noodles, various sealed ready-to-eat meals, packaged rice and flour, and even bread and snacks had become coveted commodities. Nan Miran had sufficient food and would not resort to greed by competing with others for life-sustaining supplies. Yet, these individuals were not as benevolent. Upon seeing Nan Miran navigating her 2-person kayak with the robust Tank by her side, many eyes glimmered with avarice. It had been a month and a half since the apocalypse began, and the sight of the starving was all too common. The allure of meat was irresistible. The thought of slaughtering Tank for a meal was enough to make their mouths water. As greed took hold, a slightly larger group began to approach, led by a burly man. "Hey there, little girl, would you care to follow me? If you agree, I'll provide for you abundantly," he said, his eyes betraying his lustful intentions. He had grown tired of the gaunt, withered figures at home, and such a rare beauty before him was something he could scarcely dream of before the apocalypse. Yet he dared not approach her then. But now, in this world where resources reigned supreme, he felt emboldened by his own stockpile of supplies. Tank sensed the malice from the man, fixing his gaze on him, ready to pounce at any moment. Nan Miran reached out to soothe Tank, rising slowly with an expression as cold as ice, as if gazing upon a corpse. "I offer you one chance. Retract your previous statement." "Oh, the little girl has quite the temper," the burly man laughed boisterously. "I fancy you and wish to take you by force. What will you do about it?" The laughter of his companions echoed behind him, dismissing her as merely a slight girl, even with a fierce dog by her side. They failed to ponder why, in such dire circumstances, she could maintain such a composed demeanor and even keep a dog in good condition. In the instant they were laughing heartily, a military dagger suddenly materialized in Nan Miran's hand. With a swift leap, she boarded the man's kayak, her blade slicing through his throat in the blink of an eye. Blood sprang forth. In the ensuing confusion, she deftly returned to her kayak, leaving the onlookers aghast. The once brazen man now lay face down in the water, the crimson liquid spreading around him, sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed. Chapter 23. A Pile of Rubbish. Nan Muron regarded the men who had shared the kayak with the slain leader. He is dead. Do you seek vengeance for him? No, we do not seek vengeance. We are merely a makeshift team, utterly unfamiliar with one another. Let us depart now. Do not take my life. The faces of the men on the kayak turned ashen as they began to stammer, distancing themselves from the individual before them. Then hurry and leave. Nan Muron seated herself with a steely tone. The men hastily attempted to flee, only to discover that their kayak had sprung a leak. In an instant, all 5 aboard were plunged into the water, 20 meters deep. Without swimming skills, their fate was sealed. Soon, 2 among them began to thrash about in desperation. But no one from the gathered crowd made a move to rescue them, regardless of their cries for help. Nan Muron coldly watched as the 2 were engulfed by the rising water before turning on her heel and departing. The occupants of the kayak were perplexed by the sudden leak, yet the onlookers had witnessed everything distinctly. That young girl had, in the fleeting moment after her act of violence, deftly punctured their kayak. Her speed was astonishing, leaving no time for reaction. In this apocalyptic world, those who had managed to survive were no fools. They understood that this seemingly innocuous girl was not to be trifled with. The crowd instinctively parted to give way to Nan Muron. Tank, sitting proudly on the kayak, maintained an upright posture, his head held high, clearly reveling in the attention. Could you not exhibit a bit more composure? Nan Muron remarked with a hint of exasperation. Together, they accelerated their way to the base of the apartment building. At that moment, the waters had risen to the 10th floor, and it had been a full week without further inundation, granting everyone a collective sigh of relief. Nan Muron, accompanied by Tank, climbed through the window of the 11th floor's fire escape. A few steps in, a shrill voice pierced the air. That old wretch still clings to life. Her resilience is quite remarkable. It was the voice of her aunt, and without doubt, the old wretch she referred to as the matriarch of the Nan family. Nan Muron redirected her path towards the elevator area on the 12th floor. An acrid, putrid stench assaulted her nostrils, nearly making her retch. The door to the 12th floor stood ajar. In the corner of the elevator hall, a frail figure huddled, barely clinging to life. Upon seeing Nan Muron, the emaciated hand trembled as it reached out. One. The Nan matriarch's eyes widened in shock, her entire being exuding excitement. Save your grandmother. Seeing Nan Muron stand motionless at a distance, the elder collapsed, laboriously crawling towards her. The family of 4, alerted by the commotion from within, emerged. Gazing at the 4 figures, all significantly more gaunt than before the apocalypse, Nan Muron could not suppress a cold laugh. In her previous life, it was she who risked her life to scavenge for supplies, while they had not endured such dire straits. Nan Muron, you're alive. Nan Muting exclaimed, her voice piercingly high as she noticed her sister's visage, now even more exquisite than before, with skin that glowed with a rosy hue, igniting a fierce jealousy within her. Nan Muron cast a glance at the group, responding coolly, and you have not perished either. Wan, the Nan matriarch began to sob, her grief akin to that of a family bereaved. Isn't it said that one should be filial? Why treat the elders so poorly? Nan Muron's tone dripped with sarcasm. Nan Mufin glared at her, his voice laced with venom. You have no right to dictate here. Nan Muron nodded slightly, turning to leave. Nan Muron, halt. Nan Muting blocked her path. Do you possess food? Indeed, a great deal. And then? Nan Muron replied, a smile playing at her lips. Nan Muting's eyes sparkled with delight. Then share your provisions with us. Of course, but what do you offer in exchange? We've cared for you for 10 years. What's wrong with asking for some food? In a sudden movement, the Nan matriarch lunged forward. Her once ample form had become emaciated, and her face appeared even more haggard. As she approached, Nan Muron's gaze, filled with malice, rendered the elder speechless. Do you recall when I warned you that one day I would tear your tongue from your mouth? Nan Muron's voice was icy. What do you mean? The Nan matriarch began to tremble with fear, having never encountered such a terrifying version of her granddaughter. Drawing a dagger from behind her, Nan Muron declared, it is time to fulfill that promise. Grasping the elder's collar, she spun her around and delivered a kick to her inner thigh, forcing her to kneel. Mother, Nan Muron, cease this madness. The family shouted in a chaotic uproar, but only Nan Mufeng rushed forth, a bitter irony indeed. Before Nan Muron could act, Tank lunged at Nan Mufeng, pinning him to the ground and baring his fangs. Nan Muron pressed the knife against the Nan matriarch's face, unhesitatingly slicing along the corner of her mouth, severing the right half of her visage. The Nan family, including the matriarch, were paralyzed by fear at such a brutal and bloodthirsty display. It was terrifying enough that they did not even register the fact that Tank had long since been discarded. Nan Muting collapsed in shock, unable to meet Nan Muron's gaze. With a disdainful toss, Nan Muron cast aside the Nan matriarch, turning to Tank, "Come back." Tank rose, releasing a now pallid Nan Mufeng, who was soaked in a pool of his own urine. The Nan matriarch scrambled towards the room, clutching her face, wailing in agony as blood streamed through her fingers. Nan Ping, Nan Mufeng, and Nan Muting followed suit, hastily retreating into the room and slamming the door shut. Nan Muron slowly crouched down, addressing the petrified Nan matriarch with a voice that was once soft, now laced with menace. "Do you still wish for my assistance?" However, she was no longer the gentle and pliable Nan Muron of the past. She had transformed into a ruthless figure, akin to a heartless killer. The Nan matriarch trembled, shaking her head in terror, her body rigid like a marionette. "I told you, the true family resides within that room." Observing the filthy and disheveled Nan matriarch, Nan Muron's tone remained steady, yet it dripped with scathing mockery. "Wan," as she and Tank reached the 13th floor, a voice called out from behind her. Turning, Nan Muron spotted Chi, her brow furrowing slightly, disdainful of those who always congregated together. "What do you want?" Upon hearing her emotionless response, Chi faltered. "It's good to see you safe and sound. There's no need for us to feign cordiality, we share no connection," Nan Muron remarked, her stomach churning at the sight of his infatuated expression. In the past, Chi, standing at a height of 6'2", had always exuded refinement. Even if he were a nuisance, he was at least tolerable to look at. But now, witnessing this gaunt figure with a waxen complexion gazing at her, she felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. Chi's eyes reflected a hint of anguish. He yearned to convey his regret to Nan Muron, yet her cold rejection left him speechless. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to relinquish this beautiful version of Nan Muron. He longed to draw closer, to envelop her in his arms. Chapter 24. A rainy day calls for hot pot. In the instant that Chi approached, Nan Muron unhesitatingly lifted her foot and delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen. "Get away from me, you trash." Chi, caught off guard, stumbled and fell, his tailbone throbbing with pain, rendering his face pale and beads of cold sweat dripping down his brow. Fortunately, a wall was just a few steps behind him, had he tumbled down the stairs. In such perilous times, he could have easily lost his life. "You're utterly revolting." Nan Muron turned her back and walked away, too apathetic to spare him even a fleeting glance. Chi gazed at the figure at the end of the staircase, a potent wave of hatred surging within him for the first time. They had been betrothed since childhood, although he had entangled himself with Nan Muting. He had come to realize the folly of his actions. It was one thing for Nan Muron to disregard the kindness he had once shown her, but to so ruthlessly inflict harm upon him was truly despicable. Naturally, Nan Muron was indifferent to Chi's sentiments. Even if she were aware, it would not surprise her. Chi, like the entire Chi family, epitomized the essence of refined self-interest. Although he could not forsake the child growing within Nan Muting, they both understood that Nan Muron possessed far greater worth. Upon reaching the 36th floor, it came as no shock that the fire safety door she had locked when leaving the penthouse had been forcibly pried open. In the 20-square-meter elevator lobby, a sofa, bedding, clothing, and an array of household items lay scattered. The absence of ventilation rendered the air unbearably pungent. The entrance to her home bore evident signs of forced entry. Had it not been for the sturdy door and lock, her abode would have likely been invaded by the residents of the lower floors. Most infuriating was the heap of foul-smelling garbage obstructing her entryway, clearly a vengeful act from those who had been unable to access her home. Once she ascertained that no one was around, Nan Muron waved her hand, employing her psychic abilities to hurl all the items at her doorstep, including the refuse left by others, into the stairwell behind her. She then retrieved a new lock and secured the fire safety door from the inside. With the rain having poured incessantly for a month and a half, the building's utilities had long since failed. The interior was damp, with beads of water clinging to the walls, rendering the atmosphere chillier still. Nan Muron first activated the backup generator in the storage room to restore electricity, then adjusted the air conditioning to 30 degrees, engaging the dehumidifying function. She also turned on the vacuum robot, air purifier, and other appliances. Afterward, she made her way to the bathroom. Fortunately, residing on the top floor, the bathroom merely had a slight odor, rather than being overwhelmingly foul. Had she been on a lower floor, the situation might have been far worse. She opened the window to air out the space, drawing the blinds for privacy. From her storage, she retrieved hot water sourced from the nearby hot spring and filled the bathtub, finally allowing herself to sink into the comforting warmth. After her bath, she changed into more comfortable leisure wear and tossed the bedding from her bed and cushions from the sofa into the dryer to eliminate moisture. Although in this lifetime she had not engaged in such activities, during her previous 2 months of hiding in the apartment, she had performed them countless times. "Tinker, here's your outfit," Nan Muron declared, producing the clothes she had purchased for her dog from her storage. The red pullover looked stunning on him. She donned a thicker sweater herself, relishing the warmth. "Tinker, I crave hot pot," she mused. The torrential rain made the prospect of a spicy beef hot pot particularly enticing. Upon hearing her desire, Tinker responded with eager enthusiasm. Ever since joining by Mei and Jiawu, he had been treated to warm meals and succulent meats, rendering the dog food she had stockpiled unnecessary. "Hot pot is simple. I can make it," she asserted confidently, retrieving a portable stove, a dual-flavor pot, and various ingredients, including a 5-liter bottle of mineral water. She gathered pre-marinated spicy beef, fresh-cut beef, shrimp paste, lamb rolls, beef rolls, fish balls, duck intestines, and an assortment of vegetables, filling a 2-meter-long dining table to the brim. Lastly, she procured drinks, orange juice, cola, Sprite, and tea, all in small cans to avoid waste. Since training with Jiawu, Nan Muron had slimmed down, but her appetite had doubled, necessitating sometimes 5 meals a day. Had she not stockpiled enough food initially, sustaining herself would have been a challenge. With Tinker also being a hearty eater, she had no worries about waste. Once the 2 flavors of hot pot broth were poured into the pot, spicy for her and mild for Tinker, she prepared the dipping sauces of sesame paste, minced garlic, and seafood sauce, all to her liking. With everything ready, she set up her portable television next to the dining table, connected the hard drive, and resumed watching Empresses in the Palace. As she and Tinker settled in to enjoy the show, the water began to boil. Nan Muron loved spicy food, while Tinker could not tolerate it, creating a harmonious dining experience. The only downside was that she had to act as Tinker's waitress, serving him food. "Tinker, could you eat a little slower?" she implored. Tinker bit into a thick slice of beef, remaining silent, clearly rejecting her request. With a sigh, Nan Muron obediently continued to serve him. After they had eaten their fill, the pair nestled on the sofa, watching the dramatic conclusion of the series. A hint of regret tinged Nan Muron's voice as she remarked, "It's over already." Tinker, clearly uninterested, had already watched it twice and was unwilling to change the program. Understanding the cue, Nan Muron took the remote and switched to the next episode of Detective Direnja. As she watched, she utilized her psychic abilities to tidy up the mess on the table, effortlessly sending the debris into the trash bin in her storage. Once a source of astonishment for Tinker, her ability to conjure items from thin air had now become an accepted part of their daily life. Unfortunately, this blissful atmosphere was short-lived, as a series of impatient knocks echoed from the fire escape door, the sound betraying the aggressiveness of the knocker. Somewhat drowsy, Nan Muron surmised it was the people who had previously occupied the area outside her door. Too lethargic to engage with them, she figured they would eventually tire themselves out and leave, so she remained on the sofa resigned. However, she underestimated their determination. Half an hour later, they were still pounding on the door, their noise escalating and drawing a crowd in the hallway. Reluctantly, she rose to open the door. The moment the safety door swung open, the crowd in the stairwell fell silent, taken aback. At the staircase stood a girl of striking beauty, her porcelain skin and waist length, seaweed-like hair cascading gracefully, radiating an aura that illuminated the gloom around her. Dressed in a khaki sweater and ginger yellow banana pants, she appeared fresh and clean, even exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. Is it you who is knocking? Nan Muron cast a glance at the throng in the hallway, her gaze finally settling on the man at the front of the group, still poised to knock. The woman beside him instinctively brushed her hair, the rough texture of her hands causing her expression to shift, jealousy creeping into her eyes as she glared at Nan Muron. So, what if it was my boyfriend knocking? What right do you have to throw our belongings away? The space you occupy is one I paid for. What is wrong with my actions? Nan Muron regarded the woman with an expression of evident impatience. What is the situation now? Everyone is struggling to get by. If you want to lend a hand. Must you also destroy the things we rely upon for survival? How vile. The woman retorted, her tone laced with fury. Nan Muron let out a cold laugh. Am I truly malicious? If I were, your belongings would have long since found their way into the water outside, rather than languishing in the stairwell. You ought to commend my kindness. What nonsense are you spouting? The items weren't discarded outside, yet you carelessly tossed the garbage, rendering everything a filthy mess. How can we make use of this? By the looks of you, it seems you should compensate us with something pristine. The woman's eyes glinted with envy at the sight of Nan Muron's immaculate attire, speculating that this girl must possess an abundance of fine possessions. Otherwise, how could she appear so fair and tender while the rest of us are gaunt and sallow? She resembled a seductress, leaving one to wonder how she acquired her belongings. Her words echoed the sentiments of the crowd. If this woman had resources, it was imperative to notify the security team for unified management. Humanity suffers not from scarcity, but from inequality. Those submerged in hardship find it intolerable to witness others living in splendor. Among the crowd, several younger women cast penetrating glares at Nan Muron. Unfazed by their hostile gazes, she mockingly addressed the woman before her. Were those refuse not already mingled with you? You resided nearby without complaint, and now you feign delicacy? Enough with the idle chatter, compensate us. The woman, irked by the derision, allowed her tone to turn vicious. Others began chiming in, such a pretty girl. Yet her heart is so wicked. She should indeed compensate them. Right, one wonders who kept this place tidy. Perhaps she harbors unspeakable secrets within those walls? With the utmost malice, they scrutinized Nan Muron. With allies rallying around her, the woman felt emboldened. Yet, upon glancing at her boyfriend, who was visibly entranced by Nan Muron's beauty, her ire surged. What are you waiting for? Tell her to compensate us. The man, finally snapping back to reality, softly explained to Nan Muron, our belongings are indeed rendered unusable due to your actions. Leave. His self-proclaimed politeness was met with her frigid retort. What is with your attitude? The woman's patience evaporated, and she voiced her discontent. In an act of defiance, Nan Muron delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen. He staggered back, lost his footing, and tumbled down the staircase. The onlookers in the stairwell were momentarily taken aback by Nan Muron's sudden aggression. The woman, poised to unleash further insults, was silenced by the icy glare Nan Muron directed at her. If you wish to avoid a beating, I suggest you remain silent. Nan Muron's disdain for such dim-witted women was palpable. Why should she risk herself for a coward filled with nonsensical thoughts? The woman could only watch helplessly as Nan Muron firmly closed the fire door. Don't just stand there, I'm in agony. The man's voice echoed from behind, prompting the woman to rush to his side. He clutched his rear, wailing in pain, feeling as though his bones had been shattered. Let us head to the 13th floor and find a doctor, a woman in the crowd advised softly. In the chief family's living room, Chile examined the man, a slight fracture in the pelvis, wrist sprain. You need to recuperate properly, stand more, sit less. It will take at least half a month to heal. Once the two departed, Chi-Ching emerged from her room. Chile, did they mention the top-floor apartment? Was it Muron? Chile paused in his tidying, his voice heavy with melancholy. She returned around noon. Is she well? Did you remind her about the security team? Chi-Ching's face was grave, concern etched in her features for Nan Muron. The security team had grown increasingly unruly, and it was perilous for a girl like Nan Muron. Chile remained silent, retreating to his room. Truth be told, he couldn't articulate why. But the resplendent Nan Muron had stirred something deep within him. At that moment, as she turned to leave, he felt an inexplicable urge to pull her into the murky depths alongside him. In his mind, two inner voices clashed. One urged him to refrain, while the other fervently enticed him. Perhaps only by dragging Nan Muron into the mire could her radiant essence once again belong to him. Chi-Ching found her brother's reaction perplexing, yet she respected his feelings and abandoned her intention to seek out Nan Muron. Meanwhile, after the unsettling confrontation, Nan Muron sought solace in planting seeds in a flower pot, nurturing 3 climbing vines. She placed the pot outside her door, allowing the vines to ascend the wall until they enveloped the fire door and the elevator entrance. Having witnessed the actions of the security team in the owner's group chat, she anticipated that her return would incite them to seek trouble over food and her presence. In fact, she welcomed their approach, hoping to resolve the issue once and for all. Rather than constantly worrying over them, she deliberately cultivated the vines to monitor potential threats. As evening descended at 7:30, the gloomy sky deepened into darkness. Nan Muron gazed out through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The apartment's elevation afforded her a distant view, yet she beheld the city shrouded in ink-like blackness, with only a few dim yellow spots flickering in the abyss, likely the glow of flashlights. For one accustomed to the neon lights of the urban night, such an endless void was truly daunting. In her previous life, the sight might have brought her to tears. Yet, in this moment, she regarded the darkness with tranquil indifference, stirred not in the slightest. However, the chilling solitude of the night evoked a longing for the warmth of the past, allowing feelings of nostalgia to burgeon within her heart. She couldn't help but ponder what C might be like at this very moment. Whenever she felt bored in this life, her brush would instinctively depict C. In her art, there existed 2 versions of him, one clad in a white hospital gown, emaciated and pallid, with sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones, perpetually shrouded in unspoken melancholy and vigilance, often retreating to the shadows. The other, adorned in military camouflage, equipped with advanced gear, stood at 6 feet 3 inches, a perfectly proportioned figure. His thick brows framed deep-set eyes that held a hint of sorrow, his nose was strikingly well-defined, and even his lips bore a pleasing shape. As an art student with a keen sensitivity to human anatomy, she had never encountered a physique or facial structure more exquisite than C.'s. Regrettably, in their previous lives, they had met during their most desperate times. Thus, Nan Muron had never beheld the flawless C depicted in her art, leaving her uncertain of the accuracy of her portrayals. Chapter 26. The gossip is thrilling. The nearby tank seemed to sense its master's increasingly somber mood and inched closer. Acknowledging its presence, Nan Muron lowered her gaze, bored. Shall we exercise together? She pressed the button for the electric curtains, illuminating only a lamp by the sofa, casting the expansive living room in a dim glow. While the tank remained momentarily dazed, a wooden dagger materialized in Nan Muron's hand, aimed at the tank with precision. In the faint light, the girl and her dog engaged in a spirited exchange of playful combat, relying on keen eyesight, reflexes, and judgment. It must be acknowledged that Tank, the dog, has been exceptionally well trained, displaying remarkable agility and swiftness in its attacks. Most notably, it possesses a certain combat instinct. It was not until an hour and a half later, when both human and canine were utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the ground, that they ceased their exertions. Although her room was equipped with electricity and could illuminate every corner, Nan Muron had no desire to stand out on this ink-black night. Thus, after a brief wash following their training, she retired to bed early. Tank obediently followed her into the bedroom, settling into its cozy nest on the sofa. Lying in the warmth of her own bed, Nan Muron quickly drifted into slumber, while Tank, attuned to its owner's steady breathing, soon succumbed to sleep as well. In the dead of night, the slumbering Tank suddenly rose, alert. At the same moment, Nan Muron stirred from her sleep. Together, they stealthily approached the door, opening it with utmost caution. As Nan Muron listened to the hushed voices of men outside, a frown creased her brow. These individuals had arrived far too swiftly. "Are you certain you can open this door? We've consulted numerous locksmiths who have declared it impossible," spoke the captain of the security team. "Fear not. Even the vault doors of banks are no match for me, let alone this door," replied an obviously elder voice, seemingly fiddling with tools. Another, younger voice chimed in proudly, "My uncle is famously known as a master thief throughout Southeast Asia. There is no lock he cannot unlock, Captain." You need not worry. A hint of excitement crept into their conversation. Did you see the woman inside? She is like a fairy. It must be exhilarating to toy with her. The captain's excitement grew as he listened, and the surrounding men wore lewd, brazen smiles. And look at her. She clearly has never known hunger. This place must be stocked with supplies, added yet another voice. Xiaolu gently nudged Nan Muron's arm, informing her of the 5 individuals outside, all members of the security team. There's an older man attempting to pick the lock. His tools seem quite specialized. And this door won't hold for long. To prevent the man from damaging the lock irreparably, Nan Muron swiftly donned military boots from the shoe cabinet, pulled on a tactical coat from the clothing rack, and reached out to open the door. With a decisive click, the door swung wide, leaving the elderly man with precision tools momentarily stunned. Unfortunately for him, before he could regain his wits, he felt a chilling breeze at his neck, his pupils dilating in shock before his body crumpled uncontrollably to the floor. The young security guard, holding a flashlight, was so startled that he fell to the ground in terror. At that very moment, Tank leapt forward, sinking its teeth into one of the guards' necks, claiming the life of its target. Originally 6 intruders had approached, now only 4 remained. Without hesitation, the captain of the security team drew his baton, his gaze turning malevolent. Nan Muron smirked. What do you intend to do? The captain pondered briefly before charging forward with the baton raised. What appeared to be a fierce assault was riddled with vulnerabilities in Nan Muron's eyes. With a nimble sidestep, she slipped beneath his arm, her dagger reversing in the air before plunging into the back of the captain's neck. Blood flowed like pearls strung on a broken thread, pooling at her feet. Please, don't kill me, I beg you. The 3 remaining guards were paralyzed with fear at the gruesome scene before them. Nan Muron regarded the quaking trio with a cold smile. Once, did anyone not plead for mercy from you? 2 of them faltered visibly. The youngest guard, trembling and holding the flashlight, shook his head vigorously. No. I swear I will never do it again. Without hesitation, Nan Muron dispatched the other 2 guards, her gaze finally resting on the last trembling figure holding the flashlight. Upon recognizing his features, her tone softened slightly. You, take their bodies to the stairwell. Seeing the young guard still quaking in fear, Nan Muron pressed her temple in annoyance. She found it unfathomable how this coward had once dared to interrupt and save himself from Zhang Kuan. If you wish to live, move swiftly. The young guard finally snapped back to reality, but as he rose, he slipped on the pool of liquid beneath him, crashing face first onto the ground, directly in front of one of the corpses. He immediately burst into tears, but still scrambled to obey Nan Muron's orders, dragging the bodies one by one to the stairwell. As he sobbed through his task, Nan Muron furrowed her brow. Now tell me, what is the current situation with your security team? Just moments earlier, as her door had been on the verge of being breached, she had suddenly realized that the state of the security team was markedly different from her previous life. In her last existence, she had hidden in her home for 2.5 months without encountering an adept lockpicker like the old man. What do you mean? The young guard stammered. There are several individuals involved. Who leads them, and what misdeeds have they committed? Where did that old man come from? The security team had originally numbered 21, but now, with 5 apartment buildings, aside from a few households, all supplies were under the control of the security team, who visited the 21st floor daily to collect provisions. The requirement for collecting supplies was that it must be women unless there were no women in the household, in which case men could come to collect. The purpose was obvious to anyone with sense. Due to a few households hoarding supplies, they had been unable to gain access. Consequently, the captain of the security team had been searching for someone skilled in opening special locks. The old man was the uncle of Hicheng, a reputed key master in a Southeast Asian criminal gang. Since his arrival, he had indeed assisted the security team in opening 2 doors, having opened one on the 12th floor just a week prior. The 12th floor? Nan Muron's expression darkened. Yes, they broke in and assaulted an elderly lady. And they say they violated her daughter, LJ, even terminating her pregnancy, the young guard replied timidly. Nan Muron's mind raced as she connected the dots. Logically, Nan Muting had been over 4 months pregnant, which explained her lack of visible signs. What else? She pressed. But that girl of theirs wasn't innocent either. After that incident, she frequently came to the 21st floor to barter for food. Because she was open-minded and adventurous, they all favored her. The young guard lamented amid the corpses, his heart nearly breaking. Upon hearing this, Nan Muron was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Nan Muting would be so reckless. Wasn't she in love with Chili? How could she behave so brazenly beneath his very nose? Her curiosity surged. Isn't Chili her fiancé? How can she act so indiscreetly? I can't say. I haven't heard anything about that, the guard replied. The Chi family was rather unique, as they had a doctor among them. The security team had not only refrained from confiscating their supplies, but had also regularly delivered basic provisions to their household. After the 12th floor had been robbed, they had approached the Chi family seeking compensation for the girls' losses, only to be turned away by the matriarch of the Chi family. Subsequently, the Chi doctor had ceased to involve himself with them. The young guard, sensing that Nan Muron was interested in the local gossip, felt a flicker of hope for his own survival, and he spoke with increasing fervor. He silently thought that as long as he kept talking, this harbinger of death would forget about ending his life. Through the incessant chatter of the young guard, Nan Muron gleaned the information she sought. After eliminating the 4 before her, she considered the young guard as the sole survivor. On the 21st floor, there were still 20 individuals present, among whom 16 were former members of the security team, while the remaining 4 had accompanied the old man. The latter group comprised 2 men and 2 women, with the 2 men possessing considerable skills, categorizing them as potential threats. The 2 women appeared to be mere strays picked up along the way, having endured bullying from the security team without any intervention from these newcomers. Nan Muron reflected grimly that, even after a month of apocalypse, these scoundrels were still intact. Could you do me a favor? She interrupted the babbling little security guard. Nan Muron understood that since she had already committed murder today, it was imperative to eradicate the entire security team to prevent them from devising any vile schemes against her upon their return. She did not harbor an inflated sense of self-importance. Having a gun and some skills did not grant her immunity from danger. However, confronting 20 individuals simultaneously, even with a firearm, would prove exceedingly challenging, necessitating a strategy to divide and conquer. The little security guard could still be of use. Her sudden request left the little guard trembling, yet he managed to stammer, "What do you want?" "I intend to eliminate those people, and I need your assistance. Should you succeed, I will spare your life and even reward you. But if you fail, I will have to kill you as well," Nan Muron stated coldly. "All right. Just don't kill me. I will do as you say," the little guard replied, panic-stricken. The thought of rewarding himself was far too daunting. He merely wished to preserve his own life. After all, the security team had not performed a single good deed in recent days, and ridding the world of them would not burden him with guilt. Nan Muron had no intention of engaging in close combat with these individuals, as 2 could easily overpower 1, especially considering that the 2 accompanying the old man were likely not ordinary opponents. After contemplating her options, she retrieved a handgun from behind her and affixed a silencer. Witnessing her deft movements and the firearm in her grasp, the little guard involuntarily shuddered, feeling warmth at the base of his thigh as fear overwhelmed him. "Return and inform them that these individuals require assistance. It would be best if you could lure those 2 skilled men over here first," Nan Muron instructed, nodding toward the corpses piled in the hallway. Understanding her plan, the little guard hastily descended the stairs toward the 21st floor. Meanwhile, Nan Muron returned to the stairwell, propping the fire door ajar and retrieved night vision goggles. Putting them on, with her hands gripping her gun, she leaned against the secure door, keenly observing the staircase through the glass, prepared to address any treachery from the little guard. After approximately 20 minutes, footsteps echoed through the stairwell, accompanied by the coarse voices of men cursing. "Damn it. A little girl can't even be dealt with. You've disrupted my peaceful dreams. Once I get inside, I'll make sure to end her." "You may not be so eager. She is quite a catch," came the reply. The crude language of these men intensified Nan Muron's murderous intent, her eyes gleaming with malice through the night vision goggles. As the leading man ascended, he failed to notice the bodies strewn in the hallway and tripped over them, falling to the ground. "What the hell is this?" he cursed, attempting to rise, only to realize the warm sensation beneath him, a corpse. The others, unable to react in time, stumbled over him, reaching for a nearby flashlight. After recognizing the faces of the dead, the leader's expression shifted dramatically. Before they could react further, a faint sound pierced the air, and the man holding the flashlight suddenly collapsed. The flashlight spun wildly on the ground before tumbling down the stairs, plunging the stairwell into darkness. "Run, there are guns." One of the men, sensing his companions falling around him, was the first to react. Unfortunately, it was too late. Nan Muron's sharpshooting skills had been honed through rigorous training. Even in the rain-soaked night, her aim was flawless, especially in the confined space where her adversaries could not see her. The little guard trembled as he witnessed the 10 men fall at his feet within a minute. "Is Jong-kun not here?" Nan Muron inquired, casting a discontented glance at the slain men. "He's busy, so he didn't come out," the little guard stammered. Nan Muron raised an eyebrow, reloading her weapon. "It's fortunate he's still alive. Jong-kun deserves special treatment." "Let us go," she instructed, her gaze fixed on the little guard. Nodding nervously, the little guard led the way as they descended the stairs toward the apartment door on the 21st floor. He trembled as he input the door code. And with a click, the lock opened. Each apartment in the building had its own entrance, and the layout was generally identical. This particular unit had once served as a model during the sales presentation, making it familiar to Nan Muron. After giving the little guard a nod, she followed closely behind him into the apartment. Fortunately, the overcast night provided ample darkness, and the sound of rain masked any noise from above, allowing them to enter unnoticed. Once inside, the little guard closed the door at Nan Muron's signal. The living room was shrouded in impenetrable darkness. "What is the situation, Xiao Wang? You haven't dealt with that girl yet, have you?" A man huffed from the storage area near the entrance. Nan Muron motioned for the little guard to remain calm. "There's no Zhonggo. I came back to fetch some tools for Lu Shifu." "The door is a bit stubborn," he replied, striving to maintain a steady voice. "Damn it, lying there like a corpse. Can't you at least make some noise?" came Jong-kun's voice, accompanied by a slap, cutting the conversation short. The little guard exhaled in relief and guided Nan Muron further into the apartment. "That's the lounge. Go check the situation," Nan Muron whispered, lowering her voice. The little guard obediently complied, peering inside. In the entire building, aside from the security team leader and a few guests who could use electricity at night, the others had to refrain from turning on the lights. Thus, at midnight, everyone else was fast asleep. The lounge contained 7 individuals, all soundly asleep. Nan Muron, unwilling to waste bullets on the unconscious, drew her knife and entered the room, methodically slitting their throats. The only downside was the overwhelmingly foul odor wafting through the house. The tank, following her out, appeared somewhat deflated, feeling as though he had come merely to spectate without contributing anything of substance. Returning to the living room, Nan Muron turned to the little guard. "Only the 2 women and Jong-kun remain." The little guard's voice quivered, but he relayed the current situation honestly to her. Nan Muron had intended to find a place to sit in the living room, but the surrounding conditions repulsed her, extinguishing her desire. Removing her night vision goggles, she looked at the little guard. "Go turn on the living room lights." The little guard hesitated, "But there are still people in here." "I'm aware, just do it," Nan Muron commanded flatly. Seeing her determination, the little guard made his way to the entrance and switched on the living room lights. The entire living room was instantly illuminated. Yet the originally pristine and elegantly decorated space had devolved into chaos. Disposable cups were crammed with cigarette butts, while the coffee table was strewn with instant noodle boxes and various food wrappers, littered with used tissues. Nan Muron disdainfully strolled toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, remaining silent as she waited. "Who the hell is it? Isn't it time to turn on the lights?" Jong-kun's irritable voice erupted from within. Perhaps due to the absence of a response from outside, he casually donned a pair of underwear and stormed into the living room. Upon surveying the disarray, he was momentarily taken aback, for standing before the windows was a stunning woman clad in a black and gray tactical jacket. The young lady possessed a fair complexion, a tall figure, and her hair was tied back into a long ponytail. She wore casual black shorts that showcased her long, slender legs. The most striking aspect of her attire was her boots, black military-style combat boots. Although her ensemble was peculiar, the beauty of the wearer lent it a unique allure. "Oh my! Where did this exquisite creature come from?" Jong-kun, already lecherous by nature, was now drooling at the sight of Nan Muron. Kuan-go, a nearby security guard, observed Nan Muron's expression while nervously reminding Zhang Kuan. Only then did Zhang Kuan notice him. Xiao Wang. Could this possibly be the renowned Miss Nan you mentioned from the top floor? Truly captivating. You've finally done something right this time. Don't worry. I'll ensure you receive double rations for the week. Hearing his dangerously flirtatious words, the little security guard felt his legs weaken, regretting his reckless warning. Nan Muron cast a cold glance at the security guard, remaining silent. Yet, that single glance made him feel as though his fate was sealed. Just then, a woman emerged from another room. She was the first to notice Nan Muron by the window, and her expression shifted immediately. Unconsciously puffing out her ample chest, she spoke to Nan Muron with a tone laced with hostility. Who are you, and how did you end up here? Observing Nan Muron's silence, the woman scoffed and turned to Zhang Kuan. Kuan-go, I advise you not to take this dubious woman too seriously. Who knows if she's clean? Get lost. Stop babbling nonsense, you worn-out public transport. Zhang Kuan stared unblinkingly at Nan Muron, his tone towards the woman dripping with impatience. Unable to tolerate their vulgar exchanges any longer, Nan Muron turned to Zhang Kuan and calmly asked, Zhang Kuan, in your moments of wrongdoing, did you ever contemplate the manner of your demise? Zhang Kuan laughed as if he had heard a joke, looking at Nan Muron with a mocking grin. Little girl, if you serve Kuan-go well, I assure you, I will treat you with utmost care. The woman beside him joined in with scornful taunts. Who does she think she is? Before Nan Muron could respond, Tank, unable to contain himself, began barking ferociously at the noisy woman. Zhang Kuan then noticed the imposing Tank, who had been sitting beside Nan Muron all along. Without waiting for further reaction, Tank lunged at the woman, sending her scurrying away. Zhang Kuan immediately sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Tank's fierce assault. Yet 3 crimson claw marks appeared across his face. Damn you, seeking death! Zhang Kuan yelled in anger, warily eyeing Tank. After missing his first pounce, Tank, though surprised, did not panic. Instead, he swiftly adjusted his stance, barking fiercely once more, preparing for a second attack. Zhang Kuan, observing the imposing German shepherd before him, felt a surge of trepidation. He had encountered many dogs, yet this one was distinctly different. It was not only larger and more robust than the average German shepherd, but also exuded an air of ferocity. Most alarmingly, it radiated a palpable aura of menace. This was a dog that had undergone specialized training, capable of lethal attacks, comparable to military dogs and far more terrifying than typical police dogs. The previously mocking woman turned pale at the sight of Tank, glancing around the living room before retreating behind the little security guard. Infuriated by her cowardice, the security guard thought to himself, why should I be afraid when you are? At that moment, Tank leaped once more, his speed surpassing the last. His jaws aimed directly at Zhang Kuan's neck. Zhang Kuan, caught off guard, turned pale and, without hesitation, fell to the ground. Scrambling toward a nearby room in a desperate attempt to escape, Tank pounced from behind, sinking his teeth into Zhang Kuan's ear without hesitation. Blood sprayed forth, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Nan Muron stepped forward and kicked Zhang Kuan, rendering him unconscious. With a powerful strike from her military boots, she caused him to bleed from the back of his head. Get a chair and tie him up, Nan Muron instructed the little security guard. He hurriedly complied, first retrieving a chair from the dining table and then finding a toolbox from the group, pulling out some rope. He lifted Zhang Kuan onto the chair, binding him tightly until satisfied with the knots. Wake him up, Nan Muron continued her orders, harboring a deep-seated vendetta against Zhang Kuan, who had nearly assaulted her in her past life. She was determined to deny him any mercy. Some individuals were meant to suffer and perish in despair. The little security guard pondered briefly before heading to the bathroom to fetch an empty bucket. Upon his return, the bucket was filled with rainwater. He then grabbed a basin, filled it, and without hesitation, splashed it onto Zhang Kuan's face. Unfortunately, Zhang Kuan remained unconscious, but a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Go answer it. No matter who it is, invite them in and handle the situation, Nan Muron gestured to the little security guard. She had an inkling that whoever was knocking at this late hour on the 21st floor was no good, likely involved in some conspiracy with the security guards. Chapter 29. Chi Li's Malicious Intentions. As the little security guard approached the door, Nan Muron seized the chair with Zhang Kun still tied to it and pulled it behind the curtains on the balcony. "You come here." She beckoned the dazed woman in the living room to hide with her. Upon ushering the late-night visitor, Chi Li, into the living room, the little security guard was clearly taken aback. "Where is everyone? Where is your captain?" Chi Li scanned the room, taking in the unpleasant scent of the sofa and the disgusting scene surrounding him, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly finding a place to sit. Hearing his question, the little security guard was momentarily at a loss for words. "Dr. Chi, you've come so late. Is there something urgent?" "I have some matters I wish to discuss with your captain. Please help me summon him," Chi Li replied with an air of genteel arrogance. "The captain and the others have gone to the top floor and haven't returned yet," the little security guard lied. Chi Li was visibly taken aback. "To the top floor? The 36th floor has only one resident, Nan Muron. It seems these people are up to something tonight." "Yes, they went up with Hilao," the little security guard added, aware that Nan Muron was hiding to avoid exposure. Chi Li, fully cognizant of who Hilao was, felt his heart racing uncontrollably. He contemplated rushing upstairs to rescue Nan Muron, but was also consumed by the frantic belief that only after enduring all torment and humiliation would Nan Muron be willing to glance his way again, allowing her to belong to him once more. "How long have they been gone?" After a prolonged silence, Chi Li finally inquired. "Half an hour," the little security guard randomly replied. Chi Li fell into silence, and after half an hour, it seemed the door lock remained unyielding. Casting a glance at the watch on his wrist, he thought it prudent to wait a while longer. Observing his gesture of checking the time, Nan Muron, concealed behind the curtains, glared with a coldness that could kill. She did not hasten to step outside, but instead glanced at her own watch. It was not until over 40 minutes had elapsed that Chi Li stood, intending to take his leave. "So, Master Chi, are you planning to watch a show now?" The frigid tone of inquiry emerged from behind the curtains, and soon Nan Muron, accompanied by Tank, appeared on the balcony. Chi Li was taken aback, his complexion paling instantly, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Ran. He understood that, in this moment, Nan Muron had undoubtedly discerned his sordid intentions. "I always thought you were merely a despicable man unable to control his lower desires, not deserving of death. Yet now it seems you are nothing but a thorough scoundrel. Living is far too lenient for you." Nan Muron had already surmised his purpose for visiting the 21st floor that night from his myriad reactions. He had so maliciously intended to let the security team ruin him first, only to later appear as the Good Samaritan. Ran, let me explain," Chi Li hastily interjected. "Explain what? The reason for your visit tonight, or your vile thoughts?" Nan Muron regarded him with an unwavering gaze. Chi Li, feeling a twinge of guilt under her scrutiny, attempted to justify himself, but Nan Muron was no fool. "We are engaged. I will take responsibility for you." "Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a claim?" Nan Muron retorted mockingly. "I have already recognized my mistakes and severed ties with Nan Muting. Why do you cling to past transgressions?" Chi Li's chest surged with indignation as he gazed at Nan Muron. "So, I should overlook the past, and in return, you think you can ruin me?" Nan Muron stepped forward without hesitation, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Weakened by prolonged malnourishment, Chi Li fell to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Nan Muron!" Chi Li roared like a beast, blood spilling profusely. Unfazed by his agony, Nan Muron stepped forward, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen, causing him to curl up in pain. Ignoring his suffering, she struck him repeatedly, pouring all her strength into each blow, as if wishing to end his life right then and there. Suddenly, Tank erupted into a frenzy of barks. Nan Muron turned to see Zhang Kun had awoken at some point, and the ropes that had bound him were now undone. At that moment, he brandished an ashtray from the table, aiming it at her head. Just as the ashtray was about to descend, Zhang Kun suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Tank lunged at him, shielding Nan Muron. She drew the handgun from her back, and the gunfire echoed, severing flesh from Zhang Kun's hand that clutched the ashtray. "Tank, are you all right?" Though she had used her psychic abilities to halt Zhang Kun's actions, the ashtray still grazed Tank. Tank yelped in response. Assured that Tank was unharmed, Nan Mu-ran swiftly turned the gun towards the trembling woman by the curtains, whose face drained of color at the sight of the gun's muzzle. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I don't want to die. You could have been spared, but now you deserve death. Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Mu-ran pulled the trigger, and the bullet struck the woman between the brows, causing her to collapse. Initially, Nan Mu-ran had no intention of killing her, viewing the two women as mere victims of torment and confinement. Yet, from the moment she untied Jong Kun, she had sealed the woman's fate, regardless of her pitiable circumstances. A piercing scream erupted behind her. Turning, Nan Mu-ran found another woman, naked and covered in bruises, trembling in fear at the ghastly scene before her. Frowning in dissatisfaction, a small security guard rushed forward, covering the woman's mouth tightly. Sister Hong, please don't scream. I beg you. He held her mouth shut while casting fearful glances at Nan Mu-ran. Miss Nan, could you spare Sister Hong? She is just a victim. Return her to her room and ensure she remains silent, Nan Mu-ran ordered coldly, stowing her gun and drawing a dagger as she approached the writhing Jong Kun. You filthy woman. Just know this, if you kill me, you won't escape either. Jong Kun hollered through clenched teeth, enduring the pain. Nan Mu-ran scoffed. Your intellect seems lacking. Do you truly believe I would be here if the others were not elsewhere? You killed them? Fear flickered in Jong Kun's eyes. Please don't kill me. I have plenty of supplies. Spare me. He began to plead, witnessing her cold demeanor as she toyed with the dagger in silence. Jong Kun's breakdown ensued, his cries for mercy crescendoing into curses. Are you mad? I provided you food and drink. I know where there are warehouses filled with supplies. Just let me go. Speak, damn you. He implored desperately. I was wrong, just spare me, I beg you. Should you dare to kill me, I will haunt you even in death. Seeing him nearly at the brink of collapse, Nan Mu-ran calmly asked, where are the warehouses? Jong Kun hesitated, but ultimately revealed, in the old factory district on South City South Hongxiang Road. It's the military's secret cargo hold. Everyone is dead. Nan Mu-ran nodded, her skepticism absent. Yet, she gripped the dagger firmly, delivering a swift blow that severed his manhood. Excruciating pain surged through Jong Kun, and he lost all strength to curse, curling into a ball and rolling on the ground in agony. Observing the chaos unfold, Chili no longer harbored any desire to rekindle a relationship with Nan Mu-ran. In his eyes, this merciless killer was nothing short of a demon. He began to drag his wounded body toward the corner, desperately seeking to evade her gaze. Chapter 30. Tank sustains minor injuries. Finding Jong Kun's screams intolerable, Nan Mu-ran casually picked up a nearby towel and stuffed it into his mouth. You are quite noisy. After ensuring Sister Hong was settled, the small security guard shrank into a corner, trying to render himself invisible amidst the blood-soaked scene. Tank turned to fixate on the immobile Chili. Meanwhile, Nan Mu-ran squatted before Jong Kun, playing with her dagger as she inquired, since the onset of the apocalypse over the past month, have your hands performed a single good deed? Jong Kun's eyes widened in terror at her words. Nan Mu-ran reveled in his fear, her earlier agitation and bloodlust gradually subsiding in the wake of his dread. It appears not a single good deed has been done. Then why do you still have these hands? To continue committing sins? With that, her dagger plunged into Jong Kun's left hand, piercing through the back. A wave of agony engulfed him, but the towel muffled his cries. The right one is still intact, and that's simply one to do. Symmetry is key to perfection. She swiftly withdrew the dagger, stabbing through Jong Kun's right hand. As his blood pooled beneath him, Nan Mu-ran felt an exhilarating rush. The urge to torture him intensified, and she continued to pierce his feet until she grew weary of the grim pastime. In her rebirth, she could swiftly end the lives of those insignificant evildoers with a single stroke. Yet, when it came to those with deeper entanglements, she could not grant them a swift release. At this moment, the once pristine floor of the living room was stained with blood, and Jong Kun gazed at Nan Mu-ran as if he had seen a ghost. He trembled uncontrollably, desperately wishing to escape. Observing his serpentine crawl across the ground, Nan Mu-ran chuckled, you wish to leave? I shall grant your wish. She stepped forward, severing the tendons in Jong Kun's limbs, commanding, you too. Throw him out of the window. Her gaze swept over Chili, who was frozen in the corner, and the small security guard cowering beside him. Upon hearing her words, the two instinctively looked toward the struggling Jong Kun on the floor, their hairs standing on end as if they were exposed and running through a frozen wasteland. Hurry up. Don't make me repeat myself, Nan Mu Ran's impatient order echoed. The two scrambled to their feet, lifting the writhing Jong Kun and hurling him through the balcony window. From the 21st floor, with his body riddled with wounds and his limbs utterly shattered, Jong Kun was undoubtedly doomed. As for an immediate death, that was unlikely. It was not what Nan Mu Ran desired. Once the deed was done, the small security guard collapsed to the ground, utterly spent and unable to move another inch. Though fatigue weighed heavily on him, it was the terror that truly paralyzed him. Chili, drenched in cold sweat and feeling his scalp tingle, slumped into a corner of the living room, his mind blank as he frantically sought a way to save himself, yet his legs felt weak and powerless. You wish to leave? Nan Mu Ran regarded Chili with a detached gaze. Ran, please, spare me, Chili implored, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. The disdain in Nan Mu Ran's eyes was palpable. Just moments ago, you sought to destroy me with the hands of those scoundrels, and now you plead for mercy. Don't you find that absurd? I was mistaken, Ran. My love for you blinded me, leading to my folly. Please forgive me, I now understand my delusions. Chili trembled, his breath quickening as if an invisible hand were tightening around his throat, threatening suffocation. Nan Mu Ran found his shamelessness amusing. Chili, do not excuse your malice with false pretenses. I will never let you go. You cannot kill me, Chili stared at Nan Mu Ran, trust me. You cannot kill me, or you will draw great trouble upon yourself. Pray tell, why is that? Nan Mu Ran inquired mockingly, intrigued to see what nonsense Chili could conjure. I received an invitation from Dr. Jin's apocalyptic laboratory. They will soon send mercenaries to find me. If they discover you were the one who killed me, they will not let you off, Chili threatened, his seriousness evident. He felt a surge of panic. This was his last card, and if Nan Mu Ran dismissed it without care, his fate was sealed. Jin Tylin? Nan Mu Ran's eyes turned icy, her body stiffening uncontrollably at his words. In her previous life, she had heard of Dr. Jin in the underground laboratory more than once. The vials injected into their bodies had been devised by him. He was the so-called mad doctor spoken of by those in the lab, the source of all evil. Seeing her interest, Chili nodded vigorously. He is a leading medical doctor internationally, with his own biochemical laboratory. He is also my mentor. Chili, recite 13047 for me. Clearly and without pause, until I tell you to stop. Nan Mu Ran's voice trembled with barely contained fury, realizing Chili might have been a researcher in the underground lab in her past life. Start. At her cold command, Chili began to recite 13047. Once, twice, thrice. Hundreds of times, thousands of times. He had lost count, his throat dry and hoarse, fearing to cease until finally, she commanded, stop. The last few numbers he recited mirrored the deep, hoarse voice from her memories. Thus, the male researcher that haunted her nightmares was indeed Chili. Did this mean that in this life, she need not wait foolishly any longer, but could find C sooner through Chili? Nan Mu Ran's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chili sighed in relief, observing Nan Mu Ran's unusual reaction, sensing something was amiss. When will they come for you? She asked softly. I am uncertain. They contacted me half a month ago, instructing me to wait here for their arrival, Chili replied, feeling the eerie weight of her demeanor. Nan Mu Ran placed her hand on Chili's shoulder, a ghostly green light seeping from her wrist into his body. If they come looking for you, inform me immediately. Otherwise, no matter where you flee, I will stop at nothing to kill you, she warned, her piercing gaze locking onto his. Chili felt an unprecedented fear in her eyes, understood. I will remember. Nan Mu Ran slowly rose. The small security guard, terrified, watched her prepare to leave. Miss Nan, today I grant you a reprieve. Do not commit evil again, or I will personally end your life, she warned coldly. By the way, come to the top floor after 10 o'clock tomorrow to collect your promised reward. Her eyes flicked disdainfully toward the small security guard. Thank you, Miss Nan. Thank you. You have spared me. I will absolutely become a better person and guarantee I will not do evil again, the small security guard exclaimed, bowing profusely in gratitude. Nan Mu Ran murmured, consider it the merit you accrued in your past life. Only after confirming that Nan Muran had left the 21st floor apartment in her tank did the small security guard and Chili finally exhale in relief. Chapter 31. Chi Qing's Humiliation. The two exchanged glances, a sense of gratitude for their survival shared between them. Nan Muran returned to her apartment, tank in tow. Upon closing the door, she immediately turned on the main light in the living room. "Tank, come here, let me check your injuries." Tank obediently lay down beside her. Nan Muran sifted through his long fur until she discovered a gash nearly half a finger long from where he had been struck. Instantly, she felt she had been too kind to that woman and Zhang Kuan. "Does it hurt? Is there any damage to the bones or internal injuries?" Her tone was laced with urgency. Before Tank could respond, she placed her hand over the wound, and in mere moments, it healed. On the other side of the room, a once thriving pothose plant visibly withered at an alarming rate. Tank, bewildered, glanced back at the inexplicable absence of pain and injury, nudging Nan Muran's hand in confusion. "It's nothing. It's a power from within me, indistinguishable to the naked eye," Nan Muran explained earnestly before pulling Tank into a tight embrace. "Thank you, Tank, for saving me once again today." Though Tank could not comprehend his owner's words, he sensed her happiness and snuggled closer, wrapping his paws around her. Chili was unaware of how he returned home from the 21st floor. It was only when he lay back in bed that he realized he was still trembling uncontrollably. The image of Nan Muran's smile flashed in his mind, followed by her expressionless face as she committed murder and her unmistakable intent to kill him. This unfamiliar side of Nan Muran bewildered him. When had she changed so drastically? Chili could not help but think of the stubborn girl in front of the Nan family villa, who resolutely conveyed to him that everything belonging to the Nan family was rightfully his. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming shock he had experienced. The next morning, when Chi Qing called him for breakfast, she discovered that Chili had developed a fever, his body burning like a furnace. 398 degrees. What to do? The antipyretics at home had already been exhausted. Chi Mu, gazing sorrowfully at her feverish son, turned to her daughter beside her and lamented, "Go and find some medicine. What use is there in grieving here? If the fever persists, it could cost him his life." The matriarch of the Qi family was in a state of frantic urgency. After all, Qi Li was their sole heir. Seeing her mother wiping her tears, Chi Qing's heart softened. "Mom, you take care of Qi Li. I will see if any neighbors have medicine." "All right, be quick about it," Chi Mu replied. Her initial hesitation replaced by a gentle admonition as she glanced at Qi Li on the bed. As Chi Qing donned her coat, she nodded with a smile. "Don't worry. Mom, Grandma, I will be back soon. You both help him cool down with water in the meantime." "Be careful, Qinger," Qi Lao Tai said. Watching Chi Qing's retreating figure with a barely noticeable sigh, "Child, do not blame your grandmother. In these times, we are all left with no options." Ning Muran finally rose from her slumber around 10 in the morning. After completing her morning routine, she felt the comfortable embrace of the air conditioning that had banished the humidity from her room. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, she retrieved from her space a sumptuous array of dishes: steamed pork with rice flour, lamb blood soup, pickled vegetables, and savory pancakes, and sat down to enjoy breakfast with Tank, her loyal dog. Not long after finishing her meal, a series of knocks echoed from the fire safety door. "Tank, go open the door," she instructed, while tidying up the packaging and tossing it into her space. She then found a moderately sized cardboard box and began filling it with various items: instant noodles, bread, river snail rice noodles, nanchang mixed noodles, beef ramen, compressed biscuits, and seaweed egg flour soup, until the box brimmed with provisions. The young security guard, taken aback upon seeing Tank open the door for him, hesitated momentarily. Tank scanned him with a discerning eye, recognizing he posed no threat, before retreating back into the house. "This is a token of appreciation for your help last night and this morning," Ning Muran said as she placed the filled box before the young guard. His heart raced with excitement as he embraced the box, filled with several goodies he had long craved. However, upon hearing Ning Muran refer to it as compensation for later, he wore a puzzled expression. She gestured toward the staircase, where the bodies of several guards lay. "Those corpses will start to smell if left there for too long. Please help me dispose of them." The young guard glanced back at the 14 lifeless bodies in the stairwell, letting out a breath of relief. "Rest assured, Miss Nan. I will handle it and ensure it's done properly." By the way, Miss Nan, I will be staying on the 21st floor with Hong Jia from now on. Should you need anything, feel free to call. Is there still a stockpile of supplies on the 21st floor? Yes, I have already devised a plan. There is a specialized ledger, and I will return the items proportionately to the respective owners as long as they are still there. The young guard had realized he could not safeguard those supplies, thus he had contemplated a solution the night before. Ning Muran nodded. That method is satisfactory. Flattered by the praise from the woman he admired, the young guard scratched his head shyly. Once inside, Ning Muran took a moment to digest her meal and then began training with Tank, which had become their greatest source of amusement during idle times. Unfortunately, after less than 10 exchanges, they were interrupted by another knock at the door. Glancing at her watch, she noted an hour had passed. The young guard should have departed. Who could it be at the door now? Wiping the sweat from her brow with a nearby towel, she stepped out to open the door. Qing Jie. Although Ning Muran harbored little fondness for the Qi family, Qi Qing was an exception, and she readily opened the door upon seeing her. However, the sight of Qi Qing left her momentarily stunned. The once bright and proud Qi Qing now appeared disheveled, her hair unkempt, her face marred by fresh bruises, and most alarmingly, her clothing was visibly torn. The skirt beneath her coat no longer provided adequate coverage, revealing her legs marked with scratches and blood. In that instant, Ning Muran understood precisely what Qi Qing had just endured. Ran, do you have any antipyretics? Chili has a fever. I've searched the entire building, but everyone has deceived me. Qi Qing's gaze was no longer radiant, but fraught with painful struggle. Had this been before yesterday, Ning Muran would have unequivocally refused to provide Qi Qing with any medication. Yet now, Chili's well-being was directly tied to her ability to locate Ziyi. He could not afford to die. Come inside and change your clothes. Ning Muran softened her tone upon seeing Qi Qing's distress. Qi Qing was momentarily taken aback by Ning Muran's demeanor. Throughout her ascent, she had faced derision and scorn from every man who encountered her, each hurling insults that labeled her a vixen or a harlot. Ning Muran was the first to speak to her with such calmness, and in that moment, Qi Qing's facade of strength crumbled. Ran. I have antipyretics. Just change your clothes first, and I will fetch the medicine for you, Ning Muran continued. Qi Qing, still in shock, followed Ning Muran into the room. Ning Muran quickly returned to her bedroom, retrieving a fresh set of casual attire which she handed to Qi Qing in the living room. Simultaneously, she provided her with iodine, wound ointment, a large pack of wet wipes, and a bottle of mineral water. You can change in the guest room. Ran. Qi Qing looked at the composed Ning Muran and could no longer hold back her tears. Chapter 32. One must live independently. Just moments ago, she had been forcibly dragged into a room by a repugnant man from the 18th floor who had violated her innocence. Yet, she had not felt as vulnerable as she did now, as if all her strength had been drained away. In this apocalyptic world, survival depended solely on oneself. Ning Muran regarded Qi Qing with a detached voice. Go change your clothes in the room. I will get you the antipyretics. Watching Qi Qing retreat into the guest room, she turned to search her cabinet for the fever and cold medication she had previously stocked in the apartment. Moments later, muffled cries of anguish emanated from the guest room. Outside, Ning Muran merely sighed softly, neither entering nor intending to comfort Qi Qing. After what felt like an eternity, a visibly exhausted Qi Qing finally emerged from the guest room, having composed herself. Ning Muran handed her the medication. Also, inform Qi Li that I saved him because he is still of use to me. Do not attempt to deceive me, or I will take his life. Ran. The implication of Ning Muran's words startled Qi Qing. Just relay my message to him verbatim. Observing Ning Muran's evident reluctance to elaborate further, Qi Qing could only nod. Thank you, Ran. I will ensure your message reaches him. You're welcome. As she watched Qi Qing depart, Ning Muran felt a pang of nostalgia, reminiscent of her past self, who had foolishly sacrificed for the Nan family. She could not believe that the Qi family matriarch and Qi Qing's parents were unaware of the potential dangers Qi Qing faced while seeking medicine. Yet, they had chosen not to intervene, fully aware that under the current circumstances, only by leveraging Qi Qing could they procure medicine for Qi Li without sacrificing anything else. If they had ventured out themselves, they would likely have to exchange something far more valuable, such as food, which was of utmost importance in this apocalyptic era. As anticipated, When Chi-Ching returned home with the antipyretics, inserting the key into the lock, she was met with the sound of her family arguing from within. If Chi-Ching is not allowed to go, who do you think would willingly provide us with fever medicine? The voice belonged to Chi's father. Yet, those scoundrels would ruin Chinger. Chi's mother's voice was laced with palpable anguish. There was some truth to it, but certainly not much. Is Chi Li's life more important? Or is Chi-Ching's virtue? Think carefully. Chi's father glared at Chi's mother with a harsh tone. Sitting on the sofa, the matriarch of the Chi family coldly interrupted the two. Stop quarreling. What would outsiders think if they overheard us? You should be grateful she is able to go out and trade herself for medicine today. By tomorrow, when the entire family is on the brink of starvation, she might be able to barter for food, ensuring our survival. Or do you wish to exchange your meager rations for medicine, jeopardizing the survival of the family? The matriarch's voice was icy. Will she even agree to fetch food for the family? Chi's mother's tone wavered. Once you allow one, the next will surely follow. After raising her all these years, are you willing to let her refuse when we need her? If she is unwilling to trade, then she must accompany the search party. Who knows what kind of people we might encounter? Have you forgotten how that food blogger met her end? Chi's father scoffed. That food blogger from the 22nd floor was ultimately taken by a butcher while accompanying the security team, and it is said she was gruesomely killed in her bed. Listening to their words, which cut like blades, Chi-Ching could not hold back her tears and then unexpectedly laughed. How naive she had been to believe they loved her. In the end, it was all worth less than a few meals. No wonder Ran had inexplicably told her earlier that in the apocalypse, one must rely on oneself. Even she could see through her parents' and grandmother's intentions, yet she had foolishly thought all this misfortune was merely her own doing. Her heart grew colder, and she became increasingly certain. Wiping away her tears, she rose, took the keys, and opened the door, declaring, "This is the medicine for Chi Li." The three in the hall were visibly startled by her sudden appearance. Chi's mother, feeling guilty, asked, "Chinger, you just got back?" "Yes, just returned," Chi-Ching replied, striving to maintain a normal demeanor as if nothing had transpired. "I ran up and down a few times. I'm a bit tired and will rest for a while." Once back in her bedroom, Chi-Ching could no longer contain her tears, and she began to convulse with rage, her hatred intensifying to the point of wanting to obliterate everything. At noon, an apartment owner intending to seek food discovered several corpses of security guards not far from the stairwell door. In shock, the individual began to scream. The people following behind turned pale, recognizing the familiar attire of the fallen. They were members of the security team. There were 14 corpses of security guards. One owner began to count them meticulously. Soon, someone from the opposite side of the apartment shouted, "There are security guard bodies over here too." After everyone had thoroughly counted, they discovered a total of 23 male corpses, one of which belonged to the woman on the 21st floor known for her biting sarcasm and voluptuous figure. This indicated that the bullies on the entire 21st floor had nearly been annihilated. Who did this? The man who posed the question trembled, excitement bubbling as he realized these demons had finally met their end. Yet, he was more concerned that a presence more terrifying than the security team had emerged in the building. Another man surveyed the crowd and said, "In the past couple of days, only one unusual event has occurred in our building. The owner of the penthouse returned 2 days ago." A nearby woman instantly thought of the ethereal Nan Muran. "Is it possible? She seems like just a pretty little girl." The man shook his head in disbelief. But who else could it be besides her? The rhetorical question plunged everyone into silence. "I saw Miss Nan that day. It had been over a month since the apocalypse began. How could one fail to notice her? With her fair skin and beautiful appearance, she clearly had not suffered even a bit. How could someone live so well without some skill? I firmly believe it must be her. Moreover, she has a fiercely loyal dog by her side," remarked a younger man, displaying a hint of admiration. "Enough said, she's here." Nan Muran descended the stairs accompanied by a tank, unexpectedly receiving a warm welcome from the apartment owners. She frowned, puzzled by the situation. Were these people so idle now that they could afford to be so welcoming? "Miss Nan, we saw those security guards." A young admirer eagerly pointed to the corpses of the guards submerged in rainwater. Understanding their reaction, Nan Muran realized there was no need for concealment. "Yes, I killed them last night." "Wow, that's impressive. You're amazing." Her nonchalant admission left her admirer ecstatic. However, the rest felt an unsettling fear rising from deep within. Chapter 33. Chi Li was taken away. A woman who had killed 24 people and remained so unfazed was far more intimidating than the bullies of the security team. After all, the security team's motives were clear. They sought women and supplies. As long as their desires were met, they would not resort to extermination. In contrast, this extraordinarily beautiful girl, or rather woman, was powerful, cold-blooded, and lethal. Most importantly, she was mysterious and enigmatic, leaving them utterly perplexed regarding her intentions. In such an environment, the unknown was the greatest terror. Idol, does this mean we'll pay you for protection from now on? The young admirer felt no fear towards the stunning Nan Muran. Instead, her indifference made her seem even cooler and more formidable. Nan Muran pulled out an inflatable raft from her backpack and began inflating it in front of everyone. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. What did she mean by not needed? Nan Muran, disinterested in their trivial thoughts, directly boarded the raft with the tank. Last night, she had expressed interest in the military supply depot Zhang Kun mentioned. Food was not essential for her as her storage could last for hundreds of years. But other military supplies piqued her curiosity. Hurry, hurry. The young security guard on the 21st floor said he would return the previously confiscated food to us. A middle-aged woman shouted from upstairs. All the onlookers froze momentarily before dispersing in a hurry. After all, in these times, supplies were more critical than anything else. Nan Muran glanced at her starry-eyed admirer who remained behind. Aren't you going to reclaim your supplies? Idol, take me with you. The young admirer mustered the courage to plead, his eyes brimming with hope. He understood that in this apocalypse, following a strong individual was far more beneficial than relying solely on oneself. Nan Muran, disinterested in his plea, simply set off with the tank, leaving him watching her retreating figure, a sense of regret settling in. Indeed, the strong tended to prefer solitude. According to Zhang Kun, the military warehouse was approximately 15 kilometers from the apartment. If she were to paddle the raft there, it would be too exhausting. Therefore, upon exiting the community, Nan Muran sought a more secluded location to switch to a small motorboat. The rain had been falling for nearly 40 days, with water levels reaching over 20 meters. Except for the taller buildings, the city appeared as a vast ocean. With the heavy rain today, the streets were nearly deserted, thus sparing her from unnecessary trouble. However, upon arrival, Nan Muran discovered that the once dilapidated warehouse area had transformed into a tranquil lake devoid of any markings. In this situation, she could only make rough estimations based on the buildings peeking above the water's surface, but accurately locating the military warehouse would require diving beneath the stagnant waters. After determining her approximate location, Nan Muran maneuvered the powerboat into the shelter of the nearest abandoned building. She changed into her diving suit and plunged into the water. Tank, stay put on the boat. I will return shortly. Tank barked in acknowledgement. Nan Muran patted the dog's head and submerged herself. The water level had risen to nearly 30 meters. Fortunately, she was well equipped, or it would have been impossible to proceed. Upon reaching her destination, she began searching for the warehouse mentioned by Zhang Kun. Suddenly, a massive shadow darted past, startling her. Though she could not discern its details, she surmised, based on its size, that it belonged to a species only found in the ocean. However, given that Shishir was situated inland, this was perplexing. Regardless of what had just flashed by, she needed to hasten her search. After swimming through the dilapidated factory area for quite some time, she finally spotted a large door adorned with stars in the distance. Lacking experience in lock-picking, she enlisted the help of Xiao Lu to unlock the highly secure warehouse door. Once inside, she discovered that nearly everything was floating in the water. The rice and flour, having soaked for so long, were undoubtedly spoiled. So she bypassed them and continued her search. A few meters further, she found a plethora of self-heating meals, compressed biscuits, and portable cooking devices, all sealed and thus unharmed, which she could easily take. Additionally, there were military backpacks, combat boots, steel helmets, camouflage uniforms, and various individual meal kits, all of which were also salvageable. However, as the fabric was soaked, she refrained from taking too many items, unsure if they would affect the other contents in her storage. Venturing deeper into the warehouse, Nan Muron finally laid eyes on what she had been seeking, the world's most advanced combat weapons, along with accompanying ammunition and comprehensive individual combat gear. She swiftly gathered all the weapons, including their racks, and stored them in her space without leaving a single piece behind. Having spent time with Jiawu, she had become well acquainted with weaponry and was aware that the top-tier military supplies, especially those developed domestically, would remain functional even after prolonged exposure to water. Concerned for Tank, she decided to swim back after securing what she desired. Just as she broke the surface, she heard Tank barking within the building. Rushing towards the source of the sound, she realized Tank was barking frantically on the boat, surrounded by a swarm of sharks. The only way to rescue Tank was to swim through the throng of sharks. An impractical endeavor. Regaining her composure, she quickly scanned her surroundings and noticed a staircase not far behind her. There was also a platform at the back of Tank. Tank, abandon the boat and jump onto the platform behind you, she shouted, gesturing to ensure he understood. Hearing his owner's voice and seeing her signals, Tank turned and, without hesitation, leaped towards the platform. Just as he sprang up, a shark breached the water, jaws agape, aiming for him. With no time to spare, Nan Muron fired at the shark's head. The creature recoiled from the pain and plunged back into the water, while Tank successfully landed on the platform. Tank, make your way around from above, Nan Muron instructed. However, this conspicuous movement revealed her position, prompting the nearby sharks to swiftly alter their course towards her. With all her might, she swam towards the staircase, grateful the distance was not far. Just as she felt the terrifying jaws of a shark closing in, she managed to hoist herself up at the last moment. Leaning against the wall, she watched the circling sharks below, her mind blank with fear, her lungs constricted, causing her to gasp uncontrollably. It wasn't until she heard Tank's barking that she snapped back to reality, shedding her heavy diving suit into her storage. Xiaolu, I need your assistance to retrieve the boat, she called, guiding Tank back to the position of the powerboat. Upon hearing her request, Xiaolu extended a willow branch, pulling the boat closer until it was directly beneath the platform, allowing Nan Muron to stow it away. Below, the sharks continued their relentless circling. Observing the frenzy of sharks in the building, Nan Muron was somewhat astonished. Could they have been kept here? Before she could ponder the situation further, Xiaolu suddenly stirred. Is someone coming for Chili? Nan Muron cursed herself for choosing this moment to venture out. This location was the limit of Xiaolu's sensing ability regarding Chili's life force, meaning she could not afford to waste a single moment. Naturally, Nan Muron had not anticipated that the others would come to extract Chili in such inclement weather. However, their actions indicated that the underground laboratory had been activated much earlier than they had speculated in her previous life. Chapter 34, The Appearance of Siyi. With Tank in tow, Nan Muron swiftly exited the building and emerged onto the external platform. Dismissing any concerns about being detected, she summoned a powerboat from her storage. The boat raced towards the apartment in under 3 minutes when Xiaolu alerted her that the others were approaching with Chili in their direction. After contemplating her options, Nan Muron made her way west until she reached the former main road, at which point she ducked into an abandoned building by the roadside. After waiting for over 10 minutes, she witnessed a powerboat speeding past. To avoid detection, she delayed her departure for 3 minutes before setting off. Guided by Xiaolu, she and Tank pursued the trail left by the group until they reached the foot of the southern mountain. The group had ultimately entered the lush mountains south of Shishir, where the highest peak stood at 604 meters, directly opposite the Nan Mountain Yunyuan Villa district, which would soon become the military's designated safe base. Fortunately, having previously explored these southern mountains for artistic inspiration, Nan Muron was able to identify her location based on the distinguishing features of the various peaks. Spotting a concealed powerboat nestled among the trees, she confirmed that the group had indeed entered the mountains. Following their traces, she and Tank trekked up to the halfway point. For someone with plant-based abilities like Nan Muron, the jungle was her domain. Moreover, with the presence of the 7th-level mutated Xiaolu by her side, she felt no apprehension. Even knowing that a complete mercenary team was escorting Chili, suddenly, Xiaolu shifted slightly in her grasp. Nan Muron paused momentarily before swiftly dropping to the ground and rolling behind a nearby tree. Simultaneously, her previous position was struck by sniper bullets from the trees above. Damn Chile, Nan Muron fumed silently, seething with anger yet suppressing any vocal outburst. In the dense forest, trailing from such a distance, there was no reason for them to discover her so quickly. The only explanation was that Chile, that scoundrel, had betrayed her and was attempting to use the mercenaries to eliminate her once and for all. After missing twice, the snipers exchanged bewildered glances, their gazes toward Chile now laced with coldness. "You told us she was just an ordinary girl?" Their reaction indicated that her reflexes, alertness, and agility were on par with their own, contradicting Chile's earlier claims of her ordinariness. Chile, too, was taken aback by Nan Muron's exceptional agility. Yet, having made his decision, he realized there was no turning back, otherwise, his own demise was inevitable. No matter who she is or how powerful, your task is to eliminate her. Murder is a business. What does Dr. Chi intend to offer us as remuneration? The mercenary team's leader inquired. Casting a meaningful glance at Chile gazed at the dark-skinned mercenary captain and remarked, "You must be aware of the purpose behind Dr. Jin's clandestine laboratory. As his chosen first assistant, I stand to receive the experimental results immediately upon the success of his research." The deal was struck. Dr. Chi understood that to ensure his survival, he must firmly remember the promise he made today. These individuals had always shown a keen interest in Dr. Jin's gene-altering serums and would naturally not refuse Chile's proposition. After intimidating Chile, the captain signaled his squad to disperse, intent on eliminating the girl who was pursuing them. On the opposite side of the jungle, four figures clad in camouflage, fully equipped, sought refuge from the rain in a sheltered area. Their team had suffered a loss of 2 members during a recent emergency rescue mission, and the morale among them had been notably low in recent days. "Captain," that was the sound of a sniper rifle. The youthful Chang's expression shifted dramatically. The towering figure of Siyi, with a physique reminiscent of a top-tier celebrity, also recognized the gunfire, standing up to listen intently. "I can discern the type of weapon. It's not ours. It's foreign military arms." Wang Chang's countenance darkened. "These scoundrels are becoming increasingly brazen. Captain, should we investigate?" Dong Zi's face reflected concern. Suddenly, a familiar gunshot rang out. "That's our people," Gang Zi exclaimed, his complexion paling. Without the need for further communication, the force swiftly donned their gear and dashed towards the sound of gunfire. The dense jungle foliage and the drizzling rain did nothing to impede their speed. "Gang Zi, Dong Zi, prepare for a flanking assault." "Eagle, cover our rear," Siyi urged, his pace quickening, his tone clearly anxious. "Understood." The 4 figures surged through the rain-soaked jungle like swift leopards. Meanwhile, Nan Muron retrieved a domestically produced sniper rifle known for its exceptional stability from her spatial storage and fired at the sniping point she had just assessed. It was evident that someone on the opposing side had been injured. FK, the wounded sniper had clearly not anticipated a counterattack under such circumstances. The mercenary captain's expression mirrored that of his injured comrade, and he surmised that their adversary was likely a soldier from Z country, one of the most formidable opponents in the world. "Dr. Chi, you have brought us trouble." The recent gunfire was not something an ordinary soldier, untrained in combat, could achieve, let alone an ordinary girl. Similarly, fueled by the injury of his partner, the mercenary captain harbored murderous intent and began directing his team to converge. Nan Muron, having struck down 2 of the enemy, found herself exposed. Despite dodging bullets, she comprehended that she stood no chance of victory alone today. If Xiao Lu were to intervene, the commotion would be significant, and no one within a few hundred meters could be allowed to witness it. Fortunately, being deep in the mountains meant that if she eliminated all of them, she would have no further worries. Resolving her thoughts, she extended her left hand towards the ground. The small lue at her wrist began to emit a ghostly green light, transforming into countless willow tendrils that slithered forward like serpents, weaving across the battlefield where Nan Muron and her team stood. Siyi, Wang Gang, Chendong, and Eagle halted approximately 300 meters from the battlefield, swiftly taking cover. Upon observing the situation through a scope, Siyi issued orders without hesitation. The 4 quickly concealed themselves in the nearest hiding spots, raising their weapons to scrutinize through their sights. As they beheld the scene unfolding before them, their eyes widened in disbelief. Those frantically writhing forms on the ground were not animals, but willow tendrils. On the other side, Xiaolu's tendrils extended wildly until they reached each mercenary on the opposing side, entwining and ascending around their legs, intent on isolating and restraining them. Mercenaries, accustomed to the brink of life and death, would not capitulate without a fight. Initially employing handguns, they soon realized their ineffectiveness and resorted to frantically slashing with knives. Yet the tendrils, seemingly impervious to pain, would snap and regenerate, climbing once more. This cycle continued at an ever-accelerating pace until they were all rendered incapable of resistance. Ultimately, the sharp tips of the tendrils pierced the necks of 6 mercenaries, concluding the battle as they succumbed to lifelessness. Their corpses were discarded upon the ground before being eerily pulled into the earth, leaving no trace of their existence. Chili was subsequently dragged over, paralyzed by fear, until he stood before Nanmuron. His terrified screams pierced through the jungle's rain-soaked veil, chilling the hearts of all who heard. At that moment, Nanmuron radiated an ethereal green light, her previously coiled hair unfurling, enveloped in a verdant glow that billowed like a specter of the mountains. Chapter 35. Scaring Away Ciyi. A ghost? Chili exclaimed, horrified by the bizarre scene before him. Nanmuron approached him step by step, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. I warned you, do not attempt any tricks or I shall take your life. Muron, please don't kill me, I beg you. Chili pleaded, writhing in his bindings. In less than 3 days, he had once more felt the chilling proximity of death, and this time he held no bargaining chips. Do you truly think I would spare you at this point? Nanmuron's voice was colder than ever, the glowing tendrils in her hand swaying like seaweed in water. 200 meters away, Ciyi, peering through binoculars, deciphered every word Nanmuron spoke through lip-reading. He glanced sideways, noticing the 3 comrades observing the spectacle through their scopes, utterly engrossed. The scene unfolding was undeniably astonishing, but it was evident that these 3 were quite audacious. What manner of being was that girl? He could not fathom. Yet it was clear that she would not permit anyone to uncover her anomalies. Should they realize the presence of the 4 of them, she would undoubtedly treat them as she had the mercenaries, ensuring they vanished without a trace. Gently tapping Wang Gang, who was closest to him, he gestured for them to retreat immediately. The 4 began to backtrack in unison, keeping low until they had distanced themselves by nearly 300 meters. Without a word, they turned and fled. That girl was too terrifying. Faced with a squad of 6 fully armed international mercenaries, they had shown some trepidation, yet within 5 minutes, she had effortlessly dealt with the corpses. They would stand no chance against her, thus, fleeing was the only prudent choice. Xiaolu was wholly focused on absorbing the bodies dragged underground, while Nanmuron's attention remained fixated on Chili. I gave you your chance, Nanmuron stated coldly. You wish to locate Dr. Jin's underground laboratory, correct? I know where it is. I can take you there. It's not far, right in this mountain. Chili, feeling utterly defeated, looked at Nanmuron, his body limp. Nanmuron smirked. In his final moments, he had inadvertently performed a good deed. Confirming that the laboratory was indeed within the mountain meant she could find it herself without needing his assistance. Without granting him another opportunity to speak, the sharp tendrils swiftly pierced through his heart. It was dealt with as cleanly as the 6 mercenaries had been. What? Upon finishing with Chili's body, Nanmuron's expression changed dramatically upon hearing a warning from Xiaolu. She could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue if someone witnessed her reckless actions. Xiaolu, locate them, Nanmuron commanded, as she summoned a mountain motorcycle from her spatial realm and began to race through the mountains. Meanwhile, Ciyi, who had already sprinted over 1,000 meters, found himself lost in thought as he observed the surrounding flora. Were there any rivers nearby? Yes, just a short distance away, replied the living map, Eagle, swiftly. All into the river and avoid the surrounding plants as much as possible. Ciyi inexplicably felt that the girl he had just seen was some kind of mountain spirit. If she could command plants to kill, she might well trace their whereabouts through the vegetation. To evade her pursuit successfully, the first step was to steer clear of all plant life. Achieving this in the densely wooded mountains was a challenge, unless they could find a river with a wider expanse of water. After successfully locating a river, the 4 of them plunged into the water. cascading down to a deep pool beneath a waterfall, and continued downstream along the ever-widening river. Following Xiaolu's guidance, Nanmu ran, who had chased them to the riverbank. Could not help but frown. They went into the river? What were these four thinking, attempting to avoid the plants? Tank, beside her, voiced his dissatisfaction, questioning whether they were perhaps trying to escape themselves. It's raining, brother. What scent could possibly lead you to them? Nanmu Ran looked at Tank with exasperation. Xiaolu informed her that the little grass had said the other party consisted of 4 soldiers clad in camouflage, moving with the speed of leopards. Nanmu Ran understood that once they began evading the plants, she would lose the ability to track them. However, there was no need for excessive concern. After all, their encounter was coincidental. They were strangers and might never cross paths again. If they were to meet someone who recognized her, that would indeed spell trouble. All right, let us head home. One person and one dog rode down the mountain on the motorcycle, then took a speedboat back to the apartment. With only about 10 days remaining until the next acid rain, Nanmu Ran could not afford to await the impending wave of corpses in her penthouse. Thus, she planned to return to the apartment to deal with the Nan family before heading back to the hillside villa. Upon entering the apartment, she immediately heard the voice of a gossiping aunt. The lady from the chief family on the 13th floor cried all afternoon today. She said her son was taken away by some laboratory, and her daughter stole all the family's food, leaving them now untraceable. At this news, Nanmu Ran was taken aback. Had Chi-Ching left? It seemed she was aware of the chief family's sentiments. Leaving was indeed a decisive act, reminiscent of the resolute Chi-Ching she remembered. However, the gossiping group, initially engrossed in their chatter, was struck with astonishment upon seeing Nanmu Ran, and they all hurried upstairs, retreating to their homes. Nanmu Ran felt a tinge of helplessness. Was it really necessary to be so fearful? To avoid further gossip, she discreetly stepped aside. It was then she learned that the little security guard had returned food to all the apartment owners, except for the Nan family. The Nan family had caused an uproar on the 21st floor, but since the security guard had returned everything, they could only seek assistance from other residents. In such circumstances, who would willingly part with their hard-earned supplies? Naturally, the Nan family understood this, but their unwillingness to accept the situation led them back to the 21st floor to stir trouble once more. Reluctantly, the security guard firmly relayed to all residents that Nanmu Ting had been frequenting the 21st floor nearly every day, taking supplies from them. In an instant, the Nan family became the loathed moles of the entire building, despised by all. As Nanmu Ren reached the 12th floor, she heard peculiar sounds from within, causing her to pause. She soon discovered that the elderly matriarch of the Nan family had crawled to the stairwell. Upon seeing Nanmu Ran standing a short distance away, the old lady's face was streaked with tears, but despite her attempts, she could not utter a sound. Behind her, the voice of the Nan family's aunt echoed, "What do you suggest we do? If we don't eat her, our family will starve to death." The sound of a blade being sharpened accompanied her words. "Haven't you noticed that the bodies of the security guards outside are missing? Do you think we are the only ones left to feast upon?" The voice of Nanmu Ting was laced with discontent. Then, with a hint of grievance, she complained, "Today, the 19th floor caused a ruckus, troubling me and my brother. In the end, we were given only 2 packs of instant noodles, hardly enough for the whole family." Nanmu Ran finally understood why the elderly matriarch had fought to crawl outside. It was to escape being slaughtered by her own beloved descendants. Chapter 36. Only one can survive. The 4 members of the Nan family, armed with machetes, froze in fear upon spotting Nanmu Ran and Tank. They had heard from the residents that the previous night, Nanmu Ran had single-handedly slain 24 members of the security team. She was a veritable demon, risen from hell, not to be trifled with. Nanmu Ran cast a casual glance at the 4 of them before leading Tank upstairs. Behind them, anguished whimpers erupted, followed by a cacophony of curses and dragging sounds. Nearly 2 months into the apocalypse, death had become the simplest form of punishment. Upon returning to her apartment, Nanmu Ran sat on the sofa for a long time. Was this outcome cruel to the elderly matriarch of the Nan family? Indeed, it was. Yet she felt no hesitation, nor did she harbor any regrets. Perhaps having struggled for too long in the last life, witnessing the degradation of humanity and the cannibalism among kin, her heart had long since frozen into an impenetrable ice. rising to gather all her belongings into her spatial realm. The top-floor apartment was left barren, save for the basic fixtures. With one last glance at the residence she had inhabited for so long, she locked the door and made her way to the 12th floor. The moment the door to the 12th floor apartment swung open from the outside, the Nan family, who had been teetering between fear and madness, were plunged into a state of panic following the act of murder. They were met with the sight of Nan Muran standing in the living room. Nan Muran, what do you intend to do? Nan Muting's expression was stripped of all but terror. Nan Muran's gaze fell upon the disarrayed dining table behind them. At that moment, the elderly matriarch lay dead. Her frail body had been dismembered, her head still intact, eyes wide open in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend the horror before her. This once proud and haughty matriarch had met a brutal end at the hands of her most cherished descendants, left to face a fate that denied her the peace of death. One of you four must survive, Nan Muran said, her voice calm as she regarded the standing members of the Nan family. She was inexplicably curious to see just how far these individuals, bound by blood, could forsake their humanity. Are you out of your mind, Nan Muran? The Nan family's aunt shouted in desperation. Nan Muran's gaze remained steady as she replied, if you do not make a decision yourselves, when I strike, none of you shall live. You demon, why are you doing this to us? Nan Muting was on the brink of madness. Nan Muran, disinterested in her ramblings, spoke with the chill of a blade. Perhaps it is the accumulated grievances of several lifetimes. Now, the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The four members of the Nan family exchanged glances, contemplating a joint assault to eliminate the deranged Nan Muran. However, her response to their unspoken thoughts was direct. She brandished a handgun, casually toying with it as she continued her countdown. Time's up. As Nan Muran's words trailed off, a machete suddenly pierced the abdomen of the Nan family's aunt, who had intended to curse her. She gazed in disbelief at the blood gushing from the blade, then turned to her husband, whose eyes were also bloodshot. I'm sorry, my love, but I must survive. In a moment of utter despair, Nanping wept bitterly over the fallen body of Aunt Nan, as if the act of murder had not been committed by his own hands. Mother, father, have you lost your sanity? The words of Nan Mufeng, seated at the opposite end of the dining table, were tragically cut short. For a knife, wielded with the same ferocity, had been plunged into his body by none other than his beloved younger sister, Nan Muting. Witnessing the father and daughter first draw blood, Nan Muran felt no surprise. She had anticipated their selfishness towards an outsider, yet found them equally devoid of humanity when confronted with their own kin. A smirk curled on her lips as she took a step back, granting them ample space to engage in their deadly struggle. Exchanging a glance of unspoken understanding, Nan Muting and Nanping raced towards the nearest bedroom, only to have the door slam shut just as they approached, striking their noses and sealing them inside with a resounding click. The bizarre scene left them aghast. A ghost. Nan Muran's voice dripped with scorn. You, who are less than beasts, dare to fear a ghost. Even the specter would find it laughable. I have already stated, only one may live, she continued, her tone chilling. Nan Muting, trembling with fear, gazed at Nan Muran in disbelief. You are not Nan Muran, who are you? I am the malevolent spirit, Nan Muran replied coolly. So you two should not entertain any illusions of escape. Without waiting for a response from Nan Muting, Nanping, realizing the gravity of their situation, made a decisive move, directing his knife unflinchingly at Nan Muting. With a sudden surge of resolve, she leapt forward, her body bursting with untapped potential. Nanping, do you have no conscience? Without me sacrificing my body for you every day, would you still be alive? My apologies, daughter, but I too wish to survive, he replied, his voice laced with malice. The tears that once flowed now replaced by a mask of grim determination. You, such a wretch, deserve to perish, Nan Muting retorted icily. Thus began a frantic chase around the vast dining table, their movements a macabre dance of life and death, until breathless yet relentless, they continued their deadly game. Bored by the display, Nan Muran flicked her fingers, causing Nanping's legs to buckle, sending him crashing face-first to the ground. Seeing her chance, Nan Muting advanced without hesitation, thrusting her knife towards his vulnerable back. In that instant, as the blade found its mark in Nanping's right chest, a triumphant laugh escaped her lips, wild and unrestrained. Yet, In a heartbeat, her mirth froze as she looked down to find the very knife that had struck her brother now lodged in her own abdomen. Observing Nan Muting struggle to sit up, Nan Muron extended a hand, offering her a semblance of support. Nan Muting, you truly are a sight to behold. Rest assured. I am a woman of my word. I shall not take your life. Ranching, I need medicine, Nan Muting pleaded, attempting to clutch at Nan Muron's pant leg but failing to grasp it. Nan Muron's lips curled into a sardonic smile. You belong here, alongside your family. Until death do you part. As she exited the apartment building, Nan Muron cast a fleeting glance back, vowing never to return. Upon reaching the mountainside villa, it was already the dead of night. Just as she halted the car, her companion tank erupted into frantic barking. Within the beam of headlights, shadowy figures emerged in the pitch-black, rain-soaked night. White Rose, fixated on the surveillance monitors inside the villa, paled in realization. Jiawu, Muron has returned. Without hesitation, Jiawu, armed and resolute, approached the entrance. The figures lingering outside, initially uncertain of the villa's status, soon spotted Nan Muron disembarking from her SUV. Chapter 37. Eliminate them all. Utilizing the car's headlights, Nan Muron scrutinized the group before her. Among them, one particularly timid figure was the project manager from the renovation company responsible for the villa's construction. Hauge, that's her. She is the owner of this villa, he exclaimed, as hope flickered within him. With the villa's sole occupant now revealed, the manager felt he had grasped the last thread of salvation. A burly man, following the manager's gaze, shifted his attention to Nan Muron, his eyes gleaming with a predatory interest. Well, she's quite a pretty girl, he leered, his tone lewd and brazen. At that moment, Jiawu emerged from the villa. The heavy door's ominous thud startled Hauge and his cohorts. Hauge, look, it's that place, the renovation manager said, his excitement palpable. The Tiandun Group's representative mentioned this is a top-tier safe house. There must be an abundance of food within. Their greed intensified. For a secure haven with endless provisions represented the ultimate luxury in this apocalyptic world. Nan Muron's cold laughter pierced the air as she addressed the renovation manager. Did Tiandun not warn you? This place is best avoided, lest you meet your demise. Die? Just the two of you? Hauge scoffed, regarding the slender figure of Nan Muron and then glancing at the formidable Jiawu, as though he had heard the most ridiculous jest. Closing her car door, Nan Muron brandished her dagger, her voice rising above the din. Jiawu, there are a total of 19. Shall we have a contest? Hearing her words, Jiawu smirked, revealing a smile that promised bloodshed as he holstered his firearm. Xiaolu, illuminate the area for us. With a subtle gesture, Nan Muron beckoned Xiaolu, causing the plants at various windows of the villa to part, spilling light into the darkness and illuminating the area before the villa. The sight of the villa, now clearly visible, sent ripples of excitement through Hauge and his entourage. This place was perfect. With it, they could establish their base and live as though they were ancient emperors. Pretty girl, I have brothers and the means. You won't regret joining me, Hauge urged, his enthusiasm palpable. In response, Nan Muron lunged forward with lethal intent, her Austrian combat knife aimed directly at Hauge. A powerful kick sent the hefty man crashing to the ground, and in the same motion, her knife was poised to pierce his throat. A quicker henchman managed to intervene just in time, deflecting the blade aimed for Hauge's jugular. Yet, as Nan Muron deftly redirected her knife, it carved a deep, bone-exposing gash across Hauge's face before plunging into the shoulder of the man who had attempted to save him. By the time the others comprehended the chaos, Jiawu had already incapacitated two more attackers, converging with Nan Muron in a seamless display of lethal synergy. Jiawu, what impeccable timing, Nan Muron remarked, her voice laced with amusement. Jiawu nodded, his expression calm. Indeed. Had it not been for Nan Muron's fortuitous return, I would never have dared to leave the villa. Facing 19 opponents, especially with several of them being large, posed a significant risk. But with Nan Muron's partnership, the tide has turned. Those damn bastards, brothers, charge. Kill them, Hauge growled, his pain and fury igniting a fervor within him. As they surged forward, armed with a hodgepodge of weapons, they descended upon the duo, Nan Muron and Jiawu, who stood resolute in the eye of the storm. The two of them split up and charged towards each other, Military daggers and short blades slicing through the air in a bizarre and menacing manner, striking at Hao Ge and his entourage. The chilling cries of anguish began to echo across the open ground in front of the villa. This group was nothing more than a rabble, emboldened by their numbers and brute strength in this post-apocalyptic world, committing heinous acts without a second thought. They had never anticipated encountering a formidable force deep within these remote mountains. After 5 successive rounds of assault, Nan Muran and Jia Wu emerged unscathed. Out of the 19 who had ventured into the mountains with Hao Ge, 9 were slain, while the remaining 10 bore injuries to varying degrees. Jia Wu accounted for 5 kills, while Nan Muran claimed 4. Hao Ge, we cannot contend with these two. A timid man wearing glasses cautiously approached Hao Ge, lowering his voice to warn him. Without needing to be told, Hao Ge was already aware that his men stood no chance against the pair before them. A true man knows when to yield. Today, survival was paramount. Esteemed heroes, I, Jin Hao, have been blind to your prowess and foolishly overstepped my bounds. I implore you, spare my brothers. We possess ample supplies to offer you. In the future, we shall follow your lead, Jin Hao said, clasping his hands in respect as he addressed Nan Muran and Jia Wu, ignoring the darting glances of his eyes as he averted his gaze. One could almost be deceived into believing his apology was sincere. Spare you? That would be quite the loss of face for me. Nan Muran complained as she stepped closer to Jin Hao, her tone reminiscent of a headstrong young girl. Suddenly, she kicked sharply at Jin Hao's abdomen, forcing him to bend over. In that fleeting moment, her short blade flashed, severing the carotid artery in his neck. Her action was so abrupt and swift that no one had time to react. Nan Muran then casually stepped back to Jia Wu's side. Wu Ge. Now we're even. The crowd behind them watched in shock as Jin Hao collapsed into the mud, blood gushing from his neck. Jia Wu, though intent on not letting these people escape, had not anticipated Nan Muran's decisive action against Jin Hao. Run! The bespectacled man was the first to react. The group turned to flee in all directions. At that moment, Tank, who had been quietly observing from the vehicle, leapt down, barking fiercely at the fleeing individuals, effectively blocking their escape. Jia Wu and Nan Muran, filled with a murderous intent, pursued relentlessly. And they continued their onslaught until all 19 members who had entered the mountain lay dead. It's a loss, Nan Muran remarked. Dissatisfied with her tally, 7 kills to her name, 2 for Tank, with the remainder claimed by Jia Wu. Jia Wu sighed, that's quite an accomplishment. Observing the scattered bodies around them, he frowned slightly, pondering how to deal with the aftermath. Let us head back to the house. We'll leave the rest to Xiaolu, Nan Muran said, retrieving her backpack from the vehicle. Inside the house, Bai Mei, relieved to see them return safely after a day of anxiety, finally felt her heart settle. As Nan Muran changed her shoes, she asked, did those people arrive only this evening? Chapter 38. The Sky's Clear. Earlier today, a few leaders came by. They roamed the mountains for quite some time. To avoid trouble, we let them leave, but we still couldn't evade disaster. Jia Wu recalled the day's events, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Thank goodness, Ran. You're back. My legs are not in good shape. I couldn't help but only watched in anxiety. Bai Mei couldn't help but feel a wave of fear wash over her. Though she appeared delicate, she had witnessed much bloodshed and understood the depths of human malice. Thus, she didn't find anything amiss with Nan Muran and Jia Wu eliminating those who sought to invade the villa. Nan Muran smiled as she set down her backpack. Sister Mei, there's no need to fret. In the future, just stay safe inside. They won't be able to breach our defenses. Bai Mei nodded in agreement. Initially, she and Jia Wu had indeed planned to remain inside. But upon Nan Muran's return, she feared for her safety against such a crowd. Both were uneasy, abandoning their original plan to cooperate and instead rushing out to join her. Are you hungry? I'll prepare dinner for you. Having been on edge all day, neither Bai Mei nor Jia Wu had eaten. Nan Muran had only had breakfast, so once they calmed down, all 3, including the ravenous dog, felt hunger pangs. Hungry. Jia Wu and Nan Muran chorused, their voices tinged with a hint of pitiful longing. Tank chimed in with a bark, expressing his agreement. All right. Go wash up and change your clothes. I'll prepare something delicious for you. After enjoying a sumptuous copper pot of hot pot, the utterly exhausted trio retreated to their respective rooms for a much-needed rest. Nan Muran, in particular, slept soundly until the following afternoon. Outside the window, the rain continued to fall, albeit more gently than before. The floodwaters within the city began to recede as the rainfall diminished. Everyone believed this to be a glimmer of hope for survival, unaware that it heralded a more terrifying destruction. Upon awakening, she found Tank and Defu curled up at the foot of her bed, keeping her company. "When did you two sneak in here?" Nan Muran chuckled, petting their heads. During the renovations, a dog door had been installed in the second-floor entrance, allowing these two little ones to come and go freely. After playing with the dog and cat for a while, Nan Muran finally tidied up and headed downstairs. In the living room, Bai Mei was watching television, seemingly engrossed in the drama, which mentioned, "What a large bed." Nan Muran raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Upon seeing her descend, Bai Mei turned off the television. "Jia Wu, come out for dinner." Having been cooped up indoors with ample time, Bai Mei had prepared a table full of Nan Muran's favorite home-cooked dishes. At the dining table, as Nan Muran ate, she handed several sketches to Jia Wu. "Wuge, could you take a look at these? Do you recognize any of these individuals?" The sketches depicted the 6 international mercenaries she had eliminated while tracking Qi Li in Chui Mountain. "Scorpion, this is Black Ice's squad. Where have you seen them?" Jia Wu's tone was noticeably anxious. If it were before the apocalypse, these individuals would never have dared to appear domestically. But now, in this chaotic world, all bets were off. "Not long ago, they abducted someone I knew from the apartment building." "Black Ice? What is that?" Jia Wu set down the sketches. Black Ice is an elite international mercenary group. It comprises 29 members, divided into 4 operational squads and a 5-member liaison team. They operate without moral boundaries and are notorious on the dark web. Rumor has it that in recent years, they have been utilizing various inhumane methods to enhance their capabilities. The 6 individuals in your sketches belong to the Scorpion squad within Black Ice. Nan Muran quickly grasped the crux of the matter. They enjoy using inhumane methods to gain power? Indeed. Behind Black Ice is a company called Blacklock, which reportedly engages in human trafficking worldwide to conduct genetic experiments. Jia Wu elaborated, noticing Nan Muran's keen interest. Her eyes lit up at his words. "Wuge, after dinner, could you describe the appearances of the members from Black Ice's other squads?" "Describe?" Jia Wu was taken aback. "Yes, you narrate, and I will sketch them." If she was correct, the underground laboratory run by Dr. Jean was indeed established by this company, Blacklock. Therefore, the individuals clad in camouflage who were responsible for external defenses at the laboratory must have been members of Black Ice. This time, she intended to track down each and every one of them. As Bai Mei listened to Jia Wu's bizarre narration, a frown creased her brow. However, when the characteristics he described manifested as vividly rendered features under Nan Muran's deft hand, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Jia Wu, too, was visibly delighted, recognizing that Nan Muran's speed surpassed that of many profile artists. "After all, I am an art major. This is hardly surprising," Nan Muran remarked with a gentle smile as she wielded her brush. "This is the first time I've seen you with a paintbrush," Bai Mei mused, recalling instances where she had witnessed Nan Muran wield knives and guns, even in acts of violence. Yet this was the first time she beheld her with a brush in hand. Suddenly, Bai Mei felt that this was the true essence of Nan Muran. Gazing at the brush in her hand, Nan Muran could not help but feel a pang of bitterness in a world struggling for survival. The skill of painting held little significance. Jia Wu observed the increasingly familiar and precise features emerging under her brush. Suddenly realizing that Nan Muran's purpose in rendering these images was to locate them, perhaps even to eliminate them. Ran, these individuals are all perilous. Even the current you stands no chance against them. Rest assured, Wu Ge, I shall not recklessly take risks, she replied. After 3 days of relentless effort, Nan Muran had captured the likenesses of 18 members from the other 3 teams of Heibing, as described by Jia Wu. As she gazed at the countless faces on the wall of her study, faces that had haunted her nightmares, Nan Muran's expression grew increasingly cold. These individuals must die. In the days that followed, she began to leave the villa punctually each day, venturing to Chuishan in search of information regarding Dr. Jin's underground laboratory. However, despite Xiaolu having scoured the entirety of Chuishan from its base to its peak, the underground laboratory remained elusive. Sitting back in her vehicle, Nan Mu-ran surveyed the densely packed foliage around her, feeling a twinge of regret for having recklessly slain those mercenaries, thus losing the opportunity to locate the laboratory sooner. Yet, regardless of her remorse, it was too late. The quest for C had returned to square one, and all she could do was wait. Simultaneously, the first devastating rain of the apocalypse finally ceased after 2 months. The survivors in the city gazed at the receding water levels and the brightening sky, unable to contain their jubilation. Although merely 2 months had passed, those who had endured felt as if they had lived through several lifetimes. The number of individuals venturing outside in search of food increased, and despite the diminishing supplies post-flood, their enthusiasm remained unquenched, as if humanity had suddenly regained hope for survival. Chapter 39. Hunting Down the Mountain. Ran, look, the rain has stopped outside. Bai Mei, who had already taken a morning stroll, was equally cheerful, as was Jiawu. Nan Mu-ran gazed out at the verdant trees and the radiant sunlight, her spirits lifting considerably. With a smile, she nodded and then addressed them. It will rain again in a few days. Wu Ge, Mei Jia, please refrain from going out during this time. She was concerned that Jiawu might take Bai Mei out for fresh air. Additionally, with the hydroponically grown vegetables at the hot springs atop the mountain, Jiawu would often venture there each morning to gather produce. It would be troublesome if they encountered acid rain. Having spent considerable time together, the couple had come to understand Nan Mu-ran better. Ran, is something about to happen? They inquired. You will know after the next rain stops. Nan Mu-ran cryptically replied, revealing little but not intending to hide the truth from them. Indeed, after a week of clear skies, ominous clouds gathered once more, casting a suffocating gloom. This time, the heavens granted people barely half an hour to react. After 30 minutes of darkness, a light drizzle began to fall. Many who had ventured into the city in search of supplies found themselves drenched before they could return home. Some chose to remain where they were, intending to wait until the rain ceased completely before heading back. Compared to the previous 2-month downpour, this rain arrived and departed swiftly, yet it carried a foul stench. Quickly, the abnormality was noted. Anyone who had been caught in the rain experienced skin irritation and discomfort. They transitioned from a state of restless anxiety to enduring persistent fevers. Within a single night, mutations began to occur. Fearful screams erupted from residential buildings as many were transformed into the undead after being bitten by their own loved ones in their sleep. Families were torn apart, as parents and grandparents, unable to harm their mutated children, suffered the same fate. After over 2 months of food scarcity, human casualties had remained below 10%. However, this sudden wave of acid rain-induced mutations escalated that figure to over 50%. Following the storm, the city became besieged by an influx of undead. The living soon realized that those who had perished, along with anyone who had been caught in the acid rain, had all transformed into zombies. They were soulless, incapable of thought, moving sluggishly while able to detect human scent from close proximity and drawn to various sounds. Those fortunate enough to survive, once injured by a zombie, would mutate upon shedding blood. Understanding the pattern, people began to confront the harsh realities of their survival environment. In the hillside villa, on the 3rd day of the mutations, Nan Mu-ran felt an overwhelming urge welling within her, an acknowledgement of her innate powers. With her abilities having plummeted from level 8 to a mere level 2, she sensed a profound disconnection, and her powers felt similarly unsettled. As they sensed the shifts in the world's energy, they transformed into 3 ravenous children, yearning for growth and strength. Wu Ge, I must go out to hunt. Nan Mu-ran donned a deep gray tracksuit, packed her backpack, and prepared to leave. You should accompany Ran, Bai Mei insisted from her wheelchair, unwavering in her decision. The villa is safe. As long as I remain inside, there is no danger. So you needn't worry. Jiawu understood that they could not remain hidden indefinitely, so despite his reservations, he acquiesced no matter what happens. Do not venture out alone until we return. Rest assured, Bai Mei replied tenderly. The trio of humans and their dog set out. As they reached the entrance, DeFu leaped into Nan Mu-ran's arms, clearly expressing its desire to join. Stay here with Mei Jia. Nan Mu-ran firmly declined the little creature's wish. It was evident that DeFu was unwilling to comply, and Nan Mu-ran found it curious that both DeFu and Tank seemed unusually intelligent, especially DeFu, the cat that had the audacity to venture out and appeared to comprehend her words. No need, if it wishes to go, let it. I can manage alone at home. How can you stay home alone? Nan Muran frowned. By May's side, I can snack and binge-watch the story of Minglan. How blissful is that? I won't feel bored at all. Seeing her genuine contentment, Nan Muran reluctantly accepted, but still felt uneasy. After some contemplation, she retrieved milk tea, fruit tea, coffee, and soda from her storage space and placed them on the coffee table. She also produced an array of snacks, fruits, and delicacies. Mei Jia. Take a look. Anything else you desire? Though the household had never lacked rice, flour, fruits, vegetables, fresh meat, or various provisions. Bai Mei and Jia Wu had speculated that Nan Muran must have a dedicated space for storing items. Yet, witnessing her conjure such a bountiful spread from thin air left them utterly astonished. Bai Mei in the wheelchair stammered. I possess an extraordinarily vast storage space, Nan Muran replied casually, handing Bai Mei her favorite red tea latte. My goodness, Ran. You are nothing short of a treasure chest. Bai Mei was entirely unfazed by Nan Muran's peculiarities, nor did she harbor any covetous thoughts. Instead, she felt a genuine happiness for her. Behind her, Jia Wu, recovering from his initial shock, also felt relieved for Nan Muran. With such provisions at hand, her survival in the apocalypse would be considerably less arduous. Nonetheless, upon exiting, Jia Wu was momentarily dumbfounded when he witnessed Nan Muran summon a vehicle out of thin air. Considering his own myriad brushes with death and countless extraordinary encounters in the world, he still found it challenging to acclimate to Nan Muran's existence. When the vehicle came into full view, his gaze widened. Every man possesses a fondness for cars, particularly this one, an embodiment of everyone's automotive dreams. Is that your car? He inquired, astonished. I acquired it at zero cost at the Asian Auto Show, Nan Muran replied nonchalantly. Delighted by Jia Wu's expression, she tossed him the car keys with a playful demeanor. As they settled into the vehicle and it roared to life, Jia Wu's enthusiasm was palpable. I also have a King Kelman, a Hummer, a Wrangler, and a tank. I'll bring them out for you to drive another day. Nan Muran fastened her seatbelt, and Jia Wu felt his heart race in anticipation. When we return, I want to drive the Hummer, he declared, his excitement infectious. Surprised by Jia Wu's uncharacteristic exuberance, Nan Muran asked, Are you particularly fond of cars? Very much so, he replied without hesitation. Nan Muran nodded in understanding. All right then. Where shall we go first? To Nanshan Cloud Garden, he suggested. Uncertain about the state of the world after the acid rain, Nan Muran opted for the relatively less populated Nanshan Villa area, where she could also assess the situation with Fei Guo. This visit would also provide an opportunity to discuss future plans with Guo Fei, as she had earlier arranged for him to stay at Nanshan Cloud Garden, aware that a safety base would be established there. Moreover, she believed that given Guo Fei's capabilities, merely seeking stability would be a waste. He should strive for greater accomplishments. The descent from the mountain was uneventful, but as they entered the winding road at the base, a few aimlessly wandering zombies appeared along the roadside. Upon hearing the approaching vehicle and catching the scent of humans, the zombies, as if compelled by some unseen force, began to shuffle toward them. Chapter 40. The Peculiar Little Ones. Noticing a nearby village, Nan Muran's expression hardened. Jiaga, we need to get out of the car. After Jia Wu parked, the trio, 2 humans and a cat, swiftly exited the vehicle. Dafu hopped onto the tank's back without objection. To eliminate zombies, one must strike at their heads while ensuring their own safety to avoid infection. Nan Muran retrieved 2 baseball bats from her spatial inventory, handing one to Jia Wu. This method is rather violent, Jia Wu remarked, frowning yet accepting the bat without hesitation. In a decisive moment, as he charged toward a nearby zombie with the intent to crush its skull, Nan Muran momentarily immobilized the creature using her psychic abilities. Jia Wu swung the bat, and with a satisfying crack, the zombie's head shattered, dark brain matter splattering across the ground, brutal yet exhilarating. However, the stench of the brain matter was overwhelmingly pungent, causing nausea with a single breath. Having gained confidence from their first kill, the duo continued, swiftly dispatching 5 more zombies. Once the area was devoid of standing undead, Nan Muran produced a dagger from her inventory and began to sift through the remains for crystal cores. What are you looking for? Jia Wu inquired, puzzled. Crystal cores. They can enhance the abilities of those who awaken powers and may even trigger latent abilities. I plan to experiment with them later, she explained earnestly. After a diligent search, she finally unearthed a white, irregular crystal roughly the size of a fingernail. Jiawu accepted the core she offered. Do all these zombies possess one? Not necessarily. Some do, while others do not. However, stronger zombies are guaranteed to have them. The color and size of the core vary with the zombie's strength, Nan Muran elaborated. She continued, detailing that the most basic cores are transparent white, followed by red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and finally black, the color saturation indicating higher levels. To ascend in capability, one must absorb cores of a higher tier. Cores of the same level merely reinforce existing abilities without facilitating elevation. After thoroughly searching 5 zombie heads, they uncovered only 2 cores, both disappointingly small. Aren't you going to absorb them? Jiawu asked, surprised as he watched Nan Muran casually stow the cores in her backpack. My powers are only at the early 2nd level. These are of no use to me, she replied. Jiawu hesitated, realizing he had overstepped. He felt awkward for asking. If you were to confront Hebing using your abilities, what chance would you have? He finally voiced his lingering concern. Nan Muran smiled, sensing his worry. I didn't finish what I said earlier. Not only have I encountered scorpions, but I've also eliminated them. The vehicle screeched to an abrupt halt on the winding road. With Xiaolu's assistance, she felt invincible at this stage. However, I cannot predict what lies ahead. Nan Muran candidly shared her situation with Jiawu, who forced himself to regain his composure and restarted the vehicle. After driving a few kilometers, they arrived at a village situated along the mountain road. The number of zombies in this area had noticeably increased, with a couple exhibiting swifter movements than the others. Upon disembarking, they instinctively split up. Jiawu continued to use his bat to crush skulls, while Nan Muran employed her psychic powers to control the zombies, either dispatching them directly or ensnaring them with willow branches. Throughout the ordeal, she refrained from utilizing Xiaolu, opting instead to harness her abilities independently. As the sounds of combat and the scent of the living drew more zombies, they swiftly eliminated over 20 of the undead. Nan Muran could sense her energy waning, compared to her former self, who had decimated foes with ease alongside Xiaolu. Her early 2nd-level abilities felt somewhat inadequate. Yet, she resolved to hasten her ascension. Once her powers were depleted, she was forced to revert to direct attacks, and together they had nearly cleared the village of zombies wandering near the winding road. After the last zombie fell, they resumed their search for crystal cores, ultimately collecting 21 basic cores and 2 with a slight reddish hue. Amid the chaos, Tank had also leapt into action, his sharp claws deftly severing zombie heads. Surprisingly, Dafu, usually appearing clumsy, exhibited remarkable agility, skillfully leaping onto zombie heads. Unfortunately, while his claws were sharp, they struggled to detach the heads. However, after a brief period, Dafu noticed Nan Muran searching for cores and seemed to discover a new talent. Jiawu watched in disbelief as Dafu hopped onto a zombie's head and extracted a core. Nan Muran was equally astonished, giving Dafu a thumbs up. You're amazing! Just be careful not to get hurt. Her current abilities were insufficient to dispel the zombie toxins, preventing her from halting mutations. Both Tank and Dafu's extraordinary performances raised questions. Had they undergone some unknown transformation? Though perplexed, she refrained from voicing her curiosity, continuing to ponder in silence. After gathering all the cores, they returned to the vehicle and continued along the winding road. After a 40-minute drive, they finally arrived at Nanshan Cloud Garden. A few zombies in security uniforms loitered at the entrance, which Nan Muran promptly dealt with, manually raising the barrier as she exited the vehicle. Upon entering the villa district, one might occasionally encounter aimlessly wandering zombies. If they seem particularly unique, one might descend to eliminate them and collect crystal cores. However, those that appear utterly clumsy are hardly worth the exertion. The vehicle continued its journey until it halted before the standalone villa where Guofei and his family resided. Honey, there are people outside, Lin Jiajia said anxiously, her gaze fixed on the car displayed on the surveillance screen as she called out to the interior. They had been living here for nearly 3 months, transitioning from initial bewilderment to subsequent relief, and now to a state of nervous unease. The couple, along with their son, had endured profound psychological torment. Just yesterday, they had spotted zombies roaming outside, heightening their apprehension. In this perpetual state of tension and fear, the only solace was that they still possessed a sufficient supply of food. Nan Muron had meticulously left provisions for them, including an array of dehydrated vegetables, self-heating meals, and concentrated fruit and vegetable juices. Thus, despite the protracted apocalypse, the couple maintained a balanced diet. However, the more secure their food situation seemed, the greater their panic grew, as they worried about potential threats from those with ill intent and the uncontrollable changes occurring outside. During the relentless downpour, they had encountered intruders on multiple occasions, seeking to break in and snatch their supplies. Had it not been for the 2 guns left behind by Nan Muron, they shuddered to think of what might have transpired. "That's Ran," Guofei exclaimed, his tone unmistakably excited, as he spotted a girl in a gray tracksuit stepping out of the car. Lin Jiejie, too, recognized her. It was indeed Ran, though she appeared somewhat thinner. Just as Nan Muron alighted from the vehicle, she had yet to enter the villa's courtyard when the front door swung open from within. Guofei and Lin Jiejie stood at the entrance, visibly elated as they watched her approach. Ran. Guofei felt a warmth in his eyes as he beheld the well-being of Nan Muron. Fij. Nan Muron dashed forward without hesitation, enveloping the couple in a warm embrace. "Are you both well?" Lin Jiejie nodded fervently. "We are just fine. Thank you so much, Ran. If it weren't for you." She could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited their family of 3 had Nan Muron not prepared everything in advance. "There is no need for such formalities between us. Come inside," the couple urged as they noticed Jia Wu following closely behind Nan Muron, quickly beckoning the 2 to enter. After all, with zombies roaming outside, it was certainly unsafe. Inside the villa's living room, a meticulously crafted children's area revealed that Dudu had already learned to walk. "Dudu, call your aunt." Nan Muron beamed at the chubby little one. In her previous life, Dudu had succumbed to a high fever and had not survived the first torrential rain of the apocalypse, forever remaining at the tender age of 1. Ran. "Don't rush to entertain him. First, have some warm tea to warm yourself," Lin Jiejie said with a smile. Considering the time, it was now November, and the weather outside felt distinctly chilly, reminiscent of autumn rains. Nan Muron settled back onto the sofa, introducing Jia Wu and Guofei to each other, as she had heard that Jia Wu had been teaching Nan Muron self-defense skills. Guofei and Lin Jiejie naturally assumed that Nan Muron had survived thus far in the apocalypse due to Jia Wu's protection. Grateful, the couple's warmth towards Jia Wu intensified, which made the typically stoic Jia Wu feel quite uncomfortable. "All right, let's not linger on preparations. We must leave soon," he stated. "You can't leave. You must stay for lunch," Lin Jiejie insisted resolutely, without needing Guofei to interject. Nan Muron nodded. "All right, I actually have matters to discuss with Fij. Then I shall prepare the meal while you 2 converse," Lin Jiejie said, heading into the kitchen. Since they were staying for lunch, Jia Wu took the initiative to bring down the tank and Defu from the vehicle. Dudu, who had been playing alone in the children's area, had finally found a new companion, prompting Jia Wu to keep a watchful eye to prevent any mishaps between the 2 little ones. The chubby Dudu softened the usually stern Jia Wu's demeanor just a bit. In the study on the first floor, Guofei looked at Nan Muron and asked Ran. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Fij, what are your plans moving forward?" Given their close relationship, Nan Muron felt no need to beat around the bush. Guofei was taken aback. "What do you mean by moving forward?" In this apocalyptic world, societal structures had completely collapsed, and the darker aspects of human nature had been magnified to an alarming degree. The harsh environment seemed to present wave after wave of challenges. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. What more could one hope for? Nan Muron understood Guofei's sentiments. Fij, Nanshan Yunyan will be establishing a military base in the future. Once the base is set up, the troops will be dispatched to search for survivors, and those who remain will gather in large numbers. Wherever there are people congregating, conflict is inevitable. Consequently, strong management will be essential to uphold a new order amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. "You want me to take part in managing the base?" Guofei inquired affirmatively. "Yes, I need you, Fij, to be strong enough to serve as my support," Nan Muron stated candidly, showing no hesitance in her request. The apocalypse had only just begun, yet the existence of Dr. Jin's underground laboratory indicated that a shadow of power loomed ahead. She would not be foolish enough to confront such a force alone. Guofei suddenly chuckled. The lower class labors, the middle class employs intellect, and the upper class commands others. Societal resources, whether before or after the apocalypse, were limited. To obtain them, one must proactively seize opportunities. He was all too familiar with this reality, and he understood the deeper implications of Nan Muron's words. Ran, you've truly matured. I promise to exert every effort to meet your expectations, he assured her. You can definitely do it, Fij. In this regard, Nan Muron harbored unwavering confidence in Guofei, for his journey had always been one of ascending through the ranks. Having reached a mutual understanding, the two emerged from the study. Just a few steps later, they were startled by a commotion outside, cries for help echoing, "Help! Save us!" Jia Wu immediately became vigilant, while Lin Jiajia, busy in the kitchen, rushed out. The four of them instinctively gathered near the villa's surveillance monitor. Are there people being pursued? Guofei speculated uncertainly. Are they zombies? Nan Muron shook her head. There are zombies behind them, but it seems they have spotted a savior ahead. Mugo, let us go check the situation, she suggested. Upon exiting the villa's front courtyard, they discovered several military vehicles parked about 2 villas away to their right. It's the military. Jia Wu assessed the situation swiftly. Nan Muron nodded, deducing from the timeline of her previous life that they were likely a reconnaissance team dispatched by the HB military, tasked with identifying suitable locations in the West City to establish a secure military base. As the military vehicles approached, they encountered numerous zombies but had yet to spot many living individuals. They had just rescued one person who was so traumatized that he could barely articulate his words. Looking up, they noticed a man and a woman not far ahead. Leading the foremost vehicle was a tall, imposing figure with a square face, a colonel exuding authority. Upon recognizing Nan Muron and Guofei, he promptly exited the vehicle and strode toward them, followed closely by a younger, somewhat cherubic-looking guard. Qinjiangwo, he announced. Nan Muron had not anticipated encountering an extraordinary individual from her previous life during this outing. In her former existence, this person ultimately became the commanding officer of the military base in Shishir. Qinjiangwo, a man of integrity and selflessness, dedicated his life to serving the nation and its people. Thus, in the latter stages of the apocalypse, the Shishir military base thrived under his leadership. Characterized by formidable combat capabilities and a strict organizational structure, becoming the safest haven in the hearts of the surrounding populace. If one were to identify any shortcomings in this man, it might be his cold demeanor and rigidity. Qinjiangwo was the first to extend a greeting to the two, having endeavored to temper the ominous aura surrounding him in an attempt to appear more approachable, yet he still instilled a sense of fear. Hello. Hello. Nan Muron replied with a smile, completely unfazed by his oppressive presence. We are from the HB military district and wish to inquire about the circumstances of this villa area. Would that be convenient for you? Her response elicited a silent sigh of relief from Qinjiangwo. The demeanor of Jia Wu, who instinctively positioned himself slightly behind Nan Muron, made it clear to Qin that the focus of their interaction was this exceptionally striking young woman. Hence, his words were directed towards her. Chapter 42, A Fortuitous Encounter. Having traversed the apocalypse for nearly 3 months, they had encountered numerous individuals bearing haggard expressions, so it was remarkable to see this young girl still radiating vitality. Not only was such beauty rare in the present world, but even prior to the apocalypse, one seldom encountered someone as enchanting as her. Nan Muron nodded in acknowledgement. We do not reside here, so we are not well acquainted with the situation. However, my brother and sister-in-law live nearby. Would you like me to take you inside to speak with them? In this life, Nan Muron's initial plan for Guofei was to seize the opportunity to align himself with a powerful ally, Qinjiangwo, the future leader of the Shishir security base and a prominent figure among national military installations, had appeared right before them. Failing to seize this opportunity would be a disservice to her own good fortune. Moreover, given Guofei's personality and approach to matters, it was evident that the two would resonate well with each other. Qinjiangwo was momentarily taken aback by her suggestion. They had sought assistance from many along their journey, but this young lady was the first to extend an invitation into her home. Despite his surprise, He readily accepted, mindful of their purpose. Very well. Upon entering the villa, Chen Jiangwo could not help but steal a few glances at the plump, cherubic child in the living room. His own son was slightly older, yet the child appeared significantly younger, stirring a pang of heartache within him when he noticed the chubby little one playing alongside a tank and a large dog. The typically stoic expression on his face nearly faltered. What kind of family is this? In a world where the outside populace struggles to find sustenance, this household's pets are evidently thriving. Guofei stood slightly dazed as Nan Muron introduced Chen Jiangwo to him. This is Comrade Chen, from the HB military district. Seeking information about Nanshan Yunyuan, she was confident that Guofei would grasp the significance of this introduction. Perhaps due to Chen Jiangwo's military attire, Lin Jiajia did not ponder further and promptly invited them to sit. As Guofei subtly signaled to Nan Muron, he recognized the importance of this individual in relation to his future plans, realizing that Chen Jiangwo could play a decisive role. While smilingly inviting Chen Jiangwo and his bodyguard to take a seat, he reached for his wife Lin Jiajia's hand. The couple shared a profound understanding. Lin Jiajia instantly comprehended that her husband was keen on forging a connection with this officer. The bodyguard, following behind, was momentarily taken aback as Lin Jiajia enthusiastically offered tea. To be able to enjoy tea at such a time, what kind of family is this? Chen Jiangwo was equally stunned, yet he maintained his composure. After some discussion, Guofei grasped the purpose of Chen Jiangwo's visit. Eager to cultivate a relationship, Guofei candidly detailed the villa area's circumstances he had learned over the past 2 months. Meanwhile, the ever-bored Nan Muron and Jia Wu stepped outside for some fresh air. As they strolled, they encountered wandering zombies, swiftly dispatching them and collecting crystal cores. Just then, they heard a woman's voice pleading for help from a nearby villa. Help us. There are zombies in our house. Jia Wu and Nan Muron did not rush in immediately, but instead surveyed the situation within. There was indeed a zombie inside, but it appeared to be a child and moved with an alarming slowness. Accompanying the distressed woman was a rather portly man. It was rather unusual. 3 months into the apocalypse, and a person of such girth still existed. In a 2-to-1 scenario, with such a sizable man, they possessed a distinct advantage and could likely resolve the situation themselves without external assistance. Nearby, several soldiers in a military jeep, hearing the cries for help, quickly sought the source of the sound. Are you too deaf? Hurry and come save us. The man inside the villa shouted upon spotting Nan Muron and Jia Wu, who had just demonstrated their combat prowess. Unable to restrain herself, Nan Muron frowned at the man's overbearing tone. What an audacious request. We're not going. Jia Wu flatly declined. By this time, several soldiers had arrived, ready to assist, but Nan Muron stepped forward, positioning herself in front of them. His shouting indicates he possesses considerable strength. There's no need to rush in. Miss, the situation inside is perilous. You shouldn't linger here. Return home. It's not safe outside. The leading sergeant softened his tone upon noticing that Nan Muron was a young woman. The man inside, seeing the approaching soldiers, yelled, Are you all dead? Can't you see I'm in danger? Do you even know what it means to serve the people? I pay my taxes every year to support a bunch of useless fools. The soldiers' faces flushed with anger at his insults, yet their resolve to save him remained unshaken. Do you still want us to rescue you? It is our duty, the sergeant asserted with determination. Nan Muron nodded, stepping aside. However, in that very moment, the couple inside suddenly felt an excruciating headache, their previously steadfast arms giving way. The nearest zombie seized the opportunity to bite the man on the neck. His scream was excruciatingly tragic, and the zombie then turned to pursue the now weakened woman. Quick! Save him! The lead sergeant urged as he dashed forward, only to find the villa door was sturdy. Ultimately, they had no choice but to climb through a window. After dealing with the relatively youthful zombie inside, they brought the uninjured, middle-aged woman outside. However, once they emerged from the villa, the woman frantically struggled. My husband. Save my husband. Your husband has been bitten by a zombie. He will soon turn, one soldier gently explained as he supported the distraught woman. Had it not been for her emotional state, they would have dealt with her not yet fully transformed husband earlier. Instantly, the woman exploded with rage. You're talking nonsense. My husband was just fine moments ago. Are you afraid of danger and unwilling to save him? You're soldiers. How can you be so heartless? It's not that we won't save him, it's that we can't. The sergeant clarified. Look at this. They're abandoning the injured. Come and see for yourselves. The unreasonable woman collapsed, leaving the soldiers bewildered and at a loss, unsure how to navigate saving someone who is so irrational. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the villa's door swung wide open. Nan Mu Ran turned her gaze towards the woman on the ground, her tone as frigid as ice. Since the zombies inside have been dealt with, you may as well enter and rescue your husband yourself. Her actions not only left the woman stunned, but also startled several soldiers nearby. Hurry up. Observing the woman standing motionless in shock, Nan Mu Ran stepped forward, grasping her collar with one hand, feigning an intent to throw her back into the house. Suddenly lifted into the air, the woman's face turned pale with fear, and she began to wail and struggle frantically. I want to go. I want to save him. Let me go. I want to go in. I'll die. Only then did Nan Mu Ran coldly release her back to the ground. A few soldiers, having regained their senses, were left speechless. It was evident that entering would mean certain death. Chapter 43. I am his partner. The woman, cast onto the ground, glared at Nan Mu Ran's retreating figure, wishing she could kill her. She had witnessed everything clearly inside the house. If it hadn't been for Nan Mu Ran obstructing those soldiers, her husband would not have been bitten by the zombies. Suddenly, her hand found a gardening shovel behind her, and rage surged within her. Gripping the shovel tighter, she charged at Nan Mu Ran. Die. Everyone nearby gasped in horror as they watched the shovel hurtle towards the back of Nan Mu Ran's head, realizing they had no time to intervene. Ran, kick back! Shouted Jia Wu anxiously from the opposite side. Instinctively, Nan Mu Ran executed a backward kick. The woman wielding the shovel was sent flying, barely stopping when she collided with a nearby wall. The pain in her abdomen nearly caused her to faint. Once she regained her composure, fear overwhelmed her, and she began to scream, hoping to attract more attention. The soldiers are going to kill. The leading officer furrowed his brow in disbelief. Despite her predicament, she still had the audacity to create chaos. Sister, please stop shouting. We just saved you. How could we possibly harm you? Another younger soldier, feeling wronged, chimed in. Is this how you reason? You must detain her. I saw it. She deliberately delayed the rescue, which led to my husband's death. This is outright murder. The woman pointed an accusatory finger at Nan Mu Ran, her voice seething with anger. Unable to seek revenge directly, she settled for having Nan Mu Ran captured instead. Her stubbornness left the soldiers utterly bewildered. Detaining someone? This was the pre-apocalyptic world anymore. Moreover, Nan Mu Ran hadn't done anything wrong. The soldiers aren't here to arbitrate for civilians, the woman cried out again, noticing the soldiers in action. Nan Mu Ran observed the soldiers' dilemma and calmly said, Everyone, stop persuading her and return to your vehicles. Let her cry here. It will attract the zombies that are drawn by the scent. Upon hearing Nan Mu Ran's words, the woman was taken aback, her breath caught in her throat, leading to a violent coughing fit, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth due to internal injuries. This was an apocalyptic world. Moral coercion wouldn't grant her any power. I offer you two choices. Either return home obediently, or I can help you end your life and free you from all suffering. Nan Mu Ran's gaze was icy as a short knife appeared in her hand. The woman, confronted by those chilling eyes and the gleaming blade, began to tremble uncontrollably. In a panic, she crawled back home, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. The soldiers stood dumbfounded, surprised at how swiftly the situation had been resolved. However, did she forget that there was still someone inside that house on the verge of mutation? Thank you, the lead officer said to Nan Mu Ran, somewhat embarrassed. Meanwhile, Chen Jiangwo and Guofei rushed out of the house upon hearing the commotion. Ran, are you hurt? Guofei immediately approached Nan Mu Ran, concern etched on his face. The soldiers nearby exchanged glances, bemused. How could someone who could kick another person away be in any trouble? I'm fine. Have you finished your conversation? Nan Mu Ran quickly shifted the topic, noticing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. Yes, mostly. There are just a few details left. Then, Commander Chen Jiangwo promptly took over the conversation, eager to avoid any awkward titles. Is it convenient to ask you about someone? Nan Mu Ran inquired. stepping slightly away from the crowd. I can't guarantee anything, but you can ask. I will do my best, Chen Jiangwo replied, feeling a newfound fondness for her due to the pleasant chat with Guofei. Nan Muran looked at Chen Jiangwo, her heart racing. Do you know Siyi? Upon hearing the name from the beautiful girl, Chen Jiangwo's pupils constricted in surprise. He was the commander of the Blood Wolf Special Operations Brigade, and Siyi led the elite wolf pack team, a sharp blade in his hand. But how did this young girl know him? You know him, right? Nan Muran pressed, her aura of a psychic unable to be concealed. Even though Chen Jiangwo maintained his composure, he could not escape her keen senses. Observing the excitement in her eyes, he hesitated to reveal the truth. May I ask you a question first? Go ahead. How do you know Siyi? This was crucial for Chen Jiangwo. The existence of the wolf pack was a military secret, and every member was a weapon of the state. This girl shouldn't know about them. Without hesitation, Nan Muran declared, I am his girlfriend. This was the narrative she had premeditated before questioning Chen Jiangwo. What? Now it was Chen Jiangwo who lost his composure. When had that brooding and cold guy gotten a girlfriend? Was this a deception against the organization? Yes. I am his girlfriend. We just started dating recently, and now with this situation, I'm worried about him. Commander Chen, could you take me to see him? Nan Muran spoke excitedly, her last words filled with anticipation. Recently started dating? Chen Jiangwo was even more perplexed. The wolf pack hadn't had a holiday in over a year. How had they begun a relationship? Feeling guilty, Nan Muran nodded. We are online friends. Online dating? The usually stoic and composed iron-blooded general could no longer maintain his calm. Yes, we haven't met yet, Nan Muran added, weaving her tale further. Chen Jiangwo nodded. Wait, that kid actually does online dating? What is wrong with young people dating online? Nan Muran murmured softly. Chen Jiangwo acquiesced, true. If it weren't for online dating, that guy with his perpetual grim demeanor would be single for life. Gazing at the hopeful expression on Nan Muran's face, Chen Jiangwo had to admit that the two were quite a match. With a hint of regret, he sighed, I can't take you to see him. Why? Is it because of his status? Nan Muran asked anxiously. Don't worry, I understand the rules and know how to keep secrets. Chen Jiangwo felt a sense of urgency rising within him. Siyi is an orphan. If you say you are his girlfriend, I will consider you family. However, what I am about to say may be hard for you to bear. The wolf pack had been out of contact with the wolf den for an entire month. Chen Jiangwo's voice grew somber. Nan Muran was left stunned. They've been missing for a month? Yes. In the second month of the apocalypse, the wolf pack left the wolf den with 9 other teams to execute a mission. Everyone else returned by the end of the month. But the wolf pack has been completely unaccounted for. While I firmly believe they are still alive, we have received no news from them. The pain of Siyi's situation weighed heavily on Chen Jiangwo. Where did they ultimately lose contact? Nan Muran's voice trembled slightly. Chui Mountain. As she gazed at Chen Jiangwo, a chill enveloped her, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. For individuals missing from Chui Mountain exactly 1 month prior. Chapter 44. Re-entering Chui Mountain. Indeed. Upon hearing the affirmative response and contemplating the grim possibilities it entailed, Nan Muran's body shook uncontrollably. For individuals lost a month ago at Chui Mountain, did this not imply that the 4 she had failed to pursue back then were precisely Siyi and his companions? Girl. What's wrong? Chen Jiangwo was startled by Nan Muran's demeanor. I'm fine. She felt as if she had descended into a frigid tomb. It was painfully clear to her that if Siyi and his group had vanished at that time, they were likely already captured and taken to Dr. Jin's underground laboratory. The thought of the suffering and despair they might be enduring there pierced her heart. Without further contemplation, Nan Muran turned towards Jiao Wu, Brother Wu. Let us head directly to Chui Mountain. Ran Fan. She then looked at Guofei, Brother Fei. Please convey my apologies to Sister Jiajia. I will forego the meal. I must hasten to Chui Mountain. What has transpired? Guofei's unease deepened as he observed Nan Muran's unusual state, and he quickly grasped her arm. I must find them. Brother Fei, could you allow me to explain upon my return? Her tone was fraught with urgency, as she wished to waste not a single moment. Since engaging with the Nan family, this was the first time Guofei witnessed Nan Muran so uncomposed. Please, prioritize your safety. Understood. As the gray predator streaked past them, the usually composed Chen Jiangwo felt his brow twitch with unease. Where on earth did that lad see find such an online romantic partner? Jia Wu, noticing Nan Muron's anxiety, drove at a breakneck speed. The cacophony of their passage disturbed numerous wandering zombies along the roadside, each encounter spawning a small wave of them, yet, due to their swift movement, the impact was minimal. Upon reaching Chui Mountain, Nan Muron first sought the riverbank where she had previously pursued them on her bicycle. She then began to scour the river's course downstream. Throughout this endeavor, she continually enlisted Xiao Lu's assistance to inquire about the flora along both banks, ultimately receiving news of them near a waterfall downstream. They were taken away, heading towards the big tree and the little tree. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's response, Nan Muron could not help but frown. This area was situated deep within Chui Mountain's dense and rarely trodden forest, a veritable tapestry of verdant life. However, the varied accounts from the grass, shrubs, vines, and trees rendered their deductions subjective. Each assertion was partially correct, yet incomplete. After much contemplation, Nan Muron surmised that it might be a tree of moderate height. Very well, let us continue searching deeper. With no other option, the two ventured further into the thicket until they arrived at a particularly dense area where the canopy blotted out the sun. Ranfan, this place feels rather off. During his time as a mercenary, Jia Wu had traversed tropical rainforests on numerous missions. He possessed an acute sense for the perils lurking within the jungle. Nan Muron, too, was aware and began to release her mental energy and plant-based powers to sense any impending dangers. Unfortunately, her early-stage second-tier psychic abilities only allowed her to perceive within a radius of less than 100 meters. Within this range, she could discern everything clearly, but beyond it, she was utterly powerless. Moreover, her plant-based abilities at the same tier were limited, lacking the capacity to communicate with plants. She could only command the most rudimentary of flora to launch an attack. To enhance her offensive capabilities, she would need to forge contracts with stronger mutated plants. However, not all mutated plants, like Xiao Lu, would be subservient to their contracted masters. Many had resulted in backlash when mishandled. Nan Muron's ability to utilize plants to combat zombies was solely due to Xiao Lu's assistance. Suddenly, tendrils resembling serpents began to emerge around them, encroaching from all directions with increasing speed. Nan Muron initially intended to use her powers to command Xiao Lu to retaliate against the advancing vines, but was shocked to find her abilities had seemingly vanished, rendered entirely unusable. Ranfan, be cautious. Jia Wu, noticing Nan Muron's stillness, urged her anxiously. Upon regaining her composure, Nan Muron dashed towards the towering tree, leveraging its height to execute a swift somersault and land amidst the rear of the tendrils. Without hesitation, she plunged her dagger downwards. Upon being attacked, the vines did not retaliate but instead recoiled at an even swifter pace than before. In an instant, tranquility returned to their surroundings as if nothing had transpired. Exchanging glances, they quickly regrouped, remaining vigilant and refraining from any further complacency. In the jungle, being attacked by mutated plants could result in anything from minor injuries to death, and they were uncertain whether it might attract further dangers. Xiao Lu, do you believe that was it? Nan Muron pondered aloud, recalling the earlier attack of the tendrils and her inexplicable loss of powers. The Xiao Lu on her wrist shook its head slightly, uncertain. Yet, it was certain that the tendril which had attacked them fled because it sensed Xiao Lu's presence. That tendril was at most tier 3 and was no match for Xiao Lu. Nan Muron found it unusual for plants to cause such a loss of powers, after all. In her previous life, she had only encountered it once within the underground laboratory. Thus, it was highly plausible that this vine was the same one from her past. Xiao Lu, let us track it down. Following Xiao Lu's guidance, Nan Muron and Jia Wu proceeded eastward, covering a distance of less than 100 meters. Above them loomed a colossal ancient tree, long since withered, its trunk wide enough for 4 people to embrace. The area beneath was a tangle of branches and a riot of flowers. This is the spot, Nan Muron signaled to Jia Wu to remain on guard. She began to examine the surrounding vegetation and was suddenly drawn to a smaller vine that caught her eye. Although it was significantly smaller than the one that had attacked them, Nan Muron, as a plant-based ability user, was confident in her identification. Her method of validation was straightforward. She directly employed her plant powers to absorb the vine's life force. As the white tendrils made contact with the vine, It surged and grew over 10 meters almost instantaneously, expanding rapidly and forcing both Nan Muran and Jia Wu to retreat. Gazing at the vine before them, which now resembled a towering tree, Nan Muran was prepared to attack at any moment, but was halted by Xiao Lu on her wrist. The emerald-hued Xiao Lu extended rapidly from her wrist, coiling around the vine, encircling it until it reached its pinnacle. Today is truly eye-opening, Jia Wu could not help but exclaim, having witnessed too many unbelievable events since getting to know Nan Muran. Nan Muran sighed. Could she claim that this was her first encounter with such a situation in both her lifetimes? Looking up at Xiao Lu and the vine, it seemed as if they were engaging in a silent exchange, or perhaps a gentle intimacy. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Chapter 45, A New Companion. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Lu and the vine simultaneously began to retract. The vine returned to a height of half a meter, while Xiao Lu once again nestled upon Nan Muran's wrist, morphing into the familiar willow branch tattoo. It claims to have delicious fruits and thought we came to steal them. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, Nan Muran stared at the vine before her for quite some time. Delicious fruits? That signified the presence of mutated fruit. The diminutive creature, hardly half a meter in height, boasted merely a handful of leaves and a few delicate white blossoms. Were it not for its audacious leap into the fray, who could have imagined it bore fruit? Its appearance hardly suggested the potential for bearing fruit. The vine could palpably sense the disdain emanating from this human, and a wave of indignation washed over it. It was determined to prove its worth. As the vine was cradled in her hands, two luminescent, greenish-white fruits glimmered before Nan Muran. She recognized it immediately as the very vine from the underground laboratory that had caused her and CES demise. In an instant, Nan Muran grasped the base of the vine, startling it into dropping its fruits onto the ground. In her right hand, a short dagger materialized. The sudden shift in her demeanor took Jia Wu aback. The small vine on her wrist hurriedly intervened. This was indeed the vine from the underground lab. Filled with murderous intent, Nan Muran cared not for the vine's peculiarities. All she knew was that it had once brought about Siya's death. She harbored no intention of sparing any entity that had wronged them in her past life. The small vine quickly informed Nan Muran that there were two such vines present. One had been entwined around an ancient tree, but had recently been uprooted after bearing fruit. One had already been extracted? Nan Muran regarded the vine in her grasp, which was nodding frantically, her tone laced with skepticism. Yet, she soon realized that plants do not deceive. Nevertheless, she did not relinquish her grip on the vine's root. Nor did she retract the dagger. Can you sense the location of the other vine? I could before, but not now, the small vine replied. Nan Muran was not surprised by this revelation. Tell it to either accompany me or I shall uproot its roots and incinerate them. Make a choice. The vine quivered in fear. This human is too terrifying. I do not wish to follow her. The small vine pressed on. If your roots are burned, can you still sprout anew? My roots bear fruit. The fruit can give rise to new vines. But those new vines would be your descendants, not you. Nan Muran is an exceptionally kind human. You shall see for yourself. A good human who intends to uproot and incinerate me, isn't that a contradiction? She believes you to be the vine that killed her and Siyi. Hence, she intends to uproot you. I, too, wish to extract that vine's roots. But I do not wish to leave this place. Nan Muran possesses an extraordinary life force, which is particularly beneficial to plants. By following her, you will thrive swiftly. Moreover, you will no longer need to fear having your fruits taken or your roots uprooted. She will help fend off any malevolent beings. Ultimately, the vine, much like the small vine on her wrist, obediently coiled around Nan Muran's left arm. The vine intertwined in a manner that rendered the previously simple tattoo more intricate and enchanting. Nan Muran also received 9 fruits gifted by the vines. The moment the vine settled on her wrist, it unfurled comfortably, and 2 previously unopened flowers blossomed. Truly, the small vine had not misled her. This human radiated a remarkably potent and beneficial life force for plants. Ask it if it has seen Siyi and the others, she instructed the small vine. To her dismay, the foolish vine was utterly ignorant. However, it did possess knowledge of the direction in which those who had taken away another vine had departed. Nan Muran and Jia Wu continued their pursuit, following the vine's guidance deeper into the verdant mountains. They ran until dusk enveloped the sky, yet yielded no results. Upon returning to their vehicle, Nan Muran was enveloped in a profound silence, her entire being seemingly shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. "Whom are you truly searching for?" Jia Wu inquired, placing a hand on her shoulder, attempting to draw her from her dark and restless thoughts. It was only then that Nan Muran regained her composure. She met Jia Wu's gaze, filled with concern, and managed a faint smile that failed to reach her eyes. "I have been searching for someone of great significance to me. Yet, during my last encounter with the Scorpion Squad, he was right beside me, and I didn't even notice." Jia Wu sensed her anguish and gently patted her shoulder, his tone softening. "He is still alive in this world, correct?" "Indeed," Nan Muran replied with unwavering conviction. "As long as he lives, there is still time." Jia Wu, usually stern, offered her words of comfort. Nan Muran's enchanting eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Yes, there is still time." "You mentioned you had a rough idea of my past?" Jia Wu suddenly interjected. "I have heard some tales," she responded. Jia Wu nodded with a smile. "Upon receiving the news, I rushed back in a frenzy, only to lose both our parents and our 4-year-old daughter. Had it not been for Bai Mei, I might not have survived to this day." Nan Muran, "You must understand that the mere fact that your cherished ones are alive in this world is a profound blessing. There is still time." Taken aback, Nan Muran learned for the first time that they had once had a daughter. "Do not grieve. You will surely find the person you seek," Jia Wu said, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. "From now on, both Bai Mei and I will accompany you in your quest." Nan Muran nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She even found the humor to jest with Jia Wu. "So, shall we still take the Hummer on our return?" "I nearly forgot about that. Hurry, let us switch vehicles." Upon returning home, Bai Mei observed the two entering, her smile gradually fading, an undercurrent of anxiety in her tone. "Where are Tank and Defu?" At her words, both were rendered speechless. Turning to face the emptiness behind them, Nan Shan Yun Yuan. When they had stepped out for a breath of fresh air, Tank and Defu had been engaged in play with Dudu, and in their haste, they had entirely forgotten the two little ones. Upon realizing they had left the two behind at Nanshan Yun Yuan, Bai Mei sighed helplessly. "You too. Should I go retrieve them?" Jia Wu glanced outside, concerned for the two little ones. "Don't go, Wu Ge. The situation tonight is perilous. If you encounter a horde of corpses on the way, it would be troublesome." "Very well, then I shall prepare dinner for you." Bai Mei pushed her wheelchair toward the kitchen. Nan Muran quickly stopped her. "Sister Mei, don't trouble yourself. I will handle dinner tonight." "You? Cooking?" Bai Mei clearly disapproved, recalling Nan Muran's infamous attempt at cooking hot pot with cold water. "Trust me, just choose the dishes. I promise to delight your palate." Nan Muran exuded confidence regarding her supplies. Bai Mei and Jia Wu exchanged glances, bracing themselves for a meal of dubious culinary merit. "How about instant noodles?" Jia Wu mused, considering the simplicity of the dish, which could be palatable even in the event of a culinary disaster. To his surprise, Nan Muran shook her head while guiding Bai Mei to the dining table. "No, let us make it more elaborate. The more complex, the better. Tomahawk steak, pork bagel, black truffle abalone rice." Jia Wu blurted out his favorites. Bai Mei shot him a disapproving glare, unperturbed by the prospect of Nan Muran potentially causing a kitchen disaster. Yet, unexpectedly, Nan Muran nodded resolutely. Soon, 3 exquisitely plated dishes, steaming with warmth, materialized on the table. "Welcome to enjoy your meal, Sister Mei. You may also place your order," Nan Muran said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Braised cod, matsutake chicken soup, sliced chicken from the alley, and Libyan hem ice plant salad." Bai Mei hesitated while ordering, aware that these were all top-tier dishes. To her astonishment, Nan Muran accurately summoned all 4 dishes to the table, then continued, "I would like some scallion oil double crisp, well-braised fresh bamboo shoots, and foie gras. I also desire some Japanese cuisine." Gazing upon a lavish dinner spread, Jia Wu and Bai Mei were rendered speechless. They had initially believed that Nan Muran possessed only a few snacks, yet here lay a feast that even a 5-star restaurant would envy. As if it had just been served. Ran, what is all this?" Bai Mei inquired, unsure of how to phrase her question. "I had stored these in my space. It has a preservation function. Do taste it," Nan Muran replied, as she swiftly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, instantly recognizing the flavors from her memories. Jia Wu and Bai Mei joined in, their delight evident. Ran, you must keep this a secret from others." Also, refrain from casually sharing these delicacies. Save them for emergencies. Bai Mei cautioned her with a worried expression. I share your sentiments. Let today be an exception, but refrain from doing so in the future, Jiawu added. His gaze on Nan Mu ran earnest. Understanding their good intentions, Nan Mu ran nodded in acceptance. All right, I understand. As the trio commenced their meal, a sudden commotion arose outside. Is there someone calling out? Jiawu questioned, uncertainty lacing his tone. Nan Mu ran concentrated. It's Tank. The distance between Nanshan Yunyan and the hillside villa was nearly 60 miles. How had those two little ones returned so swiftly? The pair hurried to the door and indeed, outside stood Tank, barking furiously at the villa while carrying Defu on his back. Upon spotting Jiawu, the cat and dog-esque cacophony grew even more frantic. Stop barking. Come inside. Nan Mu ran commanded, recognizing the unusually agitated tone in their voices, knowing they were upset and likely cursing. Once inside, Tank dashed straight to the dining room. And upon seeing the food laid out, his temper only escalated. He began barking even louder and jumping around the house. Even the usually placid Defu glared at Nan Mu ran, letting out soft whines. Tank, settle down. Unable to endure the ruckus any longer, Nan Mu ran delivered her command with a cold tone. Upon hearing the order, Tank instinctively complied, sitting obediently, albeit with a look of deep grievance in his eyes. Defu, sitting quietly beside him, mirrored his discontent. I'm sorry, I realize my mistake. Will you forgive me, dear siblings? Nan Mu ran gently stroked their heads, her voice softening. As an apology, you shall have chicken legs today, 2 for each of you. Seeing the two little ones still unmoving, she continued, 3 at most. 5 if you must. Woof. Meow. She quickly fetched their bowls and placed the chicken legs inside. Bai Mei and Jiawu, observing the scene unfold, exchanged amused glances. After their meal, Nan Mu ran retrieved all the crystal cores she had collected that day. There were 47 white primary cores and 5 red secondary cores, along with 9 vine fruits gifted by Xiao Bai, the name Nan Mu ran had given to the vine due to its white flowers. What purpose do these items serve? Bai Mei inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze. Jiawu, I have a notion regarding awakening special abilities. Would you care to try? It may entail some discomfort. I would be more than willing. Had he not witnessed Nan Mu ran wield her abilities, Jiawu might have been skeptical. However, after seeing her single-handedly deal with an entire scorpion, any doubt was dispelled. Nan Mu ran presented 3 white crystal cores to him. Cut your palm and grasp these tightly. Jiawu produced a dagger, sliced his palm, and then clutched the 3 cores. Nan Mu ran grasped his hand, and ethereal green light began to flow from the white threads into his body. Jiawu felt enveloped in an unprecedented comfort, invigorated and alert. As time passed, Nan Mu ran sensed her energy waning. Contemplating her next move, she reached into her bag of crystals, using herself as a conduit to continuously absorb energy and transform it into vitality for Jiawu, thereby enhancing her own powers while nourishing him. She continued until every last crystal was consumed. With her second-level abilities noticeably enhanced, Nan Mu ran let out a sigh of relief and turned to Jiawu, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiawu, do you feel any changes within your body? Aside from the exhaustion of a long day vanishing, I feel nothing else, Jiawu responded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Nan Mu ran, slightly disheartened, conceded, well, we may have to abandon this idea. Do not be discouraged, perhaps other methods exist. Bai Mei consoled them softly. At that moment, a small vine subtly signaled Nan Mu ran, suggesting she try consuming its fruits. Its fruits? She mused, picking up one from the table. Enough pondering, we shall discuss this tomorrow. For tonight, both of you should return to your rooms, wash up, and sleep. Bai Mei gently took the fruit from Nan Mu ran's hand and placed it back on the table, urging the exhausted duo to rest. Nan Mu ran nodded obediently, returning the vine's fruit to her space before heading upstairs to sleep. However, after washing up and lying in bed, Nan Mu ran found herself unable to drift off. She turned on her bedside lamp and grabbed a sketchbook from the side. Flipping through the pages adorned with various depictions of Siyi, her heart ached slightly. You clearly saw me. Why did you run away? Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that he fled upon witnessing her ruthless methods against the Scorpion Squad? This seemed the most plausible explanation. Oh no, he must think I'm a monster. Sensing her distress, Tank and Defu, who had been nestled at her feet, drew closer. You know, today has been particularly sorrowful for me. I always believed that in this life, I could control everything. Yet it seems that fate delights in playing tricks on me, she murmured, cradling Tank's furry head. What puzzled her most was that the location of Dr. Jin's underground laboratory was clearly in Chuishan, yet she could not locate it. Even the flora of Chuishan seemed oblivious to their whereabouts. How was this possible? As her thoughts spiraled, weariness gradually enveloped her, and she succumbed to sleep, her mind fixated on one resolute thought. She must, at all costs, grow stronger. Chapter 47. Lightning Elemental Abilities. The first step towards empowerment was to elevate her plant and psychic abilities, which necessitated acquiring more and higher-level zombie crystal cores. Simultaneously, she needed formidable allies, with Jiawu being her first choice. Regrettably, Jiawu's awakening had faltered, and alternative methods would have to be explored. It seemed that starting tomorrow, she would not only need to venture out to hunt and gather sufficient crystal cores, but also seek out more mutated plants in the mountains. Ran, are you awake? Bai Mei's voice echoed urgently from downstairs. Still drowsy and disoriented, Nan Mu Ran recognized the familiar call and found herself momentarily baffled. Residing alone on the second floor of the villa, her habits were rather erratic, often leading her to sleep during the day and awaken at night. Consequently, Jiawu and Bai Mei never called out to her. However, upon hearing Bai Mei's anxious voice, Nan Mu Ran jolted awake, fearing something was amiss. Without even slipping on her slippers, she dashed downstairs. Upon reaching the staircase, she spotted Jiawu standing bewildered in the middle of the living room, prompting her to burst into laughter unceremoniously. Jiawu's hair had grown approximately 3 centimeters, standing upright in a wild fashion, as if electrified. To add to the absurdity, wisps of smoke were inexplicably rising from his head, resembling singed hair. Ran, stop laughing for a moment. What on earth happened? Bai Mei observed her husband with a mix of amusement and concern. Nan Mu Ran sat on the steps, her laughter subsiding as she remarked, "It appears that you have awakened your extraordinary abilities, and, quite remarkably, they are of the lightning element." Upon hearing her words, Jiawu's eyes lit up with excitement, momentarily setting aside his comical demeanor. "Really? Focus your energy on one spot and give it a try." Nan Mu Ran felt a wave of happiness for him, but even more elated for herself. Jiawu's successful awakening would validate her hypothesis. Having mastered a method to help others awaken their powers would ensure her own survival in this apocalyptic world. Following her guidance, Jiawu concentrated on the tissue box on the coffee table. Suddenly, the top tissue stood upright for a brief moment before falling back down. "Try again, Wu Ge," Nan Mu Ran urged. Jiawu concentrated once more, unleashing his powers, inadvertently startling the cat, Defu, who, under the influence of the ability, became a bundle of fluff. The adorable gray and white kitten froze in confusion, wondering what had happened to its meticulously groomed fur. The trio burst into laughter at the sight of the little creature, only ceasing when Defu began to show its displeasure with toothy growls and huffs. "Indeed, it is the lightning element," Nan Mu Ran declared. In the later stages, mutation abilities can be extraordinarily powerful, with formidable offensive capabilities. Upon hearing her words, Jiawu was eager to take action. "Let us tidy up and head out to hunt after dinner." "All right." As she contemplated the now third-tier little white creature, Nan Mu Ran suddenly realized that many formidable entities might have emerged during the apocalypse without her notice. Most alarmingly, there was Dr. Jin's underground laboratory, where they had discovered mutated plants remarkably early due to the existence of mutation fruits. The adversaries were indeed formidable. There was still much work to be done on her part. The mutation fruits, yes. She had yet to taste the fruits Little Bai had given her yesterday. Without hesitation, Nan Mu Ran retrieved 3 fruits from her spatial storage, washing them in the kitchen before handing one each to Jia Wu and Bai Mei. She kept one for herself as a breakfast treat. While uncertain of their effects, mutation fruits undoubtedly held great value. Otherwise, Little Bai would not have suggested trying them after Jia Wu's failed awakening. However, after consuming the fruits, their hunting plans were soon dashed. Initially, Nan Mu Ran was gripped by intense abdominal pain, soon followed by Jia Wu, and ultimately, Bai Mei also began to feel unwell. Pain radiated through their bodies, followed by an excruciating experience akin to being engulfed in ice and fire until the trio succumbed to a profound slumber. Xiaolu inquired, "Little Bai, are your fruits spoiled?" Little Bai replied, "My fruits are good, particularly beneficial for humans, even better than the fruits of the great vine." Xiaolu pressed, "Then what is happening to them?" Little Bai shrugged, "I don't know, perhaps they'll be fine in a moment." Xiaolu retorted, "You truly are a fool." Little Bai protested, "I feel wronged, yet I cannot articulate it." Tank, witnessing the state of the three, began to grow anxious. And even the usually composed Defu sought comfort by rubbing against Nanmu Ran. Overwhelmed by pain, Nanmu Ran once again fell into a nightmare. Ran. Conceal your powers well, do not let anyone discover them. At the moment of awakening her psychic abilities, Si Yi pressed down on her without hesitation. Where have all the awakened individuals gone? All those who awakened before were sent to the depths of the laboratory, and not a single one emerged alive. She was soon engulfed in flames, the surroundings becoming increasingly vague. Ran, run, do not look back. Si Yi's face was marred with blood as he watched her. At that moment, outside the villa, a 6-member mercenary team appeared, accompanied by a tall woman with a ponytail. The 6 men, clad in complete combat gear, followed the tire tracks forward. The woman, dressed in leather and jeans that accentuated her curves, trailed behind, her beautiful face displaying dissatisfaction. "Are you certain that the vehicle ended up here?" "Indeed, look at the tire marks over there." The captain of the Viper squad pointed toward some disordered tire tracks nearby, his tone confident. The woman, scrutinizing the tracks, complained, "I wonder why the professor insisted we come out here. It's only been a short time since the apocalypse. Who besides Blacklock and the professor could possibly recognize the existence of mutated plants? Didn't those 4 soldiers also notice the mutated plants?" The Viper squad leader expressed his discontent with the girl's arrogance. Ever since Scorpion and the doctor surnamed Chi had gone missing, he sensed an impending danger. Even the mad Dr. Jean felt that something was amiss, yet this self-important Miss Ouyang remained unfazed. "All right, then where do you suggest we go now?" The woman surveyed the surroundings, noting the towering mountains and sheer cliffs. The Viper squad leader also scanned the area, finally fixing his gaze on a cliff nearly 100 meters high. The 6 began to meticulously search every inch of the cliff, yet ultimately found nothing. Inside the villa, Xiaolu observed the approaching individuals and hesitated, uncertain whether to launch an attack. However, Little Bai became animated, exclaiming, "They are the ones who dug up the grapevine. That human woman possesses something very peculiar. The grapevine cannot attack her." "Is she very powerful?" Xiaolu queried. "It's not her strength. It's that she wields a strange red object, which is quite formidable." Upon hearing the commotion outside, Tank and Defu moved closer to the villa's entrance, ready to strike at any moment. Xiaolu began to channel energy toward the 7 willow trees surrounding the villa, preparing for any eventuality. After thoroughly searching the cliff, the 6-member team returned to their original position. No anomalies detected. The beautiful woman, however, pointed at the villa's location ahead. "Don't you think this position is rather peculiar?" Chapter 48, Discovery of the Laboratory. The 6 followed her finger to see that the steep mountainside was met by a precipice. At the corner, the willows intertwined with vines, forming a mound approximately 20 meters high, resembling a small hill covered in various plants. "Just a small mound. What is so strange about that?" the Viper squad leader questioned. Puzzled. "How do we know if something is wrong unless we test it?" The girl unsheathed her pistol without hesitation and fired at the villa's location. The bullet sped from the barrel, piercing through the surrounding foliage, and finally, a sound akin to metal clashing resonated. Inside the villa, Xiaolu was prepared to take action. These intruders must not escape. "Is that sound normal?" The woman turned to the Viper squad leader. The leader shook his head, clearly. The sound of the gun hitting the mountainside or tree trunk should not have produced that noise. A smug expression crossed the woman's face. "Then we should investigate the situation." The 6 began to advance, guns at the ready, prepared to launch an assault. "Xiaolu, do not engage them," came Nan Mu Ran's voice from within the villa. Seeing the 7 individuals approaching, Nan Mu Ran felt elated. With her voice, Tank, Defu, Xiaolu, and Little Bai all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a steady hand to guide them. As the 7 drew closer to the villa, Nan Mu Ran contemplated her next move. Channeling a surge of life force, She directed it into the ground, where it then split into 7 segments, racing toward the feet of the 7 intruders. Ultimately, they became completely immersed within their bodies. The 7 individuals, wholly concentrated on the vicinity of the hillside villa, remained oblivious to any discomfort they might have felt physically. As the foremost member of the Viper team approached, he suddenly lost his footing, as though something had seized him, plunging directly into the abyss of the nearby cliff. Alas, he had no time to scream for help or utter a single word. The Viper team leader gazed in disbelief as his teammate fell at a bizarre angle into the unfathomable chasm. Ahead lay nothingness. The woman's complexion paled, her voice trembling uncontrollably, and her legs quaked in fear. Simultaneously, the other 5 members of the Viper team swiftly ushered the woman away from the cliff's edge, distancing themselves from the perilous drop. The Viper team leader closed his eyes, unable to bear the thought of such a senseless loss in his team, yet feeling utterly powerless to prevent it. "Let us retreat." The woman expressed her unease, glancing at the Viper team leader. "Miss Ouyang, it was you who raised suspicions earlier. The dubious circumstances have yet to be entirely dismissed." The leader replied deliberately. "There is nothing ahead, can you not see? If you seek death, then go alone. I shall not accompany you." Ouyang cast a cold glance, swiftly extricating herself from the perilous situation. The Viper team leader surveyed the surroundings, his tone somber. "We have tracked them here with no further intelligence. What shall we do next? What else can we do but return?" Ouyang retorted curtly. Once they departed, within the villa, Nan Muron, clad in combat attire, was also prepared. She retrieved 2 thin blankets from her room, first draping one over Jiawu before gently placing the visibly uncomfortable Bai Mei onto the sofa, tucking her in as well. She then hurriedly set off in the direction the 7 had taken. She was confident that following them would lead her to Dr. Jin's underground laboratory. There was vitality within those individuals, and she need not stay too close. As long as she remained within 15 kilometers, she could accurately sense their presence. The group continued towards Chui Mountain, descending the slopes and entering an abandoned industrial park at the foot of the western city outskirts. Zombies wandered aimlessly along the roadside. Yet those individuals drove undeterred. Observing their pace, Nan Muron retrieved a vehicle from her spatial storage, maintaining a distance of 3 kilometers behind them. The industrial park they entered was vast, spanning approximately 1,000 acres. Upon entering, Nan Muron instinctively utilized her mental powers to survey the surroundings. "Ah," she exclaimed, taken aback by the noticeable tripling of her detection range. Last night, she had absorbed 5 level 2 crystal nuclei, elevating her mental abilities to the mid-level of Tier 2. Although her plant abilities remained unchanged, she was pleasantly surprised to find that after consuming a small fruit, her mental powers had ascended to the initial level of Tier 3. Even her plant abilities had advanced to the mid-level of Tier 2, a significant boon indeed. She reached out to touch the small white creature on her left wrist. "Well done, little white." Feeling proud of the praise, the small creature responded. "My fruit is truly marvelous, isn't it?" "Indeed. Do you have any more?" "Share some with Ran Ran," inquired Xiaolu. "Only 9 can grow in a year." "And I already gave them all to Ran Ran last time," replied the small white creature. "Indeed, still a fool," Xiaolu retorted. With her mental powers now capable of sensing nearly 500 meters, Nan Muron stood still, beginning her search for the location of the 7 individuals. Upon entering the industrial park, the woman named Ouyang proceeded to the innermost building, ultimately entering an office on the easternmost side of the 2nd floor. Inside, a middle-aged man wearing glasses sat. He was of modest stature, yet exuded an undeniable presence. "Have we arrived at any conclusions?" he inquired. Ouyang casually took a seat nearby, dismissing the notion, if there's no conclusion, then so be it. They've lost one of their own, having fallen off a cliff and died. It's almost laughable. "Father, do you truly believe these individuals are of any use? I think we would be better off recruiting more ability users. Yunyun, now that you have awakened your water abilities, you are considered an ability user as well. So tell me, which member of the Viper team could you defeat at this moment?" The middle-aged man asked his daughter earnestly. Ouyang Yunyun pouted, remaining silent. "Not now, but in the future, I will certainly surpass them. However, at this stage, those well-trained mercenaries are still stronger, are they not?" The man patiently explained to his daughter. "Understood, father. I will try to be more courteous to them in the future." You must locate that vine quickly, Doctor. Jean mentioned we dug in the wrong place initially. The middle-aged man rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I was present when we dug for that vine. Aside from the one on the dead tree, the others were all less than half a meter tall. How could we have made a mistake? Ouyang Union frowned, Father. That doctor seems somewhat unhinged. Can we trust him? Union, refrain from speaking carelessly. Dr. Jean may be a bit eccentric, but he is the foremost authority on the mutated experiments. The first trial in the mountains is about to commence. You two must avoid going near for a while. The man replied coldly. In the corner, Nan Muron felt her breath catch. Oh no, I was hoping to follow you into Chui Mountain to find the laboratory. How could I not go? After pondering, she stealthily approached the location of those individuals, then suddenly urged Xiaolu and the small white creature to grow rapidly, extending along the ground with fervor. Chapter 49. A Swarm of Ants. Within the industrial park, all personnel congregated at the rear of the expansive building. The 5-story structure had only the lower 3 floors designated as their operational area. The first floor housed the Viper team, responsible for perimeter security, alongside 26 ability users of varying ages. Nan Muron scrutinized the levels of these ability users, noting 1 at late level 1, 3 at mid-level 1, with the remainder at early level 1. The disparity in ability levels was overwhelming, and their offensive capabilities increased geometrically. Moreover, mental abilities were inherently capable of taking down foes of higher tiers. Thus, to Nan Muron at present, these 26 ability users were no more than a horde of ants. Not to mention, she had Xiaolu, a level 7, and a level 3 small white creature at her disposal. The second floor accommodated laboratory management and research personnel, while the third floor housed the laboratories. As for the top 2 floors, they were completely abandoned, sealed off by a welded door blocking the passage between the upper and lower levels. This, in fact, facilitated Nan Muron's movements, and after a moment's thought, she advanced towards the building, making her way to the central position of the 4th floor. Continuing to channel her life force, she urged Xiaolu and the small white creature to grow. They expanded until they enveloped the entirety of the outer perimeter of the first 3 floors of the building. The first to notice the anomaly were the Viper team on the 1st floor, along with the 7 ability users occupying the adjacent 7 rooms and the perimeter security personnel. The writhing vines and willow branches at the windows appeared as ominous, shadowy figures in the dim light, eerie and terrifying. All began to brace themselves. The Viper team leader immediately drew his firearm, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. The other 4 quickly donned their gear, weapons at the ready. The remaining 26 ability users from the other rooms gradually emerged, converging towards the Viper team's position. What is happening? A younger boy exclaimed in fear as he scanned the surroundings. Someone is attacking the park, an older man responded uncertainly. Who would dare to be so reckless as to assault this facility? Are they truly so desperate? Can we finally showcase our abilities? A boy, recently awakened to his wind-based abilities, spoke with an unmistakable tone of joy as he listened to a group of superhumans chattering excitedly. Meanwhile, the leader of the poison snake team inwardly cursed, wondering where on earth they had found such incompetent fools. Could they not perceive the formidable power lurking outside? They were eager to show off, yet they were a mere step away from being annihilated. He decided to head upstairs to find Mr. Ouyang. The leader of the poison snake team swiftly approached the stairway, signaling his team to ascend. On the 2nd floor, Ouyang Yun and her father, Ouyang Foam, also noticed the writhing shadows outside the window. They immediately left their office and retreated to the corridor. Just then, the 5 members of the poison snake team arrived. Mr. Ouyang, we are under attack in the park. Is it really necessary to be this anxious? We have dealt with external threats before, Ouyang Feng replied, his tone tinged with displeasure. This was not the first time the park had been targeted. Just a few days prior, they had faced several waves of minor zombie hordes. Each time, they had swiftly neutralized the situation using firearms. Why then was the poison snake team so alarmed today? The leader of the poison snake team spoke in a grave, uneasy tone. Someone is controlling mutated plants, and their power is truly terrifying. In that moment, the 26 superhumans on the 1st floor were engulfed in sheer terror at the unfolding scene. Snake-like willow branches and vines extended at an eerie speed along the walls of the corridor, racing toward the cluster of superhumans and security personnel at its center. How disgusting. What is that? Get away. Everyone, calm down. We are superhumans. Some, reminded by a man, began to harness their abilities to attack the small willows and the white figure across from them. In the confined space of the corridor, water splashed here. Gusts of wind blew there, and soon a small flame flickered into existence. Although the chaos was varied, it was somewhat comprehensive. Regrettably, the lack of organized assault only invited trouble. Water extinguished flames, winds blew in the wrong direction, drenching their own comrades. After a flurry of disarray, their collective attacks were merely a tickle to the small willows and the white figure. Instead, their provocative actions incited the wrath of the willows and the white figure. The branches and vines began to extend wildly, ensnaring the three nearest superhumans. The ensnared superhumans gasped in horror, scarcely given a chance to scream for help as the sharp branches pierced their necks with alarming swiftness. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the branches, which quickly absorbed every drop. Even the bodies were swiftly concealed by the foliage, leaving behind only a pile of stark white bones when they were pushed aside. This bizarre and horrifying scene utterly stunned the remaining 23 superhumans. The vines are devouring people. Run. Help. I'm scared. I want to go home. The superhumans and security personnel on the first floor were paralyzed with fear, all scrambling up the staircase in a frenzy. Behind them, the small willows and the white figure pursued joyfully. After having absorbed the blood of 3 superhumans, their power surged significantly. The white figure even felt that with just a bit more blood, it could break through to level 4 among mutated plants. The blood was difficult to consume, but growth was paramount. Don't go insane on me. Nameless, sensing their abnormality, spoke with a sharp tone while retracting some of her vitality. As she drew back life force, the growth of the 2 vines slowed considerably, preventing them from spiraling into complete madness. Being plants, they were oblivious to right or wrong. All they knew was that they must not anger Ranran. Thus, for the time being, they only dared to chase after people, refraining from rashly attacking. On the second floor, Ouyang Feng observed the panicked superhumans with discontent. This was the elite force they had painstakingly trained? Just a disorganized rabble, what combat power could they possibly possess? What about the vines devouring people? And drinking their blood, Mr. Ouyang, save us. Before he could glean the situation from their frantic murmurs, he caught sight of the wildly growing willows and vines not far behind them. The last 4 superhumans, lagging slightly, had already been ensnared and suspended in midair. Due to Nameless' orders, the small white figure and the willows, despite their ravenous hunger for blood, could only obediently compress the space of their captives, confronting the helpless humans rather than outright slaughtering them. Everyone, stay alert. The leader of the Poison Snake Team's expression shifted dramatically. All members quickly raised their firearms, aiming at the writhing, wind-swayed vines and branches. Within their visible range, the small willow glimmered with an eerie green luminescence, while the white figure radiated a pristine white light. Were it not for the palpable fear, one might even find them beautiful. Chapter 50, I Want Your Lives. Captain, we are surrounded. We must find a way to break through. A member of the Poison Snake team whispered urgently to their leader. The captain nodded, lowering his voice. Everyone, prepare grenades. We must be ready to break through at any moment. On the 4th floor, Nameless, who could sense all movements on the 2nd floor with her mental power, smirked slightly at the captain's words. Do you think they fear fire? Her cold voice echoed hauntingly through the 2nd floor corridor. The entire Poison Snake team, as well as everyone else on the 2nd floor, felt an unprecedented wave of dread wash over them. First, the captain had spoken in such a low tone that even those nearby might not have heard him, yet she had heard him clearly. Second, if these mutated plants truly had no fear of fire, they would be utterly trapped here, with no escape in sight. Who are you? What do you want? Ouyang managed to steady her trembling hands, her mind racing. She still had 2 vials of plant suppression liquid and needed to find the right moment to assist the Poison Snake team in breaking free. Otherwise, everyone would perish here today. Nameless sighed softly. To be honest, I wish to ask the same of you. I am Ouyang, and this is the safe base established by the Ouyang family. I advise you to leave at once, or Ouyang words were interrupted by Ouyang Feng, who stepped forward. His tone gentle. I am Ouyang Feng, the one with the most authority here. Perhaps we can sit down and talk. Faced with this inexplicably powerful adversary, Ouyang Feng felt not just unease and fear, but a growing desire. He couldn't help but imagine the possibilities if such power were at his disposal. His family could completely free themselves from the grip of the Blacklock and potentially even take control of it. At this moment, Nan Muron had already descended to the 4th floor and entered the laboratory on the 3rd floor. She switched on the lights, surveying her surroundings. The blue and white decor, the endless rows of bright white bulbs, it was truly a repugnant place. On either side of the laboratory, glass vessels contained various plant samples and an array of colorful plant extracts. It appeared this place primarily focused on researching mutated plants. In the foremost chamber, she detected numerous energy fluctuations. Little Willow, she heard the timely reminder from her companion. Nan Muron concentrated her mental power on the safe. Inside, she discovered several types of mutated fruits, totaling an astonishing 18, alongside a lower compartment filled with hundreds of zombie cores. What surprised her the most was the discovery of 5 orange crystal nuclei, precisely the 3rd-level nuclei she required. Without hesitation, she raised her gun and violently shattered the door lock. First, she extracted 3 3rd-level crystal nuclei from within, allowing the ravenous little white to absorb them. Then, she produced a generous handful of primary crystal nuclei to replenish Xiao Lu's energy. Only after that did she store the remaining fruits and nuclei in her space. Having been on the verge of a breakthrough, Little White suddenly erupted with a blinding white light after absorbing the 3 3rd-level nuclei, swiftly achieving a breakthrough. Little White exclaimed, "What is this? It's so powerful." Xiao Lu replied, "These are crystal nuclei. Ran said they can help us break through quickly." Little White added, "This is far more effective than what humans can achieve." Xiao Lu remarked, "Isn't it wonderful to be with Ran?" Indeed, Little White agreed. Nan Muran sensed that Little White was about to break through after absorbing the blood of a supernatural being, which prompted her to allow it to absorb the majority of the 3rd-level nuclei from the cabinet. As expected, Little White's performance did not disappoint her. "Are you still there?" Downstairs, Ouyang Feng observed the suddenly glowing vines around him, his tone increasingly anxious. Nan Muran remained silent, instead beginning to examine the various syringes in the laboratory, as well as the experimental records and computer files nearby. After a long pause, she inquired, "Are you conducting genetic experiments?" Upon hearing her cold, icy voice again, Ouyang Feng felt a tremor of fear in his heart. "We are merely attempting to discover the source of powerful plant mutations," he answered ambiguously, uncertain of her stance. Nan Muran scoffed, "And what then? Do you intend to use plant experiments to mutate living humans?" As her words fell, several astute supernatural beings among the gathered crowd began to sense the underlying issue. They were oblivious to what lay within the 3rd-floor laboratory, but judging by the sound's origin, this woman must be on the 3rd floor. Had she uncovered some hidden secret? Ouyang Feng faltered, panic rising within him, though he displayed no outward signs. "Miss, you just... How could we possibly use living humans for experiments?" To create an army of mutated plants, perhaps?" Nan Muran retorted, laying bare his unease. In this apocalyptic world, for humanity to survive, it must first empower itself. Researching mutated plants and exploring the potential for human enhancement is conducive to the future development of mankind. Ouyang Feng attempted to persuade her. Listening to his contradictory statements, Nan Muran regarded him with disdain. Suddenly, while examining the various potions, she heard Xiao Lu's urgent shout. "Ran, Little White said that red one is the thing that is particularly terrifying to plants." Nan Muran retrieved a vial of red liquid from a pile of finished reagents. "Can this substance suppress plant abilities?" Xiao Lu, quick to assist, separated out a mutated willow branch nearly the length of an arm. Nan Muran poured a small amount of the red potion onto the branch, and the originally enveloping emerald light visibly dimmed. It appeared to have a genuine effect. Such a valuable substance must not be overlooked. With a sweeping gesture, she gathered all the items in the laboratory into her space. The once tidy and well-equipped 3rd-floor lab instantly transformed into a bare shell of a room. Once again, an eerie silence fell, causing everyone in the 2nd-floor corridor to gaze in terror at the vines that had come to life beside them. "Dad, it could be a terrifying plant-type supernatural being, and she has successfully bound a mutated plant. Ouyang Yunyun speculated, observing the swaying little white and Xiaolu nearby. In the underground laboratory, Dr. Jean had previously proposed this hypothesis, but unfortunately, no awakened plant-type supernatural beings had succeeded thus far. Ouyang Feng turned to his daughter. Can you discern the level of the supernatural being? Dr. Jean speculated that binding mutated plants required at least a third-level ability. This woman's level could only be higher. Ouyang Yunyun's voice trembled slightly. It was the first time she felt the threat of death since the onset of the apocalypse. Friend, what do you desire? Speak, and I will endeavor to fulfill your request. The astute Ouyang Feng was also uncertain of her intentions. Her power was overwhelming, and her actions were inexplicably strange. He understood that if he angered her today, it would be exceedingly difficult for everyone to escape unscathed. Nan Muran exhaled softly. Her tone laced with a chilling mirth. I desire your lives. No sooner had she spoken than her left hand released an even more potent vitality. On the second floor, Little White and Xiaolu suddenly expanded wildly, rapidly approaching the group in the corridor. Throw! The ever-vigilant poison snake team quickly reacted. 10 grenades were swiftly hurled from their ranks, aimed directly at the myriad roots of Little White and Xiaolu. Chapter 51. C escaped. However, the 10 grenades, as if encountering an invisible barrier, were deflected back with considerable force. Get down! The faces of the poison snake team turned ashen. In a split second, they shielded Ouyang Feng, Ouyang Yunyun, and several researchers closest to them by throwing themselves on top of them. Unfortunately, those who had yet to react were not so fortunate. The 10 grenades exploded among the crowd, instantly transforming the area into a scene of carnage. The air was filled with screams and cries for help. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies littered the ground, the metallic scent of blood permeating the nostrils of all present. Nan Muran chuckled coldly. Using weapons against a third-level psychic supernatural being was tantamount to courting death. Truly, a bunch of self-satisfied fools. Do not panic. Follow my orders. Everyone launch a coordinated attack. The leader of the poison snake team commanded the surrounding security personnel. Ouyang Feng turned to the leader, his voice barely above a whisper. Yunyun has the suppressants. Break through from the window at the end of the back corridor and take a few key researchers with you. The leader of the poison snake team understood that Ouyang Feng's order meant abandoning everyone else in the building apart from those few. Understood. After signaling to his team, they began to retreat towards the second-floor window in unison. Under the directive of the poison snake team, all security personnel began to fire back in unison, bullets continually striking the willow branches and vines. Feeling the pain, Little White and Xiaolu grew increasingly irate. Nan Muran directly amplified the output of their vitality. Little White, Xiaolu, eliminate all those with guns. To the astonishment of those on the second floor, the willow branches and vines, as though endowed with sight, targeted all armed security personnel, ensnaring them, before piercing through their necks with deadly spikes. Many were blinded by the gruesome sight before them, and began to retaliate frantically with various weapons. The severed branches transformed into a surge of green light, regrowing anew. The broken vines morphed into white luminescence, growing more frantically. Simultaneously, Ouyang Yunyun, Ouyang Feng, and several key researchers, under the protection of the poison snake team, approached the window at the end of the second-floor corridor. Do not leave us behind. Help! The awakened supernatural beings and the surrounding security personnel who regained their senses wished to escape with them, but alas, it was too late. Ouyang Yunyun unhesitatingly produced the red suppressants from her waist and hurled them towards the shadow outside the window. Little White and Xiaolu momentarily lost their strength, and the vines and branches at the window began to retract wildly. Quickly, go! The leader of the poison snake team leapt from the second floor, urging everyone to jump through the window. On the third floor, Nan Muran stood on the platform, calmly observing them, finally exhaling in satisfaction, hoping this time they would not disappoint her. After Ouyang Feng and his companions swiftly descended to the ground, they hurried towards the parking lot, closely pursued by the frenzied tendrils of vines and willow branches. The 3 members of the poison snake squad who lagged behind were swiftly ensnared by the branches, their bodies wrapped tightly. Captain Charles of the poison snake team, witnessing one of his captured comrades, was overcome with dread and yearned to return for a rescue. Unfortunately, Xiaobai and Xiaolu offered him no opportunity, swiftly dispatching the 3. Hurry! Yang Yunyun shouted frantically from the vehicle, her gaze fixed on the slain poison snake members. The captain of the poison snake team, his eyes burning with rage, ignited the engine. As the two vehicles sped away, Nan Muron quickly retracted the life force she had been wielding, a beautiful smile blooming upon her lips. Safe travels. With a gentle leap, she landed at the very spot from which they had departed. On the second floor, a mere 5 survivors trembled uncontrollably at the sudden appearance of a figure under the moonlight, some so frightened they had wet themselves. Is it her? A middle-aged man's face twisted in despair. A braver young man cautiously peered through the window, spotting a tall, graceful silhouette illuminated by the moon. I don't know. Will she kill us? A girl burst into tears. She truly did not wish to die, having come here to exchange food for her mother's life. Nan Muron, disregarding the terrified survivors above, departed the park without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Yang Feng's vehicle sped along the highway, with waves of corpses continuously emerging. If this continues, we won't reach the city center sanctuary and will be completely submerged by the horde, the poison snake captain spoke with urgency. Dad, we can't head towards the city center anymore. Let us return to the underground laboratory, Yang pleaded, her sanity fraying as she observed the ever-growing throng of zombies outside. Yang Feng nodded, making the decisive call, back to the underground laboratory. At least with its defensive capabilities, we won't be easily breached. Observing the clearly altered course of the vehicle, Nan Muron couldn't help but smile. Retrieving an off-road vehicle from her spatial storage, she began her pursuit of the group, heading straight for Suishan. Upon entering Suishan, the group first drove partway up the mountainside, then concealed their vehicle within a hidden cave, embarking on foot deeper into the sparsely populated Suishan. Due to the presence of poison snake members ahead, Nan Muron dared not follow too closely, relying instead on her mental powers for tracking. At that moment, she was immensely grateful for the hundreds of crystal cores from the laboratory. Without a steady supply of energy, her abilities would not have endured this long. After approximately 3 hours of travel, Nan Muron paused, astonished at the sight before her. Was that snow underfoot? It was still not yet October, and within the southern mountains of Shishir, snow could only be found on Taishan at this time. This was not Suishan at all. Realization dawned upon her. No wonder she had searched Suishan in vain for traces of the underground laboratory. It simply was not located there. To avoid any hidden mechanisms that might cause her to lose track, she instinctively edged closer to the front. What did you say? Came Yang Feng's voice. A cold, detached female voice responded. The 4 soldiers from the HB military district have escaped. The newly established military safe base is located at Nanshan Yunyu. We must locate them swiftly, or the consequences will be dire. How long ago did they escape? Yang Feng inquired, his tone anxious, even more so than when Nan Muron had destroyed the laboratory. It's been over an hour. All ability users and the Black Ice squads have been mobilized to search, but there are no results yet. You take a few researchers back to the lab. The rest will join me in the search. We must retrieve them. They must be seen alive. And if they are dead, we must at least bring back their bodies, Yang Feng commanded with a steely resolve. Yet, Nan Muron felt a sense of elation upon hearing their words. Si Yi and the others had managed to escape. Initially intending to follow the pursuers to find them, she discovered that the laboratory personnel had split into several groups. She attempted to use her mental abilities to probe the paths taken by Si Yi and the others after their escape, but to no avail. After numerous efforts, she remained unable to ascertain the direction they had taken following their departure from the laboratory, and was thus compelled to adhere to the trajectory dictated by her previous life. Consequently, she resolved to return to the mountainside villa promptly to await their arrival, lest she miss them. With this clarity, Nan Muron raced along the winding mountain roads towards the villa, all the while hoping to encounter them, only to be met with disappointment. Chapter 52. Life and Death Together. Elsewhere, Si Yi, Qindong, Wang Chang, and Eagle had seized the opportunity presented by the weekly supply transport to escape from the underground laboratory. Upon passing through the final door of the laboratory, they vanished into the nearby dense thicket. How long have we been locked up by these bastards? It's snowing now, Chang exclaimed, gazing at his frostbitten, reddened feet, his frustration palpable. Damn it. Wearing this white patient uniform is one thing, but to go without shoes is outrageous. If it weren't for the calluses built up from years of hardship, my feet would be utterly ruined. About 2 months, I think, Qin mused, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Yi, surveying the growth of the trees on either side, accurately assessed both the time elapsed and their location, 1 month and 3 days. It's still not winter. Not winter? Captain, look at how thick the snow is. It can't be anything but winter. Chang shivered, rubbing his arms for warmth. This was Taishan, the highest peak in the southern mountains of Shishir, where snow could accumulate even in July or August, let alone as winter approached. Yi quickly determined their direction based on the surrounding trees. We need to continue east. Captain, don't you find it strange how those pursuing us seem to always know where we are, no matter where we hide? Eagle, usually taciturn, furrowed his brow. Yi nodded, sharing his unease. The experiences endured during their month-long confinement in the underground laboratory had afforded him a new perspective on this apocalyptic world. Not only must we evade their pursuit, but we also need to find a suitable location to mount an ambush. In this situation, we can only succeed in escaping by thoroughly dealing with our pursuers. Treat these trackers like relentless military dogs that remember your scent. Escaping is the first step. Hiding is the second, but the most crucial step is the third, to locate them and eliminate them. I agree, let us wipe them out, Cheng added vehemently, harboring deep-seated resentment. After the ambush, we should head towards the vicinity of Nanshan. There should be a safe base established there. Yi exhaled a visible breath of mist, unable to suppress a shiver. Qin and Chang exchanged amused glances, realizing even their usually stoic captain felt the chill. Of course, it's freezing in this thin attire. How could I not feel it? Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed in the distance, compelling them to continue their frantic dash eastward. The centipede squad trailing behind seethed with frustration as they observed the rapidly moving red dot on their tracker. For freezing, barefoot HG soldiers darted through the perilous primordial forest, exhibiting astonishing speed. Bring that level 2 mental ability user from the laboratory to join us, the centipede squad leader thought better of confronting them directly. Having gained a newfound respect for the strength of Si's group, against a mental ability user, the outcome for any expert was invariably the same: utter annihilation. As the quartet swiftly advanced eastward, Qin suddenly furrowed his brow. Captain, could that girl we encountered at Suishan be connected to the underground laboratory? Are you out of your mind? Did you not see the people she killed? Xiangzi, standing closest, unhesitatingly delivered a sharp rebuke. Qin snapped back to reality, realizing the truth of the matter. That girl had indeed slaughtered members of the Black Ice organization. Witnessing her lethal prowess had initially left them astounded. At this moment, they could only wish that she had obliterated that wretched laboratory as well. Sai couldn't help but chuckle. Have you ever considered that one of our pursuers might be just like her? Captain, for heaven's sake, stop that nonsense. Qin quickly waved his hands in protest. Sai observed the slight upward curve of their lips, a reflection of their reckless bravado, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He kept to himself that his sixth sense was alerting him to the presence of an ability user among their pursuers, likely a formidable one. Perhaps not as powerful as the girl they had witnessed, but certainly more than capable of dealing with their small group. Eagle, watching Sai, regarded him with a serious expression and lowered his voice. Captain, is this situation becoming too perilous? Every trial is surmountable, and as long as we don't falter, we shall prevail, Sai replied, a hint of relief gracing his lips. They were warriors forged in the fires of hell, perpetually dancing upon the precipice of life and death. They could compile a tome from the wills tucked away in their drawers. This challenge was merely another in a long line of countless encounters. Eagle, usually composed, joined in the laughter. Together in life and death. Indeed, they were each other's strongest support, the sinew and flesh that bound them together. They were never alone. As long as adversaries stood before them, surrender was not an option. Even if they were left with a single breath and only one bullet, it would be fired. Meanwhile, Nan Murian returned to the hillside villa at dusk. Upon witnessing her safe entrance, Jia Wu and Bai Mei exhaled in relief. Even Tank and Dafu, their two small companions, appeared noticeably more cheerful. Finally, you're back, Ruan. After settling down, Nan Murian promptly instructed Xiao Lu to release energy, ensuring that everything within a 10-kilometer radius of the villa remained under her control. I feel that my abilities have significantly improved since this morning, Jia Wu exclaimed, his tone tinged with excitement. Observing Jia Wu effortlessly manipulating small bolts of lightning, Nan Murian felt a surge of happiness for him. You've reached the mid-stage of level 1. It seems that Little Bai's fruit is quite beneficial for ability users. And Sister May? How do you feel? Bai Mei responded with a hint of disappointment. I feel a surge of strength within me, yet no other changes. Perhaps I should try to help Sister May awaken her abilities. These past days, Nan Murian had employed her life force multiple times in an attempt to restore Bai Mei's mobility, yet to no avail. Despite never having witnessed a disabled individual awaken their powers in her previous life, she remained unwilling to concede. Bai Mei smiled at Nan Murian. Wan. I am content with my current state. I truly feel satisfied. We've faced failure countless times. It's time to let go. Please, do not trouble yourself over my legs any longer. Her tone was gentle. Nan Murian gazed at Bai Mei, her heart heavy with disappointment. All right. By the way, Wan. Where have you been? We were terrified when we woke up and found you missing. Feigning displeasure at seeing her downcast, Bai Mei swiftly changed the subject. I went to the industrial park in the city. Wuge, Mei Jia, the person I am searching for will be appearing soon. Nan Murian bit her lip, striving to control her racing heart. Bai Mei's eyes widened with excitement. Really? When? I'm not entirely certain, but it should be tonight or tomorrow. Tonight? Then we won't sleep. We'll stay here and wait with you, Jia Wu echoed, equally pleased for Nan Murian. Although he was unaware of the identity of the person she awaited, he could sense their significance to her. Nan Murian smiled and nodded. All right. First, let's wash up and change clothes, then we can wait downstairs, shall we? Bai Mei regarded Nan Murian as if soothing a child. Chapter 53. Sigh, it has been far too long. After freshening up, Nan Murian returned to the living room, feeling restless. Ultimately, she found herself standing idly before the monitor, gazing at the vacant space outside the villa, motionless. Bai Mei wished to urge her to sit, but Jia Wu stopped her. The two small companions, Tank and Dafu, became increasingly agitated, adding to the commotion in the living room. In an effort to quiet them, Nan Murian pondered and retrieved 2 of the translucent, green fruits that Little Bai had previously given her. Here, have a bite. Tank and Dafu stared at the crystalline fruits in her hands, their mouths watering. Once they devoured the fruits, the cat and dog began rolling on the floor in discomfort. Knowing this was a normal reaction, Nan Murian chose to ignore them, remaining steadfastly fixed on the display screen, unyielding. After a prolonged silence, the 2 small creatures fell into a quiet stupor. Jia Wu picked them up, placing them in their respective nests before returning to Bai Mei's side. The couple exchanged glances, resigned to quietly accompany Nan Murian in her vigil. As darkness enveloped the sky, a light drizzle began to fall outside. Nan Murian frowned. Such weather was excruciatingly tormenting for them, having just escaped the laboratory. Time continued its relentless march, and by 3 in the morning, Xiao Lu gently nudged her. Yay, and the others are approaching. Nan Murian felt her blood run cold, almost forgetting to breathe. She longed to rush out and find them. Yet her legs felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering her immobile. They're moving swiftly. They'll be here soon. Wan, you needn't go to them. Xiao Lu assured her, sensing their rapid approach. Jia Wu and Bai Mei noticed Nan Murian's agitation. Wan, what's the matter? Only then did Nan Murian realize her chest felt as if it might burst. She took a deep breath and looked at them. Xiao Lu said they're almost here. Should we go out to find them? Jia Wu sprang to his feet. Xiao Lu mentioned they'll arrive shortly. Let's wait a bit longer. As Sai and his team drew nearer to the hillside villa, they surged ahead with fervor. Eagle, how much longer? Qin Dong inquired, his unease palpable as he surveyed the surrounding darkness. Perhaps it was the haunting memory of that girl wielding a seemingly sentient willow branch that rendered this forest particularly eerie. Not more than 6,000 meters, Eagle replied, renowned as the living map of their wolf pack. He possessed an uncanny ability to gauge their position, more accurate than any compass, and they had no doubts about his capabilities. Increase your speed, those from the laboratory are closing in. Sai's tone was grave. The 4 of them swiftly navigated into the nearest thicket. They did not seek a path but forged straight ahead, leaping over obstacles without hesitation. They reached the clearing in front of the hillside villa without incident. Damn it, Eagle muttered, astonished. How could I possibly misremember? That exquisite old European-style villa is right here. Qindong surveyed their surroundings. Eagle, no way. Your living map has failed you. It is indeed right here. The precipice, the cliff, and the ancient European-style villa perched at its edge. For the first time, the Eagle found himself ensnared in self-doubt, feeling as though something essential was amiss. Inside the villa, Nan Murian gazed at the 4 individuals standing in the open space, a sense of relief washing over her. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Brother Mu, there are pursuers behind them. Could you please help me usher them into the villa? Though she yearned to do it herself, she was paralyzed by fear of scaring them away once more. Jia Wu also noticed the quartet at the villa's entrance, and by coincidence, he recognized 2 of them. One was the self-proclaimed wolf, Si Yi, and the other was the eagle himself. As Si Yi pondered how to leverage the terrain to devise an effective operational plan, he was startled by the resounding creak of the door opening behind him. Qindong, Qiangzi, and the eagle instinctively assumed defensive positions toward the doorway, only to realize the identity of the newcomers upon closer inspection. In a fleeting glance, they discerned that the individual was a soldier, an instinctive recognition shared among kindred spirits. The eagle was the first to react. Jia Wu. Long time no see, wolf. A rare smile graced Jia Wu's face as his gaze drifted beyond the 3 in front of him, landing on the figure of Si Yi standing at the back. It's been a while. Si Yi bore no prejudice against Jia Wu, but he felt a certain aversion toward the international mercenaries encroaching upon his homeland. Understanding this, Jia Wu, undeterred by Si Yi's aloofness, beckoned, "Follow me." Qindong and Qiangzi instinctively glanced back at Si Yi, querying, "Captain, are we going or not?" "The ones pursuing you are almost here," Jia Wu reminded Si Yi. After a brief consideration, Si Yi nodded, "Thank you." Once the 4 entered behind Jia Wu, they were enveloped by a sudden warmth that caressed every inch of their skin, causing them to shudder involuntarily. As they traversed the entrance garden and rounded the foyer, they were taken aback by how well the villa concealed itself. There was no trace of its existence visible from the outside. Qindong, the first to grasp the situation ahead, stood momentarily stunned, swallowing hard to quell his unease. "Captain." Si Yi followed his gaze and spotted a girl clad in loose loungewear quietly observing them, her doe-like eyes glistening, unblinking. The black attire accentuated her tall, luminous complexion, and her striking features, coupled with her casually cascading seaweed-like hair, rendered her a vision akin to a meticulously crafted oil painting. They recognized her as the girl who had single-handedly dismantled the entire Scorpion squad in a mere 5 minutes back at Shui Mountain. Yet, the complexity in her crystalline gaze was inscrutable. The eagle was the first to regain his composure. He glanced at Qiangzi beside him and then nudged Qindong. It finally dawned on him that the girl was indeed gazing at their captain. Si Yi's striking looks were certainly not unfamiliar to admirers, but this girl was evidently no ordinary maiden. Her gaze, how should one describe it? It was as though she were beholding a long-lost lover. "It's been a while, Si Yi." Nan Murian felt as if her voice resonated from another realm. Before Si Yi could fully process her words, she rushed forward, embracing his waist with unreserved fervor. Taken aback by her sudden action, Si Yi instinctively raised his hands, bewildered, glancing toward Bai Mei and Jia Wu within the room. He found himself at a loss. Neither embracing her back nor pushing her away seemed appropriate. "What is happening?" Qindong whispered to the eagle beside him. The eagle shook his head. "Captain, are you entangled in romantic entanglements? That shouldn't be the case. We've all been through so much hardship over the past year. Where would be the opportunity for such affairs?" Jia Wu was equally astonished. Could it be that the person Murian had been waiting for was indeed the wolf? Only Bai Mei, confined to her wheelchair, genuinely rejoiced for Nan Murian. At last, she had encountered the person she longed to see. All her previous efforts had borne fruit. Si felt the softness of the girl in his arms and was at a loss. Yet, as time passed, the perennial ice of his demeanor began to thaw. His cheeks flushing with warmth and his ears burning with embarrassment. For a moment, he couldn't discern whether he was cold or blushing. After a prolonged silence, he finally rasped, I'm a bit dirty." This was, indeed, a truthful statement. The four had fled barefoot from the underground laboratory on Tai Mountain, traversing several mountainous forests in succession. They were not only battered and bruised, but also soaked from the rain, each of them in a disheveled state. Nan Murian, still holding him, broke into laughter at his evident discomfort. Looking up at his deep, uniquely shaped eyes, she softened her tone. "Are you hurt?" Without waiting for C to respond, she glanced down and noticed his bloodied feet and the conspicuous stains on his white hospital gown. She gradually released her grip around his waist. Before Siyu could even breathe a sigh of relief, Nan Murian's left hand clasped his. Her delicate, fair fingers were only slightly larger than his palm. Yet they felt oddly harmonious. A sudden warmth radiating from her hand left Siyu momentarily stunned. He could distinctly feel the pain from his wounds dissipating, and his bloodied feet began to heal at an observable rate, returning to their unblemished state. Staring at his now healed feet and the other injuries that had mended, he felt as though he were in a dream. He blinked repeatedly, attempting to calm himself and dispel the disbelief echoing in his mind. Nan Murian smiled gently at his astonished expression, her warmth softening further, since the apocalypse had begun. This was the first time she had smiled at someone in such a manner. Then, amidst the incredulous stares of everyone present, she casually grasped the arm of the nearest eagle. He too felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, and soon his own injuries began to close. Following suit, Qindong, Xiangzi, and Nan Murian swiftly tended to each of their wounds. There was a fierce battle looming ahead, and entering it while injured would only hinder their performance. As they witnessed their injuries visibly healing before their eyes, the four stood transfixed, as if bound by a spell, unable to process the astonishing reality unfolding before them. The rapidity of these events seemed more implausible than convincing the staunchly materialistic individuals among them that ghosts existed. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Qindong was the first to recover, eager to express his gratitude. However, before he could complete his address, he caught sight of his captain's sharp glare. Instinctively, his heart sank, and he altered his wording to, "Thank you." Without hesitation, the eagle kicked him, "Shut up." He then turned to Nan Murian, his eyes brimming with excitement and profound gratitude. "Thank you. But how should I address you?" "Nan Murian, but you may also call me Murian," she replied gently. "And you are the eagle?" "Yes," the eagle responded, somewhat taken aback that she recognized him. "Miss Nan, do you know me?" Qindong interjected, his excitement palpable as he pointed to himself. His cherubic face and the dimples at the corners of his mouth allowed Nan Murian to quickly identify him, Qindong. "And what about me?" Even Wang Chang could no longer contain his curiosity, his square face brimming with eagerness. "How do you know us?" Qindong probed, his curiosity piqued. Given her familiarity with them, he could hardly dismiss the notion that she was not their captain's romantic interest. Nan Murian looked at the members of the wolf squad now vividly present before her and exhaled in relief. "It's a secret." "Oh," they all exclaimed, taken aback by such an unexpected response. "On the third floor, there are rooms and well-fitted clothing. Would you prefer to eat first or freshen up and change?" Nan Murian inquired gently about their preferences. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate further, the others tactfully chose not to press the matter. C turned to Nan Murian and said, "Let's change our clothes first." "Very well." Upon reaching the third floor, the four of them were once again taken aback. Aside from the central living room, there were precisely 4 rooms. The largest of these rooms boasted a walk-in closet filled with an assortment of men's clothing in various sizes. Strangely, the closet also contained several complete sets of individual combat gear. "What an oddity this is. Captain, do you know Miss Nan from before?" Even Qindong, who is usually rather oblivious, appeared unsettled. C gazed at the perfectly sized clothing in the wardrobe, feeling inexplicably puzzled. In fact, when Nan Murian had recognized the members of their group one by one downstairs, he had questioned whether he had suffered from amnesia. However, the current situation left little room for such contemplations. They needed to wash up and change quickly. The tales from the underground laboratory were rapidly closing in on them. "Captain, you truly do not know Miss Nan?" The ever-curious eagle's tone was laced with skepticism. Judging by Nan Murian's reaction downstairs, it certainly did not appear to be their first encounter. C silently changed into his clothing and donned the gear. "Let us refrain from discussing this matter for now and do not inquire further." Eagle was somewhat taken aback by Cia's response, but chose not to press. "Understood." Meanwhile, on the first floor, Jia Wu and Bai Mei were equally curious about the situation with Nan Mu Ran, but were at a loss for how to approach the subject. Nan Mu Ran, however, had no intention of offering any explanations. After all, the experiences she had undergone in her past life and this one were not something she wished to disclose to anyone but Ce. At that moment, Tank and DeFu, who had been unconscious for a considerable time, finally awakened. Stretching and reveling in their transformed bodies, the two little creatures began to excitedly circle around Nan Mu Ran. Why are they so joyous? Nan Mu Ran gazed at the two little ones, who were energetically rubbing against her with a hint of helplessness. Tank initially barked at her, then tilted his head in contemplation before leaping off the sofa. With a powerful leap, he nearly traversed the entire living room. How could he jump so far? Jiawu was visibly taken aback, realizing this was more than double the distance of a typical military dog, and he was also considerably higher. Nan Mu Ran's gaze momentarily paused. Simultaneously, the adorable DeFu extended his front paws towards Nan Mu Ran, his tiny feet blossoming in display. Upon closer inspection, his originally sharp and transparent claws appeared to possess an invisible extending power. Have these two little creatures mutated? Nan Mu Ran swiftly scooped up DeFu, only to discover that the little one's originally emerald green eyes now shimmered with a faint blue light. Tank's eyes also glimmered with a subtle golden hue. They have indeed mutated. Nan Mu Ran chuckled and gently ruffled the heads of the two little ones. Impressive, DeFu, and you too, Tank. Her praise elicited enthusiastic barks from Tank, while DeFu joined in with playful meows. Just then, Ce, who had tidied himself up and descended the stairs, witnessed the heartwarming scene of the cat and dog frolicking with Nan Mu Ran. The two little creatures, who had been playfully causing a ruckus in her arms, suddenly became alert upon sensing the unfamiliar presence in the villa. With remarkable agility, they pivoted, intensely scrutinizing the four individuals on the staircase, their backs arched in readiness to pounce. Qin Dong and Chang Zi, who were leading the way down the staircase, exchanged exasperated glances, acutely aware of their status as outsiders. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Demon King. Tank, DeFu, come back, Nan Mu Ran called softly to the two little ones. But it seemed they were oblivious to her command and remained unmoved. Immediately, come back. This time, her tone carried a hint of seriousness. The two little ones turned to look at their owner, uncertainty evident in their round, adorable eyes, clearly asking for reassurance. Nan Mu Ran blinked her large, watery eyes at them and softened her tone. Be good, or I might have Xiaolu toss you back to your room. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, the two quickly returned to the sofa, settling down beside her on either side, as if nothing had transpired. Bai Mei nearby couldn't help but exclaim, they're almost becoming sentient. Ce gazed at the somewhat soft and adorable Nan Mu Ran on the sofa, momentarily lost in thought. Have I seen her somewhere before? Ran, someone is coming. Jiawu suddenly glanced at the side monitor. The individuals standing in the living room quickly approached the four large surveillance screens mounted on the wall. The foremost screen clearly displayed the open ground in front of the villa. From the direction Ce Yi and the others had come, 10 individuals began to emerge. Of these, 9 were clad in full combat gear, armed with firearms, their expressions tense with vigilance. The 10th was a man of roughly 1.7 meters in height, somewhat slender in build, dressed in a black and gray professional mountaineering outfit, unremarkable in appearance, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. Yet, it was this very man who captured Nan Mu Ran's attention first. She had not expected that an early-stage level 2 psychic would appear so soon from the underground laboratory. Moreover, it was evident that he possessed combat experience. He has discovered us. As Nan Mu Ran spoke, the man in the mountaineering outfit fixed his gaze intently on the villa. The corners of his drooping eyes began to converge, blossoming into bloodthirsty petals. His voice, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, sent shivers down their spines. I have found you. Upon witnessing the man's terrifying demeanor, Ce's instinctive reaction was to rally his team to confront them. We must go out and deal with them. Not so fast. Nan Mu Ran reached out to restrain him. Until we neutralize this psychic, you won't be able to accomplish anything. A psychic? Eagle voiced his confusion. Nan Mu Ran nodded, her smile enigmatic, leaving her thoughts inscrutable. I will refrain from striking first. allow you to experience the pressure emanating from a psychic. The others furrowed their brows, perplexed by her words. Meanwhile, outside the villa, the man began to utilize his psychic abilities to probe everything ahead, his findings filling him with excitement. Aside from the 4HG soldiers who had fled, 3 more individuals and 2 animals were present. Simultaneously, the 9 mercenaries steadily approached the villa, weapons drawn. With a subtle flick of her left hand, Nan Mu-ran released an almost imperceptible life force. Xiao Lu, retract all the branches and vines surrounding the villa. Suddenly, the foliage and vines outside the villa began to shift, resembling a colossal creature in rapid motion, startling the 9 fully armed soldiers. Only the level 2 psychic remained still, observing the bizarre scene before him with a hint of curiosity. As the vines dissipated, the entire villa was laid bare before the onlookers. Nan Mu-ran and her group moved to the window. During the villa's renovation, the curved and radius windows of the living room had been replaced with full sheets of bulletproof glass. Thus, at this moment, only a transparent barrier separated the 2 sides, allowing for a clear view of each other's circumstances. The man's smile deepened as he suddenly fixed his gaze upon the individuals within the villa. It was Chendong, standing at the forefront, who first cried out in agony, clutching his head tightly as a searing pain coursed through him. Then there were Wang Chang, Eagle, Jiawu, and Si. Under the formidable psychological pressure exerted by their adversaries, the few of them felt a throbbing headache, struggling to maintain their footing. Only Nan Mu-ran gazed calmly at the opposing party's movements, seemingly untouched by the overwhelming force. After successfully attacking in the first round, the man outside caught sight of the girl across from him. Momentarily taken aback, he began to lock eyes with Nan Mu-ran. A subtle smile graced her lips, hinting at a barely perceptible madness. She had been anticipating this very moment. In the confrontation between mental-type supernatural beings, the most brutal instant of annihilation occurs in the fleeting moment of eye contact. At that very instant, Nan Mu-ran unleashed her formidable mental power without reservation. Surging directly into the man's mind, she relentlessly infused her mental energy, overwhelming him with pressure. In almost no time, the once self-assured man's head erupted in a cloud of blood mist. As he collapsed, his head was utterly obliterated, leaving only a gaping neck that bled profusely. The mercenaries who had followed him, as well as Si Yi and his companions inside the villa, were visibly taken aback by the sudden and gruesome spectacle. Yet, Nan Mu-ran merely turned her head slightly, regarding Si Yi and the others with a calm demeanor. "You may leave now." Jia Wu exhaled deeply and exited the villa alongside the 4. Meanwhile, Nan Mu-ran remained motionless, her gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos outside. She watched as Si effortlessly seized the opposing side's firearm and shot his adversary. She observed as Eagle's dagger sliced through the throat of another foe, witnessing their brutal hand-to-hand combat without intending to intervene. In her previous life, within this very villa, Chendong, Changzi, Eagle, Jiawu, and Bai Mei all perished in this battle. Thus, in this life, they must take matters into their own hands to avenge their tragic demise from the past. Dongzi, be careful, Eagle exclaimed as a mercenary, resembling a centipede, aimed his gun at Chendong's nape, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Everyone's faces paled at the sudden turn of events, yet they were powerless to intervene. They could only watch as the bullet fired from the gun paused midair for a brief moment, before reversing direction and striking the shooter directly in the forehead. As they beheld the mercenary collapse, lifeless, Si cast an incredulous glance at Nan Mu-ran, who stood quietly within the villa. Aware of his gaze, Nan Mu-ran tilted her head slightly and offered him a flawless smile. For the first time, Si Yi and his companions truly grasped the terrifying presence that a supernatural being like Nan Mu-ran embodied. Faced with someone as formidable as her, even the king of warriors, the head wolf, stood no chance. With the loss of a powerful mental-type supernatural being and the presence of Nan Mu-ran as their formidable backing, the outcome of this battle was almost devoid of suspense. "Let us dispose of the bodies by throwing them off the cliff," Eagle suggested, glancing at the blood-soaked corpses scattered around. Si instinctively looked toward the quietly standing Nan Mu-ran inside the villa. Then, numerous vines extended across the open space before the villa, sweeping away each corpse one by one. Once everything concluded, the vines encircled the villa densely once more, leaving no gaps. As dawn broke and darkness receded, everything began to flourish in the light. Let us head back. Jiawu, accustomed to such circumstances, felt no sense of wrongdoing. The others suppressed their shock and nodded in silence. At that moment, countless questions arose in Ce's mind, compelling him to inquire of Nan Muran. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 56. Do you believe in me? Is there anything you'd like to eat? I can prepare something for you. Due to Nan Muran's influence, Bai Mei had grown more amiable toward the head wolf and his companions. The group was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. For in the current dire situation, merely having enough to eat was a blessing, let alone asking for their preferences. Just then, Qindong and Chang Zi's stomachs audibly protested, causing everyone in the room to laugh. However, after escaping from the underground laboratory and enduring a night of fleeing followed by a fierce battle, their ravenous state was understandable. I've prepared a few things, so you all take a moment to rest. Bai Mei smiled gently, knowing that her current contributions could only be cooking and tidying up, and she would naturally give her best effort. We'll help. Qindong, Changzi, and Eagle immediately stood up. Bai Mei frowned slightly and refused. You've been through a lot tonight. You're all exhausted. Go wash up first. She found it hard to accept the idea of returning to cooking after killing. Nan Muran stepped forward and took over Bai Mei's wheelchair. Then I'll trouble you, Mei Jia. Once the two arrived in the kitchen, Nan Muran directly retrieved water-boiled sliced meat, couple lung slices, mapo tofu, and various other dishes from her storage space, over a dozen in total. After a night without sleep, steaming rice and making a simple soup will suffice, otherwise, it'll be too taxing. Bai Mei recognized Nan Muran's good intentions and had no objections. Upon entering, Jiawu noticed Nan Muran's actions and understood her intentions. You should rest too. I'll handle the plating. Only then did Nan Muran return to the living room on the second floor, feeling somewhat fatigued after standing tense all night without sleep. Nestled within the oversized beanbag chair, she had no desire to move. Beside her, Tank and Defu appeared a bit drowsy, obediently curling up next to her, looking sleepy. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. The two small creatures, previously drowsy, instantly awoke, watching the entrance with vigilance. Nan Muran, however, smiled nonchalantly, knowing it must be Ci. Tank, go open the door. As she stood and retrieved 2 bottles of water from a nearby cabinet, she gestured for Tank to answer the door. Upon seeing Tank open the door, Ci was momentarily taken aback. This dog was quite extraordinary. The layout of the villa's second floor bore a resemblance to the third, yet exuded a completely different style. Gone were the stark walnut finishes, replaced instead by soft, light brown cloudwood sofas, blending comfort with a touch of design and craftsmanship. There was a small leisure area with a long table and a washing and cutting zone, all lined with an array of alcoholic beverages and refreshments, seemingly showcasing renowned brands from around the globe. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling window facing north, one could even glimpse the mist-shrouded mountains cascading beneath the cliff, their beauty akin to a living, monumental landscape painting. One could not help but acknowledge that the villa's owner was someone who truly knew how to save her life. Isn't it quite nice? Nan Muran smiled as she looked at Ci, casually handing him the water. Ci instinctively smiled slightly. Have a seat. Nan Muran observed this familiar yet unfamiliar Ci, her smile remaining warm. Did you know I would come looking for you? Ci accepted the water she offered and sat down. Nan Muran nestled comfortably on the sofa, relaxed yet at ease. If you hadn't come, it wouldn't be you. Upon hearing her words, Ci paused. Did we know each other before? Are you uncertain? Nan Muran couldn't help but chuckle. She hadn't anticipated that someone as resolute and stern as Ci would doubt his own memory. I was quite certain at first. Aside from that time at Chui Mountain, this is our first meeting. Yet now, I'm somewhat uncertain. From the moment he stepped through the door and saw Nan Muran, Ci was certain that the girl before him had never contemplated deceiving him. This judgment stemmed from his rigorous interrogation training as a special forces soldier, coupled with his keen and precise intuition. Nan Muran rose to retrieve her thick sketchbook from the bedroom and handed it to him. Sino was somewhat taken aback as he turned the page of the illustrated album. The first page depicted a man curled up in a corner, bald and clad in a white hospital gown, tall and emaciated. The figure in the drawing appeared so frail that his features were deeply sunken, rendering him somewhat eerily terrifying. Yet, Sino recognized him. It was himself. He continued to peruse the pages. Nan Morong gazed at him with a smile that exuded a hint of encouragement. On the next page, a girl appeared beside the man, her head similarly shaved. A jagged scar marred her brow, short yet disfiguring her otherwise lovely eyebrows. However, those doe-like, glistening eyes were unmistakably Nan Morong's. Further along, there were numerous illustrations of the man, sometimes standing in sunlight with a glimmer of joy in his eyes, other times cold and indifferent, numb to the world. The girl's expression evolved from severe intensity to a gradually tranquil demeanor, eventually becoming somewhat vacant. As he continued flipping through the pages, he encountered an image of the man gripping the girl's hand, their faces etched with fear and urgency. They seemed to be attempting to escape, yet ultimately failed. The final drawing depicted the man, bloodied and engulfed in flames, while everything around the girl lay shattered, including the girl herself. As he turned the pages, he became all too familiar with the depicted figures, for they mirrored his current self, or perhaps more accurately, the version of himself before descending into the underground laboratory. The first time I laid eyes on you today, my heart swelled with joy. For I captured the essence of your true self, Nan Morong remarked, observing the illustration of Sino clad in special military attire, a sense of comfort washing over her. Sino, still in disbelief, gazed at the album in his hands and then at Nan Morong, questioning, "Is this us?" "Indeed, it is us. Albeit not the version of ourselves that exists in the present," she replied, her tone serious and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "If nothing had changed, during the 4th year of the apocalypse, we would have met in that underground laboratory, confronting each other in our most wretched and desperate forms." Sino absorbed her words, comprehending yet struggling to grasp their full weight. His mind buzzed, overwhelmed by an unreal sensation that he could not dispel. After a considerable time, he finally regained his voice. "And my fate?" Nan Morong met his gaze, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Just like in the drawing, you perished in battle." Sino flipped to the devastating image, a hint of urgency creeping into his tone. "What does this illustration signify?" "I have returned back to a time before all of this transpired." After a moment of hesitation, Nan Morong's voice quivered with suppressed emotion. For the first time in his 26 years of life, Sino felt utterly lost and directionless. "Do you trust me?" Without dwelling on his feelings, Nan Morong focused intently on him, suddenly declaring, "Chapter 57, Us, Back Then." Sino gazed into her starry eyes, after a lengthy pause, yielding somewhat, logically. "I find it hard to believe, yet my heart inexplicably whispers that you speak the truth." Nan Morong's eyes glistened with tears. "That is sufficient. Can you comprehend? I cannot expect you to become the man who endured over 4 years of torment in that underground lab, just as I cannot revert to the person I was before all this began." Since her rebirth, Nan Morong had contemplated their impending encounter countless times. Yet, she had never stubbornly believed that the Sino she met this time should be an exact replica of the one from before. Listening to her words of acceptance, Sino felt a pang of pain deep within. What would happen to a person after being confined for so long? He dared not imagine the 4 years he might have spent in that underground laboratory, nor the ordeal that Nan Morong would have faced upon her arrival there. Would she become less than human? Would she descend into madness, chaos, despair, or numbness? She might even meet her end. Yet surviving there was undoubtedly more arduous than death itself. Nan Morong stared out at the undulating clouds in the mountains, lost in a prolonged silence. Sino observed her slender figure, clad in a loose black loungewear that accentuated her fragility. Amidst the vast mountainous landscape, she seemed desolate and alone, as if no one could approach her. He found himself at a loss for what he could do, yet he fervently wished he could take action. Suddenly, Nan Morong turned to him, providing the answer he sought. "Sino, I wish to embrace you." After a moment of silence, he rose and stepped towards her, opening his arms wide. Without hesitation, Nan Morong enveloped him in her embrace, burying her face in his chest as she sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sino instinctively caressed her delicate back. After a considerable time, Nan Morong lifted her head, smiling for the first time. Fortunately, This time, everything is still within reach. Sino regarded her with confusion, struggling to comprehend her words. From the first day I returned, I sought ways to find you. Yet it seems that simply waiting here was ultimately the most effective course of action, she said, smiling as she gazed at him. Sino suddenly realized, did you know I would appear here? Yes, you once shared many stories with me, including this villa and the battle you experienced outside just now. And in the end, they all perished, including Jia Wu and his wife Bai Mei. Nan Morong confirmed Sino's suspicions. As he absorbed her words, Sino's mind went blank. He understood that had Nan Morong not been present today, the outcome might indeed have mirrored her account. Overwhelmed by shock, he sank to the ground. Powerless. After a long silence, he finally spoke. May I ask you a few questions? Nan Morong nodded, of course. You mentioned that the man in the laboratory today was a level 2 psychic ability user? For the first time. Sino felt a strong desire to understand this new apocalyptic world. Indeed, psychic ability users are rare yet formidable in this apocalypse. A level 2 beginner psychic user, if utilized properly, can even defeat a level 3 beginner. And you? I am a tri-type ability user, plant, psychic, and spatial, she replied. Currently, my plant abilities are at level 2 intermediate, psychic at level 3 beginner, and spatial. The Misty Veil is rather unique. It has remained unchanged since its inception. I cannot determine its level, but it is likely quite powerful. After all, in my previous life, I encountered many spatial ability users. Yet none had a capacity greater than that of the Misty Veil. Misty Veil? Sino found the name melodious. You named it that? I also have 2 contracted plants, one named Xiaolu and the other Xiaobai. Xiaolu is a level 7 mutated plant, while Xiaobai just ascended to level 4 yesterday. Nan Morong extended her left hand to Sino. Adorning her delicate wrist was a beautiful tattoo resembling willow branches, entwined with vines and several lovely white flowers. Suddenly, the tattoo radiated a greenish-white glow. The luminous Xiaolu extended its tendrils to gently touch Sino's hand. Sino frowned slightly. Sensing an uncanny connection, they possess powers that transcend this world, do they not? Yes, Xiaolu has been with me throughout my time in the underground laboratory. Therefore, it recognizes you, Nan Morong revealed without hesitation. Nan Morong, have you considered that I may no longer be the person you initially knew? This implies that many of my choices may differ this time around. Sino looked at her, voicing his deepest insecurities. Nan Muran instantaneously comprehended his words. At this moment, Si remained, at his core, a soldier. He was indistinguishable from the soldiers she had encountered who harbored aspirations of salvation. He bore the indelible marks of faith and responsibility etched into his very being. The actions he undertook were ones that Nan Muran could never bring herself to emulate. Yet, she held a deep respect and understanding for them. However, the person in question was now Si, someone of significant importance to her. Disappointment was inevitable. Yet for one as proud as Nan Muran, she would never stoop to compelling anyone to accompany her through life. If you wish to depart, I shall not impede you, though I would prefer it not to be at this juncture. Ordinary soldiers, devoid of awakened powers, remained formidable during the early days of the apocalypse. Yet, as zombies, plants, and animals began to mutate, they would transform into the most vulnerable warriors. Mere cannon fodder in every ensuing battle. Nan Muran gazed at Si, her words cold and brutally honest. Si fell silent, compelled to acknowledge the veracity of Nan Muran's observations. They had once been the most formidable forces within the military, priding themselves as warriors. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, a girl like Nan Muran, who had once relied on their protection, could easily annihilate their entire squad in the blink of an eye. This was a harsh reality that was difficult to accept but could not be ignored. How can we rapidly grow stronger? Si inquired, his tone resolute as he looked at Nan Muran. I can attempt to assist you in awakening your abilities. Once you have truly grown stronger, you may then decide your course of action. Nan Muran let out a soft sigh, a sense of regret and sorrow swelling within her. If they ultimately chose to leave, their fated connection, forged over 2 lifetimes, would inevitably diverge. For Nan Muran, the sole solace was that Si was still alive, and that the harrowing scenes that had tormented her in nightmares had yet to transpire. Si watched Nan Muran's retreating figure, his heart harboring a subtle yearning. What were we before? We should have been the brightest light in each other's dark lives in the last life. Alas, Their initial encounter had been far too chaotic, and mere survival had proven challenging enough. Some sentiments, once spoken, would only serve to render themselves superfluous. Nan Mu Ran did not conceal her past from Siyi, but instead candidly shared everything with him. Chapter 58. Would you like to practice? Siyi nodded in agreement. Given his understanding of himself, he recognized that in such a situation, no matter the complex emotions stirring within, they could never be articulated. Ran, it's time to eat. At that moment, Bai Mei's gentle voice floated up from downstairs. The two descended the stairs together. Upon seeing them walk side by side, those below were momentarily taken aback. Chen Dong and the others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with unmistakable teasing. They had claimed not to know the girl, yet here they were, swiftly appearing as a couple. Indeed, it seemed that good looks were paramount. However, before they could utter any jests, they were drawn to the sumptuous feast being laid out on the dining table. What is this? Is this still the apocalypse? How can such an extravagant banquet exist? The table was laden with an abundance of rice and meat, and astonishingly, there were even leafy vegetables. Even the typically composed eagle could not help but swallow hard. Please take a seat. Why are you standing there in a daze? Bai Mei smiled as she beckoned them to sit. Once settled, the group eyed the spread with a hint of hesitation. It was not that they did not wish to eat, but rather that they felt a touch of embarrassment. They couldn't help but wonder if this meal would deplete the family's entire stock. Eat. Why just look? It's not enough to satisfy your hunger. Nan Mu Ren picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of slightly leaner Hong Xiao Rou into Siyi's bowl. Siyi was visibly taken aback, for this was his favorite dish, and she knew his preference for the leaner cut with remarkable precision. The fragrant amalgamation of the dish's richness and the rice's delicate aroma wafted through the air, and the ravenous group could scarcely resist. They indulged in the most lavish meal they had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse, and it was truly delightful. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory of Taishan, an unprecedented panic had ensued. The plant laboratory in the urban industrial park had suddenly come under attack, suffering grievous losses in personnel and resources, with several critical data points also going missing. Ouyang Feng, having returned safely with Ouyang Yun and others to Taishan, faced yet another dilemma as experimental materials attempted to escape. Moreover, the identities of Siyi and his companions posed a considerable complication that needed resolution. Consequently, the laboratory's entire security team was mobilized, spending a day and a night scouring the mountains, yet they returned empty-handed. After accounting for all those who had returned, Ouyang Feng's sense of foreboding deepened. The centipede squad that had pursued the enemy had entirely vanished, and 2 remaining members of the Viper squad, along with a guide, had also failed to return. Most alarmingly, they had lost a level 2 early-stage psychic ability user, the most formidable entity cultivated in the underground laboratory since the apocalypse had inexplicably gone missing. Upon hearing this, Dr. Jean, who was engaged in experiments, felt a surge of excitement, unfazed by Ouyang Feng's account of the events. Instead, he began to revel in the possibilities. Are you saying that someone stronger than Yu Tao has emerged? The slaying of a level 2 psychic ability user could not have been the work of an ordinary person. Either the assailant is also a psychic, or they are a higher-tier ability user. Regardless of their nature, they're an anomaly in this apocalypse, and their research implications would be profound. Ouyang Feng nodded. Do you believe such an individual exists? Rather than entertain the possibility that Yu Tao had been killed by a psychic, he preferred to think that Yu Tao had been targeted by those who had managed to escape from the HB military. Dr. Jin's thoughts spiraled, his eyes turning crimson with fervor. There are no bullets capable of sniping psychic ability users from afar. Their formidable mental strength enables them to control everything in their vicinity. Inform Heisua that the entity they desire has manifested. Deploy all security personnel from the underground laboratory. At all costs, locate the one who killed Yu Tao. Once everyone had departed, Dr. Jean turned his gaze toward the writhing vines deep within the laboratory, his excitement mounting. Could it be her? Or has Xian Wu returned? If they have returned, could everything begin anew? The most powerful ability user of the apocalypse, I eagerly await their emergence. An eerie, cackling laughter began to permeate the underground laboratory, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Simultaneously, the laboratory's doors began to dispatch waves of fully armed personnel, delving into the southern mountains of the West City. Concurrently, A 200-strong unit advanced toward the military base at Nanshan Yunyuan, but set up an ambush approximately 10 kilometers from the base. At the half-mountain villa, Si Yi and his companions had already collapsed in exhaustion on their respective beds. In the first-floor living room, Jia Wu pondered for a long time before voicing his concerns. Ran, they are HG soldiers, and among them, the most formidable. They can be deemed the individuals with the strongest willpower in the world. Have you considered that their operational habits may starkly contrast with ours? The apocalypse demands soldiers. Yet soldiers in this era require a mercenary's mindset. From my understanding of the Wolf Squad, I doubt that Yilang and Eagle would accept your approach to matters. After all, Nanmu Ran embodies the essence of a rebellious lone wolf, capable of annihilating everything, both benevolent and ruthless, sincere yet cunning. Brother Wu, I am acutely aware of my actions. When facing Si Yi or even the entire Wolf Squad, Nanmu Ran possessed her own convictions. Even if they could not walk the same path in the future, she did not wish for them to perish without reason in this apocalyptic world. The following day, as soon as everyone awakened, Nan Muran was already awaiting them on the ground floor. Regarding the awakening of their abilities, Xia had elaborated on the matter in detail with the three of them. The trio, known as the Eagles, was filled with excitement, and thus, upon seeing Nan Muran, their joy was palpable. Would they truly become ability users? Was this the sensation of relying on someone powerful? Sister Nan, can you really help us awaken our abilities? Qindong felt as if it was merely a casual conversation, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. I cannot do it alone. I require the enhancement of mutated fruits as well. You four are in luck. There are 4 of Xiaobai's fruits remaining. While Nan Muran could awaken her abilities on her own, she had no intention of disclosing this to them. Jia Wu and Bai Mei instantly understood her intentions. Upon arriving at the basement level of the villa, they were captivated by the expansive training area before them. The training equipment was remarkably comprehensive, even featuring a combat arena. Sister Nan, do you train regularly? Qindong inquired, somewhat puzzled by the surroundings. Nan Muran regarded him thoughtfully, raising an eyebrow. Would you like to give it a try? Her words left Xia and the others momentarily stunned. In their eyes, Nan Muran was a formidable ability user, but certainly not one who engaged in direct combat. It sounded as if they had misjudged her intentions. Let us give it a shot. I'm curious to see how I measure up against truly strong opponents, Nan Muran declared, already vaulting into the combat zone. As she removed her outer jacket, the exquisite muscle definition of her slender arms became undeniably apparent. With her fair skin and striking beauty, coupled with her lithe figure, they realized that she was not merely the fragile girl they had assumed, but rather a finely honed embodiment of strength forged through sweat and effort. Chapter 59. The Secret of Awakening. The eagle could not help but glance at Xia. Astonished, is she a trained fighter? Go for it, Xia replied, acknowledging the situation and signaling Qindong with a glance. As Qindong stepped into the combat zone, he found it difficult to strike against the stunningly beautiful Nan Muran. Sister Nan, perhaps we should reconsider. If you do not give it your all today, you shall miss your chance to awaken your abilities, Nan Muran stated with conviction. She was eager to discern the extent of her abilities when faced with such formidable beings. The helplessness she had felt when her powers vanished in her previous life was something she vowed never to experience again. No way, Sister Nan. Qindong felt a wave of despair, regretting his earlier inquiry. Nan Muran met his gaze with unwavering determination. I never joke. And do not attempt to deceive a psychic ability user. Realizing he had no choice, Qindong still glanced anxiously at Xia, who, although unaware of Nan Muran's resolute nature, chose to support her. With the captain's approval, Qindong quickly gathered his resolve. Without hesitation, he launched a punch toward Nan Muran. To everyone's astonishment, Nan Muran did not sidestep the full force of his blow, but instead met it head-on without a moment's hesitation. Ouch! Even I felt that, Guangxi, standing nearby, winced. Xia's brows furrowed in concern. As their forces collided, both sustained minor injuries. Yet this exchange revealed to Qindong that Nan Muran was not an easy opponent. She had undergone rigorous combat training and had participated in numerous real battles. Each of her strikes was swift, agile, and powerful. The two engaged in a rapid dance across the combat arena, striving to exploit each other's defenses, intent on bringing the other down. Observers noted that Nan Muron was not only quicker, but matched him in strength. Qin only chance of victory lay in his practical experience honed through countless life-and-death encounters. Abilities alter one's physique in a direct confrontation. My stamina is not necessarily inferior to yours, Nan Muron declared as she charged forward, striking with unyielding speed and ferocity. After more than 20 exchanges, those watching could not help but feel anxious for Qin. Nan Muron's combat style was particularly ruthless, employing many forbidden techniques. Unfortunately, her practical experience was still somewhat lacking. Ultimately, the bout concluded with Qin sweeping her leg out from under her. Though he emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Xia observed the somewhat injured Nan Muron leaning against the wall, panting, and let out a sigh of relief as he turned to Jia Wu. You trained her? That fighting style is incredibly vicious, clearly aimed at killing. Not bad, right? Jia Wu replied, pride evident in his voice. Qin, still on the platform, gave Nan Muron a thumbs up without hesitation, genuinely impressed by her prowess. Impressive. Nan Muron rose and retrieved a bottle of water from the side cabinet, tossing it to Qin. She also discreetly produced the crystal cores and the remaining 4 Xiaobai fruits from the password-protected cabinet in the garden. Shall we begin? Who wants to go first? Do you want to take a break? Xia's typically icy tone softened slightly. Nan Muron shook her head. No need. Absorbing the crystal cores can quickly restore your stamina. However, please keep track of the cores each of you use. You'll need to return 3 times the amount later. That's only fair. The eagle nodded eagerly, understanding that any price was worth awakening their abilities. That is my first requirement, Nan Muron stated coolly. There is more? The eagle suddenly realized that this girl was entirely different from his expectations. Despite her special regard for their captain, she would not compromise her own decisions. Once your abilities are awakened and stabilized, you must accompany me to the underground laboratory in Taishan. Agree to both conditions, and we shall commence immediately. Refuse. And this conversation ends here. Consider my earlier words forgotten. Nan Muron set down the water bottle, her expression devoid of jest. All right. While others might not comprehend Nan Muron's obsession with the underground laboratory, Xia understood, and thus he agreed without hesitation. Then I shall go first, Qin declared eagerly. Stepping forward, Nan Muron handed him 3 crystal cores. Lacerate your hand and grasp them. Then, she placed her left hand over his bloodied palm, emitting a greenish-white glow. As warm currents flowed from the wound into Qin body, the exquisite comfort overwhelmed him, prompting him to exclaim, "This feels amazing." After all 30 crystal cores had been absorbed, Nan Muron finally ceased her ministrations. Is that it? Qin looked at his healing wound, uncertain. Apart from an overwhelming sense of comfort, he felt no other changes. Can this be considered an awakening? Eat this fruit. It will be quite painful, so prepare yourself mentally. Nan Muron handed him a Xiaobai fruit. As anticipated, shortly after consuming it, Qin experienced intense abdominal pain, breaking into a cold sweat and rolling on the ground in agony. The eagle watched Qin lamentations with a furrowed brow, thinking, this is too pathetic. Can't he endure without whining? To prove their masculinity, he unhesitatingly sliced his palm. Bring it on. The identical process unfolded for both the eagle and Guangxi. This is truly painful. Until all 3 of them succumbed to extreme pain and fell into a deep slumber after consuming the fruit. Nan Muron finally turned her gaze towards the last person, Xi. Sensing the power emanating from Nan Muron, Xi couldn't help but feel anxious. Would this not harm her? Aside from exhausting my abilities, it won't have any other repercussions, Nan Muron replied with a smile, which eased Xi's worries. Suddenly, he was taken aback, sensing a change within his own body. Nan Muron felt it too and reminded him, you've awakened, don't lose focus. Is that so? Xi observed the hint of surprise in Nan Muron's stern voice, contemplating the possibility of dual abilities. Let's continue to test and see if there are other potentials. Nan Muron persistently infused him with vitality, showing no signs of stopping. In her previous life, awakening 5 abilities was a testament to Xi's extraordinary talent. Hence, she had deliberately placed him last among the 4. Fearing that his exceptional gifts might completely expose the secrets she held about awakening abilities, Xi, too, realized something was amiss. Nan Muron had previously stated that one needed the fruit's enhancement to help others awaken their powers. Yet, it was evident that she could achieve this even without the fruit. Such a capability was exceedingly rare and astonishing in the apocalypse. Once revealed, it would likely become a coveted prize among various factions. He looked at Nan Muron with concern, feeling that this girl was exceptionally good to him, to the extent that he could not bear to see her harmed in any way. While Nan Muron focused on sensing the power awakening within him, she remained oblivious to the change in his gaze. Chapter 60. Between life and death. It was not until Nan Muron had exhausted all the crystal cores obtained from the biological laboratory in the industrial park that she collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. C hurriedly reached out to help her up. "What are you doing?" Nan Muron remarked, irritated, as he lifted her like a chick. "Go sit in that massage chair." She refused without a second thought, not wanting to move at all. Just as she finished speaking, she was hoisted up by two hands gripping her shoulders. Even after being seated in the massage chair, she remained in a daze, wondering how she had failed to notice in her previous life that this fellow was essentially a steel-hearted man. Ignoring her dissatisfaction, C looked at her earnestly and said, "Nan Muron, what you are doing is very dangerous." Acknowledging his concern, she nodded. Then, standing up, their height difference allowed them to meet each other's gaze perfectly. "I know. So, would you betray me?" Her warm breath brushed against Sia's cheek, and the faint, alluring fragrance of the girl enveloped him. His heart raced uncontrollably, leaving Sia's mind blank. Of course not. Nan Muron couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his gradually reddening ears. Was he really this innocent? She had to admit that the country had managed him quite well. "Then that's settled. Eat the fruit, it will benefit your abilities," she suggested, her words almost stammering as she found herself flustered by his bashfulness, making her feel like a mischievous girl. Standing at a towering height of 1.90 meters, C dazedly took the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, cheeks puffed out as he devoured it ravenously. Nan Muron's words trailed off as he choked, awkwardly gulping down water. Watching his clumsy demeanor, Nan Muron cleared her throat several times to stifle her laughter. On the side, Jia Wu silently retreated, finding it hard to reconcile the sea with the cold, ruthless wolf of the African battlefield who could take on 10 opponents alone. It was only after all members of the wolf pack had endured their suffering and fallen into slumber that Nan Muron turned to Jia Wu and said, "They will likely sleep for quite a while. Let us head upstairs." When the two returned to the living room on the first floor, Xiao Lu suddenly reminded Nan Muron that a fully armed mercenary team was approaching the villa. "Do they have any special markings?" Jia Wu inquired. Having dealt with traces on the road yesterday, it was unusual for these individuals to pursue this closely unless they possessed some unique means. However, in this apocalypse, many tracking methods had become obsolete. It was peculiar how they managed to achieve this. The 10 individuals from the laboratory had vanished from this location, so their pursuit was not unexpected. Nan Muron began to scrutinize the surveillance screen. She had no intention of confronting the underground laboratory head-on at this juncture, fully aware that the implications behind the laboratory were far more complex than she had initially imagined. This realization began when she encountered Ouyang Feng, an S-level official. Prior to the apocalypse, the Nan Xiao group and the Qi family had been treated with the utmost reverence. Yet, in the underground laboratory, he was merely a management figure for the external biological lab, indicating the extensive ramifications behind it all. "A squad? How could there be so many?" Jia Wu exclaimed, astonished at the 36 fully armed soldiers that were appearing one after another. Nan Muron furrowed her brow. How could the underground laboratory sustain such numbers? If Ouyang Feng was not foolish, he would not only send troops to search the mountains, but would also dispatch additional personnel to block Siyi and the others at Nanshan Yunyuan, preventing any disturbance to the military base. The presence of 2 or even 3 groups, all fully armed soldiers, implied that the underground laboratory's forces would not be fewer than a company's worth. This quantity was not something that foreign mercenaries could easily muster, even in the current apocalypse. As she contemplated this, the soldiers on the screen commenced a thorough search of the surroundings. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, ultimately leading her to laugh in exasperation. This half-mountain villa had indeed faced a tumultuous fate since its establishment. Over the course of 3 months in the apocalypse, this was already the 3rd wave of pursuers arriving at their doorstep. Once a month, they were being rather considerate. "What should we do?" Jia Wu began to brace himself. However, Nan Muron poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to him. If they haven't discovered the villa, we do nothing. If they have, we can only eliminate them all. The half-mountain villa was ideally a tranquil and peaceful place, but if others insisted otherwise, it would inevitably transform into a graveyard for intruders. So, they are not searching for us, but their own demise? Jia Wu understood Nan Muron's train of thought as he took the wine and took a sip. The taste was surprisingly delightful, prompting him to glance over instinctively. Macallan. The price was also quite decent. This is troublesome. They have 3 military dogs. Jia Wu set down his glass and dashed to the display screen. After the Team-S search, 3 men leading military dogs appeared behind them. Nan Muron observed the 3 dogs with a slight frown. Jia Wu, whose scent are they tracking? It can't be the wolf packs. Then they must be their own people. Faced with the 3 military dogs, Jia Wu felt a headache coming on. Eliminating them would alert the others, but failing to do so would result in them circling endlessly and ultimately being discovered. Let me try to see if I can control them. Concentrating her energy, Nan Muron attempted to exert mental pressure on the 3 military dogs to drive them away. The dogs, feeling the sudden pressure, began to bark incessantly but showed no signs of retreating or changing direction. Well, it seems that human mental abilities cannot control these little creatures. Simultaneously, the tank behind Nan Muron started barking wildly. Even DeFu and Xiaoko were whining, clearly agitated. Approximately 3 minutes passed. Is this a sign of surrender? Jia Wu observed the screen, where 3 military dogs suddenly crouched on the ground, their ears drooping and remaining motionless. Nan Muran also noticed this change and turned her head to glance at the 2 small creatures beside her, who were evidently brimming with pride. Indeed, this was the kind of hierarchical suppression that could only exist among peers. The little fellows had accomplished something. Jia Wu reached out to pat the heads of Tank and DeFu. Tank, do you have any way to keep those 3 rascals here? Nan Muran inquired, her mind racing with a bold idea. Upon hearing his owner's words, Tank tilted his head in contemplation before barking furiously at the villa's exterior. Subsequently, the 3 previously leashed military dogs wildly broke free from their handlers, darting straight into the dense forest nearby. Goodness, if it weren't for the soundproofing being so effective, you might have brought the entire crowd over here. Nan Muran felt her eardrums strain under the cacophony. Outside, the group watching the dogs escape stood in stunned disbelief. Everyone, fall back from this open area quickly. The team leader, who had initially intended to conduct a further search, made a swift decision. Having once been a trainer himself, he understood full well that each military dog had undergone rigorous training, often more stringent than that of soldiers. They were unafraid of sacrifice. Thus, to frighten off the military dogs was not merely a matter of concealed danger, it could signify an existence beyond human comprehension in an apocalyptic world. In light of such circumstances, a safe withdrawal was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Chapter 61, Recruiting Military Dogs. Watching the camouflaged figures gradually recede, Nan Muran quietly exhaled in relief. Tonight, I'll treat you both to 5 chicken drumsticks. Tank and DeFu, upon hearing this, gleefully bounced about. Wuga, what do you think of those 3 Belgian Malinois? Nan Muran directed her gaze toward Jia Wu, her eyes glinting with calculation. You mean recruiting military dogs? Jia Wu looked at Nan Muran, somewhat perplexed by her intentions. Humans are overly complex. Dogs are far simpler, Nan Muran stated candidly. She realized that to ensure safety around the hillside villa, she needed to establish complete control from the foot of the mountain. Currently, however, her available personnel were woefully insufficient. If Tank, after his mutation, could manage the military dogs, utilizing enough canines to entirely dominate the area would be the optimal strategy. As Si Yi and his 3 companions emerged from the basement, they unconsciously related to Nan Muran's remarks. They exchanged glances, unsure whether to step out or retreat back to the basement. Are you awake? Jia Wu was the first to notice the group at the stairway. Upon hearing his words, Nan Muran turned around to see their visibly awkward expressions, and she could roughly guess the reason, though she chose not to explain. How do you feel? We're not entirely certain about the situation. We need your assistance to assess it. Si Yi and the others felt changes within their bodies, yet they were unclear on how to gauge their own abilities. Focus all your energy on a fixed point and take a look, Nan Muran instructed, gesturing towards Qindong, who stood at the forefront. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin obediently complied. Then suddenly, save me. As he hurtled uncontrollably towards the wall, the others gasped in alarm. If he collided with the wall, his cherubic face would be utterly ruined. In the nick of time, Nan Muran swiftly extended a willow branch, wrapping it around Qin body and pulling him back securely. As he narrowly avoided the wall, Qin exclaimed, "My goodness. You scared me to death." "Your speed ability is quite impressive in practical scenarios," Nan Muran remarked, retracting the willow branch. Qin, thrilled with his newfound abilities, continued to experiment with controlling his powers. Soon, he began zipping around the room, gaining speed. "Wow, this is exhilarating." "Thank you, Sister Nan." Nan Muran wanted to remind him that she was younger, but recalling her dismal 5-year experience in the apocalypse, she chose to remain silent. "All right, being called sister is acceptable." The others shared in Qin joy. Only Wang Chang, who had just scattered a wisp of ash, appeared utterly dejected. His square face nearly contorted. "What on earth is this? Ash scattering?" Nan Muran glanced at the wisp of ash that had disappeared with the wind, frowning involuntarily. Was the earth ability so ineffective in its initial awakening? It shouldn't be. In her previous life, there were plenty of earth abilities adept at raising walls from flat ground. The earth ability is a highly commendable protective power. At its peak, it could even bridge gaps and construct roads in conjunction with other abilities. Nonetheless, Nan Muran harbored doubts about Wang Chang's potential for growth. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang felt immensely pleased. The thought of bridging and building roads was exhilarating. Next was Eagle, who, after concentrating, made the others feel a gentle breeze wafting through. No need to say more, it's a wind ability. It belonged to the natural mutation category, capable of forming wind blades and executing area attacks. Its offensive power would not be lacking in later stages. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to the silent Ciyi. Qin observed his team leader's hesitance and felt a twinge of anxiety. "Captain, you haven't awakened, have you?" "Not at all. I've awakened a dual ability." "Wow, impressive. Captain is amazing." And then? Nan Muran sensed something was amiss. Ciyi regarded the group with a hint of resignation. "The issue is, I can distinctly feel their presence, yet I can't wield them." "What do you mean? Isn't concentrating supposed to enable you to use them?" Eagle was baffled. Ciyi's talent should have surpassed theirs, so what was going on? Nan Muran also found this perplexing. "Watch closely." Ciyi, unsure how to clarify, opted to demonstrate directly. A visible flame erupted into existence. Suddenly, a stream of water emerged from nowhere, extinguishing the flame perfectly, not too much and not too little, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. After repeating this 3 times, the others began to understand. "Captain, this is a classic case of water and fire being incompatible." Ciyi shrugged in exasperation. The good news was that he had awakened a dual ability, but the bad news was that they were fire and water, clashing against each other. You need to first feel the power of both abilities within your body, distinguishing their differences before you can use them. "This isn't difficult, just practice a few more times." Nan Muran reassured him, having no concerns. It was indeed common for dual abilities to be indistinguishable during the initial awakening. "There are military dogs outside?" Ciyi felt reassured by her words, yet sensed imminent danger. The group hurried to the monitoring screen. They saw 3 Belgian Malinois frantically circling the open area in front of the hillside villa. Judging by their equipment, they were evidently well-trained military dogs. "These 3 are quite impressive," Eagle remarked, his interest piqued. Nan Muran looked at Eagle with surprise. "You know how to train dogs?" In this regard, Eagle was undoubtedly top-notch. Qin glanced at Nan Muran, well aware that all the military dogs in the Special Operations Brigade were under Eagle's purview. "I want them to become the guardians of this forest. Can that be done?" Nan Muran inquired of Eagle. Eagle looked at the 3 Malinois outside. In terms of capabilities, they are more than sufficient. However, trained military dogs possess intelligence and their own thoughts. They may not willingly comply. That's not something you need to worry about. Just take Tank and Defu along, and don't fret about their disobedience. As Nan Muran spoke, Tank had already arrived at the entrance, opening the villa's grand door. The onlookers watched as 3 robust Belgian Malinois obediently followed Tank into the villa, where they promptly settled down in a neat row. "Brother Wu, prepare some meat for them," Nan Muran said, her demeanor generous as she regarded the 3 fierce-looking dogs. Upon seeing the bowl filled with dog food and meat, the dog's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was not only humans who had suffered during the apocalypse, the dogs, too, had faced hardships, enduring inadequate food and water. It seems all will be well now, Eagle remarked, observing their voracious consumption, clearly swayed by the promise of sustenance. In the ensuing hours, the group began training their abilities while also assisting in the training of the 3 dogs. Nan Muron took the opportunity to lead Jia Wu on a patrol around the mountainside, aiming to eliminate the dangers posed by mutated plants. Shall we join you today? Si inquired, as the group wished to contribute after honing their powers. After all, spending their days in the villa, feasting while being catered to, left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 62. Today's work for free. Nan Muron understood their sentiments and was indeed curious to see how their powers had progressed over the past few days. Perfect timing, as we're headed out hunting today. You all must put in your utmost effort, considering the many crystal cores you owe me. All right, I'll make sure to slay zombies today. Gathering crystal cores for Sister Nan. All the cores we find today will be considered gifts to you, and won't count as debt, Jin Dong declared grandly. Both Eagle and Xiangzi nodded in agreement, recognizing the immense help Nan Muron had provided during their stay in the mountainside villa. Merely training the military dogs and returning a few used crystal cores could hardly repay such a favor. Thus, even upon returning to their unit, they resolved to assist her whenever possible. However, Jia Wu felt a momentary pang of surprise at their words. Over the past week, they had never expressed a desire to leave, nor had Nan Muron ever mentioned it. He had assumed they intended to stay. At the back of the group, Si, upon overhearing their conversation, instinctively glanced at the silent Nan Muron, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Yet, Nan Muron merely smiled softly. Very well. Consider today a day of free labor for you. Absolutely, it is our duty, Eagle replied with a smile. The group swiftly organized their military backpacks, armed themselves, and gathered self-heating meals from the cupboard before preparing to descend the mountain. When Qin Dong and the others laid eyes on the vehicle before them, they were left speechless. Sister Nan, is this car yours? This is the King of Kelman. Even Wang Chang, typically the quietest of the group, was stirred with excitement. He had been captivated by its sleek design after watching sci-fi films, which prompted him to purchase it. In their presence, the only vehicle Nan Muron felt secure enough to take out from her space was this one. Qin Dong ran his fingers over the car's streamlined surface, entranced. This car costs 14 million. Sister Nan, was your family quite wealthy? Not exactly. Have you heard of the Nan Qiao Group? The Nan Qiao Group? It's one of the top companies in the Northwest. Who hasn't heard of it? That's my family's business. My mother's surname is Qiao. She co-founded it with my father. But why are you so excited? This is the apocalypse and money is now as valuable as paper, perhaps even less so. That's a fair point, Qin Dong conceded. Enough lamenting, let us get in the car and go. May I request to drive? Qin Dong asked, brimming with enthusiasm. Nan Muron tossed him the keys without hesitation. Get in and let us go. By the way, Sister Nan, where are we headed? Qin Dong inquired, his heart racing with excitement as he started the engine. The city is too densely populated with zombies, leading to waves of various sizes. We'll descend the mountain and head towards the outskirts of the southern suburbs, where some resort villas and campuses are located. On the way, Nan Muron began to explain the levels of zombies and the nature of crystal cores. Eventually, the group arrived at the commercial street on the outskirts of the Southern District University town. The commercial street, situated just outside the university town, was filled with wandering zombies following the acid rain. Initially aimless, the zombies quickly approached upon detecting the group's scent. Are we attacking directly? Qin Dong asked, eager to leap into action. Si pondered for a moment, then suggested, let us split up and avoid headshots initially, utilizing our powers as much as possible. Upon hearing Si's words, Qin Dong, armed with a dagger, charged into the horde of zombies without hesitation. His speed-enhanced abilities allowing him to dispatch the lower-level zombies almost instantaneously. Si utilized his fire abilities to ignite the heads of the nearest zombies, while Wang Chang first attempted to scatter dirt, but quickly lost patience and resorted to headshots with his blade. Eagle adopted a similar approach, though he took the opportunity to control the zombies' movements with his wind abilities amidst the headshots. Meanwhile, Jia Wu retrieved his baseball bat from earlier. Observing their actions, Nan Muron calmly drew a dagger from her space, content to follow behind and gather crystal cores. Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai occasionally extended their vines to assist her in collecting the cores. Within 3 minutes of each person fighting independently, they had eliminated approximately 20 to 30 zombies when CE called for a halt. The 4 of them, along with Jia Wu, began attempting to coordinate their actions. Xi's water abilities paired with Jia Wu's lightning powers produced explosive results. The combination of wind and earth abilities might not yield powerful offensive effects, but it certainly was creatively disruptive. However, once they added Qindong's speed abilities into the mix, the dynamics shifted dramatically. One scattered dirt while the other blew it towards the zombies, redirecting their movements, after which Qindong swiftly entered the fray, decapitating the zombies from behind. Nan Muron also urged Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai to utilize their myriad vines to skewer the zombies' heads from a distance, effectively creating a skewered display. As they progressed deeper into the commercial street, the group harvested the zombies with fervor. However, after advancing approximately 500 meters into the commercial street, everyone sensed something was amiss. Wan, something feels off here. Jia Wu and Si simultaneously paused their attacks, instinctively stepping back to shield Nan Muron. Logically, they were situated in the heart of the commercial street, where the number of zombies should have been at its peak. Yet, the current zombie count was noticeably lower than at the entrance. Surely, there must be others dealing with the zombies. That's not unusual, Qindong remarked, unfazed. After all, this was the apocalypse. With zombies rampant, survivors had to confront them to procure resources. The sluggish movements of the zombies made them manageable, so it was hardly surprising that some had been dealt with. Eagle, uninterested in Qindong's musings, questioned, "Who are the paratroopers here? Dropping directly into the core area to fight zombies? We should scout ahead for more information," CE proposed, determined to advance. "Don't go, I'll handle it," Nan Muron said, focusing her mental energy to survey the surrounding area. The adjacent street had a similar lack of zombies, but the shops lining either side showed no unusual activity, with only a few convenience stores completely stripped of supplies. Moving on to the second street revealed several hotels and clothing and cosmetic stores, yet there were no signs of anomaly. She searched diligently until she arrived at a supermarket located in the heart of the city. The circumstances began to diverge from her expectations. The supermarket spanned 3 floors. The first floor, dedicated to food items, had been completely stripped of all valuable supplies, and the situation on the second floor was largely the same. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she was immediately confronted by a group of men wielding various makeshift weapons. Among them stood a particularly burly man, whose appearance suggested he had awakened a power-related ability. Several men were gathered around a mahjong table, the flickering flames of a brazier providing warmth in the confined space, which was thick with smoke. Behind them, in what resembled a storage room, a few young girls were bound. The girls appeared dazed, each one disheveled and marred by wounds. Such scenes had become all too common in the apocalypse, prompting Nan Muron to sigh and continue her search. Suddenly, she noticed a congregation of zombies at the edge of the commercial street. Chapter 63. Are we really ignoring this? However, the location of the zombie gathering was just outside her range of investigation, leaving her unable to discern the reason for their assembly. It lay beyond her perceptive capabilities. She would need to traverse 2 more blocks to the east. Nan Muron glanced at her companions before making her way toward the gathering of zombies. What is happening? Yi observed Nan Muron's reaction and sensed something was amiss. All the zombies in the 3 streets to the east were converging toward a single point. A decidedly abnormal situation. Nan Muron met Yi's gaze, her expression solemn. It could be quite dangerous. "Don't worry, I'll accompany you," Yi replied, promptly matching her pace. After walking 2 blocks east, they found themselves beneath the supermarket where the presence of people lingered above. All the zombies in the vicinity had vacated, even the faintest trace of their essence failing to lure them back. Nan Muron focused intently on uncovering the reason for the sudden gathering of zombies. The location of the assembly was the library situated within a university campus. Surrounding the library, 5 second-tier zombies were issuing unique summoning signals to one another. This call had incited the zombies within a 3-kilometer radius to converge furiously upon their location. At the epicenter stood a fully equipped Special Forces team of 12. armed with firearms and fiercely retaliating, while guarding 5 individuals of varying ages, presumably researchers. The absence of gunfire in the vicinity was due to the silencers attached to their weapons. Clearly, the military had realized the heightened auditory sensitivity of the zombies. Such a strategy would prove effective against ordinary zombies and could even be deemed clever. Regrettably, they had the misfortune of encountering 5 second-tier zombies that had begun to exhibit a semblance of intelligence and agility. Thus, their approach rendered futile. The man stationed on the 3rd floor of the supermarket, tasked with lookout duties, turned pale upon spotting Nan Muron and her group below. "Brother, there are soldiers in the street." The men, engrossed in their game of mahjong, immediately changed their expressions, each setting down their tiles. Confronted by the formidable presence of the military, they felt a palpable fear. "There are soldiers, 6 of them, including 1 woman." A portly man approached the window, parting the blinds to survey the situation below, frowning as he did so. Hearing the men's conversation from outside, the dazed girls confined in the storage room seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. "Are the soldiers here? Does this mean we might be saved?" The man with the awakened power hurried to the window. Upon discerning the situation outside, he quickly turned to the men near the storage, instructing, "Keep an eye on them. Don't create a commotion." He understood that although he had awakened a power-related ability, he could easily handle 5 or 6 ordinary individuals. However, it was evident that these soldiers were not ordinary. Their physical prowess was unmistakably superior, emanating a formidable aura. Moreover, there were exactly 6 of them, reminiscent of a special operations team. Facing them, he feared that his group of over 10 would stand little chance. "Help! Help!" A girl with a ponytail, realizing this might be their only chance for salvation, stood up and cried out, rushing toward the window. Another girl quickly followed suit, shouting for help. Faced with their sole prospect of survival, they could not falter. One of the men with the power-related ability swiftly approached the storage, delivering a forceful slap that left the girl dazed, her face swelling instantly, blood trickling from her mouth. Another man took the opportunity to kick her back into the storage, then struck the man guarding the door. "Damn it, you useless fool. You can't even keep track of a woman." The man who had been slapped could only bow apologetically while hastily closing the storage door. Inside, the man began to assault the 2 girls who had just cried out for help. "Damn it, you're asking for trouble." With each blow, the 2 girls crumpled to the ground, unable to control their bodies. The man continued to kick them mercilessly. The other girls, terrified, huddled together, clinging to one another as they began to weep quietly. 5 girls watched helplessly as the 2 who had cried for help were beaten, afraid to move lest they attract the same fate. It was only after the 2 girls lay silent from the pain that the man spat in disgust and relented. "I heard a woman's cries for help." The speaker was Qiangzi, his hearing notably acute. Nan Muron cast a glance at the supermarket, where 16 men armed with makeshift weapons had taken control of 7 girls. "You heard the cries of 2 of the girls." "What?" Qindong's expression shifted drastically, his immediate reaction being to rush upstairs to rescue them. However, Nan Muron continued, 400 meters ahead, within the library of this school. "There is a 12-member special operations team guarding several researchers. They are being besieged by 5 second-tier zombies. The surrounding zombies have gathered here due to the call from the mutated ones." Hawkeye and Wang Chang exchanged knowing glances at Nan Muron's account, turning their attention to Captain Shi Yi. Nan Muron remained silent, fully aware that while they wished to rescue the people, the zombies gathering in the vicinity numbered in the thousands. Their current power levels could barely contend with 2 second-tier zombies, yet they faced 5 alongside over 1,000 ordinary zombies. "But we must save them," Qindong insisted resolutely. "Could you assist us further? Please provide us with more detailed information about the library," Shi Yi requested, glancing at Nan Muron as he made his decision. In this circumstance, he could not selfishly demand her company, yet he could not bear to watch his comrades in distress without intervening. Nan Muron regarded him quietly for a moment. "Very well. I shall assist you in rescuing those inside." She then retrieved paper and pen from her backpack, meticulously sketching the layout and situation within the library. "The second-tier zombies are significantly faster. You must exercise caution and avoid injury." Handing the sketches to Shi Yi, she emphasized, "Be careful." "Nan Jiayu." Dong was taken aback by her words, realizing this meant they would be parting ways. Nan Muran replied, "This backpack contains sufficient weapons. Wu Ge and I will wait here for your safe return. Should you fail to return, we will leave on our own." Wan. Even Jiawu, standing beside her, was stunned. Yet Yi merely accepted the backpack with a smile, his tone as congenial as ever. The eagle gazed intently at the composed Nan Muran, his expression shifting to one of complexity. He found himself utterly perplexed by the relatively young Nan Muran and remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her mind. Chapter 64. Then let us await our demise. Wang Chang, like Dong Zi, struggled to accept Nan Muran's decision. Yet, deep down, they understood that although Nan Muran and Jia Wu possessed formidable strength, they were not soldiers and had no obligation to accompany them into the unknown peril. Si Yi and his companions swiftly began to inventory the weapons in their backpacks, only to discover that the spare bag provided by Nan Muran was brimming with an assortment of grenades. "Thank you." The eagle sincerely expressed his gratitude to Nan Muran. She merely shook her head in response, indicating it was unnecessary. As they observed the four well-equipped individuals, clad in military backpacks, charging towards the most perilous location against the backdrop of a setting sun, an overwhelming sense of bravery and bloodlust coursed through them, prompting Nan Muran to feel a pang of emotion. "Are you truly going to disregard them?" Jia Wu questioned in astonishment. Given Nan Muran's feelings for Si Yi, how could she possibly stand idly by as they marched towards their doom? With a resigned sigh, Nan Muran admitted, "I wish I could disregard them entirely, but alas, I cannot." Upon hearing this, Jia Wu comprehended that Nan Muran could never wholly disregard the lives of the four. "Let us get to work," Nan Muran said, feeling a profound sense of frustration welling within her that demanded a violent outlet. The men gathered by the window on the third floor, believing they had narrowly escaped a catastrophe, were taken aback when they turned to find Nan Muran and Jia Wu preparing their backpacks and making their way towards the supermarket. Two individuals? The men, endowed with awakened powers, regarded their approach with disdain. If 6 soldiers had ascended, they might have felt a sense of trepidation, but now, with just 2, one of whom was a woman, they felt emboldened. Upon breaking through the entrance on the first floor, Nan Muran and Jia Wu headed straight for the third floor where their adversaries had congregated. "Hey, the girl's quite attractive," one of the men, wielding powers of strength, taunted as he spotted Nan Muran at the staircase. Before he could finish his sentence, Nan Muran had already discarded her gear and lunged at him with a tri-pointed military dagger. Her speed was blinding, and her strikes were merciless, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack. The man, although his strength had doubled due to his powers, found himself unable to match her swift and agile assault. As the dagger approached his face, he could only instinctively raise his arm to shield himself, resulting in a deep gash on his forearm. "Damn it, you're seeking death," he cursed, pain radiating from his wound. Yet, Nan Muran did not relent. She pressed on with increasing velocity, determined to prevent him from retaliating. Recognizing her lack of practical combat experience, she resolved to accumulate it through this encounter. After inflicting multiple injuries upon the man, she seized the moment when he swung his fist in rage, using his own strength against him to vault onto his shoulder. With her left hand firmly gripping his head, she drove the dagger into his neck. The remaining men watched in horror as the scene unfolded before them, their expressions shifting drastically. However, before they could react, Nan Muran charged into their midst, her dagger dancing in her hand as it harvested lives with ruthless efficiency. Before long, the narrow aisle of the supermarket's third floor was stained with blood. The men who had attempted to ambush her and then flee were swiftly dealt with by Jia Wu. When the two finally paused, 14 lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground, most with their hearts pierced or their carotid arteries severed. "Where are the other 2? Nan Muran inquired coolly as she counted the corpses. Jia Wu gestured toward the warehouse door. Without hesitation, Nan Muran approached the warehouse, intending to kick the door open, but found it a bit awkward when she failed to do so. "Inside, don't move," she commanded, drawing her pistol and firing at the door lock. Don't shoot," came a timid voice from within after several shots rang out. The warehouse door gradually opened, revealing a man wielding a short knife, holding a seemingly young girl hostage. "Let me go, or I'll kill her." Nan Muran furrowed her brow, raising her gun and declaring, "Go ahead and kill her. After all, you have not hesitated to take lives." The man, taken aback by her unexpected response, froze momentarily. In that fleeting instant, Nan Muran wasted no time, firing a shot that struck him squarely in the forehead. As another man stood in shock, she swiftly turned her gun and eliminated him as well. All 16 men on the third floor lay lifeless, not a single one spared. Nan Muran nonchalantly holstered her weapon and sought a relatively quiet corner among the supermarket shelves, where she sat against the wall with a bottle of water. Inside the warehouse, 5 girls sat paralyzed with fear, unable to move as they gazed at the sea of corpses. Yet, upon witnessing Nan Muran's actions, they were left in a state of confusion. "Are you here to rescue us?" one girl in a white dress asked, glancing at the seemingly fierce Nan Muran. Although she appeared intimidating, her beauty offered a semblance of comfort. Nan Muran nodded. "They are dead. You may leave now." "Leave? Shouldn't you be the one to take us away? Aren't you soldiers?" The girl in the white dress looked at Nan Muran with bewilderment, her expression shifting to one of urgency. Nan Muran replied coolly, "There is a military-established safe base on the southern mountains. You can make your way there yourselves." "But we can't. We are terrified. There are so many zombies on the way." The girl in the white dress protested, her eyes reddening as she revealed her vulnerability. The other girls nodded in agreement, shrinking back as they echoed her sentiments. Nan Muran stood, her tone growing colder. "If you cannot muster the courage to fight for a chance at survival, it would be better to await your demise here." Her words were chilling and resolute, leaving the 5 girls in stunned silence. As Nan Muran prepared to leave, she cast a glance towards the back of the warehouse and noticed 2 battered girls curled up on the ground in pain. Were they the ones who had sought help? "Yes," the girl in the white dress replied, uncertain of Nan Muran's intent, but answering truthfully nonetheless. Upon receiving confirmation, Nan Muran stepped into the room, assisting the 2 injured girls to sit upright. She retrieved water, bread, and medical supplies from her backpack and offered them to them. "Thank you," the girl with a ponytail, the first to stand and plead for help, responded gratefully despite her injuries. The other girl echoed her thanks, her eyes sparkling as they fell upon the beautiful Nan Muran. Although the girls bore severe wounds, they felt a profound sense of relief at being saved. Chapter 65. Taking them away. The girl with the ponytail looked at Nan Muran. "My name is Linning. Thank you for saving us. Also, where exactly is that safe base you mentioned on the southern mountains? The mobile phone has ceased to function, and we are unfamiliar with the surroundings." "No need to trouble you. They have vehicles parked on the first floor, and I am also capable of driving." Observing that Nan Muran remained silent, another girl quickly gestured towards the corpse on the ground to provide an explanation. For those courageous enough to attempt self-rescue, Nan Muran was more than willing to extend a helping hand. After reaching the winding mountain road ahead, they continued driving eastward. Upon arriving at the 3rd major intersection, they turned directly up the mountain and followed the path until the safety zone came into view. "It is advisable not to set off tonight, rather. Wait until dawn to embark." "Thank you." The 2 girls, their faces alight with joy, hurried to express their gratitude. Nan Muran then produced some painkillers and handed them to the girls, wishing them a smooth journey ahead. "Thank you, Muran, we must move in that direction," she urged, her tone tinged with urgency. A small device on her wrist alerted her that Si Yi and the others were surrounded by mutated zombies. Xiao Bai was protecting their group, but it was becoming increasingly untenable. Upon approaching the horde, Si Yi and his companions had initially intended to assist the interior team in breaking through from the periphery. However, they soon discovered that all 5 mutated zombies were targeting the library, leaving the individuals inside with no chance of escape, relying solely on conventional weaponry. In desperation, the 4 could only muster their strength to fight their way in and join forces with those inside, after which they would devise a way to break free. Yet, it turned out that while entering was relatively straightforward, attempting to exit found the entire library besieged beyond escape. "Wolf, you and the lead expert should proceed. Our team will hold the rear," commanded Lu Jun, the leader of the Sword of Justice Special Forces, his visage smeared with blood and resigned to the thought of impending doom. Si shot him a displeased glance, admonishing, "No more idle chatter. This situation demands we fight our way out, or else we shall all be trapped." Eagle, Dongzi, clear the path ahead. Hound. Ensure your men guard the flanks while the rest protect the professors. We will fight our way out together. Understood. Lu Jun, codenamed Hound, swiftly orchestrated their tactical maneuvers. The group exited through the library's back door, aiming to carve a path through the densely packed zombies encircling the library. However, upon stepping outside, they were met with an ever-growing mass of zombies, relentless and undeterred. They had lost count of how many zombies they had slain, yet the encirclement remained impenetrable. That zombie possesses abilities, Qin exclaimed, startled by the icy blades flying toward them. How is it possible that even zombies can wield powers? Captain, we can't break through. Eagle groaned, his gaze fixed on the seemingly endless throng of zombies. Dongzi realized that even his speed ability had been expended. Wolf, let's fall back. Lu Jun approached Siyi. Siyi's eyes glinted coldly as he observed 3 distinctly agile mutated zombies not far away. Do you believe we can still retreat? As he spoke, the 3 mutated zombies launched a simultaneous assault on their group, unleashing ice blades, gusts of wind, and vine strikes nearly at once. As everyone braced for the impending attack, ready to retaliate, evasion proved futile. In the moment they were destined to be injured. A vine adorned with white and green sprang forth from Siyi's right hand, rapidly thickening to the girth of an arm, encircling the group in a protective loop that continuously coiled until it formed a circular wall of vines, shielding them from the onslaught of mutated zombies. Xiaobai. Siyi gazed in disbelief at the white flowers blooming on the vines. Its sister Nan, Qin and the others exhaled in relief. The vine was all too familiar to them. The 12 members of the Sword of Justice Special Forces stood astounded before the bizarre vine, rendered speechless. Dongzi, what is happening? A familiar member of Lu Jun's team asked, eyes wide with astonishment. Qin felt a sense of relief wash over him, his tongue taking on a tone of pride. I won't divulge the details, suffice it to say, we are certainly saved today. The professors behind them were more curious about Xiaobai. What kind of vine is this? Can anyone identify it? It resembles a clematis. A professor attempted to approach Xiaobai for a closer inspection, only to be startled by the zombies attempting to breach their defenses. Wolf, what is happening? Lu Jun, codenamed Hound, looked around, perplexed by the circular wall of vines encircling them. Siyi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Lu Jun noticed his trance and followed his line of sight, spotting a beautiful girl in camouflage, her hair braided, weaving through the dense mass of zombies, dispatching them with ease. Surrounding her were countless willow branches glowing with an ethereal green light. Wherever she moved, the branches seemed to possess a will of their own, targeting the zombies' heads with precision. The viscous, grotesque brains of the zombies erupted in a chaotic shower. The girl fought her way toward the 3 mutated zombies that had previously attacked them, and in an instant, she dispatched them all, their heads exploding in succession. The willow branches swiftly collected the cores from the fallen foes. Simultaneously, Jia Wu had also approached another group of mutated zombies. The confrontation between a secondary mutated zombie and an early-stage ability user was decidedly one-sided, as zombies were not particularly adept at strategic thinking. By the time Jia Wu finished his skirmish, Nan Muran had dealt with a psychic mutated zombie on the opposite side. Once they regrouped, they moved closer to Siyi's protected group. Sister Nan, you've arrived. Qin exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Nan Muran remained silent, turning to Siyi. Do you have the strength to continue? No problem. Just tell us what to do. I will control the zombies along the route. You all aim for headshots and refrain from using firearms. Understood. Following her instructions, Siyi promptly communicated with Lu Jun. Once prepared, Xiaobai began alternating with Xiao Lu, carving out a safe perimeter from the zombies. Those encircled by the vines were swiftly immobilized by Nan Muran's psychic abilities, allowing Siyi's group to execute headshots with ease. After a series of 10 successful shots, Xiao Lu and Xiaobai led the group to the outermost edge of the zombie encirclement. Meanwhile, as they battled on the mountainside, a man with binoculars observed Nan Muran intently from a distance. Is this girl one of Qin Jiangwo's people? If Qin Jiangwo has such a talent in his ranks, how could we not be aware? An elderly man beside him, leaning on a cane, expressed keen interest in Nan Muran. We must communicate with Dr. Jean promptly and consider special measures to bring her back. the man with the binoculars remarked, his gaze deep and contemplative. The elder, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, replied, "This girl will remain under our watchful eyes. There's no need to rush." Chapter 66. A decision must be made. As the group descended from the school walls, they gradually approached the commercial street. Nan Muran utilized the branches of Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu to shield against the relentless onslaught of zombies drawn to their scent, commanding, "You all must leave this place." Siyu was momentarily taken aback by her words. Sensing her impending exhaustion, Nan Muran's tone grew impatient. "Why are you still hesitating? Let them go. Hound, lead your team to retreat. Eagle, Jiangzi, Qindong, protect all the professors and withdraw from the commercial street. Increase your pace." Siyi, recognizing her strain, mirrored her urgency in his voice. In such circumstances, allowing them to linger would only hinder their escape. Once the entire sword team, accompanied by several researchers, departed in their vehicles, Nan Muran promptly retrieved her off-road vehicle from her spatial storage and started the engine, meticulously planning her route to leave. She skillfully navigated around the two bustling commercial streets ahead. With a swift motion, Jiawu hopped into the vehicle. Understanding that Nan Muran's decision to steer clear of the commercial district was motivated by concern for the safety of the young women inside the supermarket. As she settled into the car, Nan Muran felt her last vestiges of spiritual energy nearly depleted. The moment Jiawu pressed the accelerator, the off-road vehicle surged forward. Simultaneously, Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai returned to Nan Muran's wrist. The horde of zombies, previously obstructed by Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai, was drawn towards the sound of the roaring engine and began to chase after the vehicle. It was only after they had completely distanced themselves that the allure of the noise faded, and the zombies resumed their aimless wandering along the road. Sitting in the back seat, Nan Muran exhaled a weary sigh as she observed the receding horde, feeling utterly drained and unable to sit upright. Siggy extended his hand to support her as she began to slump, his brow furrowed with concern. "Nan Muran, what is the matter?" he inquired. She shot him a somewhat irritated glance, responding, "Can't you tell?" "Apologies," Siggy replied, his gaze softening as he witnessed her exhaustion. In that moment, he realized that perhaps, in this world where survival had become increasingly precarious, some perspectives needed to shift. Noticing his lingering guilt, Nan Muran's eyes sparkled mischievously as she suggested, "If you could let me lean on you for a while, that would be far more beneficial than mere apologies." Siggy hesitated for a brief moment, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, but ultimately, he extended his arm to support her, drawing her into his embrace. Finding a more comfortable position, Nan Muran closed her eyes and murmured, "Please don't make me get up. I'm just too exhausted." It was not only her own plant and psychic abilities that had been completely drained, but even Xiaolu and Xiao Bai were utterly spent. This battle had truly pushed their limits. The profound sense of vulnerability, a sensation she had not experienced since her rebirth, was one she vowed never to encounter again. After driving along the winding mountain road for several kilometers, Jiawu spotted Lu Jun and his team waiting by the roadside. The sky had darkened, and Lu Jun promptly communicated with Jiawu, his tone respectful, "Let us head to the safe house ahead." Today, everyone's lives had been saved thanks to Nan Muran, and they should find an opportunity to express their gratitude. Jiawu glanced back at the now sleeping Nan Muran, recognizing that under the current circumstances, evacuating her from the main group may not have been the wisest choice, and thus agreed, "You lead the way." The three vehicles formed a line, navigating the mountain road. Occasionally, a stray zombie would appear, but there was no need for Jiawu to intervene as the Special Forces team in front efficiently handled the situation. Suddenly, Jiawu spoke up. "Wolf, do you know? This is the first time I've seen her so disheveled since meeting her." Siggy cast a vague glance at Jiawu, urging, "Just say it plainly. I'm unaware of the experiences you two have shared, nor do I care. My only hope is that in this cannibalistic apocalypse, both Nan Muran and my spouse can continue to survive. She may risk her life for her ambitions, but we will always stand by her. However, she should never jeopardize her life for anyone else's misguided ideals." "I understand," Siggy, who had grown accustomed to controlling everything for the past 26 years, felt a sense of bewilderment for the first time. Jiawu, aware of Siggy's concerns, continued, "Wolf, regardless of who you once were or the beliefs you held, in this apocalypse, Everything has been overturned. For your own sake and for those who care about you, it's time to make a decision. Siggy stared intently at the slumbering Nan Murian, lost in prolonged silence due to Jiawu's words. The safe house established by the military was situated at the foot of the southern mountain of Shishir, within an ancient-style resort. There were numerous resorts at the base of the mountain, each with its unique architectural charm. Unfortunately, after 3 months of apocalypse, this once enchanting locale had become desolate. Fortunately, the resort was elevated, and its management had already cleared the premises, providing some peace of mind. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, Nan Murian, who had been leaning against Siggy, abruptly awoke. Glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, she questioned, "Why aren't we returning to the villa halfway up the mountain? The commercial street is too far from the villa, and traveling at night poses too many complexities. This is a military safe house, with effective fire coverage within a 2-kilometer radius, ensuring greater safety," Siggy explained from behind her. Nan Murian nodded, aware that zombies became more sensitive to sound after dark. With her powers exhausted and mutated zombies beginning to appear, it was indeed prudent to halt and seek a secure refuge. When it came time to allocate rooms, Jiawu requested a suite. Although there were only 2 suites available, no one expressed discontent, as they all recognized that it was Nan Murian's appearance that had allowed them to escape alive. "Nan Murian, you can stay in the bedroom, and I'll take the living room," Jiawu offered. "All right," she replied readily, setting down her backpack. The suite's living room featured a long sofa, a coffee table, and a cabinet. The television and refrigerator were no longer operational, and the entire electrical system only powered a light, a specially replaced incandescent bulb. Inside the bedroom, there was a bed, a wardrobe, and a single armchair. Nan Murian quickly retrieved bedding from her spatial storage, arranging it in the bedroom before returning to the living room for dinner. "Let us have self-heating hot pot," Jiawu suggested, given the complexity of the situation outside. Nan Murian nodded, presenting a selection of 8 flavors of self-heating hot pot from her spatial storage. Jiawu chuckled, knowing she couldn't tolerate even the slightest inconvenience, and smiled as he helped her unwrap all the packaging and add water. He prepared chopsticks and disposable bowls, reassuring her to relax and wait for the meal. As the hot pot cooked, Nan Murian, famished, ate hurriedly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead in the cold air. Jiawu laughed as he pulled out wet wipes from his backpack and placed them beside her. "Nan Murian, did you notice the researchers the Special Forces protected today?" Only then did Nan Murian recall those individuals who seemed to be focused on plant research and had shown great interest in Xiao Bai and Xiaolu. "That's not good news for you," Jiawu remarked solemnly as he observed her expression. Nan Murian paused, gripping her chopsticks. She understood the implication behind Jiawu's words. Moreover, she had exerted all her strength to rescue those individuals today, making her abilities rather conspicuous in the current climate. It was likely that Ouyang Feng and the underground laboratory had already taken notice. After a long sigh, she suggested, "Let us just eat." As they were dining, a knock sounded at the door. Jiawu set down his chopsticks and rose to open it, finding Siggy standing outside, awkwardly holding a large pile of food. Perfect timing. "Come in and join us," Jiawu invited, ushering him inside. Nan Murian glanced at the assortment in Siggy's arms, feeling a pang of hunger. "Is there any cured meat rice?" She had tried various types of self-heating meals and enjoyed them all, but her favorite was cured meat rice. "Yes," Siggy replied, quickly finding and handing her the cured meat rice. Thus, their meal transformed from a duo to a trio. After the meal, observing the perpetually silent Sai, Nan Murian's eyes flickered with amusement. "Why do you feel remorse?" The directness of her inquiry rendered Sai momentarily taken aback, eventually leading him to respond. "Because my reckless decision has put you in peril." "Sai, do you truly comprehend the apocalypse? Or rather, do you truly understand the hearts of those who exist within this world of desolation?" Her luminous eyes seemed to penetrate into the depths of Sai's soul. Sai gazed into her eyes. "Can you assert that I am ignorant?" Nan Murian nodded without surprise, of course. Yet the collapse of one's convictions often occurs in an instant. "Today, I exerted every effort to save you, driven by past affection and respect. Thus, even if it cost me my life, it was my own choice, and you need not feel remorse. However, this act shall only occur once." Hearing Nan Murian's words, Jiawu breathed a sigh of relief deep within. He had genuinely been concerned that Nan Murian might repeatedly venture into danger due to Sai's presence. "Thank you," Sai expressed, equally relieved. Her words had allowed him to exhale a breath that had been stifled by guilt. "I am weary, I shall return to rest, you may converse." Nan Murian smiled brightly. Once her door closed, Sai and Jia Wu exchanged glances, instinctively beginning to tidy the mess on the table. Soon, all those who had faced a series of harrowing encounters began to drift into slumber. Eagle observed Sai, who lay awake across the room, unable to sleep. "Somewhat," Sai replied as he sat upright. "What did you discuss with Miss Nan?" Sai smiled but refrained from answering. "Sleep now. We must return to the base early tomorrow." "Honestly, I did not anticipate that Miss Nan would intervene to save us today." Eagle reclined back onto his bed. "She is more decisive than we assumed. Yet she adheres to her own principles." "You did not foresee it either, did you? At that moment, were you not contemplating whether your will had overlooked anything?" Sai shot him a glance. "I did not leave behind a will. Look at the throngs of zombies roaming outside. Who could possibly have one?" Eagle's smile was tinged with bitterness. "Eagle, do you believe we truly understand this apocalypse?" Upon hearing this, Eagle scoffed. "When one's life is not even in their own grasp, what is there to understand?" Suddenly, Sai's expression sharpened. "Something is amiss outside." Eagle swiftly rolled off the bed, approaching the window, cautiously lifting the curtain. Not far away, in the darkness, shadowy figures were moving. A fully armed team of no less than 30 was approaching. "Gear up and alert the others," Sai commanded as he quickly donned his equipment and made a beeline for the suite where Nan Murian and Jia Wu were staying. Inside, Nan Murian, utterly fatigued, was deep in slumber. Jia Wu, however, had already discerned the situation outside, observing clearly that the Black Ice Vulture team was present, along with an assault team of platoon strength. Murian, Jia Wu gently knocked on the door, but received no response. Just then, he heard a knock. "Where is Nan Murian?" Sai inquired, his tone laced with anxiety as he noticed Jia Wu alone in the living room. No answer to the knocking. Without hesitation, Sai produced a steel wire and approached the inner door. "Are you going to pry it open? Do you have a better option?" Sai replied, his tone growing impatient as he quickly forced the door open, revealing Nan Murian curled up on the bed, drenched in sweat. Her long hair clinging to her forehead as if she had just emerged from water, her body radiating heat like a furnace. "She has a fever." Sai was taken aback upon touching her forehead. "Do you have any antipyretics?" Jia Wu recalled that Bai Mei had packed a considerable amount of emergency medication in his backpack and hurriedly retrieved some to hand to Sai. Sai supported Nan Murian, his hands trembling slightly as he administered the antipyretic, then turned to Jia Wu. "You keep an eye on her. We will handle the situation outside." Meanwhile, the sword team, having received Eagle's alert, swiftly converged on the professor's location, moving everyone to the suite. "Is Sister Nan all right?" Dong Zi peered into the room with concern. "She has taken the medication." "Hound, have your medic take a look," Sai said, anxiously watching the approaching team. The medic from the sword team, a man, entered the room to examine Nan Murian's condition. "Has she taken the antipyretic?" "Yes. I only have emergency medication. It's not as effective as what she took." "It's not serious. She just needs time to recover." Once they confirmed that Nan Murian was stable, Sai and Jia Wu let out a collective sigh of relief. "These individuals are equipped with heavy weaponry. We cannot engage them directly. Hound, leave a small team here to ensure everyone's safety. The rest of us will cooperate to deal with them." Soon, Sai and his 3 companions, along with 6 members of the sword team, stealthily exited the room. "Aren't these soldiers here for rescue? Why can't they take us away during this opportunity?" A young researcher expressed dissatisfaction. An older Professor Chen glared at him. 10 soldiers are outside fighting for us. The girl who saved us is currently unconscious." "What nonsense are you spouting?" "She's unconscious and cannot walk. We can stay behind," the young man argued, convinced. "Those soldiers are indeed here for rescue. We must leave for them to depart as well. We cannot just wait here to die." Everyone listened in disbelief at his words, the very person who had just saved them, and he was suggesting abandoning her for survival. Beastly. At that moment, a low, muffled sound was heard, and the young researcher staggered back, stunned as he looked at Jia Wu. Chapter 68. They are our own. The remaining 6 members of the sword team, tasked with protecting the researchers, instinctively aimed their loaded weapons toward Jia Wu as the gunshot echoed. Yet, upon recognizing who had fired, they found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. If it had been anyone else shooting at the researchers, they would have retaliated without hesitation. However, Jia Wu had just saved all their lives that very day. Moreover, the young researcher's words had not only enraged Jia Wu, but also disheartened the soldiers. After all, according to his implication, he was willing to abandon not only Nan Murian's life, but also the 10 comrades outside who were fighting for them. Ignoring the 6 guns aimed at him, Jia Wu retracted his weapon, his voice as cold as ice. Let it be known that we failed to save one today. Witnessing his swift and decisive action, the researchers were rendered speechless, too terrified to breathe. The captain of the sword team glanced at the lifeless body of the young researcher on the floor. Letting out a faint sigh, removed the body to the other side. Once the sword team members dealt with the corpse, a profound silence enveloped the small room. Jia Wu disregarded the sentiments of those present and stepped directly into the inner room. On the bed, Nan Muran remained in a deep slumber. But her rest had become significantly more stable than before. Jia Wu dampened a towel, continuing to apply it to Nan Muran's forehead and palms to alleviate her fever. He harbored a strong belief that her current ailment was intricately linked to the depletion of her extraordinary abilities. In the enveloping darkness outside, the silhouettes of 4 from Ci and 6 from the Sword of Justice Special Forces swiftly vanished into the endless night after departing from the vacation villa. Dongzi took the lead, utilizing his speed-enhancing abilities to close in on a lone enemy at the rear, swiftly flipping his dagger to take the lives of 2 adversaries. Simultaneously, Ci conjured ice blades with his powers, coordinating seamlessly with Dongzi to eliminate threats on the periphery. Lu Jun and his fellow members of the Sword of Justice also advanced rapidly, their daggers claiming lives with relentless efficiency. As they plunged into the enemy ranks, wreaking havoc, a water-type ability user from the opposing team hastily formed ice blades not far behind, launching 4 icy projectiles at the foremost quartet of Ci. The eagle, observing the incoming blades with a mocking glint in his eyes, summoned a gust of wind that swept the blades to the ground. At that same moment, Ci's ice blades had solidified, piercing the throat of the water-type user with deadly precision. The opposing team, evidently caught off guard, faltered in disbelief. The advance toward the villa came to a standstill. Ci's gaze was as cold as ice. First, let's deal with the 2 ability users next to him. The eagle coordinated with Changzi to obscure their vision while Dongzi and he prepared to strike. Changzi swiftly gathered his powers, and the eagle conjured a gust of wind, creating a blinding dust cloud in the space around them. Simultaneously, Qindong launched himself toward the 2 ability users flanking the water-type adversary, with Ci closely following, conjuring ice blades and a small fireball that he hurled at one of the enemies to illuminate their assault. In the span of a single exchange, the 3 opposing ability users were swiftly neutralized. Lu Jun and the Sword of Justice team watched in awe as the 4 executed their abilities with flawless synergy. The Alpha Wolf has awakened all his powers. What kind of luck is this? Lu Jun exclaimed, momentarily stunned. What are you waiting for? Deal with the remaining foes. After the 3 ability users were dispatched, Ci turned his gaze toward Lu Jun and his team. The 10 of them surged fearlessly into the remaining crowd, facing ordinary humans who would be utterly bewildered against such overwhelming prowess. Suddenly, they all froze. Upon recognizing the familiar camouflage uniforms on the corpses, the eagle looked incredulously at Ci. If the origin of these uniforms was legitimate, then who were these people? Although they belonged to different factions, their cooperation in handling urban crises before the apocalypse meant they could not be mistaken. Lu Jun, codenamed the Hunting Dog, was equally dumbfounded. These were their own people. Ci's eyes turned frigid as he noticed familiar figures from the Black Ice team in their midst. He was all too acquainted with them. When they had fled the underground laboratory, the relentless special forces pursuing them had been from Black Ice. Hunting Dog, take your team back and ensure their safety. Eagle, Qindong, Changzi, stay behind to eliminate these threats. Ci's tone was chillingly resolute. Lu Jun's expression darkened, an edge of anger creeping into his voice. Wolf, what do you mean by this? Do you look down on us from the Sword of Justice? These people are not here for you. Xi was nearly certain of their intent. They were targeting Nan Muran. Otherwise, they would not have brought 3 ability users, including one proficient in fire, specifically to counter her plant-based powers. Lu Jun was taken aback. What do you mean? Take your team inside. Don't invite trouble upon yourselves. With a swift motion, Xi reversed his dagger, signaling for Chendong, Changzi, and the eagle to join him as they charged into the throng of remaining adversaries. He was uncertain of what this command would mean for him, but he was resolute about one thing, regardless of who stood behind the opposing forces. The moment they set their sights on Nan Muran, their fate was sealed. Once the external chaos subsided, Xi turned to the eagle. Find the person in charge of this safe zone. The safe zone was capable of firepower coverage extending 2 kilometers. Yet these individuals had approached the vacation villa without leaving a trace. Why? Lu Jun quickly grasped the underlying issue. Go find him, now. When they arrived at the designated room, they discovered the person in charge had already been slain, the wounds indicating the work of ice blades wielded by a water-type ability user. Wolf, what is going on? Lu Jun was perplexed. Why would their own people attack them? Xi regarded Lu Jun with a steely gaze. I am unsure. Gather all the bodies outside. We will investigate their identities upon returning to the base tomorrow. After clearing the battlefield, the group returned to the suite where Nan Muran lay. Upon entering, they were met with the metallic scent of blood. What is happening? Lu Jun was taken aback. The remaining squad leader promptly reported the events that had transpired within, conveying the facts devoid of personal emotion. They must be eliminated. After hearing the squad leader's account, the eagle stated coolly, his conclusion stark. Though Xi remained silent, his agreement with the eagle was palpable. Lu Jun frowned, a hint of exasperation in his tone. These are all biological experts. Each one is vital to the research facility. 4 or 1, choose one. Xi's voice was cold and unyielding. Lu Jun was momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend this logic. Was this how matters were to be resolved? Chapter 69. Drawing the Line. Jiawu smiled as Xi entered the inner room. Is the outside clean? Yes, Xi replied, settling onto the floor by the bed, his mind racing to unravel the threads of the situation. Jia Wu observed him closely. Do those individuals have any special identities? It seems they were targeting her. Xi did not conceal his unease from Jia Wu. Individuals from the underground laboratory? Jia Wu blurted out. Xi regarded him with surprise. Jia Wu set down the towel. Though Ran has never spoken of it, I sense she is quite familiar with that laboratory and harbors deep apprehension toward it. If these individuals are aware of her, there is no reason for them to strike at this moment. The only possibility is that they witnessed her powers today and deduced that she had exhausted her abilities. As he spoke, Xi's heart trembled with unbidden fear. Thankfully, Nan Muran had awakened their powers. Otherwise, he shuddered to think what the outcome would have been. For the first time, he felt a chilling dread enveloping him. He turned to glance at the peacefully sleeping Nan Muran, unable to resist the urge to gently pinch her delicate, pale fingertips. Jiawu noted his gesture. Let us all stay here tonight. In times of danger, Jiawu could only trust himself and Xi, harboring no expectations of anyone else. The following day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, a beam of morning light gently illuminating Nan Muran's face, gradually coaxing her awake. Rubbing her slightly dazed eyes, she spotted Xi seated against the bed and Jia Wu sleeping against the wall beside him. Noticing their positions, along with the clearly loaded gun and ready-to-use grenades nearby, Nan Muran was momentarily taken aback. Xi, Brother Wu? Upon hearing her voice, the two individuals, who were not in a deep slumber, were swiftly roused. What transpired last night? Have they forgotten? You had a fever last night. Jia Wu chuckled as he rose, retrieving a bottle of water from his backpack and offering it to her. Nan Muran's gaze flickered, and she could not help but sigh. Oh right. The fever muddled my thoughts. Let us step outside first. You should gather some food to sustain yourself. We need to return to the base. Xi extended his hand to assist her in sitting up. Nan Muran, who also wished to check on Guofei and the others at the base, nodded in agreement. The remaining 4 researchers outside instinctively shrank back upon seeing Jia Wu emerge, striving to diminish their presence as much as possible. Nan Muran stood to tidy up her belongings from the bed before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Afterward, she retrieved 5 vegetarian buns and soy milk from her storage as breakfast. By the time they were satiated and ready to depart, they discovered that everyone else was already prepared. Glancing at the researchers beside her, she noticed one was missing. "Sister Nan, are you feeling better?" Qin approached her immediately, handing her a bottle of water. Much improved, Nan Muron replied with a smile as she accepted the water. The group then dispersed to their vehicles, heading straight for the military base established at Nanshan Yunyuan. 3 vehicles sped eastward toward Nanshan Yunyuan. Yesterday, in an effort to evade the horde of zombies, they had taken a lengthy detour, and now they had been traveling for nearly an hour on their return. Numerous aimlessly wandering zombies were visible along the route, however. With the elite task force clearing the path ahead, there was little cause for concern. Xia and his companions boarded one of the military trucks alongside several researchers, leaving Nan Muron and Jiawu in the vehicle alone. Jiawu recounted in detail the events of the previous night to Nan Muron. After listening, she sighed, "Brother Wu, let us part ways at the base entrance." Jiawu nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiment. He did not wish for the personnel at the military base to perceive any significant entanglement between them to avoid future solicitations. Many matters are best handled with clear boundaries. The military's efficiency at Nanshan Yunyuan was remarkable. The entire area, including several adjacent vacant lots, had been enclosed by towering walls and the mountains behind them. At the entrance, 3 queues formed, 2 of which were lengthy while the other was relatively short. The leftmost line consisted of rescued civilians. The middle queue was for those who had arrived independently, requiring work assignments based on their respective situations. The rightmost line was for ability users, who could register and enter directly. "Sister Nan, you can come in with us." Qin quickly ascertained the situation and made his way towards her. Nan Muron shook her head with a smile. "Now that we are here, let us part ways." Upon hearing her words, the members of the elite task force and a few leaders exchanged surprised glances. "I operate based on my personal preferences. I may act inappropriately, so it's better for everyone not to accompany me," Nan Muron stated with a smile, her tone unmistakably delineating boundaries. "Sister Nan," Qin said, somewhat perplexed. "Qin, return," Xia's voice rang coldly from behind. Even the nearby Eagle and Chang were taken aback by their captain's reaction. Was he truly intent on distancing himself from Miss Nan? Nan Muron stepped forward, smiling as she addressed Xia. "Then we'll head in first. Are there any acquaintances inside?" "Building 13 in District D houses my brother and sister-in-law," Nan Muron replied before she and Jiawu made their way towards the designated entrance for ability users without looking back. Qin observed their departing figures. "Captain, what does Sister Nan mean? If their identities haven't changed, there's no need to accompany them," Xia remarked, his voice tinged with amusement as he watched Nan Muron's silhouette. He had never anticipated encountering such a girl, passionate, candid, resolute, and self-disciplined. Qin and Wang Cheng fell into silence, pondering whether they were destined to part ways with Nan Muron. Eagle, however, glanced at Xia. Sensing that after the previous night, Xia seemed more at ease, shedding the gloom that had enveloped him in recent days, as if a weight had been lifted. "Let us return for now," Xia suggested, observing the 3 who appeared somewhat downcast. The female registrar at the entrance was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Nan Muron and Jiawu. Having worked at the registration desk for a considerable time, she was adept at reading people's demeanor. The attire of these 2 indicated they were not ordinary individuals. She quickly donned a welcoming smile. "Ability users only need to register their ability levels to enter." Nan Muron promptly took the pen and paper, inscribing her level as a second-tier plant user. Jiawu followed suit, noting his ability as a second-tier lightning user. The registrar's expression brightened instantly. Second-tier ability users were rare, with no more than 5 in the entire base, undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Her attitude grew even more enthusiastic. "Please, come right in. Would you like a guide?" "No, thank you," Nan Muron replied with a smile. Upon entering the base, they realized that the entire Nanshan Yunyuan, including several previously undeveloped plots, had been incorporated. To the left of the entrance, there was a spacious parking area, while the previously vacant land had been transformed into rows of 6-story buildings, forming a large complex reminiscent of a former residential area. Wan, Xia, and Jiawu worried that Nan Muron might feel disheartened due to Xia's actions. Nan Muron interrupted with a gentle smile. I understand his intentions. She was well aware that if Siya were to approach her again in the future, it would signify his unwavering support by her side. Otherwise, it would truly mean their paths had diverged. Chapter 70. Understanding the Base. Although Jiawu did not fully grasp the implications of Nan Muron's words, he refrained from pressing for further explanation. Having spent time together, he had sufficient confidence in her ways. As they traversed the newly added open space around the villa, they soon entered the previously established villa district. They discovered that the sales office, along with the connected clubhouse, had been prominently labeled as the Transaction Hall, Mission Hall, and Service Hall. In the Mission Hall, I wonder how they will compensate for the services rendered? Jiawu pondered curiously. Nan Muron considered for a moment. It's surely 1 TB cash, will it? Upon hearing the word cash, both erupted in laughter. In the apocalypse, some things had indeed become irretrievable. Let us go down and assess the situation. Nan Muron had no intention of residing at the base. Yet, she would inevitably need to rely on it for various matters, thus understanding the essentials was crucial. They parked their vehicle in the designated area near the entrance. Just as they came to a halt, a boy of approximately 10 years approached with a beaming smile. Seeing Nan Muron emerge from the car, the boy was momentarily taken aback before enthusiastically offering, "Sister, do you need a guide?" "No, thank you," Nan Muron replied, intending to move forward. "I'm very inexpensive. And I know all about the happenings inside the base. I just need a bit of food as compensation," the boy insisted, his urgency apparent as he drew closer upon receiving her firm rejection. Nan Muron's expression turned icy as she regarded the boy. "If you don't want to die, then get lost." The boy was clearly startled by her words. Given his appearance as a child and his frail demeanor, he had managed to attract numerous clients outside. But this was the first time he had been so coldly threatened. Jiawu cast a glance at him, his smile turning frigid, his murderous intent palpable. Sensing the palpable aura of malevolence emanating from the two individuals, the child swiftly turned on his heel and fled, prioritizing his safety above all else. The service hall and trading hall were interconnected, with a consultation desk located at the side. The cacophony of voices mingled with an array of overwhelming scents assaulted Nan Muron's senses, prompting her to furrow her brow in discontent. The windows at the service hall resembled those of a registration office, where names, ages, previous occupations, and special skills were recorded, culminating in the issuance of a dark red card bearing one's name. In the trading hall, many patrons were seen exchanging various items with the staff at the counters. Soon enough, the personnel would collect the items and retrieve the corresponding dark red cards from the patrons, processing the transactions on their computers before returning the cards. Pawning, perhaps? Jiawu pondered, somewhat perplexed. It was not merely pawning. Individuals could also exchange their possessions or undertake tasks from the mission hall in order to accrue points. Upon hearing the description of the 2 second-tier ability users over the intercom at the entrance, the staff member clad in a suit attentively awaited their arrival. Confirming their identities, they approached with enthusiasm. Nan Muron turned to the girl with a high ponytail and a radiant smile. "Greetings. Welcome to you both. I am Tang Xiao, the staff member responsible for your reception at the service hall. How may I assist you?" Tang Xiao maintained a professional smile, having overheard her sister mention that they were 2 genuine powerhouses. Understanding the situation from the intercom, Nan Muron acknowledged the impressive coordination between the staff inside and outside, reminiscent of a premier establishment. "We merely require a clear introduction to the base's circumstances." "Certainly." Tang Zhao's explanation was both professional and efficient. In essence, the base's operations hinged primarily on these 3 halls, and to reside within the base, one required 2 essentials: the dark red personal information card and the points stored within it. The service hall primarily catered to the reception of survivors, whether rescued or self-arrived, including ability users, who were to register upon arrival. Here, one could establish their identity, arrange for housing, and receive job assignments, everything necessary for survival within the base. Naturally, not everyone was guaranteed a job. Various complexities were involved, as human interactions often dictated outcomes. The trading hall served as the venue for converting any items of value into points. Outside the hall, a free market existed, predominantly based on barter. Lastly, The mission hall specifically targeted those with strength, particularly ability users, given that ordinary individuals seldom ventured outside the base amidst the rampant zombie threat. Thank you, Nan Muron expressed after Tang Zhao's informative briefing. It is our duty, Tang Xiao replied, as numerous receptionists like her were present within the service hall. All had undergone professional training and coordinated closely with the initial receptionists outside the base, aiming to provide optimal service to these extraordinary beings in the apocalypse. For the stability and safety of the base heavily relied on these ability users. Do you require assistance in obtaining your identity registration card? Tang Xiao continued her attentive service. We do require it, but witnessing the long queue, I hesitate, Nan Muron admitted, pondering how long it would take for the service hall to be less crowded. Tang Xiao immediately grasped their situation. As ability users, you need not wait in line. I can facilitate your registration directly. Nan Muron's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Thank you. Tang Xiao promptly retrieved a card processing machine from a nearby shelf and began entering their information. Wan. Guo Fei exclaimed as he burst through the door. His eyes alight with excitement as he spotted Nan Muron seated in the VIP area. Tang Xiao tensed upon seeing Guo Fei enter. Deputy Minister Guo. Guo Fei reached out, pulling Nan Muron towards him, scrutinizing her from head to toe. You little rascal. After rushing off in a panic last time, you didn't even bother to check in with us. Brother Fei, it's only been less than 10 days since we parted. Nan Muron replied with a playful smile. 10 days is an eternity. Look at how much this place has changed, Guo Fei chastised, somewhat discontented. Nan Muron complied obediently. I'm perfectly fine, uninjured and not emaciated. In fact, I've gained some weight. Why didn't you return home first? Guo Fei inquired, simultaneously seizing the card processing machine from Tang Xiao, swiftly inputting Nan Muron's information. Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She found herself at a loss as to what to do. Finally, she decided to fetch drinks for the three of them, mentally replaying every interaction from her initial greeting with Nan Muron to Guo Fei's arrival. Anxious about making a misstep in front of a high-ranking official. Upon entering, Guo Fei quickly attended to the two of them. Let us head home. Seeing Nan Muron safely returned, Lin Jiejie exhaled a sigh of relief. You truly worried us sick. I'm sorry, Jiejie. Apologies are unnecessary. We are family. Lin Jiejie feigned annoyance. Nan Muron responded with a smile, then turned to Guo Fei, getting straight to the point. Brother Fei. I just heard Tang Xiao refer to you as Deputy Minister Guo. Guo Fei chuckled as he took a seat. The entire military base operates primarily through these three halls. Hence the appointment of a minister in charge, with 3 deputy ministers managing each hall. The minister is Qin Jiangwo, and the task hall is overseen by the former political commissar of Qin Jiangwo, while the trading hall is managed by someone you should recognize from the Ouyang family. Ouyang Feng or Ouyang Ying. Nan Muron speculated, knowing that the Ouyang family only had these 2 capable individuals. Indeed, it is Ouyang Ying. Nan Muron noted. The Ouyang family is problematic. Not concealing her thoughts, Nan Muron disclosed her encounter with Ouyang Feng at the industrial park to Guo Fei in detail. Does the Ouyang family possess such capabilities? Not at all. They lack the power to control the WJ, Guo Fei reasoned. Regardless of their previous strength. The Ouyang family is primarily a political family. It is not unusual for them to have formidable bodyguards, but they lack the influence to command the WJ. Guo Fei rose, deep in contemplation, and suddenly his expression brightened. I have thought of someone. He was the former commander of the West City WJ Battalion. Do I know him? You do not. His name is Lin Weiqing. I heard Qin Jiangwo mention that he is remarkably powerful, having frequently collaborated with military special forces to handle emergencies before the apocalypse. If something were to happen to him, it could spell trouble. Is he also stationed at the base? Nan Muron asked, feeling a headache coming on. Guo Fei nodded. Not only is he here, but he is also directly responsible for base security. Besides Qin Jiangwo and those in the military, he commands all other armed forces. Upon hearing this, Nan Muron pondered for a moment. What is his relationship with Qin Jiangwo? The 2 factions are currently engaged in a power struggle, each vying for complete control of the base, so their relationship is quite strained. Nan Muron nodded, finding this unsurprising. Power struggles are an eternal theme. While their relationship is tenuous, our leverage appears insufficient. That is indeed the reality. Even though Guofei enjoys a close rapport with Qin Jiangwo, and everyone within the base claims that Qin Jiangwo is Guofei's backing, Guofei is acutely aware that this support is far from adequate. His value has yet to disrupt the balance maintained between the two parties. Brother Fei, what do you believe is most crucial in truly wielding authority within the base? Strength and the support of the people are both indispensable, Guofei replied without hesitation. Since agreeing to Nan Muran's plans, he had contemplated numerous strategies for their advancement. Do you have any ideas? Nan Muran understood Guofei. He was a man who meticulously calculated every step he took, never acting without purpose. Guofei nodded. I have a rough plan. We can proceed directly. Do you need me to provide anything? Nan Muran harbored no doubts about Guofei's intentions. I will expedite the planning, and we can discuss the details further. Guofei stated plainly. Nan Muran nodded in agreement, but suddenly added, Brother Fei, I want to attempt to awaken abilities for you and Sister Jia. Guofei was clearly taken aback. Awaken? You may choose never to use your abilities, but it is crucial to consider self-preservation in critical moments, he replied gravely. The base had calculated that the probability of awakening abilities was less than 1 in 10,000, thus, he was not overly optimistic about such luck. Guofei accepted this matter with a calm demeanor. Muge, keep an eye on things downstairs. We are heading upstairs, Nan Muran instructed, leading Guofei and Lin Jiajia to the second floor of the villa. Upon confirming that Nan Muran could rely on her ability to awaken powers, Guofei and Lin Jiajia were taken aback. This ends here. We cannot help anyone else awaken their abilities, including ourselves, Guofei rejected firmly. If those around Nan Muran were able to awaken their powers, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. We cannot allow her to take such risks. Lin Jiajia nodded in agreement. We are not leaving the base. Our lives are quite satisfactory as they are. Having abilities would not serve us significantly. Nan Muran gazed at the couple, her tone resolute. I understand you are concerned for my safety, but this matter must be addressed. Ran, Brother Fei. In this world, you and Sister Jia, along with Du, are my only family, she interjected, cutting off Guofei's words. I have many things to accomplish and cannot remain here indefinitely. Your safety must be assured. Guofei, observing Nan Muran's unwavering resolve, reluctantly acquiesced. Nan Muran then produced the over 300 crystal cores she had collected during her last rescue at the library. After several attempts to help others awaken their powers, she had surmised a pattern. Approximately 100 cores were sufficient for awakening. To Guofei's surprise, he awakened a rare mental ability. Lin Jiajia, looking at Nan Muran with a hint of resignation, remarked, It seems I can hear others' thoughts, and somehow I can discern the truth behind their words. Nan Muran's eyes sparkled with delight at the revelation. Lin Jiajia nodded in affirmation. They had to acknowledge that fate had been kind, as the abilities awakened by the couple were perfectly suited for life in the complex social environment of the base. Nan Muran addressed Lin Jiajia with gravity. When we go downstairs, say you did not awaken. Do not disclose this matter to anyone. Understood, Lin Jiajia replied. Astutely aware that even a non-offensive ability could invoke greater caution, especially among those in power. When it was revealed that Lin Jiajia had not awakened, Jiawu did not find it surprising. After all, his wife, Bai Mei, had consumed Xiaobai's fruit yet had not awakened either. The largest room on the second floor of the villa was reserved for Nan Muran, complete with a walk-in closet, a private bathroom, and a balcony adorned with flowers and plush seating. After refreshing herself and changing into loungewear, Nan Muran settled onto the sofa, her gaze fixated on the villa's entrance. Her mood somewhat subdued. Guofei, who had prepared her favorite golden latte coffee, entered with a sigh and a smile. Ran, your favorite. Nan Muran turned to Guofei, unable to contain her appreciation. You are the best, Brother Fei. This statement carried ambiguity. Guofei promptly took a seat across from her. The lawyer's keen perception was indeed impressive. However, Nan Muran felt no need for concealment. There are some things that are unnecessary to discuss now. When the time is right, I will tell you. Then she inquired, but Brother Fei, will the villa owners still be allowed to reside here after the military establishes the secure base? The original villa owners will receive compensation points for the base's acquisition and are certainly permitted to continue living here. However, the buyback price offered by the base is quite enticing, and most people have chosen to relocate. After all, one cannot starve while clinging to a villa. Will there not be some dissent regarding your decision to stay? Guofei observed with a gentle smile. You would surely find the environment on the lower levels unappealing. Plus, we have a considerable amount of belongings. Nan Muran was keenly aware that the items in the basement were not the priority. She was their foremost concern. After all, given Guofei's current status, he would undoubtedly manage those possessions with care. Suddenly, Guofei's attention shifted to the road outside the villa. Two figures in military green uniforms were stationed at the entrance, clearly searching for the house number to confirm their destination. Who are they? Chapter 72, The Host's Unwelcome Reception. Nan Muran followed Guofei's gaze and saw Si Yi and Laoing loitering outside the villa's yard. Both bore heavy military backpacks, yet lacked insignia. A radiant smile spread across her face as she set down her coffee and dashed towards the villa's entrance, glancing back at Guofei. I will tell you about my comparison subject shortly. Guofei was momentarily taken aback by her exuberance. It had been a long time since he had seen Nan Muran so joyous. She raced down the stairs and opened the villa door. At the entrance, Si Yi and Laoing were still pondering how to enter the yard when the door swung open. Nan Muran sprinted out, approaching Si Yi. Have you made your decision? Yes, Si Yi replied, gazing at the unchanged and radiant Nan Muran in the setting sun, nodding earnestly. The sunset was perfect, and the mood was buoyant. Nan Muran looked at him, her tone laced with mirth. Laoing, sensing the atmosphere between them and reluctant to disrupt it, interjected. Miss Nan, I'm still here. Nan Muran turned to him, and then back to Si Yi. Is it just you? Qindong and Chang Zi are in unique circumstances, so it's just the two of us, Si Yi explained to Nan Muran. Nan Muran reassured Si Yi, your presence is sufficient. Does that mean I am superfluous? Is it too late to leave now? Laoing quipped, casting a self-deprecating glance at Nan Muran and Si Yi. Si Yi, slightly exasperated by Lao Ying's antics, retorted. Be quiet. Is your luggage just those backpacks? Nan Muran observed their exceedingly minimal belongings with surprise. Indeed. Two impoverished souls seeking refuge. We hope Miss Nan will extend her kindness to us in the future, Laoing said, clasping his hands in a mock gesture of camaraderie. Nan Muran gazed at Laoing in astonishment. Are you still the Laoing I know? You seem to have changed drastically. Among the four, excluding Si Yi, Qindong had been the most lively, while Wang Chang was the most reticent, and Laoing had been the most contemplative. Why had he transformed so much now? Don't mind him. He was just hiding it well, Nan Muran laughed lightly. Come inside. On the second floor, Guofei watched as Nan Muran conversed with Si Yi and Laoing, his brow furrowing instinctively. Why did the one in front resemble a celebrity and yet irk him so? Once the trio entered the house, Lin Jiajia, who was busy in the kitchen, was the first to greet them. Ran. Who are these two? This is Si Yi and Laoing. They are my friends. I will prepare rooms for them. Lin Jiajia said, recognizing that they had brought luggage and intended to stay. She began to ascend the stairs to prepare the guest rooms. Just then, Guofei came down, his expression towards Si Yi revealing a hint of hostility. What friends? Why have I never seen them before? Nan Muran was taken aback, gazing at Guofei with surprise. He had not displayed such an attitude during her initial visit with Mu Good. Brother Fei, what is wrong? Are you in a bad mood? What is the matter with you? Closest to Guofei, Lin Jiajia hurriedly nudged her husband. Guofei remained silent. Turning towards the entrance, I'm going out for a stroll. It's almost dark. Where are you going? Guofei changed into his shoes to find Qin Zhengwo. Upon hearing that name, both Si Yi and Laoing visibly paused. Few ordinary individuals would dare to address Colonel Qin by his name within a military base. Lin Jiajia observed Guofei's awkward demeanor and then glanced back at Si Yi. Wait a moment, I've prepared something for his family. You can take it with you. Once Guofei exited, Si Yi and Laoing stood in the living room, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. What was happening? It seemed the host was not welcoming at all. Sister Jiajia, what's wrong with Fei Go? Nan Morong, watching Guofei's retreating figure, also appeared puzzled. Lin Jiajia cast a glance at Si Yi and then at Nan Morong, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. I feel like my precious one is about to be whisked away, he asked, sulking. Nan Morong was taken aback. Laoing instantly understood. Thankfully, it was not because of him. Si's ears began to redden uncontrollably. All right, you two go upstairs and tidy up. I'll prepare dinner and we'll eat together shortly. The second floor comprised 3 rooms. Jia Wu and Nan Murong each occupied one, while Si Yi and Lao Ying shared the other. After a brief tidying up, Si Yi knocked on Nan Murong's door. "You're quick. I thought we'd have to wait until tomorrow." Nan Murong gestured for Si Yi to take a seat. In truth, once Jia Wu had informed Nan Murong that Si Yi and the others had taken down over 30 members of the WA Special Forces, she had already anticipated Si Yi's decision. Si Yi looked at Nan Murong, who seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts. After clarifying all that we 4 have experienced to Colonel Chen, retiring won't be difficult. Moreover, last night's assailants had somewhat unusual identities. Si Yi couldn't help but recall Colonel Chen's comment that Nan Murong was his partner. "You've killed so many from the WA Special Forces, you certainly need to provide an explanation. As a soldier, even when forced to act on the battlefield, those you've slain are still seen as one of your own by outsiders. Furthermore, even if Lin Weiqing cannot publicly voice his dissent, he will undoubtedly seek retribution in private." Si Yi and Lao Ying's voluntary retirement was indeed the best choice given the nuanced situation at the base. Si Yi looked at Nan Murong, astonished by her calm reaction. "Jia Wu told you. He could never conceal anything from me." This implied that the entanglements surrounding the underground laboratory were far more intricate than they had imagined. Si Yi regarded Nan Murong with unease. She met his gaze. "Si Yi, I am fortunate to have clawed my way back from the depths of hell. In the choice between cowering to preserve my life and charging forth unafraid, I choose the latter." Si Yi was momentarily taken aback by her words. "From now on, we will accompany you." The last time they rescued someone, they had amassed a considerable number of crystal cores, along with 15 mutated fruits. Before heading to the underground laboratory, they needed to grow stronger quickly. Nan Murong regarded Si Yi, her eyes resolute. In the most western villa of the same row, Ouyang Feng, Ouyang Ying, Ouyang Yun, and Lin Weiqing sat in a smoke-filled living room, their expressions particularly grim. "Are you saying the wolf pack team has all awakened their abilities?" Ouyang Feng was genuinely exasperated. Lin Weiqing's gaze turned colder. "It's precisely because you are unaware of everything here that I lost an entire platoon last night. The WA Special Forces are not merely ours, they're SA commanding officer above. Even the local government in the West is not a unified front. With only a battalion at my disposal, losing over 30 men necessitates an explanation to higher-ups. Dr. Jean mentioned that the girl named Nan would find a way to enter the underground laboratory herself. For the time being, we should refrain from taking action." Ouyang Feng's tone was noticeably displeased. "The wolf pack has killed so many from the WJ, didn't you go to find Qin Jiangwo?" Lin Weiqing's smile grew even colder. "It was essentially our own doing. Moreover, I've just received news that Qin Jiangwo has disbanded the wolf pack. 2 have retired, and the other 2 are essentially Qin's own people. Do you think they can be mobilized? We'll have to swallow this bitter pill ourselves. If we can't act directly, creating some minor troubles should be manageable, right?" Suddenly, Ouyang Yun, who had been silent, spoke up, her eyes gleaming with malice. Chapter 73, Kill first, discuss later. "Yun Yun, don't be reckless." Ouyang Feng's tone was not pleasant due to the series of setbacks. Ouyang Yun recalled the harrowing experience at the industrial park, her anger surging. "Dad, we can't keep enduring like this, can we? Acting rashly will only bring trouble." Ouyang Ying, fond of his niece, gently reassured her. After completing their retirement procedures, the wolf and Lao Ying went to Guofei's home. Alongside them were a girl and a scarred man. These 2 had separated from the wolf pack and the sword team only at the base entrance. Most importantly, the plant biology professors rescued by the sword team stated that the girl possessed exceptionally potent vines and willows. Ouyang Yun looked at Ouyang Feng and said. Upon hearing her, Ouyang Feng understood. "Are you implying that the girl from the industrial park incident is the same person?" Ouyang Yun nodded. "It must be the same person. Weiqing just mentioned that a girl saved the wolf pack and the sword team. Besides, since we aren't acting directly, what is wrong with borrowing someone else's hand to test the waters? They've indeed stirred up some trouble today. Who have they provoked?" "Those dwarfs gathered at the front gate. The Ouyang family has a dedicated intelligence network constantly monitoring the base situation. Among these dwarfs, one had awakened the ability to pass through all obstacles, subsequently gathering a group of robust ordinary individuals. They often engaged in bullying tactics, and many at the base had suffered losses at their hands. After pondering for a moment, Ouyang Ying remarked, Guofei is quite formidable, having Qin Jiangwo as a backing. Thriving at the base. Now he is associated with such a force. We truly cannot underestimate him. We don't need to intervene directly. We can still stir up some trouble. Lin Weiqing's eyes gleamed with malice, harboring intense frustration. Ouyang Yun smiled and nodded. It's already arranged. You just need to wait and watch. On the other side, in Guofei's villa, after dinner, Nan Morong returned to the second floor. In the small living room, she laid out all the crystal cores and mutated fruits she had gathered. The mutated fruits and high-grade crystal cores acquired from the industrial park had remained untouched until this moment. After a while, Jiawu, Siyi, and Laoing arrived. A total of 120 ordinary crystal cores, 10 second-level cores, 2 third-level cores, and 15 mutated fruits were displayed. I need to know your current abilities. Jia Wu's lightning ability was at the mid-second level. Siyi's water and fire abilities were at the late first level. Laoing's wind ability was also at the late first level. Nan Morong, having fully recovered after exhausting her powers, had her plant abilities at the late second level, while her psychic abilities had reached the late third level, significantly enhanced. The second-level cores were divided between Siyi and Laoing. The third-level cores were assigned 1 each to me and Jiawu, while the mutated fruits were distributed 3 apiece among the 4 of us, with the remaining 3 given to Fei Ge, along with 2 smaller ones. Any objections? Upon hearing her words, the 3 men laughed heartily. Laoing spoke first, Miss Nan. You don't need to consult us on these matters. Just make the arrangements, we'll follow your lead. Moreover, these items rightfully belong to you. I share the same sentiment, Jiawu stated directly. No objections, Shirya nodded in agreement. Nan Muron smiled knowingly, excellent. This was precisely the affirmation she had been awaiting. In her strategy, those who surrounded her were to prioritize their own perspectives. Should we place our trust in you, extraneous thoughts will dissipate. Even if we retrieve what was lost in the future, it shall still be you who orchestrates and arranges everything. Shirya regarded her thoughtfully. Then, let us each return with our belongings and absorb the knowledge swiftly. Suddenly, the 4 ceased all actions. Someone was outside. Utilizing her mental prowess, Nan Muron extinguished the lights in the small second-floor living room, and the 4 crept towards the balcony to observe the courtyard below the villa. Under the moonlit night in the villa's front yard, several diminutive figures accompanied a few robust men as they approached the perimeter of the courtyard. It was the dwarf from the parking lot today. Jiawu looked down in astonishment at the small figure leading the group, surprised that they had dared to come here. Nan Muron scoffed, how audacious. Given Guofei's current standing in the base, these individuals should not be so foolish as to provoke him. After all, the common populace does not engage in conflict with authority, as has been the case throughout history. It appears there are hidden forces at play. Shirya affirmed. Let us call Brother Fei upstairs. Soon, Guofei followed the old eagle upstairs. It's them? Guofei found it odd that these individuals would have the audacity to trouble him. Acquaintances? Among these dwarfs, one had awakened the ability to phase through walls, thus forming a small faction within the base. Recently, they had engaged in bullying and oppression, garnering a poor reputation. Yet, they were usually sycophantic. What could embolden them to act so brazenly today? It seems they are being manipulated. How about we eliminate them to establish our authority? Nan Muron could surmise the identities of those behind this, likely Lin Weiqing or the Ouyang family, or perhaps both. Regardless of who it might be, they had delivered themselves to her doorstep, and it would be unreasonable to let them depart unscathed. Guofei grasped her intentions. Leave the bodies. I will seek out Xinjiangwo tomorrow. Nan Muron immediately began to concentrate, attuning herself to the surrounding environment. The dwarf at the forefront suddenly felt an excruciating headache before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, those behind him fell one by one, and soon, the sounds of wailing from a dozen individuals echoed across the empty space outside the villa, eventually fading into silence. Continuing her search, Nan Muron noticed someone hiding by the roadside not far away, observing the situation, and did not let this opportunity slip. She used her mental abilities to compel the individual towards the villa's front yard, then concentrated her mental energy to eliminate them. Guofei watched in disbelief as the events unfolded before him, an eerie spectacle that instilled fear. This is the power of mental abilities. Brother Fei, Once your mental powers are enhanced, you shall be capable of similar feats. Guofei nodded in a daze, his gaze towards Nan Muron now tinged with empathy. He had never envisioned that the girl he had watched grow up would one day so calmly and methodically take the lives of over 10 individuals. What had she endured to transform from that gentle, obedient girl into the formidable presence before him? Very well. Observing the corpses strewn across the ground, Guofei's tone solidified with resolve. Early the next morning, Guofei disposed of the bodies in the courtyard, arranging them neatly along the roadside before calling for Chen Jiangwo. Given that these individuals had intruded upon another's domain, their demise was of no consequence. Thus, Guofei bore no responsibility for the killings. Moreover, the fact that these individuals had brazenly infiltrated the villa area directly highlighted deficiencies in the base's security measures. Chen Jiangwo was no fool. He would exploit this blatant opportunity to its fullest. As these individuals were universally reviled within the base, onlookers began to murmur approval upon recognizing the faces. However, those with keen eyes swiftly discerned that two among them were not aligned with the dwarfs, appearing to be residents of the villa area. Simultaneously, Chen Jiangwo and Lin Weicheng engaged in a fierce argument before the top brass of the base. Lin Weicheng and the Ouyang family, having failed in their schemes, saw the security of the villa area handed over to the military's Special Operations Brigade. Naturally, this incident birthed new rumors regarding Guofei within the base. After all, the notion of discreetly handling over a dozen individuals in a single night is inherently unsettling upon reflection. Chapter 74, Concerning the Mutated Fruit. Chen Jiangwo could not overlook the two individuals who did not belong to the dwarf faction, while others might struggle to identify them. The prolonged power struggle between the base factions had fostered a deep understanding of each other's assets. Thus, the military promptly investigated the motivations behind the Ouyang family's actions. They could not have been acting on behalf of Guofei. Apart from him, only Nan Muron and Jia Wu remained in the villa, alongside the retired Shurye and Old Eagle. However, compared to the latter two, their primary concern lay with Nan Muron and Jia Wu, and a thorough investigation was inevitable. Regarding matters at the base, Nan Muron was solely interested in the outcomes. Clearly, the results of this inconsequential attack satisfied not only Nan Muron, Chen Jiangwo, and Guofei, but also the entire military. While they reveled in their triumph, the Ouyang family was engulfed in silence as they regarded the corpses, devoid of any external injuries, with no discernible cause of death. Externally unscathed yet with cranial contents reduced to mush, how could this have transpired? The esteemed professor of neurology from Shishir City gazed incredulously at the bodies before him. Lin Weicheng suddenly recalled the scenes he had witnessed in the underground laboratory. It was a supernatural ability. Yu Tao had mentioned that psychic ability users could directly induce cranial explosions through mental pressure, but what of these individuals? Ouyang Feng frowned. This did not align with what Yu Tao had described. The mental power must be exceptionally potent and its application precise. Presently, only one person could achieve this. Lin Weicheng instantly thought of Nan Muron. Ouyang Yun looked at Lin Weicheng. That girl? Find a way to ascertain her relationship with Guofei. From now on, do not act. Allow everything to be handled by the laboratory. Ouyang Ying made the final decision. Let these corpses be sent to Dr. Jean. He should find them intriguing. For the first time, Lin Weicheng experienced a primal yearning for power in this brutal world, transcending mere obsession with authority. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Nan Muron and her companions were absorbing crystal cores. After consuming the mutated fruit, they successfully transcended their ability levels. Perhaps due to the simultaneous absorption of crystal cores and the consumption of the mutated fruit, Jia Wu not only advanced directly to the late stage of the third-level lightning ability, but also showed signs of awakening. Shurye's progress was even more astonishing. His water ability surged to the early stage of the third level, while his fire ability reached the late stage of the second level. And he also awakened a metal ability. Old Eagle's wind ability advanced to the late stage of the second level, concurrently awakening a strength ability. Nan Muron's psychic ability soared to the fourth level, while her plant ability reached the mid-stage of the third level. Most importantly, her mysterious fog seemed to have undergone some subtle transformation, though this was merely an intuition, and she had yet to identify any visible differences. Sensing the shifts in their internal power, Shurye and the others felt a surge of excitement. However, the speed-oriented old eagle, upon realizing he had awakened a strength ability, felt somewhat mismatched. Miss Nan, do you have any abilities that allow for flight? That would suit me better. You can already fly, can't you? Nan Muron teased him with a smile. As he momentarily lost his train of thought due to Nan Muron's words, Si Yi and Jia Wu erupted into laughter. Indeed. You are an eagle. The eagle regarded the three of them with exasperation. Advancing from levels 3, 6, and 9 in abilities is notoriously challenging, demanding immense effort from everyone involved. Though Nan Muron articulated this sentiment, she could not help but ponder the transformations of the four. Relying solely on crystal cores to enhance their powers would surely be insufficient to reach their current levels. Thus, it must be attributed to those few mutated fruits. It seems imperative to venture into the underground laboratory to uncover the method of locating the mutated fruit trees. On the first floor, Guofei had just returned home for lunch when Qin Jiangwo followed closely behind him into the house. I am here to see Miss Nan, Qin Jiangwo stated to Guofei. Guofei clearly disapproved, knowing instinctively that Qin Jiangwo's intentions regarding Wanwan were far from benign. There is indeed a matter of importance. Qin Jiangwo acknowledged, aware that Si Yi and the eagle had directly come to Guofei after retiring, though he remained oblivious to the reasons behind it. Nevertheless, it brought him some relief, as the awakening of abilities among Si Yi and his companions had naturally sparked his curiosity. Regrettably, the head of the pack was as tight-lipped as ever. Even his nephew Qin Dong offered no insight. Thus, he had no choice but to seek out Nan Muron directly. The military's research institute had already been established, acquiring a preliminary understanding of the abilities and levels possessed by the awakened individuals in this apocalyptic era. Yet, they had yet to grasp the key to facilitating mass awakenings among ordinary people. Qin Jiangwo had an inexplicable feeling that Nan Muron could assist in resolving this dilemma. Having overheard the voices from downstairs, Nan Muron, holding a favorable impression of Qin Jiangwo, promptly descended. In response to his inquiries, she provided straightforward answers. The military base had already learned of the secret surrounding the ability fruits 6 months into the apocalypse, and by this time, they should have discovered the mutated fruits of the altered plants. Mutated fruits? Upon hearing Nan Muron's words, Qin Jiangwo retrieved an image from his military tablet. Take a look. Is this the mutated fruit you mentioned? The photograph depicted a colossal tree of the Sephora japonica. Strangely, while the surroundings lay blanketed in snow, the tree itself appeared to flourish as though in spring, adorned with blooming flowers and vibrant foliage. Most notably, amidst the clusters of lantern-like blossoms were fruits typically seen in autumn. This single tree perfectly illustrated the 4 seasons, with the fruits glowing a striking crimson hue. A gentle reminder from the small willow on Nan Muron's wrist alerted her that the fruit of this Sephora tree was particularly beneficial for awakening abilities. It is indeed a mutated fruit, but from the distance of the photograph, the person who took it did not approach the tree, did they? After hearing this, Qin Jiangwo felt a surge of joy. The villagers nearby say that anyone who gets too close to this tree is strangled by the vines beneath it, which is why no one dares to approach. Nan Muron nodded, waiting for him to continue. Qin Jiangwo, too, awaited her response, and a peculiar silence enveloped them. Guofei, observing Qin Jiangwo, silently scoffed. It was evident he was grasping at straws, his plans nearly crumbling. Aren't you curious? Qin Jiangwo finally could not contain himself, looking at the reticent Nan Muron. Commander Qin, share your thoughts, and I shall listen, Nan Muron replied with a smile, handing the tablet back to him. Qin Jiangwo sighed inwardly. We have dispatched several teams to obtain the fruits from that tree, but to no avail. Thus, I ponder whether we might collaborate. Qin Jiangwo speculated that since Nan Muron was aware of the mutated fruits' effects, she must possess a means to procure them. Collaboration? Commander Qin, your jest is quite grand. If the military cannot acquire these fruits, how could I possibly manage it? Nan Muron gazed at Qin Jiangwo with utmost sincerity. We can offer you ample compensation and assistance, he insisted, his gaze fixed on her with determined intensity, presenting enticing terms. Nan Muron regarded the soldier, exuding an air of intimidation. Why are you so certain that I can obtain these fruits? While those 4 boys are notoriously tight-lipped, I am not a fool. You must know how to acquire the mutated fruits. Qin Jiangwo's expression grew grave as he observed Nan Muron. Chapter 75. The Division of Profits. Miss Nan, Though this is our second meeting, you may find some of my words hard to believe, yet I am left with no alternatives. Recently, military search and rescue teams have encountered mutated animals, plants, and active attacks from zombies, suffering significant losses. Consequently, we, alongside relevant experts, speculate that these phenomena pose a lethal threat to human survival. Humanity must continually advance and strengthen itself to carve out a space for future generations. Nan Muron, gazing at Chen Jiangwo, interjected, "So, what you require are genetic laboratories and so-called senior researchers willing to go to any lengths to alter human genes for the sake of enhancement." What? Chen Jiangwo appeared perplexed by Nan Muron's words. Noticing his evident confusion, Nan Muron smirked, her tone softening slightly. What if the only path to empowerment involves relentless sacrifice? Then let us soldiers stand resolutely on the front lines. Chen Jiangwo regarded her, the determination in his eyes deeply moving. Observing Nan Muron's silence, he suddenly chuckled. Does this sound like mere bravado to you? It does not, Nan Muron shook her head. Throughout history, there have always been passionate individuals striving for the advancement of humanity and their nations. Some are born to save all. Such individuals are worthy of respect. Chen Jiangwo smiled but remained silent, aware that the young lady did not fully trust him, yet he found it inconsequential. How do you propose we collaborate? To his surprise, Nan Muron spoke up. Chen Jiangwo's eyes brightened at her words. We can cooperate to procure the fruits, and we will offer compensation. You may present your conditions, and we will do our utmost to meet them. You won't simply provide the location of the tree and expect me to retrieve the fruits for you, will you? Nan Muron expressed her skepticism. Though she was indeed interested in the mutated fruits, she would never allow herself to be exploited. Chen Jiangwo hastily shook his head. That is impossible. We will dispatch a military team of awakened individuals to act alongside you. Is this the only mutated fruit tree you have located? Nan Muron scrutinized Chen Jiangwo. His fleeting expression of contemplation revealed to her that the military possessed knowledge of more than just this single tree. Chen Jiangwo sighed and answered honestly, we have found a total of 5. Provide me with all the locations. Your team need not accompany us. And no other compensation is required. We will split the fruits 80-20, with you receiving 20%, Nan Muron stated decisively. Her offer took Chen Jiangwo aback. Initially worried that she might refuse to collaborate, he now found her willingness to cooperate, but the proposed ratio was quite extraordinary. Guofei, overhearing Nan Muron's terms, could hardly suppress his amusement. The price she set was likely enough to drive Chen Jiangwo to madness. Naturally, we cannot allow you to venture into danger alone. We will also deploy our awakened team. Therefore, this division of profits is untenable. If we were to agree to an 80-20 split, upon returning, Chen Jiangwo would certainly face repercussions for his position. The commander would be furious. Nan Muron nodded thoughtfully. Seriously considering Chen Jiangwo's proposal, since you are sending personnel, and we are taking the lead, let us agree on a 70-30 split. Chen Jiangwo was momentarily stunned. Wait, isn't this profit-sharing arrangement somewhat inequitable? We have 4 individuals and 4 level 4 mutated plants. For individuals, 1 at late stage 3, 2 at mid stage 3, and 1 at late stage 2. What is the status of your team? Nan Muron did not reveal all her cards directly, yet she was acutely aware that what she disclosed was more than sufficient. Stage 4, late stage 3? Chen Jiangwo felt a twinge of unease. Goodness. What kind of entity is this? But wait, isn't it just 2 people? When did it become 4? So, what is the situation with your personnel? Nan Muron inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on Chen Jiangwo. She would not underestimate the military's team of supernatural beings. After all, these individuals are backed by millions in reserve forces, ensuring an ample supply of resources. If the opposing side's strength is indeed formidable, a compromise in the division of benefits would be warranted. 1 late stage 2, 3 early stage 2, and 9 late stage 1. Chen Jiangwo felt somewhat lacking in confidence. As Nan Muron observed him, her initial thoughts were further confirmed, given the circumstances. A 70-30 split appeared quite reasonable. Chen Jiangwo was rendered speechless, his long-standing ironclad demeanor vanishing in an instant, leaving only helplessness. How could he possibly refute that? Eagle, who had been secretly spectating from the corner of the staircase, nearly burst into laughter. It was the first time in many years he witnessed Commander Chen at such a disadvantage. Standing behind him, Yi smirked, imagining how utterly frustrated Commander Chen must feel. Renowned as the first commander of the army, for over a decade, he had always left his adversaries at a loss. Little did he expect to encounter a young girl today, and the tables had turned, leaving him disoriented. I too find the 70-30 split agreeable. Guofei cleared his throat, suppressing laughter as he chimed in. Qin Jiangwo shot a glance at Guofei, feeling somewhat exasperated. Nan Muron nodded obediently, affirming Brother Fei is absolutely right. Qin Jiangwo turned to Nan Muron. The military supernatural team consists of 15 members. The offensive strength of supernatural abilities increases exponentially, and among your 15 members, only about 4 are truly capable. Furthermore, their primary role is to lead. A 70-30 split is already a concession considering your standing, Commander Chen. Nan Muron spoke with utmost seriousness. Very well, but what of the 5 trees? They can level up simultaneously. Are you suggesting that the fruits of the wand tree go directly to the military supernatural team for their consumption and enhancement? However, the 4 of us can acquire more fruits than they can, and our progression will be significantly swifter. The disparity in levels between both parties will only grow, making it impossible to equalize. Nan Muron unhesitatingly shattered his illusions. Qin Jiangwo's brows twitched in agitation. Observing the conflicted expression on his face, Nan Muron pondered for a moment before generously offering a concession. For the 5 trees, a 70-30 split for the fruits of 3 trees, while the remaining 2 trees will be split 50-50. However, I must have the privilege of selection. Rest assured, our needs for the fruits differ significantly. The military places greater emphasis on the awakening of abilities, while Nan Muron seeks enhancement. Agreed. Qin Jiangwo did not hesitate. He could sense that if he attempted further negotiation, this young lady would boldly walk away from the deal. Yet, as they exited the villa and made their way down the road, Qin Jiangwo felt as though he had overlooked something crucial. Eventually, he recalled that the young girl had arrived with just 2 individuals. How had it now transformed into 4? The only plausible explanation was that Yi and Eagle were involved. However, how could someone with merely late stage 1 abilities leap to early stage 2 and late stage 2? Could it be due to the mutated fruits? If that were indeed the case, Qin Jiangwo could not suppress his excitement. Did this imply that the military could also forge a formidable supernatural team by acquiring these fruits? Chapter 76. Setting out together. Eagle, Yi, and Jiawu had been waiting at the stairwell until Qin Jiangwo departed before making their appearance. Ran. Are we truly going to collaborate with the military? Jiawu expressed some skepticism. As a former mercenary, he harbored reservations about the Chinese military. Xiaolu observed the few mutated trees, noting that the fruits from 2 of them had remarkable effects on enhancing abilities. Moreover, the highest level among those 5 trees was merely level 5 in the mutated category, which would pose a challenge for their supernatural team. For us, however, it presents no trouble. In other words, this collaboration is highly advantageous for Nan Muron and her companions. Yi nodded. Sensing Nan Muron's fervor for strengthening their powers, the military's lead for this operation should be Han Ningtian. The name Han Ningtian was not unfamiliar to Nan Muron. In her past life, he was a dominant force within the top 10 base combat rankings during the apocalypse. The team he led, Nightstar, was the pinnacle of China's supernatural combat teams and the military's key asset for controlling the West City base. Before we set off, we must return to the Half-Mountain Villa to inform Sister May. The 5 trees are somewhat scattered, and it will take time to return. Nan Muron looked at Jiawu. Since Nan Muron entrusted security at the villa to Tank, it had been conducting regular patrols within a 10-kilometer radius from the villa, accompanied by 3 military dogs. Thus, it was not long after they entered the mountains that they spotted 2 figures racing towards them. Besides Tank, one of the dogs, named Tianlang, was among them. As soon as Si parked the vehicle, Tank leaped through the window, snuggling into Nan Muron's arms and howling to express his discontent. It's not that we didn't bring you along, it's because you all are responsible for guarding the house. Nan Muron understood the little creature's grievances without hesitation, gently petting its head in comfort. Tank was evidently dissatisfied with her explanation, only ceasing its protests after tiring out. Nan Muron silently wiped the sweat from her palms, turning to gaze at the impeccably seated military dog, Tianlang. Now that was adorable. Tianlang, hop in the car and come home. Speaking of which, Knowing the names of the three little creatures was thanks to the name tags affixed to their chests and backs. Tianlang tilted his head to glance at his master, suddenly beaming with joy before leaping into the vehicle. Though only 3 days had passed since they left, Bai Mei in the villa was already quite worried. Upon learning that they had returned specifically to gather supplies, her unease only grew. Sister Mei, do you wish to remain at the villa alone? Or would you prefer to go to the base down the mountain? Nan Muron expressed her concern for Bai Mei, who had difficulty moving about. I'll stay at the villa. Bai Mei relished her solitude, and the half-mountain villa was quite secure. Jia Wu, upon hearing this, looked at her with unease. Once we leave, the entire villa will be left with just you. But I still have Tank and the others, along with Defu, to keep me company, right? Or will they accompany you all as well? Bai Mei suddenly realized. No, their duty is to guard the half-mountain area. They want to be leaving. From the outset, Nan Muron had tasked Eagle with training the military dogs, considering the safety of the half-mountain villa. The considerable investment she made in the villa was to ensure it served as her strongest hold. To her, this place was home, and she would never abandon it. Therefore, even in her absence, she would prioritize the villa's security above all else. If they were to solely rely on Tank, Defu, and the 3 military dogs for security, their strength must be swiftly enhanced. Nan Muron decisively opted to feed them supernatural fruits to absorb the mutated energy from the cores. When the 4 of them departed on the 3rd day, Tank and Defu had both reached mid-level 2 mutations, and even Tianlang and the other 2 had awakened. Eagle observed the 5 creatures' offensive capabilities with raised eyebrows, sensing that if they all charged at once, he would stand no chance. Jiawu found some solace in the battle prowess provided by the 5 little ones. It must be acknowledged that Nan Muron possesses a certain opulence when it comes to the resources of supernatural abilities. The sheer abundance is one aspect, but more crucially, her botanical abilities enable her to harness the full potential of these resources. On the morning of the 3rd day, when the appointed time to set off with Qin Jiangwo arrived, the 4 of them swiftly packed their belongings and descended the mountain, heading straight for the entrance of the secure military base. Upon their arrival, Qin Jiangwo, who had been waiting, approached them but had yet to introduce anyone. Is this for us? Nan Muron inquired, her eyes glimmering with desire as she gazed at the military Hummer parked at the entrance. Such a vehicle was not something one could simply purchase with money. Qin Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that this charming young girl would harbor an interest in such a rugged machine. You like it? It's not meant for us, though, Nan Muron replied, a hint of disappointment lacing her words. She was already contemplating whether she could seize this opportunity to request one for herself. Xiao Luo, bring a vehicle out for Miss Nan, Qin Jiangwo commanded one of the guards behind him. Upon hearing this, Nan Muron's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but flatter, Commander Qin, your generosity is commendable. Qin Jiangwo chuckled softly. Nan Muron had single-handedly battled over 1,000 zombies and slain 5 second-tier ones, rescuing the sword team and Professor Chen's group. While she might not have placed much importance on it, the entire military, indeed, the entire Huagua base, could not remain indifferent. For Professors Chen and Chiu were core personnel in the base's research center. This favor Qin Jiangwo kept in mind, and naturally, he had to reciprocate, consider it equipment for the mission. A few military supernatural beings, numbering 15, silently observed the 4 approaching figures. They were familiar with Si Yi and Eagle, yet the sight of Nan Muron, a girl seemingly young for her age, caused several to frown in secret. The team leader, Han Yingtian, nodded in acknowledgement to the 4. Nan Muron returned the gesture with a polite nod. Soon after, Qin Jiangwo's guard, Xiao Luo, brought out the vehicle. And upon receiving the keys, Nan Muron expressed her gratitude with satisfaction. Only then did Qin Jiangwo introduce both parties. Besides the team leader, Han Yingtian, there was also a deputy captain named Chang Ming. Qin Jiangwo had already communicated the abilities of both parties in advance, making it clear that this mission would focus on Nan Muron. Although Han Yingtian harbored doubts, he did not voice any objections. After mutual introductions, the group boarded the vehicle and set off. The military personnel drove 2 off-road vehicles ahead, with Nan Muron and her companions trailing at the rear. Han, is that girl at the 3rd-tier later stage? One member of the military team couldn't restrain his skepticism regarding Nan Muron. Han Ingtian furrowed his brow slightly. Commander Qin has no reason to deceive us. He too found Nan Muran to be an enigma. As one of the first to awaken supernatural abilities in the military, he had rapidly cultivated his powers following the apocalypse. The resources provided by the military had been generously allocated to him. Yet, under such rigorous training, it was perplexing that a young girl could surpass him in ability levels. Why was that? Han Ingtian had no doubts about his own talent, nor did he suspect that Nan Muran's abilities were fabricated. After all, Qin Jiangwo was no fool. Yet the intricacies involved piqued his curiosity. Chapter 77. A bunch of dimwits. That guy named Han seems to have his own thoughts, Jiawu remarked, his tone dismissive. Nan Muran could surmise Han Ingtian's thoughts, but paid them no heed. Our goal is to acquire the mutated fruit. We need not concern ourselves with the irrelevant. She perused photos of the 5 mutated fruit trees, cross-referencing them with the location Qin Jiangwo had provided before departing, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Among them, one tree bore fruit resembling lanterns in a striking orange hue, strikingly familiar. What's the matter? Ci immediately sensed her subtle shift in emotion. Is that fruit familiar to you? He took the military tablet from her hand, and upon recognizing the fruit on the tree, his expression darkened. The mutated fruit you fed us that day included this type. Those 15 fruits were obtained from the Plant Research Institute outside the underground laboratory. Nan Muran revealed without reservation. Both Si Yi and Eagle had experienced the underground laboratory, and Jiawu had heard her mention it frequently, likely grasping the situation. Do you think the issues stem from the internal affairs of the base, or is it merely a coincidence? Eagle inquired, observing the fruit with concern. Since the attack on their safe house, his trust in the base's officials had begun to waver. While he still believed in Qin Jiangwo and the Special Operations Brigade, he felt compelled to maintain a skeptical stance towards others. Ci examined the images of the other trees. Only this tree bears fruit found in the underground laboratory. We cannot ascertain how the military learned of this tree's location, thus we cannot determine at which stage the problem arose. Nonetheless, it is prudent to remain cautious. This afternoon we should reach Jinjin, the town closest to the Wan Tree. Let us rest for a while first, as we will need to take turns keeping watch tonight. Jinjin, located at the foot of Dishan Mountain, was modest in size. Before entering the town, the group noticed a sign for an agricultural demonstration base flapping in the wind by the roadside. Upon entering, they saw the 2-story gray brick houses on either side. Dilapidated and far from exquisite, yet uniformly constructed. The town featured only 2 streets, with the east-west street being somewhat longer, extending less than 500 meters along the main road. The north-south street was notably short, measuring barely 200 meters. Having suffered from the flooding during the early apocalypse, the structures bore peeling paint everywhere. Strangely, despite the desolation of the expansive street, not a single wandering zombie could be seen, indicating that someone had indeed cleaned up the area. As the cold wind swept through, the gray buildings emanated an exceptionally eerie aura before nightfall in winter. On the second floor, windows cracked open slightly, peering down at the 3 military trucks on the street, along with soldiers dressed in military attire, armed and ready. Han Ingtian leaped from the vehicle and promptly approached Si Yi and the others. It was evident that he intended to inquire about Nan Muran's wishes. There are people in the shops on either side, Si Yi observed, noting that at least 5 or 6 windows were ajar. Nan Muran looked at Han Ingtian. Let us find an unoccupied house to settle down in. Those people. Han Ingtian hesitated, mulling over whether to share the base's location with them. However, upon meeting Nan Muran's cold gaze, he instinctively quelled the thought. All right, I will notify them. To their surprise, rather than seeking out others, those individuals approached them instead. 5 men arrived, led by a middle-aged man of approximately 50 years. Upon seeing Han Ingtian in military attire, the man's face lit up with enthusiasm. You must be here for rescue. Thank you so much. Our town. Through the man's narrative, they learned that he was the town's mayor, leading the survivors who resided there. Originally, the town had over 1,000 inhabitants, but now fewer than 20% remained alive. The rest had perished. Among the military supernatural team led by Han Ingtian were 2 girls who, upon hearing the group's story, felt their hearts soften. One girl with braided hair even teared up. Eventually, the group was warmly invited into the yard where they resided. Inside the yard were about 30 men of varying ages, along with a dozen women. You haven't eaten yet, have you? The terrain in our vicinity is relatively elevated. After the disaster, we managed to find ample supplies of grain and poultry in the nearby villages, so we are not lacking for sustenance at the moment. The mayor promptly ushered everyone into the largest room at the center. This room features a wooden long table that comfortably accommodates all present. Observing the mayor's exuberance, Han Ingtian could not help but furrow his brow. The situation felt inexplicably peculiar. He had participated in numerous search and rescue missions before, yet he had never encountered such behavior from these individuals. However, several members of the military's supernatural team began expressing gratitude towards the mayor, insisting, "We can't possibly accept your provisions. We have our own rations." The mayor, with a cheerful wave of his hand, replied, "You are all engaged in significant matters. It's merely a meal, and we have enough to spare. Moreover, we still have some vegetables in the greenhouse, ensuring you will enjoy a sumptuous feast." In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone has been surviving on remnants of supplies from before the end times. It is a stroke of luck not to have starved. And avoiding moldy food is already a blessing. Fresh meals are a distant dream. Nan Muron regarded the mayor with a deeper gaze, stating, "We are not hungry, so we will forgo the meal. Kindly arrange for us a place to rest, preferably a suite." After such a long and arduous journey, how could one not feel exhausted? The mayor, smiling, moved closer, attempting to pull them towards the dining table. However, Siyi stepped protectively in front of Nan Muron. His gaze sharp and his tone commanding. "Is it so difficult to arrange a place for us to stay?" The mayor, taken aback by the firmness of their stance, momentarily revealed a flicker of malice in his eyes, but then quickly resumed his affable demeanor. "Not at all, not at all. Lao air. Take these guests to that room on the east side." Meanwhile, a girl with braided hair from the military team frowned, unable to contain her frustration. "The mayor is just being kind. If you don't want to eat, then don't. What else with this attitude? Simpleton." Nan Muron retorted coldly from behind Siyi. "What did you say?" The girl, stunned by Nan Muron's blatant insult, was incredulous. Nan Muron tugged at Siyi's sleeve. "Let us go." "You just insulted me," the girl exclaimed, now seething with indignation. Nan Muron, turning back with impatience, replied, "Yes. I called you a simpleton. Is there a problem with that?" Another girl from her group stepped forward, and even several silent men displayed their discontent. Although they followed Nan Muron, they felt her behavior was intolerably rude. "Well then, enjoy your meal," Nan Muron said, uninterested in further discussion with these fools, and pulled Siyi towards the exit. Outside, a burly man observed the four exiting and quickly led the way. Upon entering the room, the door was shut immediately, and Eagle let out a long sigh. Han Ingtian should not be a fool. Surely he can see the issues at hand? It is not surprising that only a handful of people survived in a town of over 1,000. However, the survival of over 30 able-bodied men and a dozen attractive women raises significant concerns. Chapter 78. What kind of meat is this? That is their concern. And what does it have to do with us? If they lack even this basic vigilance, they might as well return to the base to avoid causing trouble for us. Siyi remarked indifferently. Eagle remained silent, but could not help but feel anxious for the 10 or so members of the military supernatural team. Heaven forbid they are foolish enough to consume some tainted meat, regretting it too late. Whether the mayor had intentionally arranged this situation was uncertain. Not only was it not a suite, but the furniture was also non-existent. Damn it, is this a deliberate affront? Eagle felt a surge of anger. Siyi shared his displeasure but remained quiet. Nan Muron, however, was quite satisfied. She had no desire to touch the items used by those people. Surveying the relatively clean empty room, she promptly retrieved a large moisture-proof mat from her space, followed by 4 individual inflatable mattresses positioned in each corner, and laid down thicker bedding atop the mattresses. "What would you like for dinner?" she asked, finally setting a picnic table in the center of the mattresses. Eagle found himself amused by Nan Muron's confident demeanor. Since their acquaintance, he had never seen her cook. "Sister Nan, just not going hungry is already a blessing. Isn't it a bit excessive to order food? You should try ordering," Nan Muron encouraged as she settled down. "Oil-splashed noodles, a meat platter, and a vegetable platter," Eagle declared, naming his long-desired dishes since the apocalypse. Nan Muron pondered for a moment, indeed. Her space had those items as she had conveniently purchased an ample supply while passing through. Gazing at the steaming noodles on the table, Eagle was left speechless. "I'll have a super beef burger with black pepper pasta," Jiawu generously ordered. Grilled meat, C thought his request rather audacious, especially since few indulged in skewers during winter prior to the apocalypse, let alone now. Yet, to his astonishment, Nan Muron summoned an impressive spread of grilled meats. Beef, meat tendons, crispy bones, pork belly, chicken wings, kidneys, eggplant, oily buns, and toast. Astonishingly, there were even hot pot ingredients and a variety of vegetables. Eagle and C were taken aback, having never seen her conjure cooked food from thin air. "In my space, time is suspended, allowing me to preserve cooked food. Now, let us eat," Nan Muron explained, unwilling to delve into the details, but eager to prevent their hunger. Being intelligent individuals, they naturally would not be foolish enough to probe further. The four gathered around the table, merrily enjoying their meal without concern for whose order it was. To ensure the food did not cool down, Nan Muron thoughtfully produced a heating stove. Meanwhile, in the larger room, the bountiful spread of meat, vegetables, and noodles began to arrive at the long table. Han Ingtian, seated in a corner, observed the lavish array of food, his frown deepening. He had already deduced the underlying issue, yet the horrifying thought continued to dance in his mind, one he was reluctant to acknowledge. A comrade from the same unit instinctively glanced at him, the inquiry evident in his gaze. Unfortunately, before they could voice their concerns, others had already begun to feast heartily. Aside from a smaller man nearby, all the members of the military supernatural team had eagerly picked up their chopsticks, relishing their meal. "This red oil stir-fried meat is delicious," exclaimed the girl with braids, who hailed from a region known for its love of spice, particularly enjoying the largest platter brimming with chili and cumin. Others, curious about her delight, sampled a few bites as well. A bespectacled man, unable to contain his curiosity while eating, asked, "What kind of meat is this?" "I don't believe I've had it before." The others, intrigued, echoed his question. "Mayor, what kind of meat is this?" "It's merely wild game from the mountains. If you all enjoy it, that's what matters," the mayor replied with a smile, pouring drinks for everyone. Han Ingtian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on the mayor across the table. What exactly is this meat? Though the mayor felt a twinge of anxiety, he maintained his smile. "It's roe deer meat, a local specialty. This comrade here likely hasn't tried it before." The bespectacled man nodded in agreement but remained silent. Yet, Han Ingtian's expression grew even colder. He was all too familiar with roe deer meat. This is not roe deer meat. At that moment, several astute members of the military supernatural team began to sense something amiss from Han Ingtian's expression and hastily set down their chopsticks. "Captain Han, what do you mean by that?" inquired an older man from the military team, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Han Ingtian fixed an unyielding gaze upon the mayor, articulating his deepest suspicions. "Are there no other women, men, or children alive in this town?" "You've already asked this before, and I answered very clearly." The mayor feigned confusion. Upon perceiving the unwavering determination in Cheningting's gaze, the mayor appeared to undergo a sudden epiphany, followed swiftly by a profound anguish. "You are not soldiers, are you? Mere impostors? Seeking sustenance? We shall provide it, just spare our lives." His abrupt shift in demeanor left those within the room in a state of bewilderment, questioning the unfolding events. However, the moment the mayor's voice resonated, a horde of men outside hastily flung open the door, armed and surging into the room with palpable hostility. "Dare to seize our possessions? We shall fight to the death." The foremost figure, a burly middle-aged man with a gun in hand, glared menacingly at Han Ingting and his companions. Just as the girl with braided hair was about to voice an explanation, she was suddenly beset by dizziness, unable to remain upright, ultimately collapsing back into her seat. Soon, those around her began to experience similar discomfort, prompting swift medical attention. Han Ingting turned to the nearest healer among them. The boy with healing abilities was the first to place his hands upon a teammate endowed with offensive powers, swiftly restoring his strength before moving on to another. "Old 3. Restrain them," the mayor commanded as he recognized the precarious situation within the room. A younger man quickly dashed out from the group towards the healer. Han Ingting cast a cold glance, summoning a gleaming metallic blade aimed at the young man's life. At that moment, the stout, dark-skinned man at the forefront struck the metallic blade with his fist, rendering it harmless as it clattered to the ground, leaving him unscathed. Old 4, confine him. The mayor, sensing the formidable nature of Han Yingting, issued another command. A man in his 40s concentrated his mental energy, binding Han Yingting with an inexplicable force. Upon feeling the discomfort in his body, Han Yingting reacted swiftly, his dagger flashing as it flew toward the middle-aged man. The man known as Old 2, the dark-skinned brute, retaliated with a punch, leaving a bloody mark upon his knuckles. The mayor surveyed the incapacitated military abilities in the room and declared, "It seems we cannot resolve this amicably. Everyone, attack together, eliminate them." Outside, over 30 men began to coordinate their assault alongside 5 of their own empowered comrades. Within the military group, for individuals having received treatment, were now ready to engage in battle. Conflict erupted swiftly, with dozens of men rushing into the room, dragging away several nearby empowered individuals, including 2 girls from the military team. In Chapter 79, Finding Valuable Items, Han Yingting fought against the advancing dark-skinned men while urgently instructing the smaller man, 15, break through and save them. 15, gifted with speed and hailing from a special operations unit, had been among the 3 who had not touched food. Observing the abduction of several individuals, he could not help but frown, thinking to himself that Miss Nan was indeed correct. They're a bunch of morons. While chaos ensued outside, Nan Morong and her companions within the house had already nestled into corners, wrapped snugly in thick blankets, drifting into slumber. A heater stood in the middle of the room, radiating warmth. Si glanced at the peacefully sleeping Nan Morong and pushed the heater closer to her. The watchful eagle observed his actions with a knowing smile, while Jia Wu remained awake. "The fighting has commenced outside," Jia Wu remarked, eliciting smiles from the 3. "Han Yingting is not a fool," Eagle murmured, lowering his voice to avoid disturbing Nan Morong's rest. Si, unfazed, responded, "Although Han Yingting's team has never triumphed over the wolf pack, they are still formidable. There's no way a group of empowered individuals should struggle against mere thugs." Eagle expressed his discontent. Why are they taking so long to deal with these ruffians? Si, however, was unperturbed. "Have you considered that among these townsfolk, there may also be empowered individuals? The absence of zombies in the town suggests that someone has dealt with them prior to our arrival." "Impressive," Eagle remarked, but then realized the implication, casting a questioning look at Si. Jiawu chimed in, "Let's go, Si. You stay here with Mero." I saw the mayor emerge from that corner room. If they are indeed collecting crystal nuclei, it is likely to be in his possession. As Si sketched the layout of the courtyard on the ground, he alerted them to their surroundings. Eagle nodded at Jiawu, "Rest assured, we shall handle it." With that, the 2 men swiftly exited through a window at the back of the house, while Si leaned against the wall, listening to the cacophony of battle outside, stealing glances at the peacefully sleeping Nan Morong. Bathed in the warm glow of the flickering fire, her fair complexion radiated a soft, rosy light, making it difficult for him to look away. Since their acquaintance, Nan Morong had always been a paradoxical figure, decisive in battle yet capable of kindness. Yearning for the tranquility of a safe haven yet relentlessly driven forward by her ambitions. A smile crept upon his lips, it mattered not. For they would not part ways in the future. He could accompany her in pursuing her true desires. Inside the house, a scene of warmth and tranquility unfolded. Outside, Han Yingting observed the grim expressions of the captured military-empowered individuals. They had slain over 30 men, yet the opposing 5 remained unscathed. They had not even managed to prevent the abduction of the 2 girls and the older man into a secluded room. "I warn you, if you wish to avoid calamity befalling the 3 of them, vacate this courtyard immediately," the mayor ordered, retreating to a corner room with the 5 empowered individuals and 3 other men. The girl with braids gazed helplessly at the men before her, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. The dark-skinned man, intrigued by her distress, remarked, "Not bad, boss, she's quite a catch." As he spoke, his rough, dark hand pinched her cheek, while another hand brazenly groped her, his gaze filled with lewd eagerness. The mayor, unhesitatingly, struck the dark-skinned man on the back of the head. "What are you thinking at a time like this? Your mind is filled with filth." The dark-skinned man hastily moved to the window, losing all interest in his previous amusement. The girl with braids finally relaxed, sobbing uncontrollably. Just before the mayor and his entourage entered, Jia Wu and Eagle had successfully climbed through the window with a large bag of treasures. Naturally, they witnessed the predicament of the two girls and the older man. However, considering the mental capacity of the captured trio, they swiftly returned to their own room, deeming it unnecessary to intervene and risk attracting trouble. Upon opening the bag, the three of them stared in astonishment at the bounty within. Where on earth did they acquire this? Is this an ability fruit? Jia Wu exclaimed, holding up a black-red fruit. Xi assessed the fruit and declared, "This is not from the 5 trees provided by the military. Let us extract the mayor and interrogate him," Eagle proposed, an idea forming rapidly in his mind. Jia Wu concurred, recognizing the value of the fruit, which far surpassed the meager offerings from the military. Sai nodded, cautioning, "Keep an eye out. Just ensure that Han Ingtian doesn't end up killing anyone outside." Han Ingtian, despite his intentions, found himself utterly powerless against the few individuals within. Constrained by the fear of repercussions, he could only await the return of the military's visual ability users. Once they regained their powers, Han Ingtian swiftly discerned the positions of all individuals inside the house. At the very moment the town mayor called for an evacuation, the military's ability team sprang into action. Those endowed with the power to traverse walls hurried inside, while simultaneously, wind blades from the wind manipulators and ice blades from the water manipulators surged forth, targeting the ability users within the house. The 3 defenders stood little chance against the onslaught of 13 attackers. As the mayor entered, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of numerous corpses strewn across the floor. Concurrently, at the corner of the town, the mayor, believing he had successfully escaped, was struck with terror as 2 men suddenly appeared before him. "Fear not, let us have a word. Do you wish to live or die?" Hawk inquired, his tone somewhat playful, eyeing the trembling mayor. The mayor fervently nodded, urgency lacing his voice. "I want to live." Hawk nodded and presented a black-red fruit before him. "Now tell me, where did this come from?" A flicker of astonishment crossed the mayor's eyes. He had hidden the fruit in a hole he dug beneath his bed. How had these men discovered it? At that moment, Jia Wu firmly covered the mayor's mouth, plunging a dagger into his right palm. "Answer my question immediately. And don't attempt any tricks." The sharp pain made the mayor stifle a groan, his complexion paling as he nodded vigorously. "Where did it come from?" Hawk pressed on. Jia Wu, in due course, released his grip on the mayor's mouth. "The back mountain. Be specific." "Follow the stream eastward from D Mountain's rear," the mayor hastily replied. Hawk regarded him. "You will accompany us to find it immediately." The mayor's face paled drastically, and he shook his head vigorously. "That place is perilous. There are great snakes." Jia Wu's dagger pierced through his other hand. "Speak honestly about the location." "The back mountain, following the stream westward for 10 kilometers, this time." The mayor's voice trembled with a hint of despair. Unfortunately, before his words fully escaped, the dagger pierced his carotid artery. Moments later, the 2 figures swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 80. The Necessity of Valuable Goods. Han Ingtian had no intention of sparing the blood-soaked mayor, and thus he set off in pursuit alongside 15 and his squadmates. The trio scoured the small town thoroughly, eventually discovering the mayor, bloodied and lifeless, having met his end by a single blade. Observing the mayor's pierced hands, Han Ingtian's expression turned contemplative. These were clear signs of torture, and the method of execution was both professional and swift. Within the entire town, only he and Sai's group possessed such capabilities. What were they seeking to uncover? With the man now dead, it implied that they had already gleaned their answers. Curiosity aside, Han Ingtian felt a sense of relief, grateful for their assistance. Had it been solely the 3 of them, the mayor would have surely escaped. "Let us return," Han Ingtian stated nonchalantly. 15 glanced back at the slain mayor, silently following Han Ingtian as they departed. Upon their return, they found the military ability users in the courtyard retching uncontrollably. Some were nauseous, others pale to the point of illness, all displaying signs of suffering. "Captain Han, you've returned," remarked a short-haired girl in the squad, who had only dared to sample a morsel of the heavily seasoned dish, her complexion markedly better than the others. Han Ingtian nodded. What transpired? They had just surveyed the kitchen. The girl's expression soured as she recalled the horrific scene, her stomach turning uncontrollably. The trio understood well what they had encountered in the kitchen. After all, the town's mayor and his associates had resorted to cannibalism for sustenance. Except for the mutated zombies. All edible survivors had likely been consumed long ago. And what of these women? One of the military ability users queried, pointing towards a corner of the yard where a dozen women huddled together. Aside from an older woman, all were youthful and beautiful. The middle-aged woman sat in the corner, her gaze vacant, seemingly liberated. In contrast, the younger women cowered, their eyes filled with a glimmer of hope as they regarded Han Ingtian and his companions, believing that soldiers would not harm them. Han Ingtian turned to one of the girls. Is that man truly your town's mayor? No. He is the principal of the local high school, the girl hurriedly clarified. She then recounted that the man who claimed to be the mayor was Principal Wang, a well-regarded figure in their town before the apocalypse. At the onset of the disaster, due to his stockpiling of provisions, Principal Wang had saved many lives. After the acid rain, hordes of zombies began to emerge, plunging the townsfolk into despair, with some even resorting to suicide. It was during this dire time that Principal Wang discovered a substance capable of altering one's physical constitution and even awakening latent abilities. Consequently, the remaining survivors began to venerate him as a deity. The dark-skinned man had previously been the town's mechanic, alongside other prominent figures, including those from the local police station and various businesses, all of whom sought Principal Wang's elixir. Generously, he distributed the substance to many. However, it was not effective after just one use. It required prolonged application to yield results. Gradually, the townsfolk began to coalesce around Principal Wang, forming a small faction. As the acid rain receded and the zombies proliferated, these individuals became the most formidable force. Originally, their emergence had been a beacon of hope for the survivors. Yet they soon morphed into a nightmare for all. A month and a half ago, with food running scarce, they began to seize the remnants of supplies from the survivors. And when that proved insufficient, they turned to cannibalism, targeting the most attractive women and girls. Others either vanished without a trace or were served as meals. Upon hearing this, the military ability users felt their stomachs churn violently once more, unable to suppress their nausea. In a corner room, Nan Morong, who had been sleeping soundly, grew increasingly agitated due to the raucous noises outside. Eventually, she fully opened her eyes, sleep entirely vanishing. The sun hasn't fully risen yet. Can we sleep a little longer? Jiawu spoke gently. Nan Morong sighed and sat up. It's too noisy. By the way, where are the items? Did you bring them back? Her seemingly out-of-context inquiry left the three momentarily stunned before they exchanged knowing smiles. Sister Nan, you figured it out, Hawk remarked, exasperated. Nan Morong was far too perceptive. The zombies inside and outside the town had been dealt with meticulously. Only someone with considerable skill could accomplish such a feat moreover. The individual who guided them last night was a second-tier defensive ability user. This indicated that they understood how to upgrade their abilities, suggesting they must have a stockpile. Nan Morong accepted the warm water Sai offered, taking a sip to awaken herself. And there's an unexpected harvest, Hawk added, presenting a bag to Nan Morong. Inside, nestled among the contents, were the crimson-black fruits. The small white creature on Nan Morong's wrist, along with Xiao Lu, gleamed with excitement. Observing the reactions of the two youngsters, Si Yi and his companions recognized that they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. They declared it to be an exceptional mutated fruit. Upon inquiring about the location of the fruit tree, Jiamu responded that it was situated behind the Imperial Mountain. They decided to have Han Ingtian and the others wait there for a day, planning to head directly to the site at dawn. Such a treasure must not be overlooked, especially since it could enhance one's physical constitution. Outside, Han Ingtian had also uncovered a crucial detail. The middle-aged woman was Principal Wang's wife. According to her, the juice had remarkable effects on young people awakening their abilities. The reason it was effective for the youth was that Principal Wang himself had used it daily without any noticeable change, while those under 45 experienced significant benefits. The repeated consumption was merely an illusion created by Principal Wang to maintain control over the townsfolk. Furthermore, to prevent any threats to his position, The 5 individuals who awakened their powers were carefully selected by him, either simple-minded and physically strong, or poorly educated with radical ideas. And even former students who had once expressed gratitude towards him. "Where did you say the juice came from?" Han Ingtian asked, a hint of eagerness in his voice. A substance that could guarantee awakening was undoubtedly a great treasure. The middle-aged woman shook her head, stating she didn't know, as he had hidden those items very securely. However, she had seen him mix water with a thick black syrup resembling fruit pulp several times. Han Ingtian immediately thought of the mutated fruit, realizing that the principal must have discovered the mutated fruit tree. Unfortunately, the man was dead. No. He suddenly turned to look at the small room where Si Yi and the others were. It appeared they had already obtained the location of that tree, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so decisively lethal. A bitter smile crept onto his face, recognizing the exceptional sharpness of these individuals. Whatever Han Ingtian could think of, 15 could as well. However, he did not covet the information Si Yi possessed. In his view, true strength in the apocalypse demanded such intellect and means. "Captain Han, what about them?" he was asked, indicating the 30 or so men who had been killed. "These women have not committed any evils. We cannot simply kill them all." Han Ingtian gazed at the dozen or so women lost in thought. He did not consider these women, who seemed to have survived well, to be innocent. Yet, the thought of executing them directly was something he found hard to reconcile. Just then, the door in the corner opened, and Nan Muron and her companions emerged from the room. Chapter 81. Level 5 Mutated Beast. Han Ingtian looked at Nan Muron, who walked at the forefront. His tone unusually gentle. "Good morning, Miss Nan." Nan Muron smiled lightly, scanning the courtyard. Although there was still a faint scent of blood lingering, it had been tidied up rather swiftly. Only a small group of women of various ages remained unattended in the corner. "Miss Nan, what should we do with these women?" Han Ingtian urgently sought her opinion, feeling inexplicably that despite her cold demeanor, she was trustworthy. "Decide for yourself," Nan Muron said, disinterested in getting involved. Of course. Han Ingtian's attitude would directly influence how she would arrange matters moving forward. After a moment of contemplation, Han Ingtian turned to the women, his gaze gradually freezing. As the women stared at him in confusion, he suddenly bowed deeply 3 times. One younger woman, elegantly shaped and slightly plump, paled at his gesture. "What does this mean? What are you trying to do?" The members of the military's ability team were equally stunned, an ominous feeling swelling within each of them. You can no longer be considered human. These individuals had consumed human flesh for over a month, sparing even the youngest of children. In the face of judgment. Apart from Principal Wang's wife, who was willing to feign remorse, the other women were filled only with fear and a desire to survive, devoid of any guilt or compassion. Such cannibalistic savagery, devoid of humanity, rendered them unworthy of existence. "What nonsense are you spouting? We are not less than human," a woman retorted fiercely. Han Ingtian, however, found her reaction only served to calm him further. Lack of humanity disqualifies you from being human. Have you suffered? Have you felt guilt? Have you experienced disgust? It seemed they had not. The woman could not help but scoff, retorting without hesitation. "Didn't your people eat yesterday too? We were unaware they were human." "But you knew." A member of the military's ability team chimed in. "You all enjoyed the meal, and now you act holier than thou." A woman in her 30s cast a disdainful glance at them. Han Ingtian sighed in resignation. He understood that explanations were futile at this point. In a swift motion, he concentrated, channeling his mental energy as a metallic blade sliced through the skin of the woman before him. She gasped in shock, beginning to scream, while some began to cower and cry for mercy. At the same time, 15 and the teammates beside Han Ingtian also sprang into action. With a swift motion, he slashed the throat of the foremost woman, then continued weaving through the crowd. In addition to these 3, a short-haired girl from the military's ability team also took action. With a grim expression, she focused intently, launching 3 leaf-shaped darts that struck down the first woman who had spoken, then shifted direction to claim the lives of the women behind her. 4 ability users took action, eliminating 13 women, leaving only the middle-aged woman, Principal Wang's wife. With vacant eyes, "Why aren't you killing me?" she asked, her heart racing as she surveyed the carnage around her. In response, 15 thrust his dagger into her chest, her disbelief evident as she stared at the blade embedded in her. Did you think your performance was satisfactory? You orchestrated that meal we had last night. The short-haired girl's leaf-shaped dart pierced the woman's abdomen, her tone devoid of warmth. Once all the women in the town lay lifeless, several members of the military's ability team trembled uncontrollably. Watching the scene unfold, Nan Muron, though unimpressed by the military's entire team, felt a begrudging satisfaction towards the performance of Han Ingtian and his trio. Captain Han, we have matters to attend to. We expect to return before nightfall. Until we return. Aside from the 4 who acted just now, everyone else must leave. Miss Nan, I do not quite understand. What do you mean? Han Ingtian inquired, looking at her. Nan Muron's voice was cold and unwavering. We are going to risk our lives. We have no time to play babysitter. Additionally, inform Commander Chin that having fewer people is acceptable, but their usefulness is what truly matters. A man from the military's ability team stood up. Who do you think you are? You think you can just leave? Suddenly, an icy blade shot forth, piercing through the man's cheeks, silencing him as blood flowed from his mouth. The military's ability team felt a chill of fear, unable to discern who had acted. Before them stood Nan Muron, her smile seemingly benign, yet Han Ingtian inexplicably sensed an underlying coldness and an unassailable resolve. If I send you back, I will handle everything. Nan Muron nodded with a smile. See you tonight. The 4 departed hastily from the courtyard, heading straight to the rear of Imperial Mountain. The mountain lay 15 kilometers from Jinjin, with an elevation of less than 200 meters. Once they entered the mountains, they quickly located the stream mentioned by Principal Wang. They began walking south along the western bank of the stream. Do you think the giant snake he mentioned really exists? Jiamu expressed some skepticism. Siyu chuckled, playfully teasing the hawk. We possess the nemesis of giant snakes here. There's no need for fear. The hawk expressed regret, saying, if only I could fly. I wouldn't be afraid at all. What a pity. Suddenly, Siyu raised his hand to halt the 3 individuals behind him. Before them, not far away, lay a thicket brimming with ominous white bones, the most conspicuous being a pile of skulls in the farthest corner, human remains. Nan Muron focused her mental energy to sense everything around her. The man had not lied. There truly was a giant snake. A level 5 mutated beast. This would prove somewhat troublesome. How did Principal Wang manage to obtain the fruit, given such a formidable snake? Jia Wu expressed his confusion. Nan Muron scoffed. He didn't obtain it. He traded lives for it. You mean these bones are the work of Principal Wang? The hawk couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a beast. He had been too efficient in his killings last night. He could not possibly contend with a level 5 mutated beast. As the group deliberated, the colossal serpent at the end of the bones sensed its territory was being encroached upon. Moreover, it was evident that these intruders were not the humans it had encountered before. It swiftly emerged from its lair, moving toward the group. Upon detecting the presence of 4 individuals, the serpent's heart surged with delight. That foolish human had only offered it mundane blood. Yet the blood of these 4 ninjas was evidently far more delectable, humans it had long coveted. The serpent was poised to reveal itself. Particularly intrigued by the blood of the 4, Nan Muron felt fortunate that her psychic abilities had reached level 4, enabling her to perceive the thoughts of the level 5 mutated beast at close range. As she spoke, she quickly retrieved a pouch of realgar from her storage and handed it to the hawk beside her. Find a way to trap it. The hawk nodded, concentrating his efforts. Their singular objective was to utilize his wind abilities to swiftly draw a circle with the realgar the moment the giant serpent appeared before them. Chapter 82. It is about to self-destruct. The serpent, exhilarated by the sight of delectable prey, moved closer to the group. As they beheld the creature, measuring approximately 12 to 13 meters in length and significantly thicker than a bull, the expressions of Nan Muron and her companions grew serious. Hawk. Nan Muron spoke calmly once the serpent's full form emerged in the clearing before them. The hawk harnessed the wind to rapidly distribute the realgar powder around the serpent, forming a large yellow circle. Simultaneously, Nan Muron summoned life energy to induce the growth of wild senna nearby, fortifying the realgar circle already established by the hawk. The serpent watched Nan Muron and the hawk with a sudden change in its demeanor. These 4 humans were entirely different and possessed abilities. Defeating them might not be a sure victory. Engaging in combat was not the wisest choice. It would be best to exploit any openings in their coordination to escape back to its lair. Nan Muron, sensing the serpent's thoughts, was somewhat surprised. This creature had gained considerable intellect upon mutation, a curious development indeed. Coldly regarding the serpent trapped within the realgar circle, she declared, "Don't dream. You won TV leaving today." The serpent, astonished that Nan Muron could discern its thoughts, suddenly contorted its head in an eerie manner, splitting into 3 heads. What in the world? This serpent seems to have emerged from the classic of mountains and seas. Shouldn't it have 9 heads? The hawk found the transformation less terrifying than curious, for in this apocalyptic era, anything was possible. It's a 3-headed cobra, highly venomous. Everyone, stay cautious, Nan Muron warned. Eyeing the serpent's glossy, dark body and the 3 writhing heads, pondering whether its vital point had changed due to the mutation. Instinctively, the serpent cast a glance at its own vital point under the scrutiny of Nan Muron's gaze. That single glance confirmed for her that, aside from its 3 heads, the giant serpent possessed no other peculiarities. Strike its vital point. Nan Muron's words instilled a sense of threat within the serpent. The central head suddenly unleashed an icy blade over a foot long, aimed directly at Nan Muron, who stood beside Siyue. In response, a fireball hurled by Siyue intercepted the icy projectile. Upon witnessing Siyue's attack, the leftmost head of the serpent also sprung into action. In an instant, a dozen icy blades surged forward, enveloped in a cloud of dust, intent on annihilating the 4 in one fell swoop. Remarkable, this creature has a brain. It even knows how to feign an attack. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the hawk felt his understanding of the world had significantly expanded. Nan Muron concentrated her psychic energy, redirecting the dust and ice blades towards the serpent. I'll control it with the hawk. You two find an opportunity to strike its vital point. As she spoke, Nan Muron activated her psychic abilities to manipulate the serpent's movements. At that moment, Jiawu dashed forth with an uncanny speed, heading straight for the serpent's vital point. Incredible, he has awakened and is utilizing his powers at such a moment. The hawk felt a pang of envy. Siyue's icy blades and metal daggers swiftly followed Jiawu, while the hawk continued to harness wind energy to shrink the realgar circle, collaborating with Nan Muron to control the serpent. Excitedly, Xiaobai and Xiaolu, perched on Nan Muron's wrist, leapt into action, climbing along the body of the giant serpent. The serpent's eyes reflected disbelief. How could these humans be so formidable, to the point where it found no chance to escape? Delightedly, Nan Muron sensed 3 distinctly special crystal cores nestled within the 3 heads of the serpent, abandoning her intention to rely solely on psychic pressure to subdue it. The serpent, too, realized it was no match for these 4 humans. However, it was determined not to leave its carcass for these greedy beings. All its energy began to converge towards its 3 heads. It intended to self-destruct. Kill it quickly. Feeling the serpent's intent, Nan Muron unleashed life energy in a frenzy, urging Xiaolu and Xiaobai to strangle the serpent. At the same time, Siyue and Jiawu coordinated to quickly break through the serpent's earthen defenses, thrusting their weapons into its vital point. To ensure precise targeting, Jiawu infused his dagger with electricity. As the massive serpent fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, Nan Muron exhaled a sigh of relief. Had this creature successfully detonated itself, the 4 of them would have met their demise. The explosive power of a level 5 mutated beast's core was no trivial matter, capable of wreaking devastation comparable to a fighter jet's bombardment. This serpent's flesh should be edible, right? Jiawu rummaged through the serpent's carcass, unable to suppress his cravings for snake soup. Nan Muron brandished her dagger, expertly extracting the 3 crystal cores from its skull. It should be fine, though the meat of mutated beasts tends to be tough. I'll keep it for you. Once you return, you can taste it for yourself. As she spoke, she stowed the serpent's body in a corner of her storage space. The 4 continued onward in search of the black-red fruits, walking approximately 3 kilometers towards the mountain's summit. In the distance, they soon spotted a towering tree, rising 5 stories high. This tree has mutated, Siyue observed, furrowing his brow at the immense tree that shaded the sun, resembling a small house. Such a tree appeared to pose a significant threat. Even Nan Muron, somewhat familiar with plants, could not identify the species before them. Gazing at the tree laden with fruits the size of red-black apples, the group was filled with excitement yet remained cautious. Nan Muron began to release life energy, urging Xiaolu to assess the situation. In the fleeting moment when vitality manifested as green and white threads, the branches of the towering tree began to extend infinitely, subsequently enveloping Nan Muron entirely. Nan Muron, Ranjan, and Seiya gazed in astonishment at the chaotic scene before them, instinctively ready to intervene. "Hold on," Nan Muron hastily implored, halting their movements. Sensitive to the nuances of plant life, she discerned that the branches encircling her bore no malice. Moreover, the tree's rank was not inferior to that of the petite willow, rendering any confrontation futile. As Nan Muron approached the tree's trunk, she soon identified the source of the issue. The upper half of the tree's main trunk had begun to decay. "You sensed my vitality, so you wish for my assistance?" she inquired cautiously. The tree responded, "I am aware you have come to harvest fruit. Heal me, and I shall bestow upon you all the fruit from my branches." Agreed. To communicate seamlessly with a level 3 plant such as herself, the tree must at least be of level 7, an entity not to be trifled with. Gently, Nan Muron caressed the decaying area of the tree, channeling her vitality into it. In response, the grasses, vines, shrubs, and saplings beneath the tree began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Seasons passed, with some flora succumbing to decay and returning to the soil while others flourished. Is Ranjan saving someone? Jiamu was no stranger to this scene. He recalled Nan Muron mentioning that vitality could not conjure life force from thin air, thus, using it to save lives necessitated an exchange. Hence, she could not rescue any being in a place devoid of life force. Nature is impartial, whether vitality or resources. The total quantity remains unchanged, and humanity can only seize what it desires. Chapter 83. Seiya's Temporal Ability. When the vitality of the plants within 100 meters of the tree was nearly depleted, Nan Muron finally ceased her efforts. The rotting area on the tree had completely rejuvenated, even sprouting new bark. In an instant, the once 5-story high tree swelled to double its size, casting a shadow that startled Seiya and the others who had been waiting nearby. "You are healed," Nan Muron gently patted the tree's trunk, her tone soothing. The tree declared, "All my fruit is yours." "Thank you," she replied. "When you leave, please bury the drooping branches into the surrounding soil." Nan Muron nodded in agreement, yet found the tree's attitude towards its fruit perplexing, as if it were entirely unconcerned. The tree continued, "I was never a fruit-bearing tree. The fruit emerged due to mutation from acid rain. Henceforth, it shall bear no more." Nan Muron nodded, understanding that possessing treasures can lead to one's downfall is not uncommon in this post-apocalyptic world. "Without your fruit, you shall no longer be the object of human greed. You will be free to grow among these mountains and streams." The tree emitted a rustling sound, clearly pleased with this outcome. It had once thrived in the mountains, nourished by sunlight and rain, unbothered by humanity, living freely. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, its strange fruit had attracted the attention of humans and subsequently a monstrous serpent, causing much distress. Now, having offered all its fruit to the human who aided its healing, returning to its past state was indeed the best resolution. Seeing Nan Muron emerge safely, the anxious trio collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. "Please help me bury the branches drooping around the tree. I shall collect the fruit." Nan Muron smiled. "Fruit? Are we truly receiving it this easily?" The old eagle had anticipated a fierce battle for the harvest. "Is it really this simple?" Seiya's cool gaze swept over, and the old eagle promptly fell silent, recognizing the unspoken tension. "Are you all right?" Observing Nan Muron's calm demeanor, Seiya felt a twinge of unease. He vividly recalled the last time Nan Muron assisted them in awakening their abilities, exhausting herself in the process. "I'm fine," Nan Muron smiled at him. "The vitality used to heal the tree came from the plants. I was merely a conduit." Hearing this, the trio collectively felt relieved. With the assistance of the petite willow and the little white creature, the fruit was harvested swiftly. Gazing at the over 100 fruits before them, the four were momentarily stunned. So many? The tree would only bear fruit this once, never again, which indeed was a considerable bounty. Nan Muron stored all the fruit in her space, declaring, "Let us return. It becomes perilous in the mountains after dark." Once in the vehicle, Nan Muron produced water from her space, washing 4 blackish-red fruits before handing them out. "Give this a try. The petite willow mentioned that this fruit has remarkable effects on awakening abilities. The old eagle, fixated on lighter abilities, eagerly accepted and bit into one, please. Grant me speed or water abilities. Anything will do. Seiya reflected on the terror of being dominated by the apocalypse when none of them had awakened. No! This is truly splendid. Nan Muron smiled. Mugud just awakened his speed ability. Consuming the fruit can enhance it. Abilities should not be forced. The latter remark was directed at the old eagle. Nan Muron had a hunch that the old eagle would awaken yet again to a defensive ability. A mental ability user's perception is typically accurate, so she felt confident in her assessment. As anticipated, upon exiting the mountains, the old eagle had indeed awakened. His skin hardened. Are you toying with me? He lamented, feeling his arms as solid as iron. Jiamu had not awakened, but distinctly sensed an upgrade in his speed ability. Strangely, Seiya, who had expected a rapid rise in all 5 abilities, found that he remained with only his previous water, fire, and metal abilities. Seiya concentrated, attempting to sense the new power emerging within him. With his mental focus, he locked eyes with Nan Muron. Meanwhile, Jiamu and the old eagle exhibited no reaction. Even the vehicle seemed to come to a standstill. But this stasis lasted only a moment before everything returned to normal. In each other's gaze, they discerned disbelief. Could this be a suspension of time? But why was Nan Muron unaffected? Though puzzled, both chose not to bring it up again. The 4 traveled back to the courtyard in Jinjin. The 15 members of the military abilities team that had originally been there had dwindled to just 4. They did not enter the house, but instead built a bonfire in the courtyard, gathering around it for warmth as they awaited the return of Nan Muron and her companions. As dusk deepened, a sense of unease enveloped them. What if something has happened to them? The short-haired girl glanced worriedly at Han Ingtian. They will be fine. Their strength far exceeds our expectations. Han Ingtian, a proud individual, rarely conceded to anyone, yet both Nan Muron and Seiya were exceptions. As they spoke, the sound of a vehicle arriving at the gate reached their ears. Soon, Nan Muron and her 3 companions entered the courtyard. Upon seeing the bonfire in the center, they smiled and joined the group. The military abilities team was momentarily taken aback. Since we shall be working together, let us take this opportunity to get acquainted and learn about each other's abilities, Nan Muron began, addressing the military personnel for the first time aside from Han Ingtian. Her demeanor warm and inviting. The remaining 4 members of the military team readily responded to her overture. It is evident that Nan Muron had no intention of embarking on this journey with the entire military contingent from the very beginning. Instead, she had carefully selected her 4 companions, Han Ingtian, who was at the pinnacle of the secondary level in the metal element and at the initial stage of the light element, Shi Wu. At the mid-level of the secondary speed element, Cheng Cheng, a beginner in the secondary control element, and Xiang Shi, who was at the initial stage of the secondary water element and the primary healing element. One cannot help but acknowledge that the individuals Nan Muron chose were remarkably suitable, representing some of the strongest members of the military's supernatural team. However, her sole interest lay in the most unassuming of the quartet, Shi Wu, who possessed strength only second to Han Ingtian in this post-apocalyptic world, a formidable presence akin to a demon lord. His rather unconventional approach to matters led to a mixed reputation. Then there was Si Yi, a mid-level practitioner of the 3rd tier of the water element, a late-stage practitioner of the fire element, and a beginner in the metal element. The 4 individuals across from them were rendered speechless. What did it mean to be at the late stage of the 3rd tier? Beside them, Eagle reluctantly spoke up. Eagle. At the late stage of the 2nd tier in wind element, mid-level in strength element, and a beginner in skin hardening. Once again, the 4 were left in stunned silence. Jia Wu at the late stage of the 3rd tier in lightning element and a beginner in speed element, along with Nan Muron, who was at the mid-level of the 3rd tier in plant element and the late stage of the 3rd tier in mental element, left the military quartet utterly astounded. It was no wonder they were reluctant to include this group. Why would they want to drag someone down? Chapter 84. A generous gesture. If there are no issues, you may return to your rooms and rest. Tomorrow morning, we shall set forth together to find that tree, Nan Muron declared as she rose. Cheng Cheng hesitated. her desire to suggest sharing a room with Nan Muron hanging in the air, ultimately sighing in resignation. It was clear that the four of them had no intention of separating. Nan Muron, aware of her unspoken thoughts, chose not to concern herself with them. After the four departed, Han Ingtian turned to Chung Chung, observing her discomfort. It is inconvenient for girls to share a room, and splitting up feels unsettling. Fortunately, Principal Wang's room is a suite. You can stay inside while the three of us will occupy the outer room. Ching Chung nodded fervently, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Despite her tomboyish appearance, she was still a girl, and it was inappropriate for them to share a room. After dinner, Nan Muron and Si announced their intention to take a stroll. It's snowing. Are you two going for a walk? Eagle expressed his bewilderment at their behavior. Could it be that they're in love? He pondered, though aside from some subtle flirtation, nothing seemed amiss. Jia Wu promptly punched Eagle, warning him sternly to be quiet. He then turned to Nan Muron and Si, assuring them, feel free to go, just be careful. A delicate layer of snow blanketed the ground, shimmering under the moonlight. As Nan Muron and Si walked side by side in silence, a moment of mutual hesitation ensued. They both began simultaneously, sharing a resigned smile. You go first, Si urged, halting in his tracks to regard Nan Muron. Nan Muron nodded, time ability. I have lived in this post-apocalyptic world for 5 years and have never heard of it. If a person could manipulate time, they would be perceived as a bizarre and terrifying entity, undoubtedly met with hostility. Therefore, it is imperative that no one learns of your time ability. Si's gaze bore a hint of unease as he regarded her. What about you? He inquired, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Nan Muron looked at him, perplexed by his sudden question. Do you find me terrifying because of my time ability? Si continued, unfazed by the opinions of others, but keenly concerned about Nan Muron's perspective. Upon hearing this, Nan Muron's enchanting eyes sparkled with light. Her tone laced with amusement. Why would I find you terrifying? It serves no purpose for me. Si remained silent, clearly dissatisfied with her response. Well, even if it were useful to me, I wouldn't be afraid, for I am entirely certain that you would never harm me, Nan Muron stated firmly. Her unwavering trust eliciting a rare smile from Si, illuminating his already handsome features. You look so much better when you smile, Nan Muron generously complimented. Si nodded. You should smile more often, but be cautious about who you smile at, it may lead to complications. After a brief moment of contemplation, Nan Muron made her request. Si understood the underlying message. After all, he was not typically one to wear a cold expression. Si, let me assist you in enhancing your time ability. I am curious, is it solely the capability to freeze time? Nan Muron's instincts warned her that time manipulation was far more complex than they perceived. In her previous life, she had utilized her mental ability to probe into such matters. Having once overheard the Mad and Jean mention that there were 2 extraordinarily powerful abilities that defied the laws of nature. At the time, she had been intrigued. Now, it appeared that one of those abilities belonged to Si. What then was the other? Si nodded, equally curious. All right. Nan Muron shared her previous insights and speculations with Si. He didn't dwell on it too much. Controlling time certainly qualifies as one. The other will reveal itself once we thoroughly clean up the underground laboratory. After acquiring the fruits of our labor, we shall expedite our efforts. He seemed eager for the task ahead. As Si gazed at her, he felt an unexpected warmth in the winter air. Let us return, it is growing colder. Upon hearing this, Nan Muron glanced back and realized they had wandered far from the town. Indeed, the chill was settling in. I am somewhat reluctant to leave. I will carry you, Si offered, bending his body slightly. With a burst of joy, Nan Muron leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her head lazily resting on his shoulder. I am so happy. Is it because you don't have to walk? Si chuckled softly. No, it's because you are carrying me. Nan Muron replied sincerely. Nan Muron, as long as I am alive, I will always be by your side, Si declared suddenly. Without hesitation, Nan Muron playfully smacked his head, her tone feigning irritation. Remove that middle part. Si, taken aback by her unexpected reaction, complied obediently. Nan Muron. I will always be by your side. Now that sounds much better. Satisfied, Nan Muron rested her head back on his shoulder. As she drifted into a drowsy state, She found it amusing that she had previously thought of Ce as a dense, emotionless man. Yet now, after he had expressed such affection, she reflected on her own reaction. Well, he's a mix of a dense man and an ambiguous Terminator. What a perfect combination. When Nan Muron opened her eyes again, it was the following morning. Everyone was preparing to set out in search of the tree. The location of the tree remained on D Mountain, directly following the mountain path toward the summit. The military's ability to acquire the tree stemmed from an insider's information. So upon reaching the entrance of a sparsely populated village halfway up the mountain, they encountered an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age, waiting beneath the tree. He was a veteran. Jia Wu merely glanced at the man and confidently spoke. Nan Muron was puzzled by how he discerned that this gaunt, hunched-over elder was a veteran. His eyes, Ce whispered, alerting her to the glint of coldness and the palpable aura of danger that emanated from the old soldier's gaze. It was the kind of look only a battle-hardened veteran could possess. "Follow me," the elder commanded, surveying the group before leading the way. As they walked, Nan Muron utilized her mental prowess to probe the village's situation, assessing the elder's trustworthiness. To her surprise, she discovered that although this small village halfway up the mountain only had a dozen or so households, nearly all had survived and were thriving. Most importantly, there exists a secondary-level psychic adept in the village, a boy of merely 12 or 13 years of age. Shirye was acutely aware that she was concentrating intently on perceiving the surroundings, concerned that she might inadvertently stumble. Thus, he extended his hand to grasp her delicate left hand. Shirye, feeling rather helpless, noted the absence of any response from her. However, Nan Muron was too preoccupied to notice this, as she continued to sense the boy's psychic energy, which seemed to differ from her own. The eagle, bringing up the rear, and Jiawu observed Shirye's subtle gesture with keen interest. It appeared that Shirye was no longer inclined to be coy. The eagle felt a sense of relief on Shirye's behalf. Jiawu, on the other hand, merely smiled, refraining from comment, clearly amused by the unfolding situation. The old soldier's stooped and emaciated form did not hinder his pace in the slightest. Upon reaching the summit, the old soldier commenced his journey toward the neighboring peak, as the path was sparsely populated and overgrown with weeds. The group had no choice but to forge ahead while clearing the way. It was only when Nan Muron had completely exited the range of psychic perception that she became aware of Shirye's firm grip on her left hand.